Other people's pet shops sell cats and dogs, but my pet shop chose to sell Pokemon. Only after traveling to this strange parallel world did I know what shock meant. The Pokemon here are not only real creatures, but can also live with humans and even participate in urban construction and ecological governance. But what I cannot understand is that the value of Pokemon in the market has been completely distorted. A toad that looks like a garlic is priced at $2 million, and some people even offer a newly hatched dinosaur as a luxury item for hundreds of millions. What's even more ridiculous is that people have become accustomed to this and are even rushing to buy it. I stood in the crowd, looking at these blindly hyped prices, feeling helpless and angry. Fortunately, with the help of the system, I opened a pet store. And my story begins from here. I walked out of the cubicle, accompanied by the puppy-sized black cat, Litten. It has steady steps, a strong body, and smooth muscle lines. It can be seen that it has been carefully nurtured by the system. However, the appearance of this cat is not very pleasing. The black and red pattern exudes a hint of evil no matter how you look at it. It does not have the cuteness of those furry cubs at all. I looked at Chun Sheng and Joey's reactions, and sure enough, both of them frowned. Seeing this, I quickly explained. It's called Fire Cat. It's not an ordinary cat. It's an elf. After saying that, I took out a ball of tissue and put it in the corner, then picked up a glass of water and held it in my hand, feeling a little nervous. Although the store system is safe, I still can't trust Litten's fire skills completely. I said, "Fiery cat, show them. Use sparkle." Chun Sheng looked at my actions with obvious suspicion. Just as he was about to speak, the fire cat opened its mouth and made a strange sound. Oh! The next second, a string of sparks shot out of its mouth and headed straight for the paper ball in the corner. Boom! The paper ball instantly caught fire and turned into ashes. I noticed that Chun Sheng's pupil shrank slightly, and Joey gasped and stepped back. "Brother, it can spit fire." Fire Cat stood in the corner, looking up at Chun Sheng with a bit of pride in his eyes. I whispered, "Fire Cat, this is the human you are destined to meet." Oh, the Fire Cat actually nodded, then suddenly jumped up and pounced towards Chun Sheng. My heart tightened. Could this guy really scare away the customers? Fortunately, the Fire Cat just landed in front of Chun Sheng, raised its head, and stared at him with a pair of clear but scrutinizing eyes. I could see that this guy was observing the other party's reaction. Chun Sheng tried to reach out and touch it, but it dodged him. The flamingo sat on the ground, licking its paw lazily, looking completely arrogant. "Boss, are you sure this cat is an elf?" Chun Sheng asked hesitantly. I quickly added, "What it just demonstrated is just its basic ability. If it continues to be cultivated, it will become stronger." Chun Sheng was silent for a moment and said, "Try it again. I still feel it's not real." "No problem." I put a ball of tissue paper in the corner again. This time, Litten didn't even need my command. A string of sparks came out when he opened his mouth. Looking at the burning paper ball, Chun Sheng's expression finally changed, and there was a hint of heat in his eyes. I knew that he was moved. Chun Sheng asked, "How much?" I said, "The original price of the flamingo is $5 million. And since you were the first customer, the discounted price is $2 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Sheng frowned instantly. "Are you kidding? $2 million. Joey couldn't help but shouted, "It's too expensive." I sighed inwardly and explained helplessly, "This is the system's lowest price. The Fire Cat's abilities are far more than just breathing fire. Its IQ is comparable to that of humans, and once a partnership is confirmed, it will regard you as more important than its own life." As I said that, I secretly glanced at the flamingo. Its tail slowly drooped, and a trace of loneliness appeared on its face, but it still walked proudly towards the door of the compartment with its back to us. Its back view also makes me feel a little uncomfortable. I sighed and continued. "The growth of an elf requires resources. This price is actually the threshold for becoming its partner. If you think it's not worth it, you can reconsider it." Chun Sheng stared at the Litten and seemed to be having a fierce psychological struggle. I didn't dare to disturb him, for fear of missing the last chance to make a deal. Finally, Chun Sheng seemed to have made up his mind, and suddenly said, "Wait a minute." He strode to the counter, took out his bank card, and threw it up. "Swipe the card. I want it." I was shocked by Chun Sheng's sudden decision. This guy actually spent $2 million to buy a flamingo? To be honest, I thought he would hesitate for longer, or even leave directly. However, when he took out his bank card, threw it on the counter, and said, "Swipe card," the big stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. "Mr. Chun, believe me, you will be proud of your decision today." I tried hard to hide my inner excitement and forced a professional smile on my face. 2 million to buy a future roaring tiger? This is a bargain. But no matter. At least my rookie mission is finally completed. After quickly swiping my card, I looked up and greeted Litten, who was still standing at the door in a daze. Litten, congratulations on finding your trainer. The flamingo was stunned for a moment and seemed to realize what had happened. It first slowly walked towards Chun Sheng, but after a few steps it pounced directly over him, with such a speed that even I was surprised. This speed, it's worthy of being a Litten. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but remained calm on the surface. Chun Sheng caught the flamingo. A surprised smile appeared on his face, and he rubbed its head, obviously having fallen in love with this black cat. While they were interacting, I began to explain to him. Mr. Chun, trainers are humans who have established contracts with their Pokemon partners. They are responsible for cultivating and training Pokemon to make them stronger. And Pokemon will become the trainer's most loyal partners. As I spoke, I sorted the items under the counter and put the gifts from Litten into a tote bag. At the same time, I continued to add, of course, not everyone likes an exciting and adventurous life. Some elves are only used to accompany or help humans. For example, elves that spray water can be firefighters, and elves with strong strength can help carry heavy objects. Chun Sheng listened very carefully, with a trace of thought in his eyes. He looked at the fire-spotted cat in his arms and muttered in a low voice. If these are true, then this thing is not simple. His reaction made me secretly happy. It seemed that this guy had begun to develop an interest in the elf world. But at this moment, Joey suddenly interrupted, his voice trembling. Wait, boss, you just said, the world of elves? I smiled bitterly to myself. It turned out that I couldn't get around this problem. Miss, this is a scientific world. Do you think genetic experiments can make creatures breathe fire? I asked this question while maintaining an ambiguous attitude. Joey's eyes widened and he stammered. So, you're an alien? I smiled faintly, neither denying nor admitting it. The facts were outrageous enough anyway, and there was no point in saying more. After quickly putting the 2 wooden boxes into the bag, I handed them to Chun Sheng. This is a fire energy cube specially made for the Litten. It's enough for it to eat for half a month. Although it can eat ordinary food, if you want to enhance its abilities, it is recommended to use energy cubes. Chun Sheng took the bag and opened one of the boxes. Inside were 9 crystal-clear cubes, neatly arranged, exuding a faint fruity fragrance. Litten was instantly attracted, staring at the energy cube with its golden pupils without blinking, looking so cute that even Joey couldn't help but laugh. Oh, what? The fire cat cried out excitedly. Chun Sheng smiled and handed it a cube. It immediately jumped on his hand and ate it with relish. I took the opportunity to say, Mr. Chun, the growth of the Litten cannot be separated from the energy cube, but don't worry, it can also eat ordinary food, and it is very convenient to take it with you when traveling. Chun Sheng nodded, and a satisfied look finally appeared on his face. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly pushed the Pokemon book in front of Joey. You can also draw one and see what kind of Pokemon it is. Joey was stunned for a moment and was obviously hesitant. I quickly encouraged her. Miss Joe, everyone can draw a free lottery once a day, just click it. She nodded slightly and stretched out her finger, but then paused. What if the cat I draw is also this, a cat with weird patterns? I couldn't help but laugh. There are many types of elves, with different personalities and abilities. Maybe you'll get a cuter one. Chun Sheng raised his eyebrows and asked, Free draw? Then can I pay to draw more times? I nodded. Okay, but the price will increase. The first time is 1,000 yuan, the second time is 10,000 yuan, and then 100,000 yuan, 1 million yuan. Chun Sheng's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't this increase a bit outrageous? I smiled and spread my hands. How can it be cheap to buy fate with money? At this point, I took out a white Pokeball from under the counter and handed it to Chun Sheng. This is your commemorative ball. It can be used to store Litten and is convenient for carrying. Chun Sheng took the Pokeball and looked at it again and again, obviously very interested in it. This small ball is snow white all over, with a red line dividing it into 2 halves and a round button in the middle. It looks like it is made of stainless steel and is so smooth that you can't let it go. I glanced at the Litten that was holding the energy cube in its mouth. It jumped out of Chun Sheng's arms knowingly and squatted on the ground to continue eating. I pointed at the ball and said to Chun Sheng, Mr. Chun, press the button and throw it towards the Litten. Throw it over there? Chun Sheng frowned. Want to hit it? I replied, Don't worry, it will be fine. Chun Sheng hesitated a little, but still pressed the button and gently threw the ball towards the Litten. The next second, the Pokeball opened in the air with a snap and a red light shot towards Litten. Oh, the flamingo blinked its eyes without any intention of dodging. Instead, it lazily let the red light cover it. Bang! It turned into a ray of light and drilled into the ball. Then the Pokeball fell to the ground and shook gently twice. The red light faded and returned to calm. Chun Sheng and Joey both widened their eyes in disbelief. Chun Sheng quickly picked up the ball and looked at it carefully, looking shocked. What is going on? I suppressed my laughter and explained. This is a Pokeball. It simulates the most suitable environment for the Pokemon to rest. You can retrieve or release the Pokemon at any time by pressing a button, and once bound, it cannot be captured by other Pokeballs. Chunsheng looked down at the Litten in the ball and pressed the button tentatively. A red light flashed, and the Litten appeared on the ground again, continuing to gnaw on the energy cube as if nothing had happened. What kind of technology is this? Space technology? Chunsheng asked. I smiled and said, it's a similar principle, but it's specially made for Pokemon and is easy to carry. But I suggest you let it out more often to increase the affection and tacit understanding. Awesome! Chunsheng's eyes lit up, and the shock on his face was gradually replaced by excitement. He stared at the Pokeball, and his tone became more urgent. Boss, are there any other space props? I was slightly stunned, and then I realized that this guy had smelled a business opportunity, and quickly shook my head. Not yet, but if it is launched later, I will notify you in the group. Chunsheng was obviously a little disappointed, but he quickly recovered his composure. Then you must inform me as soon as you have any news in the future. Of course. To be honest, I don't have any other space props. The Pokeball is the basic equipment given by the system, and the more advanced space backpack will only be unlocked after the sales volume reaches the target. However, seeing Chunsheng eager to try out future products, I was already very happy. This guy is definitely a god of wealth, and his background is not simple. If he can walk into the crowd with a flamingo, others will definitely come to the door after seeing it, and then business will naturally come in. It's incredible. Joey had been watching silently and finally couldn't help speaking, his eyes full of surprise and expectation. She looked at the illustrated tablet on the counter and seemed eager to try it out. Miss Chiao, do you want to try it? I asked with a smile. Joey took a deep breath, reached out, and pressed the button that said GO. The screen lit up with white light, and black shadows of varying outlines flew by quickly, finally stopping on a chubby pink creature. Huh. Joey frowned, with a strange expression on his face. What is this? It looks like a bun. I leaned over to take a look and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. How could this be a bun? This was Bao Bao Ding, a cute elf. Miss Chiao, this is Baby Ding. It's perfect for you. I explained with a smile. It has a gentle personality, very suitable for company, and can also sing hypnotic songs. Joey blinked and looked closely at the cute little pink creature on the screen. His expression gradually softened. Really? It can't breathe fire, can it? I couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, it's a sound spirit. It can only sing to make people sleep. It's absolutely safe. Joey finally breathed a sigh of relief, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Then, I want to see it. I nodded and quickly ran to the cubicle to get the Baby Ding. This time, looking at the light flashing in Joey's eyes, I knew. Another order was secured. Baby Ding sounds really cute. Joey stared at the little pink guy on the screen, with anticipation gradually flashing in his eyes. She looked up at me, her tone a little shy. Can you bring it out for me to see first? It's really hard for me to believe that there are such cute creatures in the world. I smiled secretly in my heart. It seems that this order is a sure thing. Although it is not a Jike egg, the appearance of Bao Bao Ding is enough to capture the hearts of girls. This is a double happiness. Of course, please wait a moment. After saying that, I turned and walked towards the cubicle, my steps more powerful than usual. I finally sold my second Pokemon and even got the right to draw the system reward, which made me feel more confident. Entering the compartment, I quickly checked Baby Ding's condition, then carefully walked out holding it. Ding, ding, ding. Baby Ding is here. As soon as the words fell, Joey and Chunsheng's eyes immediately turned to the little pink guy in my hand. Chirp! Baby Ding gently shook his round body in my hands. His innocent big eyes looked around like two black grapes and finally fell on Joey. He also took the initiative to wave his little hand to say hello. Oh my god! Joey's eyes lit up instantly. She was completely melted by the cuteness. She approached cautiously. Boss, can I hug it? I smiled and handed over the Baby Ding. Of course. Joey took it immediately and held it carefully in his arms, as if he was holding a treasure. Baby Ding was not shy at all. He actually stretched out his little hand to touch Joey's face, then chirped happily. It's so soft and so cute. Joey rubbed Baby Ding's forehead gently. The little guy even rubbed her face affectionately, making Joey giggle. Seeing Joey's happy expression, I knew the order was secured. As expected, Chunsheng took out his bank card and handed it to me. Boss, swipe the card. Great. I smiled as I made the payment. Bao Bao Ding's original price is 4 million. Miss Chiao is our second customer, so she will get a 50% discount, 2 million. Okay. Chunsheng didn't even frown and directly pressed the payment password. He was indeed a wealthy man. Seeing this, Joey opened his mouth slightly and wanted to say something, but when he saw the cute appearance of Baby Ding, he remained silent in the end. I quickly took out the Pokeball and the energy cube for Pokemon from under the counter and handed them to Joey. This is Pokemon's commemorative ball and food. It's still small now, so the food is enough for half a month. Chirp! Baby Ding was obviously very interested in the energy cube. He stared at the box eagerly and kept jumping on his short legs. Joey couldn't help laughing. Boss, can this ball also be used to retract Baby Ding? Yes. I demonstrated how to use it, then handed it to her. You can retract it by pressing a button, and you can release it at any time. But I suggest you release it more often to play with it and cultivate feelings and tacit understanding. Joey nodded and carefully pressed the button. A red light shot out from the ball and took Baby Ding in. After a moment, the ball fell to the ground and returned to calm. It's amazing. Joey quickly picked up the Pokeball and pressed the button again. Padme Amadeus appeared from the red light again and ran into her arms with its short legs. Chirp! Joey held it in his arms, a happy smile on his face. I watched it with my own eyes, feeling secretly proud in my heart. This is the charm of Pokemon. Who can resist such a cute elf? Chun-Sheng was holding Litten and watching its interaction with Joey. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He turned his head and asked me, Boss, you said that each Pokemon has its own ability. What can this Pokemon do? Can it also breathe fire? Joey was holding Baby Ding and immediately looked up at me when he heard the words, his eyes full of anticipation. I was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Baby Ding can't breathe fire. Its fighting ability is relatively weak. It is better at accompanying humans, especially suitable for keeping at home. I paused and added, but it will evolve in the future. The evolved elf will have more powerful abilities, especially its singing, which can calm people down and even make them fall asleep. Chun-Sheng raised his eyebrows, thinking, so Bao Ding is a support type, and Litten will be more inclined to combat in the future? I nodded. Yes, Litten is a fire-type fighting Pokemon. Its evolution will make it more majestic and more powerful. Both Pokemon will undergo at least 2 evolutions in the future, but they will grow in different ways. Joey was holding Baby Ding. When he heard what I said, he looked a little worried. Will Baby Ding become scary in the future? I hope it will always be this cute. Her eyes glanced at the fire-spotted cat in Chun-Sheng's arms, as if she thought this fire-breathing kitten was a little fierce. Whoa! The flamingo suddenly let out an unhappy cry, jumped directly from Chun-Sheng's arms, its fur standing on end, and stared at Joey. When I saw this, I thought to myself that this was not good. Chun-Sheng was also a little panicked and stood in front of Joey. Boss, what's going on? I quickly stepped forward to comfort Litten and smoothed its frizzy hair. At the same time, I looked at Joey and said, Ms. Joe, Pokemon are very intelligent and have emotions. It may feel that your reaction just now hurt it. It's best to apologize to it. Joey blushed slightly, bowed his head, and apologized to Litten. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything else. You are very powerful and awesome. Chio. The Baby Ding in her arms was not at all stage frightened. He meowed at the fire band in a baby voice, as if to provoke him. The fire-spotted cat's fur had just calmed down, but it was set off again by the cry of Baby Ding. Baby Ding! Joey quickly covered its mouth to prevent it from causing more trouble. At the same time, he bowed to Litten again. I'm really sorry. I will pay attention next time. The flaming cat glanced at Joey and snorted, but eventually it slowly retracted its aura and walked back to Chun-Sheng with a proud step. Chun-Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, imitated my movements, and gently smoothed the fur of the flamingo, and whispered, Don't be angry. I'll give you a name called Xiao Wu. How about it? Mighty and domineering. Litten was slightly stunned, then nodded, accepting the name. Joey finally felt relieved. He held Baby Ding in his arms and breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly reached out his hand and shook hands with the fire cat. Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. Let's get along well in the future, okay? Litten patted the back of her hand symbolically, as if forgiving her. I saw the situation calm down, so I smiled and said, Pokemon have high emotions and intelligence, so you should treat them sincerely. If one day you feel that you are not suitable for each other, our store also supports refunds, but only half of the money can be refunded. Chun-Sheng immediately shook his head. Don't worry, we will definitely treat them well. How could we give up? Joey also nodded repeatedly. Baby Ding is so cute. How could I not want it? I smiled slightly, and my worries were finally put to rest. If they can maintain this attitude, these 2 Pokemon will definitely develop a good rapport, and my efforts will not be in vain. Chun-Sheng suddenly asked, Boss, you just said that a flamingo can evolve into a tiger? How long will it take? I shook my head. The growth rate of a Pokemon is closely related to the intensity of its training, its diet, and its intimacy with its trainer. If it trains more and cultivates more affection, it will evolve faster. After Chun-Sheng heard this, a hint of expectation flashed in his eyes. Then I will definitely train it well. As he spoke, he looked down at the fire-spotted cat at his feet with a little more appreciation in his eyes. Xiao Wu, you will be a big tiger in the future. We have to work harder. The flamingo raised its head and called out, as if responding to his expectations. Seeing that the two were in high spirits, I took out two Pokemon books from under the counter and handed them to them. This is a Pokemon book. You can view detailed information by focusing on a Pokemon. Although you only have two Pokemon now, there may be more in the future. Chun Sheng and Joey took the illustrated book and flipped through it excitedly. Boss, this equipment is also high-tech, right? Chun Sheng couldn't help asking. I smiled and said, yes, it will also record growth data when used with the exclusive equipment used by Pokemon, which will be helpful for you to train Pokemon. That's great. Chun Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Joey also looked at Baby Ding's message with great interest, looking very happy. Seeing that the two of them had become familiar with the elves, I felt more at ease. The first batch of customers has finally been dealt with. Now I just have to wait for them to walk into the crowd with the elves to attract more people to come. Chun Sheng and Joey looked at the small tablet on the counter, their faces full of curiosity. I smiled and picked up a Pokemon encyclopedia, pointed it at the Litten at my feet, and gently pressed a button. A crisp electronic sound immediately rang out. Litten, a fire cat Pokemon with a serious personality, intimidating characteristics, and good at fire attacks. So, it trusts me? Chun Sheng stared at the flamingo at his feet, his eyes softening. He squatted down and stroked its fur gently. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Meow, the fire-spotted cat licked his palm, causing a slight itch that made Chun Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Is this what Litten has now? Chun Sheng asked. As the Pokemon grows, it will learn more skills and even evolve. I explained. The illustrated guide can help you understand the Pokemon status at any time. Chun Sheng nodded and asked, how much is this illustrated book? I said, 500 yuan. 5 million? Chun Sheng was stunned, his face slightly changed. No. I waved my hands and laughed. It's 500 yuan. Chun Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and took out his phone to pay, but was stopped by Joey. Brother, let me do this. You just wait and treat me to a meal later. Chun Sheng was stunned for a moment, but seeing Joey's sweet smile, he did not refuse. Okay. Joey quickly paid the money, picked up another illustrated book, and pressed the button on the Baby Ding in his arms. The system's electronic voice sounded again. Bayo-Bayoting, balloon Pokemon, with a naughty personality, good at auxiliary skills, able to soothe emotions and heal injuries. Chun Sheng paused for a moment when he heard this, then picked up the illustrated book and scanned it again. Baby Ding is cheaper than Litten, but has so many more skills? I smiled and said, support-type Pokemon have a wide range of initial skills, some of which can even heal injuries, making them suitable for accompanying humans. Chun Sheng nodded. Fire Cat is good at fighting, so its skills focus more on attack? Yes. I pointed to the illustration and added, your Litten's characteristic is intimidation, which can reduce the opponent's attack during combat. This is very advantageous in combat. Weaken the enemy's attack. Chun Sheng's eyes lit up, and he excitedly picked up the Litten as if he were a baby. However, he soon noticed the training and battle option on the Pokédex and looked at Joey. How about you draw another Pokemon? That way, Pokemon will have a playmate, and we can even try a battle. Joey shook his head. I'd better cultivate my relationship with Baby Ding first, and then consider buying a second one after I get familiar with it. Chun Sheng was slightly disappointed, but soon regained his fighting spirit and turned to me and said, Boss, how about we have a battle? I want to experience what it feels like to fight against elves. I was stunned for a moment, but I was actually eager to try it out. Okay, wait a minute, I'll go get the Pokemon. I picked up the illustrated book on the counter and walked towards the compartment. I closed the compartment door carefully. My heart was burning with excitement. Finally, I could draw my first Pokemon. I tried it several times before, but every time I could only see a black shadow sliding by, and none of them stopped. I looked at the illustrated book in my hand. My palms were slightly sweaty, and my heartbeat accelerated. System, use my Pokemon extraction rights. The screen of the illustrated book lit up, golden light overflowed, and a mechanical electronic sound rang in my mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the opportunity to extract a random legendary Pokemon. Legendary Pokemon? I almost screamed out loud and quickly pressed the extract button, shouting in my heart, Rayquaza! Rayquaza! Black shadows kept crossing the screen, and every shadow made my heart beat faster, until the screen suddenly froze. A pale pink cat-shaped Pokemon floated in the center of the screen, its tail moving like a streamer. A few words appeared above it. Congratulations on winning the mystical Pokemon Mew. I was stunned for a moment. Mew, although it's not Rayquaza, Mew is a mythical Pokemon, and it's a legendary one. I was almost laughing like crazy. The screen lit up with white light, and a soft shadow slowly floated out from the light. Meow. The sound was as soft as cotton candy, and I fell in love with this cute little guy at first sight. Dream, I called out tentatively. When Minghuan heard my voice, her eyes lit up instantly. She flew towards me lightly, and her soft little head rubbed against my cheek. I couldn't help but smile, and gently stroked its soft head. From now on, you will be my partner. Follow me to bring Pokemon to this world. Okay. Menghuan tilted its head and called out excitedly. Meow. With it, I feel more confident. I walked out of the cubicle with dreams in my mind, and as soon as I looked up, I was met with 3 pairs of stunned eyes. Joey and Chinsheng were shocked, while a boy with a school bag on his back had lights in his eyes. It can fly? Chinsheng's voice was a little out of tune. Joey held Baby Ding in his arms and couldn't help but exclaim, so cute, as adorable as Baby Ding. The little boy stepped forward, bowed, and said excitedly, Boss, my name is Gu Tian, and I'm a student at Magic City No. 1 Middle School. Excuse me, can I buy it? I was stunned and quickly helped him up. Little brother, this is not right. It feels like meeting the leader. After that, I added, however, the price of Pokemon in my store may be a little bit expensive, and minors need to be accompanied by their parents to buy them. Gu Tian showed a hint of disappointment on his face, but soon his eyes were full of expectation. I will definitely come back to buy one. After much persuasion, I finally managed to convince Gu Tian to leave, who was reluctant to leave. Even when he said he could afford Pokemon, I was not swayed at all. Children's willpower and cognitive abilities are still immature. If I sell Pokemon hastily for the sake of performance, it would be irresponsible to Pokemon. As for Chinsheng and Joey, they also left after chatting for a while. Battle? Chinsheng was originally a little interested in the elf battle, but after he used the illustrated book to scan the dream, his interest completely disappeared. The reason is simple. Mew, a fantasy Pokemon, possesses the genes of all Pokemon and is said to be able to use all moves. The skill list lasted for 5 or 6 minutes. Even I was shocked. I thought Mew was just a baby beast, but it turned out to be a complete skill list. How do you want Chinsheng to fight? Hit him with the head? Chinsheng just wanted to try fighting, not to be beaten. In addition, there were no other Pokemon in my store for the time being, so he decisively gave up the idea of trying. Joey was not very interested in the so-called Pokemon battles. In the end, the two of them just chatted with me for a few minutes in the store, asked me how to train Pokemon, added my contact information, and then left. The 2 generous customers seemed to have used up all the luck I had accumulated for a week. For the rest of the day, the store was deserted. Not to mention buying, even the number of people who came in to take a look was very small. Even if someone saw Mew and was persuaded by me to buy Pokemon, they would shake their heads and leave after hearing the price of Pokemon. It's too expensive, I'm going to quit right away. The prices are marked by the system, and I can't change them. Faced with those who are conquered by dreams, but cannot even afford a green caterpillar, I can only ask them to wait patiently. There are Pokeballs in the store. Each one costs only 100 yuan, but now there are balls, but no Pokemon, so they can only gather dust on the shelves. Energy cubes are available, but they cost 1,000 yuan a box, which is only enough for a young Pokemon to eat for 9 days. Such expensive food, with their consumption level, even if Pokemon appear in the future, the supply will be a problem. Can there be a big difference between a Pokemon that eats omnivores every day and a Pokemon that eats energy cubes every day? There was no one around, so I just set up my phone, opened the Douyin app, and officially started the live broadcast. The Douyin in this world is also popular on the entire internet and is suitable for almost all ages. As my first step in promoting Pokemon, it is definitely the right choice. I simply titled the live broadcast Big Reveal, a magical cat that can transform. The cover is simpler, take a dreamy photo. The number of viewers after the broadcast, 0. I touched my chin and decisively chose the random connection function. If the data is not enough, the other side will make up for it. Huan Huan, turn into an alpaca and see. I suddenly had an idea and said to Huan Huan excitedly. Meow. Menghuan tilted his head and looked at me, his face full of confusion. Afraid it wouldn't understand, I quickly added, I mean Arceus. Turn into Arceus and let me ride him. Menghuan's expression suddenly became strange. Meow meow. No, this is disrespectful to the god of creation. Menghuan is very obedient, don't. Menghuan rejected me directly. I was slightly stunned, and then I reacted. I broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Yes, the system is most likely related to Arceus. Am I going against the grain? He quickly cleared his throat. I was just joking. There are many terrorists in the elf world recently. Menghuan, you are the only clear stream. I am very relieved. Menghuan tilted her head. Meow. Second? I was a little embarrassed. Before I could explain, the other end of the line was connected. At this time, I shouted directly to Huan Huan. Quick, Huan Huan, change your appearance. Show your abilities to the other side. Lu Jiaqing, a nerd who was exhausted from playing games, opened Douyin to relax. When he saw a pink cat floating on the screen opposite him, Lu Jiaqing was stunned. What the hell is that? While the atmosphere was exploding, I quickly appeared in front of the camera and introduced myself with a smile. Hello everyone, I am the manager of the Pokemon Pet Shop. The store address is on my personal homepage. It's an honor to meet you all. Next, please allow me to show you a whole new world. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments. What the hell? A cat turns into a human? What is this? Magic. The host script is so fake. Wait, he said Pokemon? I was secretly delighted in my heart. The charm of the dream really was overwhelming. Yes, our store is currently in Shanghai. You can check my homepage for the specific address. When I saw another Shanghai citizen asking about the store address in the live broadcast room, I smiled so hard that the corners of my mouth almost reached my ears. Huanli Minghuan is having a lot of fun. She changes into a new look every few minutes on average. Every transformation accurately hits the fans' preferences, making the barrage in the live broadcast room completely explode. I am responsible for interpreting the fans' requests, and Mew herself chooses the corresponding Pokemon to transform, and the performance is simply explosive. However, I also noticed the fatigue gradually appearing on Minghuan's face, and decisively stopped it from continuing its transformation performance, for fear that it would get tired. At this moment, the style of the live broadcast room changed completely. The audience was all obsessed with Minghuan's changing shapes, and gave gifts one after another. Even Minghuan smiled, like a spoiled little princess. What makes me even more speechless is that Minghuan actually learned to read the barrage in just half an hour through the subtitles I translated for it. That's right, this mythical Pokemon completely mastered the Dragon Kingdom's language in a short period of time and could accurately understand the meaning of the barrage. The more I thought about it, the more shocked I was. How could the intelligence of mythical beasts be similar to that of humans? They were far superior to humans. It's just that its character is too simple and its strength is too strong, so it simply doesn't bother to play tricks, which gives people the illusion that it is simple and cute. However, seeing that Minghuan was having so much fun, I still forced it to stop its performance, fearing that it would really collapse from exhaustion. The audience in the live broadcast room refused to give up, and the barrage was filled with various requests for transformation. I looked at the skyrocketing number of online people, and my heart was filled with joy, but I still decisively turned off the barrage. I picked up Minghuan and put her on my lap. While I was helping her calm down, I said to the live camera seriously, "Dear audience friends, I must emphasize to you that Pokemon are not ordinary animals. They have IQs comparable to humans, and they also experience joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and fatigue. When you buy Pokemon, you don't become their owner, but their partner. As we all know, partnerships require trust and a process of adjustment." After saying that, I took an energy cube from the table and handed it to Minghuan in my arms. Meow. Huan sniffed curiously at first. Then her eyes lit up, and she started chewing the energy cube with relish. Seeing this scene, the fans in the live broadcast room were completely excited. The screen was filled with little hearts, and some people frantically begged me to turn on the barrage and dream interaction. I glanced at Mew, who was enjoying her meal, and continued to say to the audience with a smile, "As you can see, Pokemon's abilities are very special, but if you only pursue using their abilities and ignore their feelings, the consequences may be serious. At the very least, Pokemon may defect, and at worst, it may cause injuries. Please remember that trust is the foundation of a relationship. Otherwise, if it is betrayed, things may turn into an irreversible situation." I quietly opened the bullet screen to see if my speech had any effect, but the result was live barrage message. "Host, stop talking nonsense. Go to the link. I want to buy Pokemon online. Stop talking about this. My money is ready. How do I place an order? Host, please ship the dream." I was speechless. Did these people listen to me seriously? They just stared at Minghuan the whole time and didn't hear a single word I said. I was so angry that I took out the Pokeball and prepared to take me back first, but at this moment, the wind chime on the shop door suddenly rang. Ring, ring, ring. I looked up in confusion and saw a well-mannered young man holding a mobile phone and walking into the store with excitement on his face. As a result, as soon as the boy entered the room, he screamed, "Ah, dream! It's actually real?" His shout startled Mew, and the energy cube almost fell to the ground. Meow. Minghuan let out a panic cry and flew behind me holding half of the energy block. He secretly poked his little head out and looked at the boy cautiously. The comments in the live broadcast room exploded again. What the hell was that pig squeal just now? It was so scary. Is this someone who came to the door to debunk the fakes? No way. Is the fantasy real? Hurry up and prove it. Don't let the fans be fooled. I hurried to comfort Minghuan, but before I could say anything, I heard the boy apologize repeatedly. Sorry. Minghuan, I'm your fan." Minghuan looked at me suspiciously. Seeing that I didn't react, it secretly flew to the boy, circled around him, and called out softly, "Meow?" A viewer asked, "Hello." I breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that Minghuan had relaxed, and then I noticed the screen of the phone in the boy's hand. It was my live broadcast room. Wait a minute. I couldn't help but interrupt him, frowning slightly and asking in confusion, "You said you were a fan of fantasy? What about me? I am the anchor, right?" Before I could get confused, I was so excited to see the dreamy Lu Jiaqing with my own eyes that I couldn't stop. He stretched out his hand tentatively, wanting to touch Minghuan, but Minghuan just dodged his hand easily with a slight movement. Boss, how much is the dream? I want to buy it. This kid was so direct that I was caught off guard. He actually wanted to buy Dreamland right away. But seeing his excited expression, I secretly laughed in my heart, and it was no wonder that he reacted so strongly. After all, the dream is a real creature, not a three-dimensional projection. I shook my head gently and smiled faintly. Sir, Mew is my partner, so it is not for sale. If you like Pokemon, you can try to draw it and see if there is a Pokemon that is destined to be with you. As long as you are strong enough, you can invest and make it your partner. As I said this, I handed the tablet to Lu Jiaqing and pointed the live camera at him, smiling and saying to the audience, "Friends in the live broadcast room. Now a fan friend has found our store through the live broadcast room. Will he find his own partner here? Let's wait and see." I saw that Lu Jiaqing's gaze on the atlas was becoming more and more intense, and I felt a little excited. He turned to me and asked, "Boss, can other Pokemon transform as well?" I smiled and shook my head slightly. Sir, every Pokemon is unique, and their abilities vary. In addition to Mew, Pokemon that can transform will do exist, but their number is extremely rare. It depends on one's fate. After hearing my explanation, Lu Jiaqing didn't seem to be too shocked, and the fire in his eyes didn't diminish at all. He hesitated for a moment, stretched out his finger, and directly tapped the go button, muttering, "Dream, dream, give me a dream too." I almost couldn't hold back my laughter when I heard him say this. I laughed and said, "Drawing a Mew? Let's not talk about whether it's in the prize pool. Even if it is, can you afford it? The starting price of the quasi-god Pokemon marked by the system is 100 million. Are you dreaming?" Just a few days ago, a customer won a sticky panda. I saw that he was in high spirits, so I offered him a bargain price of 40 million. But he just called me an idiot and walked away. Now this Lu Jiaqing, I really want to see what Pokemon he draws, and whether he will clamor to buy Mew like he did just now. I stared at the illustrated screen, and soon, the light and shadow froze. Lu Jiaqing first looked at the screen carefully. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had won a prize, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up. When I saw his expression, I knew that this kid had drawn either a very cute or a very powerful Pokemon. As we all know, the appearance of quasi-god cubs, well, most of them are not very good looking, with the exceptions of Dragonite and Scutum. I had already ruled out the quasi-gods in my mind, and was just thinking about which ordinary Pokemon it was when Lu Jiaqing suddenly handed me the Pokemon book and asked excitedly, "Boss, help me check if this is the dreamlike transformation from before?" I looked down and was stunned. On the screen was a small azure blue animal that looked a bit like a wolf dog or a fox, but it was standing upright. The black lines on his face look like he's wearing an eye mask, and there are white bumps on his arms. He looks like a cute version hero. I recognized this guy's name immediately, Riolu. My expression was a little strange. This Pokemon's rarity was no less than that of the 3 starter Pokemons, and was even rarer. I chuckled and said, "This Pokemon is Riolu. Its evolved form is called Lucario, known as the Warrior of Waves. It has the ability to communicate with all living things." Hearing what I said, the light in Lu Jiaqing's eyes became brighter, and he was so excited that he even raised his voice a few notes. "I bought it. I bought it. Boss, how much is this elf?" I looked at his anxious look and felt quite happy. Finally, I met a customer who shouted that he wanted to buy something from the very beginning. This is much more reliable than those guys who turn around and left after drawing Pokemon. I hesitated for a moment, then looked at the live broadcast room. Sure enough, the comments were all crazy. "Host, please tell me the price. This Pokemon is so cool. How much does it cost? Don't waste time. Give me a quote." I smiled, pointed the live camera at Lu Jiaqing, and said, "Riolu is an excellent Pokemon, and it is extremely rare in the Pokemon world. The price is 6 million. After the price was announced, I noticed that the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. "What? 6 million? The anchor is crazy. 6 million for a pet?" It is indeed a game played by rich people, but there are also many people who are eager to try. Riolu is the cub of Lucario. It is definitely worth the price. Wait, why don't you just buy such an expensive pet? The price will definitely increase in the future. I also have my own plans in mind. The system's lowest selling price is 2.4 million. I don't want to sell Pokemon at a discount anymore. After all, the second mission requires a sales volume of 100 million. If I keep giving discounts, when will I be able to complete the mission? What's more, the Pokemon in the store are all extremely talented cubs and are completely worth the price. Although there are many Pokemon in the wild, it is easy to imagine how difficult it is to find a Pokemon with talents comparable to those in the store. Even if ordinary Pokemon come in the future, people can catch them themselves with Pokeballs, but the Pokemon in the store are absolutely high-end products. As for the general public, I've already left them a choice, 200 yuan for a Pokeball. And when there are more Pokemon in the future, They can catch them by themselves if they want. Looking at Lu Jiaqing's excited face, I knew that this deal was secured. Chapter 14, Pokemon that can talk to humans. 6 million? Did I hear it wrong? Shill. This is definitely a scam. A new scam has appeared. At this time, Yang Tuo's Douyin live broadcast room was already in an uproar, with countless fans frantically typing question mark and exclamation point. Yang Tuo had naturally anticipated this, and he was not surprised at all when he saw the stiff expression on the face of the young man opposite him. He looked at Lu Jiaqing sincerely and said softly, "Sir, Pokemon are not ordinary pets. Their strength and abilities are extraordinary. In the future, you may gain not only a new partner and family, but also a trustworthy comrade-in-arms bodyguard. Believe me, 6 million is not expensive." "It's not expensive? Boss, are you kidding me?" Lu Jiaqing's expression at this moment was no longer the joy he had at the beginning. He looked as if he was constipated. He said to Yang Tuo with a tangled expression, "Boss, the highest housing price in Shanghai is only over 100,000 yuan per square meter. This is enough to buy a house. I'm still a student, boss." In response to this, Yang Tuo could only respond with a helpless smile. He also showed confusion on his face, but he was very helpless in his heart. He said, "Sir, I can't do anything about this. I'm only responsible for the sale. I have no control over the pricing. Besides, it's really worth the price." Lu Jiaqing's mentality collapsed. His monthly pocket money is exactly 6 million. It was just extremely unfortunate that he had spent a lot this month, and his parents would not send him next month's pocket money until the 15th. He hesitated for a long time, and finally said to Yang Tuo, "Can this be cheaper?" Seeing Lu Jiaqing like this, Yang Tuo's heart moved. WDF? It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. This young man can really come up with so much money. Seeing the young man in front of him who looked 2 years younger than him and seemed to be an invisible local rich man, Yang Tuo immediately put away his initial hypocrisy. After a slight hesitation, Yang Tuo said calmly, "Sir, how much cheaper do you think it would be?" Seeing Yang Tuo's half-smile, Lu Jiaqing was shocked. "Ah, seems like you can bargain." He hesitated and stretched out a finger. After thinking for a while, he felt something was wrong, so he slowly raised another half finger and tried. "How about 2.5 million?" Hearing this number, Yang Tuo's face instantly turned dark. "Damn it, who does it mean?" Seeing Yang Tuo's expression change instantly, Lu Jiaqing felt something was wrong and quickly explained. "This is all the pocket money I have left. How about writing me an IOU? I'll pay it back next month." Hearing the other party's reply, Yang Tuo's expression looked a little better. "But, pocket money? Yossi." He acted as if he was extremely embarrassed, then casually dialed the phone, put it to his ear, and whispered a few words in a pretentious manner. Lu Jiaqing looked nervous and carefully watched the owner of the store talking on the phone. He could vaguely hear words like 2.5 million and IOU. His expression became more and more hesitant. It seemed that this store manager was really just a store manager. He really didn't seem to have the power to set prices. A while later, Yang Tuo put down his phone with a heavy expression and looked at Lu Jiaqing seriously. Li Ka-shing's heart almost jumped into his throat. He became more and more unsure and said nervously, "Boss, how is it?" Seeing his tense expression, Yang Tuo felt something strange in his heart, with an inexplicable sense of guilt. He shook his head slowly and said to Lu Jiaqing, "I'll just talk to the real boss about your situation. Sorry, sir, we don't accept credit. The price of this relo, the boss said it can't be reduced, but we can give you an extra box of energy cubes, which is the food for the elves." Hearing this reply, Lu Jiaqing's face darkened. Seeing this, Yang Tuo hesitated for a moment, but still spoke out his thoughts. He said, "How about you contact your friends or family to see if you can get some help? I can take out the Riolo first and let you take a look. If you are not satisfied, you can choose to draw again. However, there is a fee for the second draw. The first time is 1,000, and the fee will be 10 times higher each time thereafter. Each person can pay to draw a maximum of 5 times a day." Hearing what Yang Tuo said, Lu Jiaqing's face was obviously conflicted. Who would like to borrow money when they have nothing to do? How embarrassing. But he couldn't help but look at the illustrated book on the counter again. The so-called evolution of this Pokemon that was transformed before the dream. It's really handsome. He struggled for a long time, but couldn't help but said weakly, "Then, how about boss, you bring it out for me to see first?" Seeing the other party so conflicted, Yang Tuo showed sympathy on his face, but he was very happy in his heart. "Today is a lucky day. I will never give you a discount again. If nothing unexpected happens, another order will be sold." He nodded without hesitation and said to Lu Jiaqing, "Wait a moment, I'll go get Riolu out. Mew, pour some tea for this guest." Meow. Menghuan nodded repeatedly. There was a water dispenser in the store, and Yang Tuo had already taught her how to use it before the live broadcast. Seeing the boss walk into the middle compartment of the store, Menghuan did as the boss instructed, carefully picked up a disposable cup and poured herself hot water. Lu Jiaqing's face became even more conflicted. He looked at the tablet on the counter reluctantly. The little beast on it was obviously in human form and was said to be able to communicate with all things. It must be more human. Whoa, if I had known this, I would have given fewer gifts in the past 2 days. A penny can make a hero fall. Meow. Just as he was struggling, Menghuan had already carefully flown to Lu Jiaqing with a cup of hot water and called him softly. Huh. Noticing Menghuan approaching, Lu Jiaqing's eyes were filled with envy. He carefully took the water cup and whispered, "Thank you, dream." Meow. Hearing Lu Jiaqing's thanks, Menghuan narrowed her eyes and said softly, as if to say, "You're welcome." For a moment, the live broadcast room exploded again. Who can resist such a cute and human-like kitten? Seeing the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, Lu Jiaqing felt mixed emotions. Whoa, I want fantasy too, but the boss won't sell it. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a muffled sound coming from the cubicle. Lu Jiaqing looked up, but did not see Yang Tuo. What came into view was a small animal the size of a child standing upright. It had extremely clear eyes and was looking at him carefully, as if examining him. "Are you the person who might become my future trainer?" A young male child's voice inexplicably rang in Lu Jiaqing's mind. Lu Jiaqing's eyes widened. At this time, the owner of the shop was still in the cubicle, and Menghuan was leisurely chewing on the energy block. It seemed that this little beast was the only one in the whole store looking at him. "Is you talking to me?" Lu Jiaqing looked at this childlike elf in shock, with disbelief written all over his face. "Good golly long dong. I finally accepted the existence of elves, but I didn't expect that these elves could actually talk to humans." "Yes." Riola didn't say anything, but just looked at Lu Jiaqing and nodded twice. That immature voice continued to ring in Lu Jiaqing's mind. "You are very kind. If possible, I would like to be your partner." Lu Jiaqing was still in shock, but then a sweet and soft little girl's voice rang in his mind. Riolu is a Pokemon that controls waves. It can communicate with humans. Hearing this voice, Lu Jiaqing's eyes widened even more, and he turned his gaze to Menghuan in shock. Sure enough, Menghuan was holding an energy block, tilting her head and looking at him with a smile. Boom! A nuclear bomb exploded in Lu Jiaqing's mind, destroying all the remaining values he had. Chapter 15. My name is Riolu. After summoning Riolu, Yang Tuo did not leave the compartment immediately. He just told Riolu that a human with whom it was destined to be had appeared, and then let Rilla go out first. Before he goes out, he has to figure out one thing first, and then he can determine the next strategy to make money from the rich. He first asked the system and confirmed that except for the legendary Pokemon, all Pokemon that could read minds, use waves, and have psychic powers could not read his thoughts. Only then did he slowly feel relieved. Not only that, the system also told him, all legendary Pokemon, unless Yang Tuo himself is unconscious, are suppressed by the system and basically will not use mind-reading abilities on him. Even if it is used, it will fall on deaf ears due to system reasons. In this way, it can be basically confirmed that no matter what Pokemon it is, it cannot spy on Yang Tuo's heart. This way, the operability is much better. He walked out of the cubicle with a smile on his face. As soon as he walked out, he saw Lu Jiaqing shouting frantically at his live broadcast room. He frowned slightly and was about to speak out to stop him, but he heard Lu Jiaqing excitedly shouting, "Brothers, this is real. It just spoke to me. It's like telepathy." It turns out that he is advertising himself. This customer is good, and I can give him an extra box of energy cubes when he comes back. Thinking of this, Yang Tuo relaxed his brows slightly and slowly walked towards the counter, smiling as he walked. Riolu possesses the power of wave conduction and can clearly sense the emotions of the creatures around him. Therefore, in theory, he can communicate with any conscious creature, sir. Lu Jiaqing turned around when he heard the voice and saw Yang Tuo slowly approaching. He quickly said, "Boss, not only Riolu, you also spoke to me just now." Hearing this, Yang Tuo was a little surprised. He glanced at Menghuan, only to see that Menghuan was squinting her eyes and grinning, and nodded at him. Yang Tuo smiled and said, "That's natural. In fact, many psychic Pokemon can communicate with humans through their psychic powers. It's just that the power of wave is more professional." As he spoke, Yang Tuo turned his head to look at Riolu, who was already standing next to Lu Jiaqing, and chuckled. "It seems that Riolu likes you very much, sir. May I ask, would you like to let Riolu be your partner?" Hearing Yang Tuo's words, Lu Jiaqing, who had been extremely excited just now, was instantly stunned. Then, like a wilted rooster, he said to Yang Tuo awkwardly, Can you wait a moment? I just contacted my brother. He might be a little far away. It might take a while for him to arrive. I can give you 2.5 million as a deposit, and I'll give you the rest when he arrives." Hearing that the other party had indeed gone there to ask for help and borrow money, and that there was a high possibility that he would bring in another client, the smile on Yang Tuo's face became even kinder. He showed an expression that showed that the child was teachable, nodded slowly, and said gently, "It's okay, it's okay. You don't need to pay a deposit. You should communicate with Riolu first, and it won't be too late to pay later." As he said that, he slowly walked to the back of the counter, fiddled with it under the counter, took out an illustrated guide and a box of energy cubes, and said to Lu Jiaqing with a smile, "Would you like to buy a Pokédex? I seem to have introduced this in the live broadcast room. It will help you learn more about Pokemon. Also, this is a power block that is more suitable for Riolu." When Lu Jiaqing saw Yang Tuo take out the illustrated book, his eyes lit up. He had seen Yang Tuo demonstrate this thing in the live broadcast room, and it seemed that it could read out the detailed information of the elves. Having witnessed so many incredible things, he was naturally extremely curious about all the information about Pokemon. Riolu's gaze towards the energy cube made him more determined to buy these two things first. He nodded without comment and said, "How much are the illustrated guide and this energy cube? I'll buy them first." The illustrated guide is 500 yuan. A box of energy cubes is 1,000 yuan, so the special offer is 1,500 yuan. Yang Tuo smiled lightly and handed over his payment code. In fact, new customers who buy Ls for the first time will be given 2 boxes of energy cubes. For example, Joey and Xinsheng, who left in the morning, were given 2 boxes each. But after all, the young man in front of him has not bought Riolu yet, so the energy cubes still have to be charged. Okay, I scan it with my Micro X. Seeing the payment information displayed on the mobile phone, Yang Tuo smiled faintly and nodded, then handed the illustration and energy block in his hand to Lu Jiaqing. Lu Jiaqing was not in a hurry to scan Riolu's basic information, but first opened the energy cube that he bought in a box worth 1,000. In the small wooden box, 9 jelly-like cubes are quietly arranged in a 9-square grid. Lu Jiaqing carefully took out one. In the sunlight, the energy cube was crystal clear, like a rare treasure. He put the energy cube to his nose and sniffed it. A faint fruity fragrance emanated from it, refreshing his heart. Seeing that he was enjoying himself, Yang Tuo couldn't help but smile and said, "This is made from special tree fruits. It is rich in energy and nutrition. It is also a good nutritional supplement for us humans. You can try it. It's not a problem." "Yeah." Lu Jiaqing was a little surprised when he heard this. He hesitated for a moment and gently pinched off a handful of the energy cube. This energy cube looks like jelly, but its actual texture is similar to hawthorn cake. He smiled and handed the energy block in his hand to Riolu. Riolu hesitated for a moment, but finally took it hesitantly. Seeing Riolu's human hesitation, Lu Jiaqing smiled and said, "Don't worry, Li. My name is Riolu." The young child's voice reminded him seriously. "Oh, Riolu." Lu Jiaqing scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile, "We're partners from now on. No need to be so polite." After hearing what Lu Jiaqing said, Riolu still looked a little hesitant. He couldn't help but look at Yang Tuo. Seeing Yang Tuo nod slowly, his face became slightly firm. It nodded, and the wave power clearly transmitted its response to Lu Jiaqing's mind. "Okay." When Lu Jiaqing heard Riolu's response, a smile appeared on his face, and he gently pinched a handful of energy cubes in his hand into his mouth. It's sweet, but not the cloying kind. It has a slightly sour taste, like apple and strawberry. It's so refreshing and natural. After eating just a little bit, I feel like my taste buds have been awakened. I have an urge to eat another piece. Suppressing his appetite, feeling the faint fragrance between his lips and teeth, Lu Jiaqing swallowed hard twice. This box was worth 1,000 yuan, and there were only 9 pills in it. He couldn't waste it. Seeing this, Yang Tuo at the side couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Riolu is still in its infancy, so its appetite is not very big. If it doesn't fight, 1 energy cube a day is probably enough for it to fill its stomach. As a first-time Pokemon buyer, we will give you 2 boxes of energy cubes when you check out later." Oh, thank you, boss." Lu Jiaqing nodded gently and began to calculate in his mind. 1 pill a day during childhood, 9 pills in a box, 1 box costs 1,000 yuan. Hiss. No wonder Pokemon is so expensive. You can't afford it without some capital. Fortunately, Yang Tuo's next words made him feel more at ease. Of course, Pokemon can also eat the food we normally eat, but it can only fill their stomachs. The energy in it is completely incomparable to that of energy cubes. Long-term lack of energy will slow down the improvement of the Pokemon's abilities. "Oh well." Lu Jiaqing nodded in confusion, then slowly picked up the illustrated book on the counter, recalled Yang Tuo's appearance in the live broadcast room, and aimed it at Riolu. Drop! A crisp sound came from the picture book, and the screen of the picture book lit up at the same time, and the familiar portrait of Riolu appeared on the screen of the picture book. A clear mechanical electronic voice came out. "Riolu. Ripple Pokemon. Attribute. Fighting. Gender male. Personality. Brave. Features. Unyielding heart. The body is flexible and strong. It can climb over 3 mountains and cross 2 valleys in just one night. He looks like a child, but he has the strange power to read people's minds. He recognizes those with good hearts and hates those with evil hearts. Moves. Lightning flash. Hold on. Bite feint. Chapter 16. The head of the family lost all face. Is this move an ability that Riolu has already mastered? Looking at the description in the illustration, Lu Jiaqing was slightly stunned. He could understand bite, but what did the remaining three mean? Can a feint attack be done? I can barely understand it, but what about a flash of lightning? And this hold on, what the hell is this? Yang Tuo smiled slightly and waved his hand gently. Meng Huan, who was floating beside him and feasting on the energy cube, understood what he meant. She flipped in the air and landed gently in Yang Tuo's arms. It's a dream after all? It's only been half a day since it was summoned, and most of the energy blocks have been rotated down. But I think it must be because the live broadcast in the morning consumed too much energy. Gently stroking the dreamy and soft fur, Yang Tuo whispered. Rather than calling it an ability, it would be more accurate to say that this move is its skill. As the elves grow, the skills they can master will gradually increase. As he spoke, Yang Tuo raised the illustrated book in his hand towards Lu Jiaqing. What was displayed on the screen was the dreamy information bar. Lu Jiaqing was dumbfounded by the numerous names of the moves. How many skills does this person have? Under Lu Jiaqing's gaze, Yang Tuo casually clicked on a skill in the skill bar and showed it to him. You can click on the corresponding skills in the illustrated book to learn the specific power and details of those skills, so that when you fight with other trainers in the future, you can command them to fight better. Trainer? Battle? People who train elves to make them stronger are called trainers. Yang Tuo smiled slightly and said, battle is the best way to break the bond between trainers and elves. At the same time, the growth of elves will be significantly improved. They can gradually become proficient in their own moves through battles, thereby learning more moves. Jingle bell bell. Welcome light, Miss Chiao. While they were talking, the wind chime at the door suddenly rang. Yang Tuo subconsciously greeted him, and when he looked up, it was Joey who had just come in the morning. Hello, boss. Joey walked slowly into the store, holding Baby Ding. Seeing Yang Tuo greeting her, she smiled sweetly in response. Although he was wearing the same clothes, Joey was in much better condition than in the morning. If Joey in the morning gave people a somewhat introverted feeling, she was now graceful and elegant, as if she was a completely different person. Maybe I'm a little more familiar. Putting aside his doubts, Yang Tuo looked past Joey and behind her. A delicate girl wearing a baseball cap, a sports t-shirt, and sneakers was curiously looking at Lu Jiaqing in the store, and Riolu beside him. The next moment, the girl's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, wow, look, that puppy is standing like a human. This exclamation immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Joey's pretty face suddenly turned red, almost like a hot-cooked shrimp. She lowered her head, falling into a state of social death, and almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Can you please keep your voice down? It's so embarrassing. Joey spat under his breath. But it's so cute. The girl in the baseball cap didn't feel socially anxious at all. She walked past Joey in a few steps and went straight to Riolu. She squatted down and wanted to pinch Riolu's cheek, but there was a flash of white light in front of her eyes, and Riolu, holding the energy cube in his hand, appeared directly on the other side of Lu Jiaqing, looking at the girl with more vigilance. Hey, little sister, this is my Rio. Be careful. Don't scare her. When Lu Jiaqing saw the girl rushing towards him, there was a flash of white light and Riolu disappeared, with a look of panic on his face. We found that Riolu just flashed and appeared on the other side of his body. He breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help complaining. Sorry. Joey hurriedly ran up, pulled the baseball girl aside, and smiled apologetically at Lu Jiaqing. But I didn't do anything. Ouch. I just wanted to pinch it. The baseball girl pouted her lips, looking a little aggrieved. Seeing this, Lu Jiaqing felt that his reaction just now seemed a bit too big. But is this an ordinary dog? This is 6 million. He could only nod slightly at Joey in a complicated manner, and said to the baseball girl helplessly, I'm sorry, miss, I just overreacted. Riolu and I have only just become partners. I was just a little worried that it might be frightened. Seeing that the girl was still looking at Riolu pitifully, Lu Jiaqing felt panicked for no reason. The money for buying Rila hasn't been paid yet. What if this woman suddenly comes to intercept me? Looking at the empty tables and chairs in the store, Lu Jiaqing pointed to a corner at random and turned to Riolu and said, Riolu, let's find a table and sit down and wait. When my brother comes, we can go home. Riolu nodded slightly, and the man and the elf ignored the two girls and walked straight to the table and chairs in the corner. Ugh, cheapskate. The baseball girl muttered something in dissatisfaction, but unfortunately, she was too far away and Lu Jiaqing didn't hear it at all. Seeing this, Joey quickly pulled her again, looked at Yang Tuo apologetically and said, Sorry, boss. My friend is a little irritable. I'm sorry to embarrass you. Yang Tuo shook his head slightly and said with a smile, It's okay. I can see that your friend is very outgoing. Faced with Yang Tuo's teasing, Joey could only smile helplessly. The two were chatting, and the baseball girl, who had just stopped talking for a while, saw that Rio Lu was hiding far away and not letting her get close. So she turned her gaze to Minghuan. She covered her mouth lightly, pointed at Minghuan, and said to Joey, Hey, look, that cat is pink. Huan witnessed the whole process after the woman entered the store. When she turned her gaze to herself, she quickly flew off Yang Tuo's shoulder and hid behind him, leaving only a pair of big eyes, looking at the two of them curiously. Seeing this, Joey shrugged helplessly and said, I know. Don't scare Dreamy. So are you still going to smoke the elves? Drawing elves? After hearing what Joey said, the baseball girl seemed to realize the purpose of this trip. Her eyes lit up and she looked at Yang Tuo hopefully and said, Boss, I want to draw an elf. This is more than just a social bowl. The corner of Yang Tuo's mouth twitched slightly. Big sister, you are being broadcast live now. Tens of thousands of people are watching you in the entire live broadcast room. He looked at the two of them calmly, pointing at the mobile phone standing quietly on the counter. Only then did the two girls realize that Yang Tuo was actually broadcasting live. Ah! Joey screamed and moved aside immediately, while the girl in the baseball cap looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room curiously. Then her face froze and her demeanor changed 180 degrees in an instant. Hi, hello. How are you guys? The girl in the baseball cap waved toward the live broadcast room elegantly and politely. Under the barrage of comments, she finally managed to maintain a stiff smile on her face and moved aside. Really? There is a limit to how powerful a person can be. It's over. This family head has completely lost face. Zhu Junsha burst into tears. Chapter 17. The Elf Kills the Pig. Humph. I hope you will continue to be so careless in the future. Joey didn't care at all about Zhu Junsha's crying with her face covered. She cried for a long time without shedding a tear. She was used to it and would not be fooled by this woman again. Wow. You don't love me anymore. You weren't like this before. Sure enough, when she saw that Joey did not come to comfort her, Zhu Junsha, who was still heartbroken the moment before, almost instantly got over the grief of social death and entered the role of a fallen girl who had given her life to an unfaithful man. Why does it feel so contrived? Yang Tuo muttered to himself and simply stopped paying attention to this strange girl. He looks pretty standard, but it's a pity that he is a deep well ice. He picked up the phone with one hand, turned the camera over to the counter, moved the illustrated tablet in front of Zhu Junsha, and said, Miss, from what I heard from your conversation just now, it seems like you want to draw a Pokemon. Would you like to try your luck? I'm just demonstrating this to the audience in the live broadcast room. Zhu Junsha, who had subconsciously backed away slowly when she saw Yang Tuo approaching with a live streaming phone in his hand, her eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. Standing on tiptoe and looking carefully, after confirming that the camera was not aimed at her, but at the illustrations, Zhu Junsha relaxed completely and became excited again. Just call me Junsha, don't call me little sister, it sounds weird. Zhu Junsha waved her hand casually. She stared at the tablet illustration, pointed at the go button on the screen, and asked, It's click this and the first draw is free, right? After waiting for a few seconds and seeing that Yang Tuo had not responded, Zhu Junsha raised her head and looked at Yang Tuo in confusion. Boss! After hearing the word Junsha, Yang Tuo was briefly stunned. It was only when Zhu Junsha stretched out her hand and waved it back and forth in front of his eyes for a few circles that he came to his senses. Little. Yang Tuo was about to call her little sister, but was stopped by Zhu Junsha. She pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and said, I've already told you, you don't have to call me little sister, just call me Junsha. This name is fine for chatting online, but it sounds weird in real life. She pointed to the go button on the illustration and said, Just click on this, right? Yang Tuo looked at Zhu Junsha deeply, then looked at Joey beside him, and nodded slowly. It's Joey again, and Junsha again. Is the system's ability to influence people so subtly? You won't mess with Daigo and Sirona again, right? Seeing Zhu Junsha pointing directly and skillfully, Yang Tuo's heart gradually tensed up as the black shadow kept turning on the screen. At this time in the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments gradually stopped refreshing, and tens of thousands of fans were looking at this so-called Pokemon extraction curiously across the screen. The picture gradually changed, and finally, a human-shaped black shadow slowly froze on the screen. Seeing the outline of the black shadow, Yang Tuo slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The outline of this shadow is clearly human-shaped and has nothing to do with Grow Life. I guess I'm just overthinking it. However, the next moment, Yang Tuo just stood there. Then the shadow on the illustration slowly took shape, and it turned out to be a bright red bulldog. Zhu Junsha looked at the fierce bulldog on the screen and couldn't help but ask curiously, Boss, how much is this dog? Why is it also red? And it's wearing a little skirt? Upon hearing this, Joey leaned over and saw the elf on the screen. He couldn't help but laugh. What a cute dog. It looks fierce and aggressive. Boss, is it a bulldog? Yang Tuo was completely dumbfounded. Miss Junsha's Catwoman is gone, and the current one is blue? Wrong. It seems that on an island in the Alola region, Miss Junce's Pokemon is Blue King. Thinking of this, when Yang Tuo looked at Miss Junsha in front of him again, there was an indescribable weird expression on his face. This person won't be the future Pokemon detective sister. Oh, this isn't a bulldog, it just looks a bit like a bulldog. Its name is Blue, and it's a very kind and gentle Pokemon. Its ferocious appearance is just a disguise to hide its soft heart. Yang Tuo responded with a faint smile. But it doesn't look ferocious at all. Zhu Junsha carefully looked at the screen of the illustrated book twice again, and really did not see any viciousness in this cute and fierce puppy. Joy on the side also nodded in agreement. But then, she glanced at the live broadcast page in Yang Tuo's hand, and the barrage of comments that kept floating up caught her attention. TSK, I thought it was something else. Isn't it just a standing bulldog? I agree with the above comments. I really don't see how it is different from ordinary dogs. It's just dyed a color. With all due respect, the last dyed puppy sold for 6 million. I wonder what this bulldog will be priced at. A small prediction, the price of the pig killing plate is 600 yuan. Wow, the above person is too careless. I'll give you 1,000. Stop joking, haters above. A purebred bulldog should cost at least 3,000 to 10,000 yuan. I'm offering a conservative price. 3,001 yuan. 1 yuan for hair dye, no more. Joey's gaze was naturally noticed by Zhu Junsha and Yang Tuo. Yang Tuo took a quick look at the barrage, and his face instantly turned dark. How come there are so many haters in just a few hours? However, he didn't know much about the Pokemon Blue, and it seemed that he had no way to refute it. In desperation, Yang Tuo directly chose to block the barrage in the live broadcast room. This action made the two women in front of him look at him extremely strangely, especially Zhu Junsha, who was entering the store for the first time. Her gaze became even sharper following Yang Tuo's actions. Yang Tuo raised his head and saw Zhu Junsha's expression. He shrugged helplessly and said, "It's just a black spot. Don't pay attention to it. They're talking about the last one, which is Riolu." Yang Tuo raised his chin and gestured to Riolu, who was sitting quietly beside Lu Jiaqing at the corner. Riolu has the power of waveguide, which allows him to sense the inner emotions of creatures around him and communicate with other creatures through waveguide, so the price is 6 million. When Zhu Junsha heard the price, her mouth opened slightly. She looked at Riolu at the corner in surprise, causing Lu Jiaqing to couldn't help but cover Riolu with his body, fearing that this woman would come to snatch his Riolu again. Even Joey was shocked by the price. You have to know that the Pokemon that he and Chunxing have are only worth 4 million in total. Could it be that this Riolu is not discounted? Zhu Junsha looked at the extremely anthropomorphic Riolu with an even more strange expression. She turned to look at Yang Tuo, then looked at the illustrated book on the counter, and then looked at Yang Tuo seriously and said, "So, boss, how much is this Blue?" Noticing the other person's gaze, Yang Tuo couldn't help but touch his nose. He felt that Miss Junsha was looking at him as if he were a scammer, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Blue is a Pokemon that is very close to humans, has a gentle nature, and is a fairy-type Pokemon, so, having said that, he looked at Lu Jiaqing in the corner again. The other party was also turning his gaze to him, waiting for his offer. There was no other way. In order to keep his 6 million, Yang Tuo stopped wavering in his original intention to get a discount because of Blue's appearance. He slowly said, "Blue Qinghui offers 4 million yuan. If you feel that this price is not suitable, you can choose to draw again. However, there is a fee for the second draw, and the handling fee is 1,000 yuan. Chapter 18, it cannot be measured by money. Zhu Junsha didn't know whether the store manager's live broadcast room exploded after hearing the price, but it definitely did. Zhu Junsha's eyes widened immediately, and she pointed at the bulldog on the screen and said to Yang Tuo, You bulldog, you want 4 million from me?" Yang Tuo felt his ears getting hot, but he still argued. "Miss Junsha, your point of view is wrong. Blue only looks like a bulldog. It is actually an elf with the same IQ as humans and various extraordinary abilities. 4 million is really a good price." Zhu Junsha's chest was heaving with anger. She picked up her phone, tapped a few times on the Baidu browsing page, and then showed the phone screen to Yang Tuo. "Boss, your Pokemon is clearly no different from a bulldog. It just dyed a different color, and you asked for 4 million. Don't you feel guilty?" Yang Tuo glanced at Zhu Junsha's phone without leaving a trace. It contained relevant information about the bulldog and the price tag. French bulldog. Pet level. 2,000–3,000 yuan. Purebred, between 3,000 to 8,000, the better the appearance, the more expensive. Competition level. The price can reach tens of thousands of yuan. On the other side of the price, there was also a portrait attached, which was a picture that was extremely similar to Blue, except that the hair color was different and it was standing on all fours. To be honest, Yang Tuo also felt that the two were alike, but when he saw that a purebred show-grade bulldog could cost tens of thousands, he felt more confident. Are you kidding me? Can animals be compared to Pokemon? An ordinary dog can be sold for tens of thousands, so how can it be considered a scam if I sell a Pokemon that looks like a dog? 10 million is not too much, right? If you take Blue to the bulldog competition, I guarantee you will be able to kill anyone who stands in your way. Thinking of this, Yang Tuo's face became serious, and he said in a deep voice, Miss Junsha, Pokemon have incredible abilities. They're elves, not animals. Their IQ is no less than that of humans. This is the fundamental difference between Blue and the bulldog. He said righteously, 4 million is actually very generous. Excuse me, but as long as you train it well, Blue can be a Pokemon that can withstand thousands of troops. He is a partner, comrade in arms, or even a bodyguard that you can entrust your life to. Zhu Junsha felt that the man in front of her was crazy. She pestered Joey to bring her to this store because she saw Joey's Pokemon and understood the magic of Pokemon. Her original intention was actually to buy a Pokemon that looked extremely cute like Papillon. That's all. But the boss in front of him actually fooled him with a dyed bulldog and offered 4 million for it. You know, Joey's baby ding was only 2 million. Zhu Junsha felt that she was being targeted. She wanted to turn around and leave, but when she saw the red puppy on the screen, she couldn't bear to move. It was so cute. She was about to continue to refute and try to bargain down the price, but a young child's voice sounded softly in her mind. Sister, as the Pokemon that is most closely connected to you, if Blue knew that you were nagging about the price and appearance, it would be very sad. Zhu Junsha was stunned when she heard that. Yang Tuo in front of her obviously didn't open his mouth, and Xiao Yi also had an embarrassed look on her face. That was not her voice at all. Zhu Junsha couldn't help but turn around and saw the well-mannered boy walking towards the store door while holding a phone, seemingly talking on the phone. And where he had been sitting before, an anthropomorphic blue puppy was staring at her quietly, with a faint blue air wave surrounding its body, like a freshly lit gas stove. Is it you who is talking? Zhu Junsha was stunned. Riola nodded slightly. His eyes lit up with a faint blue light, and the light blue air waves on his body became more and more distorted. The immature child's voice echoed in her mind again. Fate and elves cannot be measured by money. The amount of currency required is determined by the god of creation based on the elves of each race. This is to ensure that those who form a partnership with us have the capital to help us grow. At this point, the blue light on Riolu slowly faded, and the volume of the voice in Zhu Junsha's head gradually weakened. If you don't want to just leave, don't force yourself. I don't want to see Blue come back here sad. We have paid no less than you. This is not a deal. Boss. When Joey saw Zhu Junsha, who was arguing with Yang Tuo, suddenly fell silent. He was a little hesitant. She also felt that the price was a bit high, but when she remembered that her baby ding seemed to have been bought at a discount, she didn't say much. But this sudden silence is not Zhu Junsha's style. She couldn't help but look at Zhu Junsha in confusion, and saw that she was looking at Riolu in the distance with a dazed look on her face. Riolu's appearance was extremely abnormal, and Joey felt a little uneasy. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Yang Tuo, her brows full of worry and confusion. Yang Tuo naturally knew what they were doing. He shook his head slightly and said calmly, Don't worry. This is Riolu using the wave guide to communicate with Miss Junsha. It won't cause any harm to humans. I just don't know what they said specifically. Not to mention Joey. Even Yang Tuo is very curious at the moment. What did Riolu say to this fierce girl to make the Miss Junsha, who was so imposing, just now become like this? Judging from this expression, Zhu Junsha must have heard something terrible and was extremely shocked, which is why she looked like this. But it seemed that this was the first time Riolu had used waveguide since the two girls entered the store. Seeing a non-human elf directly using telepathy to communicate with me, any normal person would be scared, right? Thinking of this, Yang Tuo no longer cared about the conversation between the two. Wave communication? Joey became more and more confused, still feeling vaguely uneasy. Yang Tuo smiled slightly when he saw this and said, That is a special ability, similar to superpowers and Qigong. You can understand their current state as Riolu performing a secret voice transmission and Miss Junsha listening. As he spoke, Yang Tuo couldn't help but turn his gaze towards the store entrance. Through the glass door of the shop, he saw the young man who had just walked out, walking towards the shop with a young man in a suit and tie. He should be the brother he mentioned. Yang Tuo said softly, Miss Junsha is actually not affected at all. If you don't believe me, you can pat her gently. She has her own consciousness, and she is very sober now. Ding ding ding. As he was talking, the shop door was pushed open again, and the wind chimes hanging on it made a pleasant crisp sound. The people who entered the shop were Lu Jiaqing, who had just left, and his cousin, Wang Baiqi. Lu Jiaqing seemed extremely excited when he entered the store again. He nodded slightly to Yang Tuo, then took the lead and walked quickly to Riolu's side and said to Riolu, Riolu, this is my cousin, come. Say hello. The young man in a suit had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. As soon as he entered the store, he smelled the faint aroma of incense in the store. His brows were slightly frowned, and he looked at the decoration of the store. Finally, his eyes followed Lu Jiaqing and looked at the anthropomorphic blue puppy. Under his gaze, a pale blue light curtain slowly lit up on the blue-faced puppy, and a pair of eyes were instantly covered by blue light. A clear, immature child's voice sounded in his mind. "Hello, my name is Riolu. Nice to meet you." Chapter 19. The 7 Families of the Magic City. Looking at the humanoid creature in the distance whose entire body was covered in blue light, Wang Baiqi was stunned. Just a dozen minutes ago, my cousin suddenly called me and said he wanted to borrow more than 3 million yuan. Perhaps for ordinary people, this amount of money is not a small sum, but for Wang Baiqi, it is just an ordinary string of numbers. But my uncle's family is not short of money, and my cousin should have quite a bit of pocket money. Why would he suddenly think of borrowing money from me? Out of curiosity, he asked casually, and the answer he got was, he had to raise 6 million to buy a dog. Damn it, have money, but nowhere to spend it? He immediately rejected his cousin and severely reprimanded him. What Wang Baiqi didn't expect was that Lu Jiaqing did not give up his crazy idea of spending 6 million to buy a dog after his rebuke. Instead, I sent him a video. In the video, a pink kitten is suspended in the air, changing into various strange shapes according to the requests of fans in the barrage. After seeing the kitten transform into a 4-armed humanoid monster, lifting the young anchor into the air and swinging him around, Wang Baiqi was shocked. His cousin Lu Jiaqing told him that these creatures are called Pokemon. They are magical creatures, and each Pokemon has various abilities that transcend nature. What he was going to buy was an elf that could communicate with humans and whose IQ was in no way inferior to that of humans, but it just looked a bit like a dog. It is really the most ridiculous thing in the world. It is like the score on the plane. After getting his cousin's address, Wang Baiqi took his own private helicopter and flew to this mysterious store in less than 10 minutes. The tables and chairs are made of rosewood, the floor is made of golden nanmu, the antique curtains are made of fine silk, and even the incense smell in the store. The finest ambergris. I guess the cheapest item in the entire store is the pair of granite bee statues at the door. Although these things are very valuable, if he were to make them, he would definitely be able to replicate them. But when he saw the puppy standing next to his cousin, waving its arms at him, Wang Baiqi still had some sense of justice. Collapsed. There really are puppies that can communicate with humans. After a moment of shock, he quickly came to his senses after several years of business experience. He nodded slightly and said to the white puppy with blue light all over its body, "Hello, I'm Lu Jiaqing's cousin Wang Baiqi." The entire conversation between the man and the dog was seen by everyone in the store, but to outsiders, it seemed that Wang Baiqi was just talking to himself, while Riola's body was glowing blue the entire time. Yang Tuo smiled without saying anything. Suddenly, he remembered something, quickly picked up his phone, and pointed the camera at Riolu. "A bunch of ignorant haters. Do you think any dog can be worth 6 million? Even if you don't understand other things, you can tell that this fluorescent body is not simple." After discovering that there was nothing unusual about Zhu Junsha, Joey turned his attention to the man in a suit who had just entered the room. As soon as she entered the door, she felt that the man looked familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was for a moment. Only after the man in the suit introduced himself did he remember it. According to his grandmother, the number of dignitaries and celebrities in the Magic City is second only to the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, most of these families came to prominence after the rise of the Demon City. There are actually only 7 real ancient families in the Magic City: Xiang, Wang, Zhu, Long, Luo, Chun, and Xiao. In the last century, someone even joked, King Xiang's red dragon fell on Chun Xiao, and the bright pearl Xinjin shines in the east. The current mayor and secretary of the Magic City is the head of the Xiang family, and the head of the Zhu family is Zhu Junsha, who is beside him. The head of the Chun family is Chun Xing's father. Now I'm the only one left in the Qiao family, so I can be considered the head of the family. The last 3 remaining families, Wang, Long, and Luo, did not have much intersection with the Qiao family, and Xiao Yi did not know the specific positions of the kings. However, Joey had indeed heard of this Wang Baiqi. It was before the new year. Joey went to Wulong Villa and went shopping with Chun Sheng. He saw Chun Sheng looking at a photo and shaking his head and sighing. Joey was curious at the time and asked casually, "Who is this person?" As a result, Chun Sheng told her with admiration, "This is Wang Baiqi, the successor of this generation of the Wang family. He traveled around the world alone for 3 years right after graduation and was thought to be a spendthrift. After returning to China, I asked my family for 3 million dragon dollars and earned more than 30 billion American dollars in 1 month. Is this the ruthless person who made it onto the world's richest list with his own strength?" Joey was secretly shocked. Zhu Junsha didn't care about the appearance of Wang Baiqi. She had never heard of this person. After mumbling to herself in a daze for a while, her face changed from gloomy to happy. Looking at the bright red Pokemon in the illustrated book that looked very much like a bulldog, Zhu Junsha gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Tuo fiercely. Bang! With a crisp, muffled sound, Zhu Junsha slapped the counter, and instantly all the attention in the room was focused on her. Even Yang Tuo turned to Zhu Junsha with his cell phone in hand. Joey raised his eyebrows and quickly dodged to the side, leaving Zhu Junsha, who was jumping and waving her hands, in the same place. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Boss, what kind of cabinet is this? Why is it so hard? Yang Tuo glanced at the counter and saw a certificate lying on it. It read, Trainee Police Officer, Zhu Junsha, and there was also a photo of herself attached. Yang Tuo looked helplessly at the intern Miss Junsha in front of him and said, Rosewood, you didn't ask me. Then he suddenly realized that this was a live broadcast and quickly turned the camera of his mobile phone so that his face appeared in front of the audience in the live broadcast room. At this moment, Zhu Junsha also came to her senses. She quickly grabbed her ID and glared at Yang Tuo fiercely. Yang Tuo said helplessly, Don't worry, Miss Junsha, I didn't take the photo. Upon hearing this, Zhu Junsha glared at Yang Tuo fiercely and said, What, Miss Junsha? I told you not to call me Miss. My name is Junsha. Okay, Junza. Realizing that she had once again made a fool of herself in front of tens of thousands of people, Zhu Junsha's cheeks puffed up like a bun just out of the oven. She glared at Yang Tuo fiercely, pouted her lips in dissatisfaction, took out a card, handed it to Yang Tuo, and said, You better not fool me. Otherwise, I'll sue you for fraud. Yang Tuo rolled his eyes speechlessly, took out the card reader, handed it to Zhu Junsha, and said, Well, Ms. Junsha, the discount is 4 million. As he pressed the keyboard repeatedly, Yang Tuo's smile grew brighter as he received the bank's collection notice. He solemnly placed his phone in front of the compartment, bowed slightly to Zhu Junsha politely, and said with a smile, Ms. Junsha, believe me, this is the wisest decision you have made today. Having said that, he walked towards the cubicle. Seeing this, Lu Jiaqing, who was far away, wanted to call out to Yang Tuo, but his cousin Wang Baiqi raised his hand to stop him. Wang Baiqi looked at the scene in front of him with his eyes slightly narrowed. He has seen a humanoid puppy that can communicate with humans and a cat that can transform as alive. So what does the elf that the girl in front of him spent 4 million to buy look like? It has to be said that Wang Baiqi also developed a strong curiosity about Pokemon. According to Xiao Cheng, the business model of this store is to randomly draw based on fate. So what should the Pokemon that is destined to be with you look like? Wang Baiqi remained silent, stood patiently in front of the shop, and waited quietly. Seeing that his cousin seemed to have other plans, even though Lu Jiaqing was extremely anxious, he did not have any temper at all. He could only watch Yang Tuo walk into the compartment. There's nothing I can do. It's my own fault that I've used up all my pocket money. Humph. Zhu Junsha, who was standing in front of the counter, snorted coldly again when she saw Yang Tuo's unhurried pace, with a look of arrogance and indignation on her face. Joey, who was standing by, had already covered his face with his hands, unable to bear the complaints any longer. Oh my God! A policeman actually threatened someone to sue him for fraud. What kind of train of thought is this? You all know he is a fraud. Do I need to sue? Chapter 20. Once bound, it cannot be changed. The boss moved quickly, and soon the wooden door of the compartment was opened again. Yang Tuo slowly walked out, followed by a human-like bulldog the size of a child. Unlike ordinary bulldogs, this puppy has 4 ears, and its hair and skirt are mostly covered in bright red. There is a black line on the outermost edge of each of the 4 ears. The little mouth is raised and tightly closed, revealing 2 small fangs, looking cute and fierce. Wow, it's so cute. When Zhu Junsha saw the standing puppy taking small steps, the resentment on her face disappeared immediately, and her eyes couldn't help but glow green, as if she had seen something incredible. He quickly trotted to Yang Tuo and wanted to hug Blue, but was afraid of being bitten accidentally, so he hesitated for a moment. Oh! Yang Tuo smiled slightly, turned his head, and said to Blue beside him, Blue, this is your future trainer. You must get along well with him. Blue looked up at Yang Tuo and nodded slightly. When it saw Zhu Junsha's appearance, it hesitated for a moment, but finally stretched out a hand to her tentatively. Bruce! Seeing that this little dog could actually understand human language just like Baby Ding, Zhu Junsha's joy became even more obvious. Seeing that Blue did not seem to resist her, she quickly opened her arms and took Blue into her arms. Bruce! Being suddenly hugged by a stranger, even though Blue knew that the other party was his future trainer, his body still stiffened. After feeling the girl's gentle embrace, his originally tense nerves relaxed a little, and then he rubbed Zhu Junsha's chest affectionately, raised his head, stuck out his tongue, and licked Zhu Junsha's chin. Do you like me too? Then we will be a family from now on, Zhu Junsha said excitedly. Brew! Blue gave a crisp cry in response. It looks like a puppy, but its bark is not woof, and it walks upright. Joey looked at the man and the Pokemon hugging each other with some envy and couldn't help but put his hand in his pocket. There was a Pokeball there, and inside it was his own Pokemon, Puppet. Maybe because they were still young. When Junsha came over at noon, Baby Ding played with the two girls for a while, and then fell asleep. When Junsha saw that Baby Ding had fallen asleep, she insisted on buying a Pokemon herself, so Joey brought her to Yangtua. Looking curiously at Riolu standing next to Lu Jiaqing, Joey took out his Pokemon Atlas and scanned Blue, who had just walked out of the cubicle. Feeling Joey's gaze, Lu Jiaqing couldn't help but turn his gaze over. Finding that the other party had withdrawn his gaze and was using the illustration book to collect information about Blue, Lu Jiaqing quickly took out his own elf illustration book and scanned Blue from a distance. "What's this?" Seeing the two people making the same movements, Wang Baiqi asked curiously. He leaned slightly closer to Lu Jiaqing and looked at the screen, only to see a three-dimensional picture of Blue projected on the screen. "Oh, this is a Pokemon encyclopedia, used to view detailed information about Pokemon." Lu Jiaqing replied without hesitation. The next moment, the two illustrations simultaneously emitted the same mechanical electronic sound. Blue. Fairy Pokemon. Attribute. Fairy. Gender female. Personality. Hardworking. Characteristics. Timid. It has a scary face, but is very kind-hearted and timid, making it a very popular Pokemon among women. Moves. Barking, hitting, wagging tail, scary face, acting cute, lightning Fong, freezing Fong, flame Fong. Oh, this Pokemon has so many skills. Lu Jiaqing sucked in a breath of cold air while holding the illustrated book. His Riolu was worth 6 million, but only had 4 skills, while this 4 million Blue had 8 skills. This made him feel extremely disappointed. This lightning Fong, ice Fong, and flame Fong. Does it mean that it can control lightning, ice, and fire? Wang Baiqi couldn't help but wonder when he saw the 3 elemental skills on the move sheet. I think so. Lu Jiaqing answered uncertainly. Yang Tua, who had already walked to the counter, heard the two whispering in the distance and couldn't help but smiled and said to them, "Strictly speaking, yes. Blue has a strong bite force, so he can naturally use these 3 skills with the help of his teeth. These 3 skills have a high chance of paralyzing, freezing, or burning the opponent." As he said this, he casually placed 2 boxes of energy cubes on the counter, took out a red and white ball, and handed it to Zhu Junsha, who had already walked over. "Ms. Junsha, as a first-time Pokemon customer, here are the energy cubes and Pokeballs for you. Please keep them." Junsha walked forward excitedly holding Blue, took the Pokeball handed to her by Yang Tua, looked at it carefully in her hand for a moment, and said suspiciously, "I remember, Joey's was pure white. Why is mine red and white?" Although the red half of the Pokeball in her hand looked like transparent glass, and the internal structure of the Pokeball seemed to be visible through the outer shell, Zhu Junsha still felt that Joey's was more noble. Yang Tuos led sligatli. As one of the first customers to come into the store and buy Pokemon, Ms. Chow's Pokeball is a limited edition commemorative ball, so it is different from the Pokeballs of ordinary customers. In fact, the functions are the same, only the appearance is different, Ms. Junsha. How about we switch? I really like your Pokeball." Joey was still staring at the lightning Fong, frozen Fong, and flame Fong in the illustrations. When she heard Zhu Junsha's request, she was slightly stunned, and then shook her head decisively. "No, that's my Pokeball." "Oh, good ye." The boss said it all. "It just looks different, but the functions are the same." Zhu Junsha held Blue in her arms and gave Joey a pitiful expression. Hearing the conversation between the two girls, Yang Tua couldn't help but laugh. He interrupted softly. "Ms. Junsha, a Pokeball that has been bound to a Pokemon cannot carry other Pokemon. Even if Ms. Joy transfers Padme A to a new Pokeball in the future, the Pokeball that has been used will be directly invalidated, so it cannot be exchanged." Boss, do you still have the commemorative ball?" "And I bought the L's on the same day. It's just a matter of time." Hearing that the used Pokeball could not carry other Pokemons, Zhu Junsha decisively shifted her attack to Yang Tua. In response, Yang Tua smiled faintly, shook his head slightly, and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Junsha. After all, the commemorative ball was only launched for commemorative activities. Unfortunately, our store doesn't have any stock at the moment. However, if there are activities in the future, we may display it again." "Is the commemorative ball really gone?" Yang Tua naturally had some in his hands. Not only the commemorative balls, but also almost every kind of Pokeball, except the Master Ball, was piled up under his counter. However, if they are given away indiscriminately, can the commemorative balls still be called commemorative balls? Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, it will probably take a while for the commemorative ball to be seen again. Yang Tua was not planning to give away all the commemorative balls on the first day, lest the commemorative balls become ubiquitous and lose their meaning. Okay. After hearing Yang Tuo's reply, Zhu Junsha was slightly disappointed. She looked down at Blue in her arms and found that Blue was looking at her with his eyes wide open curiously. Zhu Junsha couldn't help but pursed her lips helplessly and raised the red and white ball in her hand and said, "Blue, this is all we have for now, but it doesn't matter. If we find a better-looking Pokeball in the future, we can change it. What do you say? Blue nodded repeatedly. To be honest, the commemorative ball really had no appeal to him. If it were replaced with a Super Ball, a high-end ball, or a luxury ball, Blue might be tempted. As Junsha gently pressed the button of the Pokeball instantly flew out of her hand and automatically opened in the air. A red light shot out from it and hit Blue directly. Wow! This sudden scene startled both Lu Jiaqing and Wang Baiqi. Before they could react, the hit Blue turned into a red light, broke free from Junsha's arms, and went straight into the wide-open Pokeball. Snap! The Pokeball closed in the air and fell directly to the ground. After spinning a few times on the ground, it made a soft drop sound and then returned to normal. No more! Lu Jiaqing and Wang Baiqi were both stunned when they saw the outrageous scene in front of them. Wang Baiqi was okay, just a little surprised, while Lu Jiaqing's mouth was so long that it could almost fit an egg. Zhu Junsha looked at the two of them in confusion, then slowly walked forward and picked up the Pokeball. She had seen this thing at Joey's house before and knew how to use it, so she was naturally not too surprised. Seeing this, Joey said to Lu Jiaqing in confusion, "Brother, don't you already have Pokemon? Haven't you captured it with a Pokeball yet?" Hearing this, Lu Jiaqing's eyes widened slightly, and then he turned to Wang Baiqi and cried, "Cousin!" Wang Baiqi slightly suppressed the surprise on his face, and after seeing his cousin's pleading eyes, he slowly walked towards the counter. "This is really amazing. No wonder my cousin wanted to pay 6 million to buy that elf. Can communicate with humans. Must buy." He looked deeply at the Pokeball in Zhu Junsha's hand, then looked at the tablet illustrated book on the counter which had turned black, and slowly took out a black card from his pocket. Wang Baiqi casually placed the black card on the counter, looked at Yang Tuo with burning eyes, and asked softly, "Boss, can I buy a Pokemon too?" Chapter 21. Priced at 100 million. Quasi-legendary Pokemon. Black card with gold pattern. This was the first time Yang Tuo had seen this kind of bank card. It seemed like this person was very rich. Retracting his gaze, Yang Tuo smiled faintly at Wang Baiqi and said, "Of course, sir. Every customer has one free Pokemon draw every day. If you don't like it, you can choose to pay to draw again. The first paid draw fee is 1,000 yuan, and it will increase tenfold each time thereafter." Wang Baiqi nodded slightly. Lu Jiaqing had already explained these specific contents to him on the phone, and they had nothing to do with what the store manager said. He pointed to the tablet illustration on the counter and asked softly, "Do you use this to draw?" Yang Tuo did not comment, nodded slightly, and said, "All you have to do is press the go button." Wang Baiqi nodded slightly when he heard that, took the tablet on the counter in his hand, and looked at it carefully. The material seemed to be no different from ordinary tablets on the market. He exhaled lightly and firmly pressed his hand on the circular go. What would the Pokemon that is destined to be with you look like? Zhu Junsha and Joey, who had already purchased Blue, did not choose to leave immediately, but stood quietly in front of the counter and waited patiently. They also wanted to know what the other elves looked like. Seeing that his cousin was surrounded by two girls, Lu Jiaqing was too embarrassed to approach him. So he simply picked up his mobile phone and wanted to check his cousin's Pokemon drawing page through the live broadcast room. The Douyin live broadcast room of Pokemon is almost blown up by the barrage of comments. The number of onlookers has exceeded 100,000, but the live broadcast camera still maintains the original angle, and the view is now blocked by Wang Baiqi's suit. Everyone could only hear the sound of conversation but could not see the screen, so they kept refreshing the comments and asking the host to change the camera quickly. Seeing that the number of people online in the live broadcast room was slowly decreasing, Lu Jiaqing couldn't help but remind them, "Boss, the fans in the live broadcast room are asking you to turn the camera around. We can't see the picture." Yang Tuo was slightly startled when he heard this. Then he glanced at his phone and saw that he really had forgotten to change the direction of the camera. He nodded slightly to Lu Jiaqing and said, "Okay, thanks. It's just a piece of cake." Seeing that the camera in the live broadcast room was pointed back at the flat screen, Lu Jiaqing nodded slightly, sat back on his bench, and waited patiently. The store gradually returned to silence. Wang Baiqi stared at the tablet screen with his eyes fixed. After the black shadows that kept passing by gradually froze, a small green dinosaur with a single horn on its head and scars in its eye sockets gradually appeared on the screen. "Is this a dinosaur?" Zhu Junsha's pupils shrank slightly. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. As for Joey, he had already covered his mouth. After seeing the image displayed on the screen clearly, Wang Baiqi was also surprised. He looked up at Yang Tuo, wanting Yang Tuo to introduce him to it. But he found that Yang Tuo, who was holding the mobile phone at this time, also had a look of shock on his face. After a slight hesitation, Wang Baiqi couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what is this?" A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Judging from the boss's expression, this elf is probably not simple. At this moment, Yang Tuo's heart was already burning with raging flames. He is very familiar with this elf. It was his favorite in the past. Furthermore, according to the current retail price recommended by the system, As long as this elf is sold, the first stage of the system's task will be completed instantly. Only, thinking of the price, Yang Tuo's excitement subsided a little, and he couldn't help but look at the black card that Wang Baichi placed on the counter. He should be able to afford it. After taking a few deep breaths to calm his agitated mood, Yang Tuo slowly raised his head and looked at Wang Baichi. The two looked at each other, and Wang Baichi's heart began to beat inexplicably after seeing Yang Tuo's serious expression. He felt like he had guessed right. Thinking of this, Wang Baichi narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help holding his breath. As if infected by the atmosphere, Joey and Zhu Junsha looked at each other and shut their mouths obediently. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop in the store. Only Lu Jiaqing, who was confused, looked at the frozen live broadcast screen and couldn't help wondering. Huh? Why is there no sound? Is it stuck? Hearing this, Yang Tuo glanced at his phone and shook it slightly. After confirming that there was no problem with the live broadcast room, he looked into Wang Baichi's eyes and said softly, "This elf is priced at 100 million. Wow!" The faces of several people in the store changed color at the same time. Lu Jiaqing in the corner was so shocked that he lost his balance and fell off the bench. But except Yang Tuo, no one turned to look at him. They all looked at Yang Tuo in shock. At this moment, the comments in the live broadcast room were rolling up rapidly. It was impossible to keep up if you wanted to see what was being posted. It is nothing more than, "Kill like crazy, kill like crazy. Boss, this is a large-scale pig-killing scheme. One dinosaur costs 100 million yuan. The above person is a moron. If it really is a living dinosaur, I will take out a loan of 200 million to buy it. Plus one, 666 upstairs." Yang Tuo naturally couldn't see the reactions in the live broadcast room, as he had already blocked the barrage on his own side. But he could still see the reactions of the people in the store. Zhu Junsha was stunned. Xiao Yi was also covering her chest, not to mention Lu Jiaqing. The one who was relatively calm in the end was the person involved, Wang Baichi. Hearing Yang Tuo's offer, Wang Baichi frowned. He glanced at the little dinosaur in the illustration, then looked at the serious shop owner in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Boss, you were kidding me, right? 100 million? Yang Tuo looked directly into Wang Baichi's eyes and nodded slowly in confirmation. Wang Baichi frowned upon seeing this and began to think carefully about the pros and cons. My cousin's Pokemon is worth 6 million, and the Pokemon of the girl next to him seems to be worth 4 million. So when it comes to me, it becomes 100 million? If we ignore the boss's expression just now, he strongly suspected that Yang Tuo wanted to use him as a scapegoat after seeing the black card. Seeing Wang Baichi remain silent, Yang Tuo finally met a big customer. In order to avoid the last incident of Nian Nian Bao from happening again, he pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Wang, it's like this. Let me give you an example." Seeing that the four people turned their eyes to him, Yang Tuo slowly placed his phone on the counter where there was a water cup. With the phone resting on it, he could just project his face onto the live broadcast room. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "I'm sure you've all heard about the magic of the elves. They have magical properties, special moves, and characteristics, and they have extraordinary powers that we don't have. But despite their various attributes and types, in the final analysis, they are all collectively called Pokemon. Just like us humans are all called humans, even though we have different skin colors. But unlike us humans, Pokemon possess extraordinary powers. Different races naturally have different strengths. And those races at the top are just like the various mythical beasts in our mythology, holding the power of the world." Hearing this, everyone's pupils shrank slightly, and they had some vague guesses in their hearts. Wang Baichi couldn't help but look at the green dinosaur on the tablet again, and his heart was burning with excitement again. With hope in his eyes, he looked at Yang Tuo again, afraid of missing a single word. Yang Tuo continued, "These top Pokemon hold all kinds of world power. Some can bring the dead back to life, some can modify and travel through time and space at will, and some are powerful enough to move the entire continent." Stop! Everyone was listening intently, but Zhu Junsha came back to her senses and quickly interrupted Yang Tuo. Seeing that everyone was looking at her in confusion, she pointed to the little dinosaur in the illustration book and said in disbelief, The more I listen to this, the more mysterious it seems. You're not going to tell me this Pokemon can do something like that?" Upon hearing this, Wang Baichi looked towards Yang Tuo, his eyes full of passion. Yang Tuo couldn't help laughing when he saw this. He shook his head slowly and said softly, "That kind of Pokemon is hard to come by even in the elf world. Ordinary people may hardly see one in their lifetime. They live in legends, so they are called legendary Pokemon and are worshipped as gods by other Pokemon." Although Yang Tuo denied it verbally, his attitude and actions clearly showed that this Pokemon was not a legendary Pokemon. Seeing this, Wang Baichi couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But since it is not a mythical beast, why should we bring it up? Could it be that it has the blood of a divine beast? Thinking of the legend of the Dragon Nation's 9 sons, Wang Baichi couldn't help but look at Yang Tuo again, and saw him say. Legends are not revealed to the public, so which one of them is the strongest has always been controversial and unexplored, and many schools of thought have been arguing about it. But after the legendary Pokemon were eliminated, there is still a group of species that stand at the top of the entire elf world. Although their numbers are small, ordinary humans and Pokemon can see one or two of them. This batch of Pokemon is a late bloomer. They are much stronger than ordinary species. They are considered to be only weaker than legendary Pokemon, or even as strong as legendary Pokemon. Whenever a legendary Pokemon awakens and appears in the world, once a natural disaster occurs, there will always be top trainers leading them to fight on the front lines. They are called quasi-legendary, or quasi-god Pokemon. At this point, Yang Tuo's gaze slowly fell on the tablet illustration. Looking at the little green dinosaur standing on the screen, a hint of envy appeared on his face. Old class. He once held the pillar of the team. Madwa. When the elves come, I must catch one to fulfill my dream. There are 9 of these late-blooming quasi-legendary Pokemon species, and this is one of them. It's called Yukira, and its final evolution is known as the Desert Tyrant. Oh my god! Desert Tyrant. Quasi-god, quasi-legend. Before Wang Baichi could do anything, Lu Jiaqing in the corner jumped up with a bang, and watching the live broadcast could no longer satisfy him. As the live broadcast room barrage said, I've said a lot. Move the camera away from your profile. I want to see the Desert Tyrant. He rushed to the front desk, stood behind Joey, stood on tiptoe, and stretched his neck just to see the quasi-legendary bear face once more. Looking at the handsome and mighty Scar, Lu Jiaqing only wanted to ask, why not me? Chapter 22, achieved 100 million turnover. At this time, seeing that Yang Tuo stopped talking, everyone's eyes shifted to Wang Baichi's face. The store manager has already quoted the price and reason. Will this person buy a Pokemon worth 100 million? Wang Baichi frowned, looking at the little green dinosaur shown on the tablet illustration, feeling extremely conflicted. If it was just a few hundred million, it would be fine, but this is 100 million. If this boss is lying to me, wouldn't I be so angry that I want to die? But if it really is a dinosaur, even if it doesn't have the so-called abilities, it seems that I still made a profit, right? After pondering for a moment, Wang Baichi inadvertently saw Riolu following behind Li Ka-shing out of the corner of his eye. He probed Yang Tuo. Boss, can you take it out and let me see it first? Certainly. Yang Tuo did not comment, adjusted the live broadcast angle of his phone, and prepared to go to the compartment. Before he could move, Zhu Junsha called him. Wait, boss, give me an illustrated book too. I need to record it. As she spoke, Zhu Junsha took out her phone and scanned the payment code on the counter. Yang Tuo's phone, which was live streaming, received a notification. WeChat Pay. 500 yuan. Oh, okay. Yang Tuo was slightly stunned, then nodded slightly, bent down, and prepared to get an illustrated book for Zhu Junsha. Wang Baichi also spoke up when he saw this. Boss, give me one too. If it's not suitable, I will draw a new elf, and we can pay together later. Yang Tuo did not refuse. He took out 2 brand new illustrations, placed them in front of Wang Baichi and Zhu Junsha, and walked into the compartment alone. The 4 people in the store didn't say much. When Wang Baichi saw Zhu Junsha released her own Blue and was collecting information with the atlas, he suddenly thought about it and aimed his atlas at Blue. A familiar electronic sound rang out, and the specific information that he had seen in his cousin Lu Jiaqing's illustrated book appeared on the screen in his hand. Wang Baichi just glanced at it and then crossed it out. After the elf's details page was closed, the screen of the elf encyclopedia was occupied by strange black outlines, with only a lonely figure lit up in the first row at the top. That was the 3D portrait of Blue that had just been included in the collection, with a few small words underneath the portrait. No 0209. This is... Wang Baichi's mind moved, and he turned around and scanned Riolu with the atlas again. After closing Riolu's details page, the illustrated homepage indeed had another lit figure. Under Riolu's portrait, there was also a row of small words. No 0447. Could it be that there are thousands of these elves? Wang Baichi's pupils suddenly shrank. Although the currently known number of Riolu is 447, there is still a 0 in front of it. If there are only a few hundred of them, how could they add a 0 in front? It only means that the number has reached 4 digits. Legends don't reveal themselves to the public. So what I drew is one of the 9 strongest Pokemon among thousands of Pokemon. Wang Baichi's eyes became brighter and brighter. Snap! The sound of the wooden door opening and closing was heard again. Everyone looked towards the compartment and saw Yang Tuo walking out slowly with a faint smile. Beside him stood a half-human-high green dinosaur. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 of them raised their own illustrated books almost at the same time, holding up their cameras like fans who had been waiting for a long time to see their idols. For electronic mechanical sound sounded at the same time, by Kira, now translated as Young Kira's. Rock Skin Pokemon. Attributes: rock ground. Personality: stubborn. Gender: female. Traits: perseverance. It lives on soil and grows up relying on the nutrients in the soil. After eating a mountain, it will begin to sleep in order to grow. Moves: impact, glare, rockfall, dragon dance. Eat a mountain. Joey looked at the introduction information in the illustrated book and felt his throat inexplicably dry. He couldn't help but move his throat. Especially, Kira felt confused when he saw several humans in front of him, all staring at the illustrated book. He looked at Yang Tuo beside him in confusion, not understanding what they were doing. They're checking your information and want to get to know you. Yang Tuo bent down slightly and touched Yukira's little head. Although it is a bit rough, it does not feel like rock as imagined, but more like shark skin. Especially, Yukira nodded as if he understood. Then he pulled a chair from the side to him, and with a pull, he tore the exquisite rosewood chair in half. Click! The sudden crisp sound made the smile on Yang Tuo's face freeze. He slowly turned his gaze from Joey and the other three to his own side. Yukira was seen pulling a chair leg and putting it in his mouth, chewing it as if he was eating a cucumber. That's red sandalwood. Lu Jiaqing's eyes widened. Is this little guy's teeth so good? Wang Baichi looked at Yukira, who was eating the crunchy food, then looked at the illustration in his hand and fixed his eyes on a skill in the move column. Dragon dance. It is indeed a dragon species. As the gleam in his eyes flashed away, Wang Baichi suppressed the excitement in his heart and said firmly, "Boss, this is Yukira. I want it." Yang Tuo looked at Yukira, who had already chewed off half of the chair in just a few bites, and nodded dully. It seems that Kira chewed the chair first, and then Wang Baichi said he wanted to buy it. In this case, is it appropriate to increase the price? Never mind. 100 million is not a small amount. In fact, the lowest selling price given by the Kira system was 50 million. But after owning the dream, Yang Tuo did not give discounts to other customers. Yang Tuo felt much better when he thought that as long as Wang Baichi bought Yukira, he would have completed the system's first sales target task at the speed of light. He looked at the rosewood chair that was half eaten by Kira again, and said in a tangled tone, "You don't eat any more after you finish eating. There are energy cubes in the store which taste better than this." He walked straight to the counter and handed the card machine to Wang Baichi. With the movement of Wang Baichi's fingers, a bank transfer information of 106 million was sent to Yang Tuo's mobile phone. Yang Tuo looked at it again and again carefully, still feeling it was unreal. He pursed his lips and made a final confirmation in his mind. System, submit the task. Drop. An ethereal mechanical electronic sound echoed in Yang Tuo's mind. The 100 million turnover mission has been completed. Congratulations on winning the right to randomly draw from the legendary prize pool *1 and the right to the arrival of a micro-elf *1. Unlock the latest mainline mission. Achieve a store turnover of 10 billion. Mission completion rewards. 1 random draw right from the legendary prize pool. 1 right to the advent of a medium-sized elf. 1 random ability. Unlock side quest. Hold a Pokemon contest with no less than 1,000 trainers participating. Reward for completing the quest. 1 random draw from the legendary prize pool. Oh my god, the difficulty of the second mission has increased 100 times. Doesn't this mean that we have to sell 100 quasi-gods? If the price goes up further, how many people can afford to buy Pokemon? Yang Tuo complained helplessly in his heart, and then took another look at the so-called side quest, and felt that the difficulty was no less than the main quest. At least 1,000 trainers participating? Goodbye. I'd better just be honest and play it bad. Chapter 23, Big Eater Yukira. Call. He let out a deep breath and saw Wang Baichi looking at him intently, as if expecting something. Then Yang Tuo realized that he did not give the other party the Pokeball. Yang Tuo smiled awkwardly, then took out 2 boxes of energy cubes and placed them on the counter. He bent down and searched carefully under the counter again, and finally took out a strange sphere that was completely gray with gold, white, and orange lines on the surface. Passing it carefully to Wang Baichi, Yang Tuo said softly with a smile, "Mr. Wang, since this is your first time buying Pokemon, these 2 boxes of energy cubes are gifts for you. And this is a luxury ball that can only be obtained by purchasing a quasi-legendary Pokemon. Please keep it." Wow, another different Pokeball, Zhu Junsha on the side said with envy on her face. Lu Jiaqing, who was watching from the side, saw his cousin take the Pokeball and suddenly remembered something. "Where's my ball?" He quickly said to Yang Tuo. Boss, don't forget about me. My cousin just paid for me as well. Where's my ball?" He was really anxious. The girl standing next to his cousin obviously had ill intentions towards Riolu. "Look, she's looking at my Riolu again. Asshole." Zhu Junsha looked at Riolu behind Lu Jiaqing with some confusion. No wonder this guy hasn't taken back his elf like Joey did. It turns out he hasn't got the ball yet. Yang Tuo couldn't help but laugh when he saw this, and casually took out a red and white ball and handed it to Lu Jiaqing, smiling faintly. "Sir, don't be anxious. Here, this is your Pokeball. Hey. Lu Jiaqing quickly took his Pokeball, turned around tentatively, and said to Riolu, "Come on, Rilla, we're partners from now on." Riolu looked at the red and white ball handed to him by Lu Jiaqing, then looked up at Yang Tuo. After seeing his faint nod, he nodded firmly and slapped the round button of the red and white ball in front of him with one hand. As the familiar red light flashed, Riolu's figure disappeared into the store. Wang Baichi played with a luxury ball in his hand, turned his head to look at Yukira, who had walked to the counter, and seemed to be thinking about something. Yuki. At this time, Yukira had already finished eating an entire chair, and was looking pitifully with his eyes wide open at the box of energy cubes on the counter that were most suitable for ground and rock-type Pokemon, his eyes full of desire. "Heh, don't worry, little guy. This is your future trainer, so be obedient." Yang Tuo smiled and rubbed Yukira's little head, pointed at Wang Baichi in front of him, and whispered a warning. "Yuki." Yukira nodded slightly, then turned to look at Wang Baichi, and then looked at the energy cube on the counter reluctantly. Wang Baichi's heart was burning with excitement. He really hoped that Yukira could actively enter the Pokeball like Riola did. However, Yukira seemed to be hungry at the moment, and his mind was obviously not on this. "Yukira, I will definitely make sure you have enough to eat every day in the future. Do you want to be my partner?" Wang Baichi slowly handed over the luxury ball. He really wanted to see his own Pokemon could actively drill into the ball like his cousin's Riolu. "Depend on?" Hearing that Tian was full, Yukira's expression paused. His eyes moved away from the energy cube on the counter, and he turned back to look seriously at the human in front of him. After seeing Wang Baichi's clear eyes and the sincerity on his face, he nodded vigorously. "Yuki." With a light tap of his little hand, the luxurious ball opened directly in Wang Baichi's hand, and a red light shot out from it and hit Yukira directly. Before Kira could wait for the red light to cover his entire body, he lightly kicked his short legs, and when his body was in the air, he turned into a red light and shot into the body of the luxury ball. The red light returned, the Pokeball closed automatically, the noble golden button flickered slightly, and finally calm was restored. Wang Baichi weighed the ball in his hand and felt that it was a little heavier than before, but not obviously. The next moment, a red light suddenly shot out from the luxurious ball, and in midair it directly transformed into the appearance of Kira and landed steadily on the ground. "Ah, this!" Wang Baichi was stunned. "Can this come out on its own?" "Bye." Yukira pointed at the energy cube on the counter, rubbed his stomach, and looked at Wang Baichi with a look of longing on his face. He was really hungry. "Oh, here." Because Yang Tuo had said before that these 2 boxes of energy cubes were gifts for him, Wang Baichi did not hesitate at all and directly took out a box of energy cubes from the counter and handed it to Yukira. "Yuki." Seeing his trainer being so generous, Kira shouted excitedly, then picked up the energy cube box, slammed his butt on the ground, and started to eat it. As a quasi-god cub, Kira has a very high demand for energy intake. This little guy is a big eater. I'm afraid Mr. Wang will have to spend a lot of money in the future. That doesn't matter, as long as it can grow. Wang Baichi didn't care about it. 100 million has been spent, and this is still a shortfall? Seeing that Kira swallowed an energy cube in just a few bites, and ate 3 or 4 in the blink of an eye, Joey, who had been watching silently, was secretly surprised. She remembered that Yang Tuo had clearly said that morning, the Pokemon in their hands are still young, and if there is no fighting, 1 energy block a day is usually enough to replenish the energy they need. But this Pokemon ate 3 or 4 in a blink of an eye. This is the Pokemon worth 100 million. She turned to Yang Tuo and asked hesitantly, "Manager, is it okay for it to eat like this? It can't really eat a mountain." Yang Tuo was slightly stunned when he heard this, looked at Yukira, who was eating heartily, touched his chin, and said to Wang Baichi carefully, "Strictly speaking, what Miss Chow said is not wrong, Mr. Wang. You have to pay attention." Having said that, he glanced at Yukira on the ground. It was gnawing on the last energy cube. In just a few words, the whole box of energy cubes was almost finished. You know, an ordinary elf can spend several hours chewing on an ordinary energy block. It's not about how big the energy cube is, but the elves generally prefer to absorb energy while eating. When the energy in the body is overflowing, in order to ensure that the energy is not wasted, the elves will generally choose to stop temporarily. They will continue to eat only after the energy they take in is completely absorbed and becomes part of their own strength. Of course, many times, the elves' stomachs are limited, and the feeling of fullness will make them stop eating. If the body's energy is sufficient, but the stomach is not full, they will actively eat some ordinary food with lower energy. Yang Tuo organized his words slightly and said slowly to Wang Baichi, "Near legendary Pokemon are generally considered to be late bloomers. In order to grow, they require much more energy than ordinary Pokemon. The cost of training a near legendary Pokemon will be several times that of training an ordinary Pokemon. Just like what is written in the illustration, if a wild Yukira wants to evolve, it often needs to eat a mountain to satisfy its energy needs. Because the energy contained in the soil is extremely scarce, Yukira needs to keep eating to meet its basic daily energy needs, which also makes their digestive system extremely excellent. After thinking for a while, Yang Tuo pointed at Yukira on the ground and said helplessly, "This guy is an absolute glutton. Now a box of energy cubes should be enough for him to absorb energy for a day. He can't absorb more and it will just be wasted, but his stomach is still not full. If you want it to thrive, it's not enough to just supply it with energy. You also have to find a way to fill its stomach." Chapter 24. The Secret Realm of the Compartment. The Elves' Reclaimed Residence. As he spoke, Yang Tuo turned his gaze towards Yukira. Everyone followed his gaze and saw Yukira looking around. There was no wooden box in its hand at this moment. The debris on the ground had already told everyone the fate of the box. Good fellow, he even took the box. Lu Jiaqing was completely stunned. After finishing a whole box of energy cubes, Yukira did not look at the energy cubes on the counter again. Instead, he kept looking back and forth between the tables and chairs in the store, as if he was thinking about what to do next. As if feeling everyone's gaze, Kira turned around in surprise and happened to meet Yang Tuo's eyes. The moment the two sides looked at each other, Kira lowered his head in grievance and rubbed his stomach. Then, a gurgling sound came from his abdomen. "Yuki, I'm hungry." Don't touch the chair. I'll take you to fill your stomach." Withdrawing his gaze, Yang Tuo walked out from behind the counter helplessly. "There is no way. Where can the customer go to prepare food for the Pokemon that has just been sold?" If Yukira couldn't resist hunger on the way home and ran out to cause trouble, it would probably have a significant impact on the reputation of the store. After comprehensive consideration, Yang Tuo decided to pack for Yukira's last meal. After turning the sign on the door from welcome to come back later, Yang Tuo smiled apologetically at everyone and said softly, "Everyone follow me. I'll show you something good." He picked up the phone on the counter and said to Wang Baiqi, "Mr. Wang, Yukira is your spirit now. Please put it away first. I will show you something and let it fill its stomach." Wang Baiqi didn't understand but nodded anyway, walked carefully to Yukira, handed him the Pokeball, and said, "Yukira, come back first. Let's go eat. Bye." As soon as he heard that he was going to eat, Kira shouted happily, lightly pressed the button on the Pokeball, and returned to the Pokeball. Everyone was puzzled. The store was so small, and they didn't know how the boss was going to feed Yukira. When Lu Jiaqing saw his cousin following Yang Tuo towards the compartment, he hurriedly trotted to catch up. Zhu Juncha's movements were almost synchronized with Lu Jiaqing. Seeing that everyone followed Yang Tuo and walked straight to the compartment, Joey hesitated for a moment and slowly followed behind everyone. It is precisely because of these stringent requirements that the cultivation of quasi-legendary Pokemon is particularly difficult, but it is also because of this that if they grow up, their strength and power are not inferior to ordinary legendary Pokemon. Slowly opening the wooden door of the compartment, Yang Tuo made a gesture of invitation and nodded slightly to everyone. The three people behind didn't understand what was going on yet, but Wang Baiqi, who was walking in the front, was stunned and stopped in his tracks. Because the door of the compartment was very small, Yang Tuo stood at the door, and the space left was only enough for one person to pass through. If two people want to enter side by side at the same time, it will appear a little crowded. Seeing Wang Baiqi standing still in front of the door, Lu Jiaqing, who had been following him, couldn't help but feel curious. He tilted his head to one side and asked, "Brother, how?" He had only said half of his words when he froze in place with his eyes wide open. This action of the two completely aroused the curiosity of the two girls behind them. "What are you doing?" Zhu Junsha pulled Joey and squeezed Lu Jiaqing in with great effort. The four of them gathered together, and the two cousins blocked the entire compartment door. "Why are you blocking here instead of coming in?" Zhu Junsha felt the crowd and couldn't help muttering. After her sight passed through the gap in the crowd, she stood there in a daze. But on the other side of the compartment door, it is not just a room. First, there was an open grassland that was large enough to serve as several football fields, and then what came into view was the endless dense forest. The three of them were all shocked. Wang Baiqi, who was the first to see this scene, came back to his senses and couldn't help muttering. Is this really the Demon City? This store is in the center of Shanghai. There is the most prosperous commercial street next door. How could there be such a large venue? Not to mention a jungle. Boss, are you sure you are an alien? Zhu Junsha couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and she no longer dared to act recklessly. Lu Jiaqing couldn't help but echo, "Boss, you're not a deity who came to Earth to sell spiritual pets. What are you all talking about?" If we were to say who was the most confused at this moment, it would probably be Joey. She didn't like crowds, so she hesitated and walked at the end. But when she saw a group of people blocking the door, she basically lost interest in joining in. But she never expected that Zhu Junsha, who was walking in front of her, saw that the traffic was jammed ahead and was afraid that she couldn't squeeze in, so she pulled her in. Although it was pulled in, it was actually only half of the body. Wang Baiqi's height was estimated to be about 1.8 meters, and Joey was only about 1.65 meters tall. At this moment, half of his body was blocking the view, so he couldn't see anything at all. Everyone please come in. What's the point of blocking the way? Seeing everyone's reactions, Yang Tuo smiled slightly and took the lead to step into the compartment. Seeing this, Wang Baiqi no longer hesitated and followed Yang Tuo in. Lu Jiaqing, who was originally a little hesitant, naturally followed his cousin in when he saw that he had already gone in. Needless to say, Zhu Junsha not only walked directly into the compartment but also pulled Joey in. As the most innocent person, Joey was stunned when he entered the door. He felt like he had stepped into another space completely. She turned around in surprise, only to see that there was no wall behind her except an empty wooden door. This. Joey was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Yang Tuo smiled faintly and said jokingly, "This space door can't be closed. If it is closed, there will be no signal." After hearing this, Zhu Junsha looked at Yang Tu even more strangely. There's no fucking signal, and the boss is still doing a live broadcast at this time. Doesn't this mean that there are tens of thousands of people watching this scene? Boss, what is this? At this time, Wang Baiqi, who entered first, took a clear look at the surrounding environment and fixed his sights on two extremely large machines. This machine is about 3 meters high, with all kinds of strange pipes inserted on it. There is also a huge platform protruding from the front. There is a circular groove on the platform with a green button attached. At this time, they were standing on both sides of the wooden door, one on the left and one on the right like two guarding statues. "Oh, that's the elf healer." Yang Tuo looked at the huge machine and answered casually. "Elf healing device? To heal elves?" After listening to Yang Tuo's words, Wang Baiqi looked at the circular groove and felt that the size of the groove seemed to be just enough to place an elf ball. "Yes." Yang Tu nodded slightly, non-committal. He said, "Elf battles can better build the bond between trainers and their respective elves, and can stimulate the transformation and use of energy in the elves' bodies, significantly improving their strength and accelerating their growth. But nothing is too much, and ordinary training may leave hidden wounds in the elf's body, let alone a duel." Yang Tuo smiled slightly, pointed to the open space in front of him, and said, "This place is specially designed to provide customers with free elf battles. These two machines can help combatants recover and treat the elf's injuries. You can also check the elf's physical condition and treat hidden injuries when you have nothing to do." He pointed to the dense jungle in the distance and said with a smile, "There are many fruit trees from the elf world planted there. If a customer doesn't want to continue cultivating them, or can't afford to raise an elf, they can return them to the store. Those elves will be placed here, waiting for their new destined owners." At this point, the smile on Yang Tuo's face faded slightly, and his voice gradually became flat. "Of course, elves who have been abandoned once will have an innate resistance to humans. It would be difficult to make them fully trust humans again. By the way, Mr. Wang, you can release Yukira and let him go to eat. There are currently no Pokemon here, so there is plenty of food." Wang Baiqi nodded slightly, took out his luxury ball, lightly pressed the button on it, and Kira immediately appeared on the field. Yukira, who had just appeared on the scene, was slightly stunned when he saw this strange yet familiar venue. It looked at Wang Baiqi in confusion, then at Yang Tuo. Wang Baiqi pointed to the jungle in the distance and said to Yukira, "Yukira, the boss said there's plenty of food there, so go eat." Kira followed Wang Baiqi's gaze and saw the dense jungle composed of familiar fruit trees. It was a little hesitant. It had plenty of energy in its body and didn't seem to need to replenish fruit. It just wanted to fill its stomach. Wouldn't it be a waste to eat the fruit to its heart's content? This is an extreme thing to do in the wild. Because forest resources are limited, if they are wasted excessively, many Pokemon will die of hunger, and they will not be able to get effective replenishment when they are short of energy in the future. It could not help but turn its gaze to Yang Tuo again and called out weakly, "Can I eat as much as I want?" Yang Tuo nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Eat it. There are no other Pokemon here anyway." After getting Yang Tuo's promise, Kira immediately shouted excitedly. Afterwards, under the gaze of everyone, Kira ran out more than 10 meters. After confirming the safe distance, Kira gently kicked his two short legs and jumped up with his whole body. After drawing a graceful arc in the air, he touched the ground with his head and crashed to the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, a wave of mud blew up in all directions from the landing point. Everyone was stunned and saw that a small hole had been blasted out of the lawn about 10 meters away by Kira. At this time, Yukira was stuck in the pit in an upside-down manner. Feeling the slight vibration coming from under his feet, Wang Baiqi couldn't help but exclaimed, "Yukira! Yuki!" Hearing this shout, Yukira struggled with his hands and feet in the air, and then fell to the ground. Without waiting for Wang Baiqi to catch up, it had already slowly climbed up from the pit and landed right in the middle. Yukira, who was sitting down, did not choose to respond to Wang Baiqi at the first time. Instead, he grabbed a ball of dirt from the pit and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing it roughly, he swallowed the soil directly into his stomach. Immediately, Yukira looked at Wang Baichi with some suspicion. Depend on? Seeing this, Wang Baichi could not help but stand there in a daze. Seeing this, Yang Tuo helplessly put his hand on his forehead and said helplessly, "Eat dirt if you want. Why make such a big fuss?" Chapter 25, Elves vs. Yang Tuo's Grand Plan. The wait is always long. And because no one knows how long it will take Kira to fill his stomach, Yang Tuo simply took the four of them to tour the small world in this compartment. Strictly speaking, this small world is actually a product of the system, not created by Yang Tuo. However, as the store manager, Yang Tuo still has a little control over the partitions. When the compartment door is not opened, he can set where the door leads to at will. One is an ordinary compartment indoors, and the other option is a battlefield and fruit tree planting base. In the shop assigned by the system, he is absolutely safe, and in this secret world with only fruits, he is the only god who can change the layout and structure of the entire small world at will. In Shanghai, a city full of technology, it is almost impossible to experience a wild jungle adventure, not to mention that this entire forest is made up of all kinds of tree fruits that have never been seen before. Joey and the other three showed great interest in this. Meet alien plants? This kind of opportunity is simply a fantasy, and Yang Tuo clearly told them that the fruits on these trees are all non-toxic and have different flavors, so they can pick and taste them at will. Out of curiosity, a few people picked a few fruits to try. All fruits have almost constant taste, either extremely spicy, chokingly sweet, or extremely sour. Ripeness or not only determines the degree of taste. After tasting a few, Zhu Junsha looked at the peach-like fruit in her hand and couldn't help but frown. These fruits have such extreme tastes. Wouldn't the elves find it hard to swallow them? With this sweetness, even if it's just sweet, it's probably hard to swallow a second bite. Yang Tuo couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He replied, "In fact, not all tree fruits have such extreme flavors. There are also some fruits with relatively neutral flavors that are more easily accepted by humans. However, most of those tree fruits can only fill the stomach and have little effect on cultivating the potential of elves, so they are all planted in the center of the forest." As he spoke, he waved his hand and several tree fruits flew out from the depths of the jungle, flying towards several people and Rio Lu who had been following Lu Jiaqing. Yang Tuo's sudden move left everyone stunned, but after a brief moment of distraction, they caught the fruits in front of them one after another. The moment Rio Lu saw the fruit flying towards him, he subconsciously caught it. It sniffed the fruit in its hand and looked at Yang Tuo hesitantly. After getting the other party's nod of approval, it showed excitement on its face and was the first to start chewing. Several people were curious about the fruit from the depths of the jungle. They put it to their mouths and started to try it. After the first taste, their eyes lit up. This fruit has round bumps on its surface and looks like a bunch of scarlet grapes. But if you look closely, you will find that they are all one piece. It tastes a bit like strawberry, sour and sweet. Each elf has different personalities and attributes, and has different taste preferences. All energy cubes are made based on this standard and are made by mixing these different tree fruits. Yang Tuo smiled slightly, pointed at Riolu, and said, "Like Riolu, its species prefers sour or sweet food. The brave Riolu prefers strawberry, while the stubborn Riolu prefers apple." A few people nodded half-knowingly, and while eating the fruits, they browsed around aimlessly under the guidance of Yang Tuo. However, although this dense jungle is full of fragrant fruits, there is not a single living creature to be seen. After walking for a long time, it is inevitable to feel monotonous. After just a short while, everyone lost interest. Yang Tuo also casually looked at the number of people in his live broadcast room. Wow, in just half an hour, the number of online fans dropped by tens of thousands. This won't do. Seeing that everyone had lost interest in the fruit forest, Yang Tuo couldn't help but suggest, "Now that you are all trainers with elves, do you want to experience what it's like to fight against elves?" Elf battle. Hearing this familiar word again, several people couldn't help but turn their eyes to Yang Tuo. Wang Baichi didn't know much about elves yet, and so far he had only seen the abilities of Riolu and Miu. After listening to Yang Tuo's suggestion, he was naturally very interested. The girl in the baseball cap blew. As expected, he should have the ability to control fire, ice, and lightning. But the quiet girl wearing a goose yellow skirt that covered her hips had not yet revealed her elf, which made him very curious. The most important thing is that the boss said that elf battles can significantly help the growth of elves. Judging from Yukira's attributes and skills, its power should be related to the earth element. Kira's actions just now told him what a quasi-legendary Pokemon is called a late bloomer. It's not enough to just eat a box of energy cubes for a meal. You also have to eat enough food to fill your stomach. Kira is still feasting at the entrance. This training is a bit difficult. Do we really need to find a mountain for it to eat? It's a bit difficult to meet this condition. The land of Longwa is all state-owned. Why can't you just go to the store manager to ask for money every time? Therefore, Wang Baiqi is particularly interested in this method that can speed up the growth of the elves and improve the tacit understanding and bond between the two sides. He especially wanted to see how powerful those legendary Pokemon that were said to control the world's power were, and whether they were as mysterious as Yang Tuo described. Legends are hard to come by, but quasi-legends can look down upon legends. As long as his Yakira grows up quickly, he will be able to guess the power of the legendary Pokemon. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiaqing and Zhu Junshao were also eager to try. Of these two, one is obsessed with games and is particularly curious about the real-life solo. The other has been competitive since childhood and doesn't want to be inferior to others, so naturally he also wants to experience the elf battle. Joey, who was walking at the end of the group, frowned slightly when he heard Yang Tuo's proposal. She couldn't bear it and said, "Boss, didn't you say that the intelligence of elves is not inferior to that of humans? What's the difference between this and fighting beasts? Won't they resist or attack humans?" Hearing Joey's doubts, Yang Tuo slowly shook his head and said, "Miss Qiao, I understand your concerns. Don't worry. The battle between elves is different from the beast fight. The beast fight is a cruel fight for survival of the fittest in which humans force other species to fight for their own desires." He paused for a moment and looked at Rio Lu, who had been following Lu Jiaqing silently. Catching the hope in his eyes, Yang Tuo smiled faintly. But fighting elves is different. Elves have strong power in their bodies. Only by fighting and practicing continuously can we deeply explore and refine the potential and energy of our bodies. So this kind of battle is what most Pokemons yearn for. They are eager to compete with their trainers on the field, to win the glory of victory through cooperation between the two sides, and to prove their efforts and strength while taking on challenges. Compared to fighting beasts, Pokemon battles are actually a fair and friendly competition. Both sides are not fighting for survival, but to hone the tacit understanding between Pokemon and trainers, test each other's growth, and increase practical combat experience. After hearing what Yang Tuo said, several people seemed to be thinking about something. However, Joey's brows did not relax at all. To be honest, after hearing what Yang Tuo said, she still felt uncomfortable. As a doctor since childhood, she always felt that what Yang Tuo said were all twisted ideas, which were more like whitewashing. Brother Qinsheng's Litten can spit fire, and Zhu Junsh's blue skills are outrageous just by looking at them. These elves are fighting each other, saying it's a friendly exchange, but what if they don't control their strength and end up killing someone? Even if you don't die, the feeling of being burned or scalded is not pleasant. How could there be a creature that enjoys being abused? If the elves with various extraordinary powers were to fight each other, one of them would definitely be seriously injured, and the remaining one would probably not have an easier time either. The pain cannot be relieved by simply saying, "exchange." Even though she hesitated for a moment, she said, "But the elves seem to be quite powerful. Even with the healing device, pain is unavoidable. What if one of them fails to control the strength during the battle and strikes too hard?" Everyone nodded, thinking that Joey's worry was justified. No one had any bad habits, so naturally they didn't want to see animal abuse. Besides, this was an elf. This is all money. It's not blown by a strong wind. If something unexpected happens, you will cry to death. Hearing Joey's concerns, Yang Tuo put away the smile on his face. He was naturally very pleased to see that humans valued and protected the elves. But the task given to Yang Tuo by the system is to spread the elves throughout the world. Moreover, Yang Tuo now has a micro-landing zone, which allows him to let the elves land in a random city at any time. None of you train your Pokemon. What if you go out on an adventure and get killed by wild Pokemon? Moreover, the side quest involves organizing an elf competition. The promotion of elf competition is imperative and cannot be aborted. Yang Tuo thought for a moment and said slowly, "Growth is always full of hardships and pain. Only by working hard during sparring and training can they protect you and themselves when real danger comes." He whispered, "In fact, the physical fitness of elves is very good. As long as they are not seriously injured and continue to be attacked, their lives will basically not be in danger. But we don't seem to have anything that needs their protection. Dragon Country is very safe." Joey still argued. Yang Tuo smiled slightly, took out a red and white ball from his pocket, and gestured to Joey. "Ms. Qiao, the original purpose of the Pokeball is to capture Pokemons. The other functions are supplemented later. This most common Pokeball is sold at 200 yuan per ball in our store." After hearing this, several people looked more or less puzzled. Currently, Pokemon can only be purchased in-store, and the store manager has previously said that Pokemon bound to a Pokeball cannot be captured by other Pokeballs. So what's the point of selling Pokeballs in the store? Wang Baiqi, who had been listening silently on the side, hesitated for a moment, then looked at the trees full of fruits of various colors on both sides. An idea suddenly came to his mind, and he felt as if he had grasped some information. Conquer. It is not charged. Therefore, the essence of the Pokeball is to subdue the Pokemon and store it inside, rather than simply making it easy to carry. In other words, these are the effects obtained after later improvements, and the original intention of the Pokeball was actually a prop for catching Pokemons. Props for catching elves can be purchased at will, and the fruit forests that provide food for the elves are endless. All that's left is, if. Could it be that the store manager is planning to place a large number of elves here and open the hunting area to civilians? However, firearms and knives are all under control in Long Country. Even if the authorities temporarily relax the control, ordinary people will not be able to become familiar with their use without long-term practice. And, judging from the elf skills, if there were no guns, it would be impossible to subdue them with cold weapons alone, but it was impossible to let go of guns, so, in the future, the way to obtain Pokemon will most likely be to bring your own Pokemon here to hunt and capture them. Some ticket fees may be charged. The more Wang Baichi thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was very close to the truth. After all, there are only so many rich people in the world. Ordinary people may not have too many assets per family, but they have a huge base. The market determines marketing. When the market is large enough, every person in Longwa only needs to pay $1 more to enable this store to generate more than 10 billion in revenue. What a big chess game. Should I buy more elf supplies in advance to prevent price increases in the future? As the only entrepreneurial boss present, Wang Baichi obtained a vast amount of relevant information from just a few simple conversations. But in the final analysis, all of this is just his personal imagination. His thinking is correct, but there is a slight deviation. Yang Tuo smiled slightly and said softly, "The changes that elves can bring to human society are enormous. With the existence of elves, many aspects will be more convenient, including agriculture, infrastructure, firefighting, transportation, and even war." He gave examples one by one, talking about the various changes that the elves might bring, and then said with a serious expression, "I plan to sell some Pokemon on a small scale first. Once people are familiar with Pokemon and understand the convenience Pokemon can bring to life, I will discuss with the authorities and plant more fruit trees in the wild, so that wild Pokemon can appear in this world." As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell into silence. The faces of the four people were immediately filled with astonishment, and even Wang Baichi was a little confused. Is it such a big deal? Just let go? No. This boss wants to make money with the help of elf props. Otherwise, who would buy elves in the store? I guess they all just bought a ball and left, which might lead to large-scale customer returns. Wang Baichi was in doubt, but then he heard Yang Tuo chuckle and say, "Elves are territorial. Although most of them will not attack humans as long as there is enough food, nothing is absolute. Therefore, we still need to improve our strength early. I hope that one day, I can see that humans all over the world can live in harmony with the elves and build a more perfect, happy, and harmonious home together." Yang Tuo raised his head slightly, looked at the blue sky of the small world, and smiled softly to the few people. "The Pokemon sold in my store are all relatively excellent Pokemon cubs of their corresponding species. The values of wild Pokemon are that the strong are respected. As the first batch of trainers who own Pokemon, I am very optimistic about you. Keep up the good work." Chapter 26. I can no longer suppress my desire to beat you up. Huh, boss, your idea is really crazy. After a brief moment of distraction, Wang Baichi couldn't help but sigh. Yang Tuo smiled at this. He thought, why would he place an order today? There were so many customers here, and the live broadcast room was quite popular. He already has Mew, and after the others leave, he will draw his second legendary Pokemon. He is not afraid of the current world at all, so he just states his purpose directly and openly. I believe that through the spread of the internet and reality, more and more wealthy people will come to my store to buy Pokemon in the next few days. After all, my own store has the first mover advantage. As for whether the arrival of the elves would affect the selling price of Pokemon in his store, Yang Tuo didn't care at all. The Pokemon sold in my store either have inherited moves or hidden characteristics, and their talents are definitely top-notch in their corresponding races. Go catch a few in the wild, and do you really think it's so easy to get top-quality Pokemon? When someone tries it, they will naturally know the value of the Pokemon in the store. After all, sincerity is our foundation. Lu Jiaqing on the side also gradually reacted. He couldn't help but look at Riolu beside him. Although this little guy only had 4 skills, his attribute was fighting. He had the potential to be an emperor at first glance. His eyes were full of brilliance, and after a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, "Riolu, do you want to have a Pokemon battle?" This question directly attracted the attention of the other 3 people. After all, the boss was a businessman. Whether it was exactly as he said, the elf's answer was the most convincing. Seeing this, Yang Tuo's mouth curled up slightly. If you ask Baby Ding or Blue, I might feel a little panicked, but if you ask Riolu, I won't feel panicked at all. There are basically no timid fighting-type Pokemons. What about Riolu? I am determined to be a bird hero. Sure enough, under the gaze of everyone, Riolu, who was originally eating the fruit quietly, gently put down half of the fruit in his hand, looked at his trainer, and nodded firmly. At the same time, he also showed off his biceps, which were beginning to show their size. Looking at the childlike Rolu, who was trying hard to show off his tender arms, with his eyes showing no sign of hiding his desire for battle, Joey fell silent. Maybe what the boss said is true, but I'm quite a homebody, and maybe I will be a doctor in Shanghai in the future. These things don't seem to have much to do with me. Should I let Baby Ding participate in the elf battle? What a joke. That's just asking for a fight. Baby Ding is so small. How can he fight with them? Moreover, Pudding has a healing ray skill, and according to the introduction, it seems that it can help other Pokemon recover their strength and heal their injuries, which is in line with his professional expertise as a doctor. After clarifying his own position, Joey stopped worrying about it so much. Since they like it, let them go. This matter has nothing to do with me and Bao Bao Ding. Joey was relieved, but Zhu Junsha beside him was conflicted. She's a police officer who just graduated and is still an intern. No, this boss's idea is too crazy. It has gone beyond the scope of opening a store. I must report this matter to my superiors as soon as I return. But, in fact, she was quite curious about and fond of elves, a magical and novel species. Besides, she had to know how powerful the elves were when she wrote the report. Before at the Qiao family, Joey had told him that the cat of Chun Sheng in the Chen family could spark, that is, spit out a string of small flames from its mouth. Unfortunately, when Joey and I went to Wulong Villa, we did not meet Chen Sheng and the elf. I heard that they were out on business. Then how effective can the power controlled by Blue be? Thinking of this, she casually took out the Pokeball, and according to Joey's memory, she pointed the button at the ground and tapped it lightly. As a red light shot out from the Pokeball, the puppy Blue, wearing a little skirt and a bright red body, immediately appeared in front of everyone. Bruce, compared to Riolu's calmness, Blue's personality is obviously a little more introverted. Seeing so many people around him, he couldn't help but stretch out a little hand and grab Zhu Junce's trouser leg. Seeing this little guy, who looked strong on the outside but weak on the inside, Zhu Junsha couldn't help but feel a little worried. My own Blue. The illustration seems to be described as a Pokemon who is very timid at heart. Although his personality is hardworking, his characteristic seems to be timid, which, I guess you don't really like fighting. Hesitating in her heart, Zhu Junsha leaned down slightly, touched Blue's head, and said softly, "Blue, we're going to try an elf battle. Do you want to join?" She originally wanted to add, "I want to see how capable you are," but then she thought that this sentence seemed to imply some mental coercion and moral kidnapping, so she chose to ask in a relatively gentle manner. "Blue." Blue's originally nervous expression was slightly relaxed by Zhu Junce's touch. After hearing Zhu Junce's question, Blue hesitated for a moment, then clenched his little pink fist firmly and nodded slightly to his trainer. "Isn't it just a battle between elves? Although it may be a bit painful, it will improve your strength, and it is also a good opportunity for you to show your strength to your trainer. As an elf, although Blue's fighting spirit is not as pure as Riolu's, he knows a lot about elf battles. Besides, it is a hard-working Blue and naturally will not reject the battle between elves." Everyone had their own thoughts, and they were all very curious about the so-called battle between elves. Seeing that the Pokemon were just as Yang Tua said and had no resistance to fighting, the burden in his heart naturally lightened a lot, and he was instead filled with curiosity. Lu Jiaqing looked at his cousin. Kira was still eating, so his cousin probably wouldn't rush to let it out to join the Pokemon battle. And to be honest, he was a little scared to let his $6 million Riola go against Yukira, who was worth $100 million. The girl who looked quite peaceful didn't seem to be very keen on the elf battle. She hadn't even released the elves yet, so she naturally wasn't considering it. In this case, it seemed that there was only one choice left. Thinking of this, Lu Jiaqing's gaze turned to Zhu Junsha. Zhu Junsha felt his gaze and understood what was going on. Thinking of the opponent's Pokemon's pitifully few moves, Zhu Junsha couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. She raised her eyebrows slightly and took the initiative to speak. "Brother, do you want to fight an elf with me? It seems that we are the only two who meet the requirements here." Lu Jiaqing was thinking about how to actively invite the other party to a fight, and when he saw that the other party actually took the initiative to propose a fight, he naturally had no reason to refuse. A smile slowly appeared on his face. In order to appear more gentlemanly, Lu Jiaqing stroked his glasses, put one hand in his trouser pocket, and made a please gesture with the other hand. Said calmly, "Okay, miss, my Riolu is a fighting-type Pokemon. Don't cry if you lose later." Hearing this, Zhu Junsha, who was already frowning because of the word young sister, instantly became angry. "Don't be too proud too soon. Who knows who will cry?" Zhu Junsha raised her fist, her pretty nose showing her pretty face under the hat, and she raised her eyebrows and said, "My name is Zhu Junsha. Just call me Junsha. Don't keep calling me little sister, little sister. Also, don't you think you're being a bit of a show-off? I can't hold back my desire to beat you up." Lu Jiaqing's jaw almost dropped in shock. What kind of lewd words were these? How can a young lady who is dressed so artistically say such fierce words? Which general subordinate is this woman? Why is she so fierce? Huh? Joey, who was originally a little resistant to the battle between elves, couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw the appearance of the two. Why does she feel that these two people are so immature? Hearing Joey's chuckle, Lu Jiaqing's ears turned red. He felt his cheeks getting hot and quickly pulled his hand out of his trouser pocket. I was about to argue, but then I felt that arguing with a woman was a bit unmanly. So he also snorted coldly, raised his chin to the same level as Zhu Junsha, and said coldly, "My name is Lu Jiaqing, Zhu Junsha. You can't win a Pokemon battle just by talking. My Riolu is the strongest besides Yukira. Don't you agree?" Riolu. As he said this, he couldn't help but look at Riolu with confidence, only to find that Riolu was looking at him in surprise. A blue light flashed, and a naive wave of thought reached Lu Jiaqing's heart. Actually, rock-type attacks are easier to use. Lu Jiaqing. Chapter 27. Can elves hit people in battles? The group returned to the open space at the entrance again. During this time, Wang Baichi also went to the earth pit to check, wanting to ask Yukira to change the place to eat so that he could get to know himself and the enemy better. Unfortunately, there was only a big hole left in the middle of the pit, and it seemed that it had drilled into the ground. Wang Baichi called out several times, but got no response. Fearing something might have happened, he hurried to find Yang Tuo. Everything in the small world cannot escape Yang Tuo's perception. He let go of his senses and checked, wow. Yukira had dug about 100 meters underground in twists and turns. Now he was lying comfortably on a slope dug underground, taking a nap and stuffing mud into his mouth. Feeling the devastation underground, Yang Tuo felt a chill down his spine. The area where he and his men were standing was almost hollowed out. Are you really not afraid of landslides? Seeing that Kira was burping from time to time, but still unwilling to stop his little hands, Yang Tuo had an idea and saw the space around Wang Baichi was slightly rippled. The next moment, Yukira, who was lying comfortably, felt a lightness beneath his body, and when he turned around, he appeared on the surface. Yuki. Yukira looked a little dazed, not understanding what was going on. He subconsciously put the mud in his hand into his mouth, chewed it for a while, swallowed it, and then burped. Hiccup Yuki. Yukira, are you full? Seeing Yukira burping and touching his belly contentedly, Wang Baichi couldn't help but smile. Depend on. Yukira nodded repeatedly, indicating that he was full. This little guy almost ate up my venue. Yang Tuo couldn't help but laugh. As soon as he thought about it, the underground hole that was hollowed out by Kira was immediately filled up. Hearing this, Wang Baichi scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, "Boss, how much does the food cost? I'll go out and scan it for you later." "No need, after all. It's a Pokemon I sold you, so you still need to fill your stomach before you leave. Don't be too polite, but I'll charge you for it later." Okay." Wang Baichi insisted a few more times, but seeing that Yang Tuo really had no intention of charging him, he had to give up. Come to think of it, after spending a whole 100 million yuan, eating a little dirt doesn't seem to be a big deal. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Wang Baichi whispered to Yukira. "Yukira, do you like elf battles?" "Depend on." Yukira didn't understand, but nodded slightly. Seeing Yukira's response, Wang Baichi couldn't help but smile. He gently stroked the dirt off Yukira's body and said, "Two trainers are going to fight each other soon. Let's wait and see if we can gain some experience." "Depend on." Yukira nodded again like a chick pecking at rice. And then, he took obedient steps with his short legs and stood quietly outside the venue with Wang Baichi. Seeing this, Joey, who was not far away, thought for a moment and finally released Baby Ding from the Pokeball and held him in his arms. "Baby Ding, let's watch the elves fight together." "Chirp." Baby Ding stared with his big, watery eyes. When he heard about the elves fighting, he couldn't help but look around the place in front of him. When he saw Zhu Junsha standing on the side of the field, Baby Ding's whole face looked particularly excited, and he kept chirping, as if he was constantly cheering Zhu Junsha up. So, even Baby Ding likes fighting? It seems that this elf battle is really not related to beast fighting, Joey thought secretly in his heart. Seeing that Zhu Junsha and Lu Jiaqing each brought their own elves and stood in the designated positions, Yang Tuo took Joey and Wang Baichi to the edge of the center of the venue to facilitate the subsequent viewing. After obtaining the consent of the two, he pointed his phone page at the competition venue, ready to conduct a full-scale live broadcast. With a slight pinch of his right hand, a large speaker appeared out of thin air in Yang Tuo's hand. He put the speaker to his lips, cleared his throat, and said, "Ahem. So, two contestants, are you ready?" "Well," Lu Jiaqing, who was clenching his hands, was stunned when he heard this. Shouldn't the announcement of the start be made directly? Why do we need to prepare? Experiencing this fantastic new activity for the first time gave him a feeling of traveling through the game world and fighting the boss with his pet, and his blood was boiling. He paused for a moment, then nodded, indicating that he was ready. On the other side, Zhu Junsha took off her coat directly, revealing the sports vest underneath. Hearing Yang Tuo's question, She nodded slowly. Zhu Junsha was ready. As soon as Yang Tuo said start, she and Blue would rush forward immediately. The blue puppy can be left to Blue to deal with. As for that somewhat showy man, what is his name? Seeing how weak he was, she was confident that she could knock him down with a kick. Okay, here is a Pokemon battle between two rookie trainers, Zhu Junsha and Lu Jiaqing, and I, Yang Tuo, will be the referee. Yang Tuo smiled and held his mobile phone in one hand to broadcast live and held up a loudspeaker in the other hand and said to the two people in the venue, "The battle rules are 1 versus 1. Both players use one Pokemon to fight. They are not allowed to attack the other trainer. When one player's Pokemon loses its ability to fight, the other player wins." Hearing Yang Tuo's words, Zhu Junsha, who was rubbing her hands in preparation, was stunned. What? What does it mean? Can I only attack elves and not attack people? This is not fair. On the other side, Lu Jiaqing's blood boiled after hearing this. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Is it so formal? Shit. The real-life version of a solo mobile game. Then, I declare, the game begins. After announcing the rules of the game, Yang Tuo announced the start of the game without any delay. He took 2 steps back, stood next to Wang Baiqi and Joey, raised his mobile phone attentively, and started his live broadcast. The numbers are rising. It's a big fire. It feels so professional. If we can add more seats for the audience, the atmosphere will definitely be lifted. I heard Wang Baiqi's exclamation. Well, I'll do this when there are more people. I'll add you to the Pokemon After Sales group. If you have any questions about the training of Pokemon in the future, you can directly at me in the group, and I will give you the most professional reply. Yang Tuo responded with a sweet smile to his current biggest customer. Joey, who was standing by, heard this and looked around the surroundings. It seemed that something was indeed wrong. He immediately put Baby Ding on the ground, covered his mouth with both hands, and shouted, "Junsha, come on, chirp, chirp." Baby Ding also jumped up excitedly on the spot, dancing and shouting, cheering for Blue. Yukira looked at the two of them in surprise, then looked at his own trainer. Which side was he on? It also wanted to cheer, but it didn't know who to cheer for. No one seems to be encouraging that blue puppy, so never mind, let's pick this one. Yuki, little blue dog, come on. Chapter 28, Blue vs. Riolu Part 1. How many years have I been fantasizing about this scene? I can finally play a real soul battle solo. Zhu, give me your life. Lu Jiaqing's blood boiled as he looked at Zhu Junsha opposite him. He did not feel the slightest bit ashamed because the person opposite him was a girl. The boss has already said that this is a Pokemon battle. What does it have to do with you, male or female? However, since it was their first time meeting, Lu Jiaqing didn't remember the girl's name very clearly, so the target of his harsh words became Pig. When Zhu Junsha, who was standing opposite, heard these words, she was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. What did you say? Pig. Gosh. So angry. She hated it most when people used her surname to attack her. That's why every time she introduced herself to someone else, she would always remind them to just call me Junsha. She was not very fond of Lu Jiaqing, a weak and fragile pretty boy. In addition, he was very showy at the beginning, coupled with his current words. Zhu Junsha exploded. Zhu Junsha, who was extremely angry, immediately gave the order. Bruce, go. Bite this pretty boy to death. Blue. Although the venue was large, it was too empty and quiet. In addition, the two sides were on the verge of a fight, so Zhu Junsha's words naturally fell into Lu Jiaqing's ears. At this moment, he was stunned for a moment, and then he said angrily, "Who's the gigolo? Hey, Mr. Zhu, stop slandering me. Do you think you're the only one with a dog? My Riolu is a wolf dog." As he said this, he turned his head towards Riolu viciously and said through gritted teeth, "Riolu, go. Show them some color." Riolu had been ready to go. When he heard Lu Jiaqing's command, he nodded. He ran forward a few steps, then suddenly stopped and turned his head. A faint blue light rang out, and the power of the wave guide spread to Lu Jiaqing's heart. How? Seeing this, Joy, who was standing outside the venue as a spectator, couldn't help but hold her forehead. She turned her head and looked at Yang Tuo with some dismay, saying, "Boss, are you sure this is a battle between elves? Why do I feel like they are about to fight?" Yang Tuo couldn't help but frown. Seeing that the popularity of the live broadcast room was increasing instead of decreasing, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly picked up a loudspeaker to remind. "Use your skills. Both of you, please don't use verbal attacks. This is a Pokemon battle. You need to command your Pokemon to use their skills to attack." Lu Jiaqing hadn't recovered from Riola's question yet, and when he heard Yang Tuo's words, he became even more confused. Which move to use? Command the elves to use moves? What are Riola's moves? Lu Jiaqing, who couldn't think of his skills for a moment, hurriedly picked up his illustration book and wanted to check it. He couldn't remember the elf skills, but Zhu Junsha remembered them. Even if he couldn't remember other skills, how could he not remember the Flame Fong, Ice Fong, and Lightning Fong? This is the third move of the logo, and the direct reason why Zhu Junsha bought blue. After hearing Yang Tuo's reminder, Zhu Junsha also quickly took out her own illustrations to check, but while checking, she directly ordered, "Blue, use Flame Fong." Brew. Blue, who had been waiting there, heard the instructions from his trainer and immediately roared like a dragon, rushing towards Riolu on the opposite side with great momentum. It was extremely fast and reached the center of the venue in just a few seconds. Its big mouth opened slightly, revealing a pair of sharp fangs that were originally closed. At this moment, raging flames were burning on the two long fangs. The rapid running brought with it the wind, directly creating a gust of wind and fire effects on the field. The two people fighting were both fiddling with their own illustrated books against the clock, but the three people watching outside the venue could see it clearly. Wang Baiqi's eyes almost popped out, and he immediately exclaimed, "Wow, what a big fire!" Joey was also stunned. She had originally thought that Flame Fong would be like Litten sparks, just a long string of sparks. But I never expected that the momentum of this Flame Fong would be so strong. "Boss, are you sure 4 million is the original price and not a discounted price?" Just looking at the fire tail stretched by the strong wind, Joey frowned slightly, turned to Yang Tuo and asked in a low voice, "Boss, the fire of this Flame Fong seems to be coming from Blue's mouth, and the wind is blowing into his mouth. Want to hurt Blue?" Yang Tuo was originally concentrating on watching the special effects. When he heard Joey's question, he couldn't help but laugh. "Ms. Qiao, have you ever seen an electric eel shock itself? The power of the elves is under their own control, so they will not be affected by their own power." "Oh." Joey nodded in confusion and couldn't help but feel relieved, but then he started to worry about Riolu. Such a big tooth, such a fierce flame. If it bites Riolu, how painful it will be? Thanks to the fact that Yang Tuo's venue was large enough, the distance between the two sides was at least 200 meters. While they were talking, Blue just managed to run to Riolu's side. The elf's physique was far superior to that of humans. After running for more than 10 meters, Blue didn't even have time to catch his breath. He raised his fangs and bit Riolu fiercely. At this time, Lu Jiaqing could already see Riolu's skill bar clearly. But as soon as he raised his head, he saw Bruce coming towards him with fire in his mouth. He was so frightened that he trembled, staggered back several steps, and almost fell down. The instructions that had just been decided were also stuck in my throat. Which move should I use? Riolu, who had been waiting for Lu Jiaqing's instructions for a long time, kept sending out waves of inquiries and dodging. "Are you kidding? With such a big force, how can we survive if we get hit? I don't know how to fight back without instructions. Don't I know how to dodge?" For a moment, Blue, with fire burning in his mouth, was more than 10 meters in front of Lu Jiaqing, opening his big mouth and biting left and right. Without any instructions, Riolu could only dodge left and right, and was in danger for a moment. There's always a thief who steals for 1,000 days. So how can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? The same is true for attack and defense. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. No matter how good a person is at dodging, there will always be obstacles that cannot be avoided. The only way to overcome them is to strike once to open the way for the first blow, so as to avoid 100 blows. Sure enough, after just a few breaths, Riolu was almost burned by the flames attached to Blue's teeth several times in a row, but he was finally unable to dodge and was bitten on the right arm. Phew! The raging flames seemed to have found an outlet, and they all slipped off from Blue's teeth and rushed towards Riolu. "Well!" Riolu couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, then punched Blue hard in the face, knocking Blue back 2 steps as his strength was gone. It exhaled slowly and looked at the burnt area on its right arm. Fortunately, Blue's flaming fangs were almost dissipated by himself, and the actual damage caused by this attack was not that great. It was just that his right arm was in unbearable pain because it was burned by the flames. The fire was really big. "Ah, Riolu, how are you?" Lu Jiaqing was shocked by Riolu's miserable condition. This was 6 million. Moreover, Riolu's shoulder was already somewhat burnt black. How painful must it be? He hurriedly wanted to go forward and hold Riolu in his arms to check on him, but Riolu dodged him with a slight movement. Liolu. Lu Jiaqing was stunned, thinking that Riolu was angry with him, and didn't know what to do for a moment. But then, a childish voice with a slight gasp sounded softly in his heart. "The battle isn't over yet. Don't get too close or you'll get hurt. What's the timing now? Can I attack now?" Lu Jiaqing was stunned. It was already like this, and he was still thinking about fighting. Following his cold voice, the wave of sound from Riolu became more urgent. It should have recovered its strength. Which move should I use to attack? Lu Jiaqing's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly looked at Blue. Sure enough, he saw it shaking its head slightly with a serious expression, and it was staring at Riolu with a fierce look. At this moment, when Lu Jiaqing saw that face, How could it still look fierce and aggressive at all? This is clearly brutality and terror. Is this the devil? Even after all this, he still won't let Riolu go. Thinking of this, Lu Jiaqing couldn't help but look at Zhu Junsha. The other party seemed to be frightened by the scene just now and was a little stunned at the other side of the venue. Considering that Riolu had no command of his own and could only dodge, Lu Jiaqing understood it instantly. Oh shit, this is the real version of mobile game solo. However, without instructions, the elf will choose to try to dodge. Good. You dead dog. How dare you sneak attack? And you hurt my Riolu like this. I'll beat you to death right now. Riolu, fight! Leo, finally hearing the instructions from his trainer, Riolu immediately let out a roar, raised his long nose, and revealed his small steel teeth. However, compared to Blue's previous sharp fangs, this pair of canine teeth looks a bit mini and cute. Is there any poison on Riolu's teeth? Wang Baichi outside the field couldn't help but let out a low cry. Although Riolu's teeth were not as huge as Blue's fangs, he clearly saw a strange glow flashing on the pair of fangs, which seemed to be black energy. This bite doesn't seem as harmless as it looks. No. Biting is a dark-type move, but hearing Wang Baichi's exclamation, Yang Tua couldn't help but answer his question with a smile, but halfway through his words, he reacted. If I remember correctly, the fairy type seems to be resistant to the dark type. Seeing that Riolu was so badly injured and yet was still fighting back, Zhu Junsha also came back to her senses from her panic. She really didn't expect that the power of that Flame Fang was so great that it could hurt Riolu so badly. This made her dare not use Flame Fang again. Not only did she not dare to use the Flame Fang, she was even afraid to touch the Ice Fang and Lightning Fang, which were very different from her moves. If he was beaten to death, a compensation of 6 million would be a small matter. But this is an elf. After all, it is a life. How can you do such an outrageous thing to such a cute little blue dog? But I don't want Blue to get hurt. Seeing Riolu's aggressive attitude, Zhu Junsha immediately shouted, Bruce, get out of the way. Get back. Chapter 29, Blue vs. Riolu, Part 2. Blue, who was far away, heard Zhu Junsha's order and without any hesitation, quickly dodged and barely avoided Riolu's sudden attack. Then he turned around and ran back without looking back. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiaqing was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. What is this? You want to run away after taking advantage? Riolu, lightning, chase it, bite it. He had already read the detailed introduction in the illustrated book. The so-called flash of lightning meant rushing towards the opponent with lightning speed, which was a preemptive attack that would definitely catch the opponent fast. Run? Where can you run? Hearing this, Riolu did not hesitate to move forward. With a whoosh, he turned into a streak of white light and quickly arrived in front of Blue, blocking his way. Leo, Riolu shouted loudly, took a horse stance, clenched his fists, and pulled back. He pretended to hit Blue with both fists. Seeing that the other party appeared in front of Blue in the blink of an eye, Zhu Junsha's pupil shrank. At this moment, she didn't care about anything else and shouted immediately, Brew! Crash! Brew! Upon hearing Zhu Junsha's order, Blue, who had just shown a little panic, immediately became gloomy. With the momentum of running, Blue no longer cared about anything else. He lowered his head and slammed into Riolu, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing Blue rushing towards him, Riolu was not panicked. He gathered strength in his fists and punched out directly. In a flash, a spark suddenly ignited from the burned part of Riolu's right arm. Then, a flash of pain and burns passed across Riolu's face, which was filled with determination and arrogance. Under this pain, the strength in his hands inevitably weakened. Boom! The two dog-type Pokemon touched each other, and suddenly there was a loud noise. Large pieces of grass mixed with soil were blown away. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that these two little guys could produce such a powerful force with just a simple physical collision. Before anyone could scream in surprise, and before the dirt had even settled, two figures were sent flying backwards. A pink figure rolled on the ground for several times, and finally stretched out a small hand and pulled itself a few meters from the ground before stopping its backwards momentum. Everyone looked closely and saw that it was Blue. Bruce! Blue was breathing heavily, looking straight at Zhu Junsha's side, where a deep blue figure was struggling to get up from the ground. Oh my god, are these elves so powerful? They can just knock them away dozens of meters. Wang Baichi widened his eyes, then looked at Yukiro beside him, his eyes filled with unconcealable ecstasy. As we all know, the amount of food you eat may not be linked to strength, but it is linked to weight. As long as you start running, weight is power. With Yukiro's appetite and the price, wouldn't it be easy for him to crush the two Pokemon on the field? Riolu's power is no match for Blue. It seems like he has no power to fight back. Joey covered his mouth and murmured worriedly. It's not that she betrayed, but she just saw a spark of fire ignited on the burnt area of Riolu's arm. But didn't the fire just go out? Why is the flame still burning? Hearing what Joey said, Yang Tuo sighed slightly and said softly, a fighting type is not at an advantage against a fairy type. However, at the moment, neither Pokemon knows their own type moves, so it's not that obvious. But among Riolu's 4 skills, Bite is a dark skill. Even if it bites blue, the damage is not good. And now it is in a burn state, the power of all its moves will be affected, and the damage can only reach half of the previous one. This battle is estimated to be over. This department? Burns. Hearing these unfamiliar words, Wang Baichi turned his head and looked at Yang Tuo in confusion. Elves have attributes. When using a move with the same attribute as their own, the power is multiplied by 1.5 times. At the same time, there are restraints and resistances between various attributes. These are all recorded in the attribute list of the illustrations. You can also take a look. Yang Tuo smiled and took out a picture book from his pocket. He tapped on it with his finger and finally turned to a page and said, many skills will cause some abnormal status to the opponent, and Flame Fong is one of them. It has a certain probability of burning or shrinking the opponent. Therefore, although the power and strength are similar, Riolu will suffer more damage in the collision between the lightning flash and the collision. Upon hearing this, Joey and Wang Baichi couldn't help but look at the illustration in Yang Tuo's hand. After taking a quick look, they took out their own illustrations and began to look through the attribute details and status details. In the end, Wang Baichi was much quicker. After reading the detailed description of burns in the illustration, Wang Baichi couldn't help but gasp. Oh my god, this Jiaqing is finished. Burn status. In this status, the elf will be affected by burns every once in a while, reducing a certain amount of physical strength, and when using physical moves with non-fixed damage, it will be affected by the burn pain, and the damage will be halved. Yang Tuo could only smile in response. Riolu's evolved form, Lucario, is known as the Warrior of Waves. In terms of both appearance and strength, it is definitely a face among all the fighting-type Pokemon. It's a pity it is still in its infancy, not to mention that it has encountered Blue's initial move, the Sea. It didn't have many options for applying its moves to begin with, and now it happened to be burned by the Flame Fong, so it had to use its head-to-hit. In Yang Tuo's opinion, this battle basically ended as soon as it began, so he no longer cared about the battle in the venue, but quietly clicked on the barrage of the live broadcast room, wanting to see the reactions of many netizens. Fuck, this bulldog is awesome. It can knock the little wolf dogs so far away. Special effects. Absolutely special effects. How is it possible that a dog with fire in its mouth can run so far without getting burned? This anchor is really rich. He is willing to spend so much money on a live broadcast. The 2 idiots above. Did you just come to the live broadcast room? Didn't you see the fantasy online water gun? I'm a special effects guy. You tell me that was a special effect. If it was a special effect, I would eat shit live. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. No, I like Riolu. Why is this blue so strong? The live broadcast room was already exploding at this point. At this time, 60% of the people were marveling at the strength of Blue and Riolu. 30% were questioning whether this battle was a special effect, and the remaining 10% were pointing at the group of people who were questioning and scolding them. After browsing for a while, Yang Tuo found that no one in the barrage expressed their intention to buy Pokemon, and he was a little disappointed. However, seeing so many people marvel at the power and magic of Pokemon still made him feel gratified. He believed that after today, the store's popularity would increase. I believe business will be good in the future. Thinking in his heart, Yang Tuo couldn't help but pick up the phone with a smile and said to the live broadcast room with a smile, I believe in the magic of Pokemon. Fans should have seen it. Friends who are interested in buying can click on the Anchor's avatar and go to the Anchor's personal homepage. The address of the store is on the information column. I hope everyone can get the Pokemon that they are destined to love. What Yang Tuo didn't expect was that after he finished saying this, the barrage of comments that were still continuously moving up in the live broadcast room suddenly stopped. He was stunned. Before he could react to what was happening, he saw hundreds of comments flooding the live broadcast room like crazy. The content of all the comments was almost the same. They all said, large-scale pig-killing scheme by the Anchor. Fans are welcome to be slaughtered offline. Boys get 100 million, girls get 400. Just sit back and watch 4 million beat 6 million. Alright, just take a look at this. It would cost you a fortune to buy a single elf. Capital invasion. New scams emerge. Yang Tuo was so upset by all these comments. Some of them accused him of lying, while others complained that the elves were too expensive. What's even worse is that some people, because they can't afford to buy Pokemon, resolutely turned to the haters, saying that Pokemon is the latest scam, which made Yang Tuo so angry that he immediately closed the barrage fiercely. A bunch of black people. Chapter 30. Blue vs. Riolu, Part 2. The 3 people outside the field were either checking information or browsing their phones. but they did not dare to take Zhu Junsha and the other person on the battlefield lightly. One is worried that Riolu will be beaten to death, and the other is worried that Blue will accidentally beat Riolu to death. Riolu, why don't we admit defeat? You are in a very bad condition now. Seeing Riolu being knocked away by Blue again, Lu Jiaqing's heart was bleeding. He had imagined himself killing everyone countless times, but he never expected that reality would give him a head-on blow again and again. Since the first collision between the two sides, Riolu used several feints and lightning flashes in succession. However, although Riolu always attacked first, Blue was always able to easily resolve Riolu's attack with just a collision. Every time they collided, Riolu always flew farther than Blue, and the burn on his shoulder that was clearly extinguished would always catch fire from time to time, which really puzzled him. After several rounds of fighting, seeing Riolu's wounds, Lu Jiaqing was heartbroken and didn't want to fight anymore. However, he wanted to admit defeat, but Riolu, who was already covered in bruises, was unwilling to give up. A strong person can accept failure, but cannot give up. I want to fight. But you will die. No, Jiaqing, I want to win. Let's continue fighting. Riolu's waves were intermittent, but no matter how severe the scars on his body were, his determined eyes were extremely clear. Blue on the opposite side has already started to breathe heavily. As long as he tries a few more times, and as long as he maintains his resilience, he will definitely win. This is my first battle following the trainer. How can you admit defeat? After several attempts of persuasion failed, and after confirming that Riolu's life was not in danger, Lu Jiaqing had no choice but to bite the bullet and command Riolu to continue using his skills. Zhu Junsha naturally saw and heard Riolu's miserable condition and Lu Jiaqing's various remarks. While being surprised at the man who was fighting against her, Zhu Junsha's eyes became more and more passionate as she looked at Riolu. How could there be such an unyielding elf? Damn it, why isn't it mine? Ah! Although she felt sorry for Riolu, Blue was her Pokemon after all. At that moment, Zhu Junsha understood the persistence in Riolu's heart. Then, Blue, Flame Fong, showing mercy to the hero would be an insult to him. Therefore, Zhu Junsha was not going to wait for Riolu to be defeated and dizzy. She decided to take him down in one wave. As an elf, although Blue admires Riolu's resilience, he can't stand Riolu's repeated entanglement and has long been irritated. Upon hearing the order from his trainer, Blue did not hesitate and immediately began to accumulate strength. The fluttering flames lingered around a pair of fangs that were beginning to show their power. In the next moment, he was ready to give Riolu the final blow. Riolu, get out of the way. When Lu Jiaqing heard the other party's instructions, his face changed drastically. Riolu is in its current state and may not even be able to withstand a hit. The woman on the opposite side must be crazy. She actually wants to bite my Riolu again. Riolu naturally noticed Blue's change. Seeing the other party rushing towards him, he quickly dodged and tried to avoid it. However, at this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his injured right arm again. As a pinch of flame ignited again, Riolu's eyes went dark, and he finally fainted on the ground. Riolu! Lu Jiaqing screamed in pain and rushed towards Riolu, throwing his body on Riolu, trying to block Blue's flaming fangs. Brew! Following a delicate cry, Lu Jiaqing's whole body trembled violently. He waited for a long time, but the expected pain did not come. Lu Jiaqing could not help but carefully open one eye and secretly look behind him. Bruce had already put away the fire in his mouth and was excitedly hugging one of the baseball girl's calves, rubbing it affectionately with his cheek. The three people outside the field had naturally already been attracted by the shouts of the two. After confirming that Riolu's eyes were already showing circles, Yang Tuo decisively picked up the loudspeaker in his hand and announced the result of the battle. Riolu has lost his ability to fight. This battle is over. The winner of this battle is Blue. Depend on Chirp. Kira and Pokemon were dancing happily outside the venue. And after hearing the cries of the two Pokemon, Blue raised his head proudly and shouted happily. Brew! However, contrary to the Pokemon's reaction, the other two trainers outside the field, after confirming that the battle was over, ran to Lu Jiaqing and carefully examined Riolu's injuries. There's no way. It looks so miserable. The key is that this little guy looks extremely stubborn during the battle, which is really heartbreaking. People always sympathize with the weak. Besides, this was the first time that everyone tried a Pokemon battle, and they were not sure whether Riolu would not die, as Yang Tuo said. After all, it was seriously injured. Brew! Blue looked at Riolu, who was surrounded by Wang Baichi, Joey, and the other two in the distance, then looked at Zhu Junsha beside him, who was also looking there. Zhu Junsha felt Blue's gaze and couldn't help but look down at Blue beside her legs. Seeing that he also had many scars on his body, she gently bent down and held him in her arms. Gently rubbing the back of Blue's head, Zhu Junsha pouted her lips, Blue gently on Blue's forehead, and said softly, "Does it still hurt?" Blue nodded subconsciously, and then, As if he felt it was a bit embarrassing, he quickly shook his head. Oh! Seeing Blue's naive and arrogant look, Zhu Junsha couldn't help but laugh. But just as she laughed out loud, she remembered Riolu's miserable appearance just now, and the smile on her face slowly faded away. She gently rubbed Blue's little head and said, I know my Blue is the strongest, but Riolu should be in more pain now. Let's go check it out, okay? Hearing this, Blue couldn't help but look at Riolu, who was surrounded by several people. Feeling the slight pain coming from the top of his head, he nodded slightly. Bruce! Riolu! Are you okay? You must not die. Lu Jiaqing looked at Riolu under him, and tears came out of his eyes. This is the elf that is destined to be with him. I spent 6 million to buy it, and we've only been partners for half a day, and it's gone. That woman is so cruel. Joey and Wang Baichi came forward and saw the scars on Riolu's body, and there was a bit of pity in their eyes. This is so tragic. This puppy is so pitiful. Mr. Lu, don't worry. Riolu just fainted. Elves are very strong. As long as they are not seriously injured and attacked again, they will generally not be in danger of death. After all, this is just a battle. Seeing that everyone's faces were not looking very good, Yang Tuo stepped forward to comfort them. Hurry up and put it in the Pokeball. There is a Pokemon healing device there. Just put Riolu in it and heal it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiaqing quickly reached into his trouser pocket to look for his Pokeball, just about to put Riolu into the ball, but he saw a crystal green beam of light shooting out from behind the crowd and hitting Riolu directly. His heart suddenly tightened, and he was about to exclaim, but he was surprised to find that under the injection of this green light, the injured part of Riolu actually began to heal slightly. What kind of power is this? Everyone was slightly stunned and quickly looked in the direction of the light. It turned out to be a little pink girl who had walked behind Joey on her own 2-footed little feet without anyone noticing. This is a healing wave, a move that can heal other humans or elves. Yang Tuo took a closer look and chuckled. Isn't that the doctor among the elves? Wang Baichi muttered to himself. There was a gleam in Joey's big eyes. She knew about Baby Ding's skill, but she had never tried to use it. She didn't expect the effect to be so strong. It was like flesh growing on bones. Listen to the store manager. Can the skills of elves be used on humans? She felt as if she had discovered a new world. Choo-choo. The next moment, with the tired cry of Baby Ding, the emerald green beam slowly dimmed and finally disappeared. The scratches on Riola's body had mostly healed, but the burns on his right arm were still shocking. Okay, little guy, you are still too young. Let the treatment device handle this matter. Baby Ding seemed to be a little exhausted. His whole chubby body was shaking constantly, and it seemed like he would fall down at any time. Yang Tuo smiled and picked up the cute little guy from the ground and handed him to Joey, who looked worried. Seeing Joey's concerned face, Yang Tuo said softly, It's still too young. After all, healing waves are inherited. For it now, the consumption is still too much. You can feed it some energy blocks and let it sleep. You have to keep an eye on it in the future. Using too powerful skills too early is not a good thing. Elves are basically very kind. They can't bear to see other creatures get hurt, so they can't help but use. After hearing what Yang Tuo said, Joey nodded cautiously. Although Riola's injuries have not fully recovered, the scratches caused by the collision have basically healed. She saw all of this. As a medical student, she naturally knew how incredible this ability was, and she also cherished Baby Ding even more. If this ability is used for emergency rescue in the future, Joey thought so in his heart. Seeing that Baby Ding looked weak, he could not help but gently rubbed its cheek and whispered, I'll buy you some energy cubes later. Take a rest first. Choo-choo. Baby Ding nodded weakly, then curled up quietly in Joey's arms. Yang Tuo nodded gently when he saw this heartwarming scene. He turned around and found that Lu Jiaqing was also staring at Baby Ding blankly. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Mr. Lu, Riolu is still unconscious. Chapter 31. Elf Healing Device. Following Yang Tuo's instructions, Lu Jiaqing carefully placed Riola's Pokeball into the circular groove of the Pokemon therapy device. This huge machine is very strange. Its main body is made up of many metals of unknown materials and pipes of various thicknesses. There is a platform in the front, plus a display screen that is 1 person tall. Just press this button again. Will that be enough? After placing the Pokeball in the groove of the platform, Lu Jiaqing found a small green button on the side. He didn't know what it was used for, but after the Pokeball was placed on it, the therapeutic device did not respond at all. He guessed it should be the switch. Yes, this is the switch of the elf therapy device. Just click it. Once the elf therapy device is turned on, the screen will automatically display the status of the elves in the elf ball and various parameters. After the treatment is completed, the machine will automatically stop running. Yang Tuo smiled and nodded slightly. Don't you need to apply medicine? Why does it feel a little unreliable? Joy stood aside with a look of doubt on her face. As a doctor, it was the first time she had seen such an incredible treatment method. Miss Joy, you also saw the healing wave of Baby Ding just now. In fact, this machine only infuses energy with healing ability into the pokeball, which is similar to Baby Ding's ability just now, so there is no need to apply medicine or bandage. Yang Tuo shook his head lightly and laughed. Strictly speaking, as long as the elf is still alive, it can be healed and restored to its original state if placed here. However, the more serious the injury, the longer it will take. This was unbelievable. Everyone was confused and shocked. However, even elves with special powers had appeared. So what else could not happen? Thinking of this, everyone felt relieved. With this machine, my Riolu will be fine. Lu Jiaqing looked at the pokeball on the platform, clenched his fist, and then pressed a firm finger on the green switch button. Buzz! The huge machine started working instantly, and everyone could even clearly capture the vibration of the entire instrument with their naked eyes. A pipe as thick as an arm automatically extended from the back of the machine to the platform and directly and firmly attached to Riolu's pokeball. No one dared to breathe, especially Lu Jiaqing, who clenched his fists and felt his heart tighten. Green fluorescent lights were seen lighting up from the pipes. The originally snow-white pipes were visibly covered with green, and large amounts of green mysterious mist were poured into the pokeball. As the mist continued to pour in, the screen that had been black suddenly lit up. Various symbols and words continued to circle around, and a three-dimensional projection of Riolu appeared on the screen. It was the first time for everyone to see such a sci-fi scene, and they all stared at the screen. There were many red spots marked on the 3D image of Riolu, and the most serious spot was on the right arm. A large area of red had covered half of Riolu's arm, and that was exactly the place where he was bitten by the flame Fong before. Real male status. Fainted, burns and abrasions detected, treatment in progress. Estimated time, 10 minutes. On the screen, Riolu's projection kept rotating slowly, and as the projection slowly rotated, large amounts of green particles kept pouring down on it. As the particles continued to sprinkle out, the large patches of red spots on the three-dimensional body began to slowly fade away, and a set of numbers slowly appeared next to the three-dimensional body. 49.14%. Boss, what is this? Lu Jiaqing pointed to the percentage value on the big screen and had a vague guess in his mind. Oh, this is Riola's current health index. Yang Tuo smiled and tapped the screen, saying, "These red spots are Riolu's injuries, and the green particles are the healing energy output by the therapeutic device. As Riolu's injuries recover, this value will continue to rise. When the value reaches 100%, Riolu will be restored to its original state." Is this a full recovery? Joey looked at the numbers on the screen and was extremely excited. If he really had recovered completely, that would be terrifying. After all, from a normal medical perspective, the scratches on Riola's body just now are nothing. But if the large area burns were on a human body, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to heal basically, and it is still unclear whether the scabs would fall off by then. Certainly, Yang Tuo said without comment. There won't be any scars left. This is a complete recovery, just like sleeping through a good night. The so-called injuries were actually only inflicted in a dream. Unbelievable. After hearing Yang Tuo's analogy, Wang Baiqi couldn't help but mutter in a daze. Immediately, his expression suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something, and he quickly turned his head to Yang Tuo and asked, "Boss, can this elf healing device treat humans? If this device is also effective on humans, it will be a huge leap forward in medicine." Yang Tuo was stunned when he heard this. Then he laughed and shook his head. "It's a pity, Mr. Wang. Humans are not elves after all. We don't have the strong self-healing ability of elves, so this will not work on humans for the time being." After saying this, he thought for a moment and said, "In fact, even if the elves' healing skills are used on humans, although they are effective, they are still not too obvious. The main reason is still the physical constitution and the perception of natural energy." Yang Tuo looked at the number on the screen that was slowly increasing, and couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Compared to the elves, our physical constitution is far inferior. It is precisely because they are far more sensitive to natural energy than we are that they are able to use these incredible powers. Is that so? The joy in Wang Baiqi's eyes faded slightly, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. If this thing can be used on humans, who knows how many patients will recover and be free from injuries, which will surely be of great help to human technology and medicine. Hey, Miss Junsha, don't you need to restore Blue's condition? There is a treatment device over there. While they were talking, Yang Tuo suddenly noticed that Junsha, who was standing behind everyone, was still holding Blue, and asked curiously. After all, in the previous battle, although Blue had been suppressing Riolu, no matter how weak Riolu was, he shouldn't be unable to deal any damage at all, right? Do Blue need it now too? Junsha was confused. She looked down at the scratches on Blue's body and asked in confusion. I was thinking of going back to get some medicine for it. After all, the injury doesn't look very serious. I have a lot of this kind of medicine at home. After hearing this explanation, Yang Tuo shook his head helplessly and said, "The effectiveness of elves items when used on humans will be greatly reduced, and the effectiveness of human items when used on elves will also decline. Besides," Yang Tuo pointed helplessly at another treatment device opposite and said, "Isn't this a ready-made treatment device? Why do you want to go back for treatment?" It seems so." Chapter 32, Battle with a Quasi-Legend. It may be hurtful to say it, but it is the truth. Unlike Riolu's serious injuries, Blue's injuries were almost negligible. The initial number displayed on the elf therapeutic device was 95.12%. The elf therapeutic device only operated for 2 minutes before stopping the energy supply and returning to its original calm. Looking at Blue, who was completely intact and showed no signs of fighting, Lu Jiaqing burst into tears. "No! Why? Her Pokemon is only 4 million, and my Riolu is a fighting type. It's okay if I can't beat him, but the gap is too big." Yang Tuo shrugged his shoulders, holding his forehead helplessly, and said, "Mr. Lu, the price of an elf is determined by a combination of factors, such as the potential of the species, its rarity, etc. Moreover, elves are magical creatures with their own various attributes. In addition, many of the elves' various moves have magical additional effects, which you can check through the illustrations. Riola's future strength will definitely not be bad. It just temporarily suffered some losses due to the scarcity of skills. As long as you and Riolu keep training and fighting and develop your tacit understanding and understand each other, I believe the outcome of the future will be unknown." After hearing what Yang Tuo said, Lu Jiaqing didn't react. Zhu Junsha, who was holding Blue, snorted coldly, rubbed Blue's head proudly, and said, "My Blue is the strongest. I'm a natural trainer. We won't just stand there and wait for them to grow up. Don't you agree? Blue, chatter." Blue also waved his little fist to show off his strength. After seeing the strength of the elf therapeutic device, Zhu Junsha's psychological burden was also reduced a lot. She raised her chin and said to Lu Jiaqing, "Lu Jiaqing, don't even think about defeating me. That's impossible. Do you want to be my little brother? Sister Junsha will protect you from now on." What a shame. Being humiliated by a girl who was about the same age as him, Lu Jiaqing's veins popped up, and he gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Mr. Zhu, don't be so arrogant. Otherwise, what else? Buy another elf and have a fight." Zhu Junsha smiled so hard that her eyes were almost narrowed into a line, revealing 2 cute dimples on her face. However, this expression, which she thought was extremely cute, looked extremely annoying in Lu Jiaqing's eyes. Even Joey couldn't help but frown and gently tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to be more restrained. You. Lu Jiaqing was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Not to mention that Riolu was still lying in the treatment device. Just looking at Blue's skills, he estimated that even if he borrowed money from his cousin and bought another Pokemon, he might not be her opponent. Furious, Lu Jiaqing finally turned around and said to Wang Baiqi, "Cousin." Wang Baiqi looked at his cousin in front of him with a sad and angry face and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why does it act like a kindergarten kid looking for his parents after being bullied? It is true that a good man does not fight with a woman. Just ignore her. Is it appropriate for 2 grown men to bully a girl? Wang Baiqi, who had already made plans in his mind, slowly shook his head and said softly to Lu Jiaqing, "Jiaqing, you actually suffered mainly from burns, you see?" As he said this, he handed the illustration to Lu Jiaqing. Lu Jiaqing took a quick look and saw an introduction to the fire Fong on the illustration. Flame Fong bites the opponent with teeth covered in flames. Sometimes it will cause the opponent to flinch or fall into a burning state. Cringe or burn. What does that mean? Lu Jiaqing was stunned upon seeing this, and Zhu Junsha beside him was also confused, but fortunately, Joey next to him also picked up the illustration and explained to Junsha the functions of various states. What the hell? The power of all physical attack moves is reduced by half. Lu Jiaqing was stunned, feeling sick beyond reason. In the previous fight between the 2 sides, it was obvious that the power of the flash of lightning was equal to the impact, and Riolu had the advantage of speed, but he was unable to gain the upper hand after several collisions. He originally thought that Riolu's power was not as good as Blue's, but now he realized that he was at a disadvantage here. Wow! Not only does the Flame Fong have an additional effect, but the Ice Fong and Lightning Fong also have additional effects. My Blue is really amazing. Unlike Lu Jiaqing's annoyance, Zhu Junsha on the other side had a flash of inspiration after learning this information. She quickly checked several other moves of Blue and found that the other 2 tooth-related moves could also have additional effects. This is a natural all-round magician. Humph, it's just a coincidence. If I hadn't been burned, I might not have been unable to defeat you. Lu Jiaqing was still angry. Before, he just felt that losing to a girl was shameful, but now he had to add the frustration of bad luck to the original feeling. Although he felt a little relieved, he felt even worse in his heart. Oh my god, why is this happening? My Riolu was burned by a single flaming Fong. Am I so unlucky? Lu Jiaqing burst into tears and was extremely upset. Wang Baiqi, who was standing by, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. He gently patted Lu Jiaqing on the shoulder and said softly, "Don't lose heart. Go back to training and try again later." Lu Jiaqing felt bad all over and nodded in frustration. However, the next moment his cousin stabbed him in the heart again. "Actually, I feel that if you know Riola well enough, Riola should be able to avoid that flame Fong. After all, the two Pokemon were far apart at the time." Puff! Lu Jiaqing, his mentality collapsed. The two brothers were joking with each other's knives. Zhu Junsha, who had been studying the effectiveness of various moves, pointed the illustration at Yukira and swept it lightly. When he found out that his opponent also had only 4 moves like Riolu, a bold idea emerged in his mind. "Mr. Wang, would you like to have an exciting elf battle?" A sweet voice sounded. Wang Baiqi, who was comforting his cousin, was startled when he heard it. He looked up and saw Zhu Junsha with a sunny face. Wang Baiqi raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled softly. "Beauty, my Yukira is a quasi-legend, and I watched your previous battle with Jiaqing. The same moves will not work on me." Seeing that Wang Baiqi had no intention of refusing, Zhu Junsha raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said crisply, "It's because I know you have a quasi-god in your hand that I'm curious. If we don't use blue to fight it now, what if the gap between us gets bigger and bigger and we no longer have the chance to be opponents?" The boss said that quasi-legends are late bloomers. Who knows? For a long time in the future, my Yukira may not be a match for blue. Wang Baiqi chuckled and looked to the side, where he saw Yukira looking at him expectantly. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "It seems that Yukira also wants to try to fight. I also want to see Yukira's strength. So, give it a try." Mr. Wang is straightforward. The smile on Zhu Junsha's face became brighter and brighter. A small canine tooth was revealed on her sweet lips, and her big eyes narrowed into a crescent shape made her look a little naughty. Joey couldn't help but gently pull Zhu Junsha aside and whispered, "Kunsha, stop it. Yukira is a quasi-god." Upon hearing this, Zhu Junsha pouted her lips and said, I know. I just want to see what Yukira is capable of. Besides, my blue has 7 moves. I'm not afraid of Yukira." Brew brew. Blue was also constantly waving his arms in Zhu Junsha's arms, with his little arms slightly raised, showing off his non-existent biceps muscles. Seeing this, Joey wanted to persuade them again, but before he could say anything, he saw Wang Baiqi on the opposite side, slowly walking towards the battlefield with Yukira. He chuckled and said, "Sister, my name is Wang Baiqi. I'm 25 years old this year, not much older than you. Don't call me Mr. Wang. Just call me Brother Wang or Wang Baiqi." Xiaoi still wanted to persuade him, but before she could open her mouth, Zhu Junsha beside her had already spoken. She smiled and said, "Okay, Brother Wang, my name is Zhu Junsha. I'm 24 years old. You could just call me Junsha?" Wang Baiqi raised his lips slightly. "Okay, Sister Junsha, shall we spar with each other?" "All right, Brother Wang, you better be careful. My blue has many moves." Chapter 33. Q-version Godzilla becomes popular. The game begins. Wang Baiqi and Zhu Junsha each came to the venue and stood in position. With an order from the old tool man Yang Tua, a fierce battle between the two sides was about to break out. Having tasted success once, Zhu Junsha had the experience of a battle and was more adept this time. The other party was a quasi-legend that the store manager praised to the point of almost flying into the sky. Zhu Junsha naturally would not underestimate him. Having tasted the sweetness once, she immediately gave the order after hearing Yang Tuo's command. "Blue! Flame Fong! Brew!" The red flames almost instantly filled Blue's big mouth, and in the blink of an eye, they wrapped around a bunch of long teeth. With a roar, Blue ran directly on his short legs and quickly ran towards Yukira on the other side. This time the flame condensed much faster than last time. Wang Baiqi, who had witnessed the battle between elves, naturally did not dare to take it lightly when facing this bright red puppy with 7 moves. From the moment he entered, his attention had been on Blue's teeth. Seeing that the other party was using Flame Fong again, he noticed the clue of Flame Fong this time, and his slightly frowned brows relaxed slightly. He is not Lu Jiaqing. He has already carefully studied what moves his Pokemon can do and what the details of the moves are. Seeing that the opponent was still close to Yukira, Wang Baiqi immediately gave the order. "Yukira, Dragon Dance!" Yukira, who was ready to go, heard Wang Baiqi's order, opened his 2 little hands without hesitation, and roared on the spot. After this shout, as Kira's hands danced repeatedly, the air surrounding him was slightly squeezed and began to twist and deform strangely. This scene made everyone in the room look shocked. Even Wang Baiqi himself was frightened. Then I saw that the space was constantly distorting, and from a distance it looked like Kira's body was rolling like waves. As the space twisted faster and faster, Ancient inscriptions flashed out from the cracks in the space, like a long dragon, constantly flying and swaying in the twisted space. An inexplicable feeling of desolation instantly enveloped the entire scene. It happened so quickly that the long dragon with inscription swayed slightly for a few circles before sinking into Yukira's body one by one. As the inscription sank in, veins on Kira's body began to bulge, as if some kind of power from eternity was converging towards Kira. Tear! A slight cracking sound reached Wang Baiqi's ears, waking him from his trance. Wang Baiqi looked in the direction of the sound and saw that although Yukira's body shape had not changed at all, his muscles were bulging. While the blue veins were bulging, there seemed to be some red blood oozing out of them. Ah, Yukira, how are you? Wang Baiqi was horrified. Isn't this dragon dance an amplification skill? How did it become self-harm? Boss, what's going on? I remember dragon dance increases physical attack strength and speed. Joey, who was standing outside the venue, also obviously noticed Kira's abnormality. Because the three of them were standing outside the center of the venue, she, Lu Jiaqing, and Yang Tuo could fully see the front of the two Pokemon. At this time, Yukira's eyes had turned a little pink, as if they were suddenly bloodshot. This is obviously a Wushuang. Lu Jiaqing looked at Yukira in the field, his eyes full of heat. This was a state of red anger. Yang Tuo, who was about to answer Joey, heard Lu Jiaqing's sigh, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Goddamn, it's unparalleled. He shook his head slightly and said, just like Baby Ding's healing wave, Yukira is still too young now. The amplification of Dragon Dance is a high-level skill compared to its current state. The strength of its body can only barely withstand this power for the time being. In fact, because it was forcibly exerting its power and unwilling to give up, its body was squeezed by some force and was slightly injured. Before he finished speaking, Lu Jiaqing's expression changed immediately, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ah, this 100 million. My cousin is going to lose too?" Yang Tuo was slightly surprised, then shook his head and laughed. "That's not the case. It's just a little skin breakage. I just need to release the power in my body. It's harmless. The situation is settled now." Ah! Xiao Yi and Lu Jiaqing were confused and turned to look at Yang Tuo. Yang Tuo raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but did not choose to answer. The initial Pokemon generally have very low physical strength. Once they encounter a skill with a restraining attribute, they will basically be killed in one hit. But as long as you don't encounter a restraining skill, it is not easy to knock down an elf when the growth level is similar. Didn't you see that after Riolu was hit by the Flame Fong, he fought with Blue several times in a row before being burned to death? Thinking of this, Yang Tuo's gaze turned to Lu Jiaqing. Riolu was watching the battle quietly at this time. It can be seen that this little guy is really eager to fight. His little fists have never been loosened since he came out of the Pokeball. What a pity, I was unlucky and got burned right at the start. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been beaten so badly in the first battle. The initial attack power of the elves is not high to begin with, and after it is halved, it will naturally be of little use to opponents of the same level. But what if the attack capability increases? Yo-ki! In response to Wang Baiqi's shout, Yukira let out a muffled hiss. Wang Baiqi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that its voice, although a little hoarse, was much louder. It seems that nothing unexpected has happened for the time being, but this amplification skill seems to have side effects. Forget it. I originally wanted to use it twice, but now Wang Baiqi doesn't dare to touch it again. Seeing Blue rushing towards him with flames roaring out of his mouth, Wang Baiqi narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Yukira, get out of the way." As soon as he finished speaking, Blue had already arrived in front of Yukira. Fortunately, Wang Baiqi did not command Yukira to use new skills. At this distance, once other skills were used, he would basically be a sitting duck. When Kira heard Wang Baiqi's instructions, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately flashed and narrowly avoided Blue's sudden attack. However, when Blue saw that his attack missed, he turned on his toes flexibly, opened his mouth full of fangs, and bit Yukira's back hard. Yuki! Yukira roared in pain and kept shaking his body, trying to break free from Blue behind him. But Blue's whole body was just like a dogskin plaster, hanging tightly on its back. Because Kira's arms were too short, he was unable to do anything to it for a while. Wang Baiqi's face darkened slightly. The distance between the opponent and Yukira was too close, and the power of the Flame Fong had not yet faded. So he had no time to respond and could only take the blow hard. "But you didn't leave after you hit me, and you even wanted to continue attacking. This is really too much. Yukira, jump up and slam your back on the ground to see if it lets go." "Yuki!" As Wang Baiqi's order came out, Yukira roared immediately and stomped the ground hard with his thickened calves. The whole beast jumped directly into the air, turned in the air, and smashed down hard on its back. "Blue, pull back! Use Thunder Fong!" "What?" Upon hearing this command, Wang Baiqi on the battle seat and Joey, who was watching, were stunned. When these two people were watching the last round of the game, they heard Yang Tuo talking about attribute restraint, so they took the illustrations and studied it. Since there are only a few elves that everyone has seen so far, the attribute restraint relationships that the two of them are concerned about are naturally limited to a few. As the trainer of Kira, how could Wang Baiqi not look at the attribute restraint relationship of Kira? Yukira is a rocky ground-type Pokemon, and is countered by fighting type, ground type, steel type, water type, grass type, and ice type. Of the 18 attributes, 6 can restrain it, and the water and grass attributes are double restrained. Once it is hit, the damage will be quadruple. However, what made him feel relieved was that Yukira, who possessed 2 attributes, was one of the most resistant Pokemon among the 4 Pokemon present. There are 6 attributes that do not do good damage to it, with electricity and poison being the worst. Electric-type skills hit ground types, and the attack is ineffective. Poison-type moves attack the ground and rocks, and they resist twice as much, so they can only exert a quarter of their power. Thunderfang? It's obvious that you don't know about the attribute restraint chain. If Wang Baiqi hadn't been frightened by the scene just now, he would have responded with a dragon dance. You Blue do know quite a few moves, but if I may be frank, except for the Freeze Fang, they're all inferior to mine. Seeing the fangs in Blue's mouth surrounded by layers of lightning, Wang Baiqi marveled at the magic of the elves and issued the latest battle orders. Yukira, use Rockfall. According to the boss, when an elf uses a move with the same attributes as itself, it has a bonus from this system and can have 0.5 times more power. This Rockfall has a power of 50, multiplied by 1.5, which equals 75. With the enhanced physical attack of Dragon Dance, how powerful can it be? Wang Baiqi didn't know anything about his quasi-legendary elf. There were no stones at all in this venue. How could he perform the falling rock technique? The Fire Fang summons fire. So could it be that the falling rock summons stones? It can summon stones, so why is it a physical attack? Isn't this supposed to be magic? Wang Baiqi stared at Yukira in front of him, with a hint of anticipation in his heart. Yuki! Faced with Blue's aggressive momentum, Kira roared immediately after receiving instructions from Wang Baiqi. The cry was loud yet childish, powerful yet hoarse, and extremely evil. Kira pulled one hand back, and in the void, a dark yellow light suddenly lit up on his palm. The light was only the size of an imperceptible grain of rice at first, but it grew in the wind as time passed, and in an instant it moved up to the top of the green figure's head, with a diameter of 2 meters. Except for Yang Ta, everyone in the audience was stunned. The yellow light quickly dissipated, and a 2-meter-sized spherical boulder instantly appeared above Yukira. This Blue! Get out of the way! Zhu Junqi's pupils suddenly shrank, and she shouted quickly. Blue had already attacked Yukira, and the huge rock above his head had already frightened him. When he heard Zhu Junqi shout, he stopped attacking and ran away. Seeing the red puppy that had bitten him retreat, Kira's slightly scarlet eyes narrowed almost into slits. Want to run away now? Too late. Call. The huge rock is like a mountain crushing an egg, and the sound of the wind is like ghosts howling. Wang Baiqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Seeing Yukira still standing stupidly under the stone, he shouted, Yukira, be careful. Even though he was used to big scenes, how could he not be frightened when seeing such a scene before his eyes? You know, Yukira is only half a meter tall. If he was killed by the stone he summoned, how could he seek justice? Hearing his trainer shout, Yukira was stunned. He looked closely at Blue, who was fleeing in a hurry. After confirming that the other party did not have any bad intentions, Yukira kicked his legs. His entire body slid backwards, but after sliding only 2 meters, he pointed his toes and forcibly stopped the backward momentum on the spot. The next scene made Wang Baiqi dumbfounded. The green-skinned little dinosaur spun on the spot, as if it had practiced Tai Chi, and the momentum of its retreat turned into a forward charge. Just as the rock was about to hit the ground, a small green claw with bulging muscles punched out fiercely, hitting the rock right in the middle. Bang! Huh! Just like a golf ball hit by a golf club, the boulder was blasted out before it hit the ground, accompanied by a strong wind, and hit the fleeing red figure hard. Joey was stunned, Lu Jiaqing was stunned, and Riolu was watching from the sidelines with sparkling eyes. Fuck! Q version of Godzilla is so popular. He doesn't use atomic breath, but uses the Tarzan meteorite drop instead. What? Yang Tao was listening nearby and looked confused. He couldn't help but look at Lu Jiaqing curiously again. He was a gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. I didn't realize that this gentleman is so innocent that he even knows about the Taishan meteorite drop. In fact, Yukira can also use atomic breath, but it has to wait until it grows up. By then, its size will be more like Godzilla, and it will have more skills. One of them is very similar to atomic breath, and its power is very impressive. Yang Tuo couldn't help but chuckle. No, I actually can do that. After hearing what Yang Tuo said, Lu Jiaqing's mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. Joey on the side looked nervous and pointed at the field in panic. Boss! Stone! Stone. What? Young Toa didn't understand what was going on, so he looked in the direction of Joey's finger. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the whole ground seemed to tremble slightly. The boulder failed to hit Blue, but instead hit the ground not far from Blue, splashing up a lot of flying rocks and soil. Because the distance between them and Blue was too close, he was blown several meters away by the airwave. Fortunately, he was not hit directly, so there was nothing serious. But this stone is round. The attack missed, and the boulder bounced up from the spot, leaving only a 2 or 3 meter large pit, still shooting towards the distance with all its might. It was like a ping pong ball falling from a high altitude. Although not as terrifying as before, it was still very powerful. Blue was only blown a few meters away by the airwave. He just took advantage of the time when the boulder bounced up to dodge to a safe distance. He looked at the boulder that was still bouncing and gasped. However, although it was fine, the boulder continued to blast out of the field with unabated force. This direction is exactly where Yang Tuo and the other two who were watching the battle were. Chapter 34. Energy Shield of the Battlefield. Boom! As Joey and Lu Jiaqing looked on in horror, the boulder bounced to the edge of the field and was about to fly over the heads of the three people in the next second. Joey was so frightened that her face turned pale and her body was unstable, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, Yang Tuo, who was standing by, was quick to grab her waist and help her steady her body. Brush! At the critical moment, a transparent light blue light curtain suddenly appeared, covering the entire battlefield. The huge rock continued to move forward and slammed heavily onto the blue light curtain. The moment it touched the light curtain, it was like proud snow meeting the scorching sun. It was automatically decomposed into countless debris and fell onto the site. I'm gonna boss? What's going on here? Lu Jiaqing's face turned pale with fright, and he looked at Yang Tuo with some doubt. But when he saw the intimate actions between Yang Tuo and Xiao Yi, his expression became a little suspicious. Xiao Yi screamed and hurriedly broke free from Yang Tuo's arms. Her body was still a little unstable, and she staggered back a little. Her cheeks were flushed red, and she lowered her head and said softly, Thank you. No, you're welcome. Yang Tuo touched his nose embarrassedly and coughed twice to ease the brief embarrassment. He chuckled and said, It's my fault for not telling you in advance because Pokemon are very powerful, so in fighting, it is inevitable that some skills will go off accidentally, so a special protection mechanism has been set up in the battlefield. He pointed at the blue light that was gradually dissipating on the field and said, This is an energy shield specially prepared to protect the audience and trainers. It can ensure that any skills in the field cannot affect the outside of the field, so you two don't have to worry. Energy shield? Lu Jiaqing stared blankly at the slowly fading blue light shield on the battlefield and couldn't help muttering, What a powerful technology this is. Yang Tuo did not choose to give a direct answer, but chose to laugh it off casually. How to explain this? You can't just tell them that the elf world can directly build aerial battleships and aircraft carriers, right? Please, I am promoting Pokemon, not the technology of the Pokemon world. On the battlefield, the two people who were supposed to continue fighting were all stunned when they saw the huge rock turned into pieces. After a long silence, Wang Baichi swallowed slightly, and then looked at Yukira with eyes that could almost shoot lasers. This is only sold for 100 million? Making a fortune. Although no one knows what the sudden light is, if this big stone is thrown onto the battlefield, it will be able to kill anyone who stands in its way. Is there such a thing as creation through telekinesis? He adjusted his tie slightly, cleared his throat, and said to Zhu Junsha opposite him with a smile. Sister Junsha, do you want to continue fighting? Zhu Junsha was still staring at the pile of rubble in a daze. This scene really scared her. With such a big stone flying towards her, could Blue's small body hold on? What the hell is this? She moistened her dry throat a little and smiled awkwardly with a stiff expression. I think we should just forget it. Okay, let's call this a draw. After all, my Yukira doesn't dare to let you get close to me. To be honest, I'm really scared of your 3-move teeth of blue. I can only use this kind of fighting style of mutual destruction. Wang Baichi laughed and said to Yukira, Yukira, come back. The battle is over. Yuki. When Kira heard this, he was stunned at first, then he looked suspiciously at Blue, who was not injured on the opposite side. After a little hesitation, he nodded and slowly walked to Wang Baichi. Looking at Yukira, whose body was still emitting a faint red glow and whose muscles were bulging, Wang Baichi's eyes were filled with joy. He couldn't help but reach out and touch Yukira's head, feeling the green and rough skin that was as hard as a rock. Wang Baichi sighed. You are amazing, Yukira. Yukira squinted his eyes, enjoying the touch of his trainer, feeling extremely comfortable, and couldn't help but shouting happily. Yuki! While shouting crisply, Yukira also flexed his biceps slightly, but as he relaxed, the bulging muscles began to slowly fade away, and the faint red glow on his body also began to gradually retreat and disappear. On the other side, the style of the painting is completely different. Bruce. Blue walked to Zhu Junsha with dejected steps, looking very depressed. It understood its trainer's surrender very well. After all, based on the power of the previous attack, it had no chance of defeating Yukira on the opposite side and would probably fall if it was hit by one blow. Because of this, Blue felt that he was too weak, otherwise his trainer would not be so embarrassed. Okay, we didn't challenge each other to win, we just wanted to test the opponent's strength. Zhu Junsha changed her previous jumpiness, gently rubbed Blue's head, and said softly, "The other party is a quasi-legend who will achieve great success late in life. As long as we know their current abilities and train well, we will definitely be able to defeat them in the future." Blue looked at Zhu Junsa, who was in front of him, with a sincere expression, with a little surprise in his eyes. Didn't the trainer blame him? Failure is the mother of success, Bruce. Zhu Junsha rubbed Blue's head and held him in her arms. She glanced at the happy man and elf opposite her, with a little helplessness on her face, and said, "You have worked very hard. We must work even harder in the future and seek revenge on it as soon as possible. After all, this green-skinned lizard can cheat." Thinking of Kira's tense muscles after following the dragon dance, Zhu Junsha looked helpless. They are both Pokemon, but the other party actually has an unparalleled skill to activate Red Rage. It's simply outrageous. Yang Tuo naturally heard the conversation between the two. Seeing that they really didn't seem to be ready to continue the battle, he slowly walked into the field and made a final confirmation. "Are you too sure that this is the end?" When Zhu Junsha heard Yang Tuo's question, she looked at him carefully and saw that he was still holding the phone in his hand. She rolled her eyes and said, "Boss, you totally disregard the lives of us two workers for the sake of live broadcast. How can we hit such a big rock just now? I guess if you continue to hit it, both me and Blue Man will be gone." Wang Baichi, who was far away, saw Yang Tuo walking into the field, and he also walked up slowly with Yukira and said softly, "I just want to see what abilities Yukira has." "Boss, this match is a draw. After all, Yukira can only hit and glare besides falling rocks. He is definitely no match for Blue in close combat." Upon hearing this, Yang Tuo looked at Wang Baichi meaningfully. Seeing his calm expression, he couldn't help but smiled and nodded. "Is Kira weak in close combat?" Seeing that Wang Baichi was deliberately trying to give Zhu Junsha a way out, Yang Tuo naturally wouldn't point it out and nodded gently. "In that case, I declare this match a draw." After hearing the results of the match, Joey and Lu Jiaqing, who were still spectators outside the venue, slowly walked into the battlefield. Looking at the rubble that had almost piled up into a small hill, Lu Jiaqing's throat couldn't help but move, and his gaze towards Kira changed from passion to awe. "This little guy is really scary. Be careful next time you go to my cousin's house to play. Don't offend him. Actually, I forgot to tell you about the safety issues in the battle." Yang Tuo glanced around and saw that several people had gathered in front of him. He smiled and said, "Deep underground in the battlefield, there is actually a protective energy array. As long as any attack approaches the edge of the field, the energy shield will automatically open and block all attacks and aftermath." As he spoke, he looked at where Zhu Junsha was standing and chuckled. "It's the same when you fight in the arena. As long as you don't leave the trainer's command area, your life will not be in danger. There is actually an energy array here as well." Looking at Blue, who was hiding in Zhu Junsha's arms, and looking at Yujira timidly, Yang Tu couldn't help but smile. As long as the energy array senses that the elves are in danger of death or seriously injured, they will be protected by the protective shield, so there is no need to worry. Hearing Yang Tuo say this, Joey on the side couldn't help but be suspicious and said, "What about that big rock just now? If such a big rock fell down, it would probably turn us into a meat paste. Can the defense shield react?" Hearing this question, Yang Tuo smiled knowingly and said, "I'm sure everyone has seen the power of the elves. In fact, their physique is as strong as their strength, and they are very powerful. When faced with an attack that far exceeds what the elf can withstand, the energy in the elf's body will instinctively and automatically gather at one point to form a simple protective film. Just like using a small force to move a large object, he unloaded the force and pushed, redirecting and directing the attack to hit the area around his body, thereby eliminating danger to himself. However, once it reaches this point, the elf will become exhausted and faint due to the instantaneous load and automatically enter a near-death state. If it suffers another blow, it will be at real risk of death. At this time, the energy array under the battlefield can also come into play. However, when this happens, the other elf in the battle will generally not continue to attack. After all, the two sides are just sparring, not mortal enemies. Elves basically stop at a certain point, and rarely do they intentionally kill each other. Cut! Everyone was listening attentively, but Zhu Junsha couldn't help but roll her eyes again and muttered, immediately attracting everyone's attention. After all this talk, You still want us to continue to be your tools and broadcast live. No more fighting. It's obvious that we can't win, so why go up and get beaten? Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to go treat Blue. Chapter 35. It's my partner. Shanghai Luxury Residences, Xiang family. Xiang Yuanshao looked at the black kitten in front of him, who was licking its paws, and was unable to utter a word for a long time. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that the cat spit out a series of sparks, burning a stack of newspapers that had been prepared in advance. Is this a normal creature? I've only heard of fish being able to discharge electricity, but this is the first time I've seen a cat spit fire. Could this be some anti-human result of genetic research? After taking a deep breath, Xiang Yuanshao looked at the fire cat and then turned his gaze to Chen Sheng. He thought for a moment and then slowly said, Chen Sheng, how many of these creatures does that store have? That boss is one. Joey and I bought one each this morning. I don't know about the others. But the boss said that the Pokemon Joey bought is not a combat type, but has the ability to make other creatures fall into tranquility. Chen Sheng thought for a moment and said, these elves are sold at very high prices, and ordinary people probably can't afford them. When Joey and I first arrived at the store, we met a customer who scolded the store manager and said that the store was a scam. If this kind of elf only has this much ability, although it is somewhat magical, it should not pose much of a threat to society. On the contrary, if we can master this so-called space technology, it should be able to play a revolutionary role in the advancement of science and technology in our dragon country. Xiang Yuanshao pondered for a moment and came to a simple conclusion. He was about to continue talking when he noticed that Chen Sheng had a strange expression on his face. He couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Chen Sheng hesitated and finally said, the store manager said that Pokemon can grow, just like Litten, although it can only spit sparks at present. In the future, as it grows, it seems that it will be able to spit out pillars of fire. When he said this, he couldn't help but carefully glanced at Xiang Yuanshao's face and found that he had no expression on his face and didn't show any reaction at all, so he couldn't help but add, my Litten only has 4 skills, but the boss's Pokemon is a pink cat that can fly in the air. I took a look at it and roughly estimated that the Pokemon has at least 70 or 80 skills. As he spoke, Chen Sheng took out his own illustration book, called up the detailed registration information of Meng Huan, and scrolled to the move page. He handed the illustration book to Xiang Yuanshao and said, Uncle Xiang, look, click on the move name to see the specific details. Xiang Yuanshao took the illustrated book expressionlessly and took a quick look at it. There were definitely not only 70 or 80 moves, probably over 100. I just don't know how powerful it is. Is it like Litten, which can only spit out simple sparks? He swiped a little and saw a strange name of a move. He raised his eyebrows and clicked it lightly. The introduction of the move suddenly appeared on the screen. Snow scene. Make it snow in the specified range for a period of time. During this period, the defense of ice Pokemon will be greatly improved. Xiang Yuanshao was stunned. How long is a period of time? How big is the specified range? Isn't this artificial snow? He quickly flipped through it again and found several more strange moves similar to the weather and couldn't help but click on them one by one. Sunny day. Change the weather in the specified area to sunny day for the duration. The power of fire-type moves will be increased and the power of water-type moves will be weakened. Sandstorm. Creates a sandstorm in the specified range. All Pokemon except Rock, Ground, and Steel-type Pokemon will be damaged. The special defense of Rock-type Pokemon will be increased. Pray for rain. Change the weather in the specified range to rainy and keep raining, thereby increasing the power of Water-type Pokemon's moves and weakening the power of Fire-type moves. Seeing this, Xiang Yuanshao's expression could no longer remain calm. This is possible to artificially control the weather. If this is put into real-life use, how much cost will be saved? How much time can we save by praying for rain at the fire scene? If there's a sandstorm on the battlefield, he didn't dare to think any further and continued to look down, such as 100,000 volts, jets of flame, sharp stone attacks, and so on and so forth. Just by looking at the introduction of these skills, you can tell that the damage they cause is simply unimaginable. This is a big killer. When Xiang Yuanshao thought about such an uncertain time bomb, which was actually in Demon City, hiding right under his nose, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but said to Chen Sheng, Chen Sheng, where is the address of this store? Check it out for me. Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng quickly took out his phone, clicked on the navigation, and handed the phone to Xiang Yuanshao, saying, Uncle Xiang, I think if this elf is applied to life, it will definitely save a lot of costs, so I thought about buying more, so I made a special mark. Look, it's next to Baixing Road. Looking at the coordinates on the navigation and the strange name of the store, Xiang Yuanshao fell silent. Next to there is a commercial street. As one of the most prosperous cities in Dragon Country, the commercial street in Modu is always crowded with people during the day or at night. If this gets out of hand accidentally, brush, brush, brush. Dense beads of sweat oozed out instantly. Without thinking, Xiang Yuanshao didn't care that Chen Sheng was still beside him. He took out his mobile phone, found a contact, and dialed the number. Immediately issue a notice to block all roads near Baisheng Road. Set up roadblocks, evacuate the people, and say that the road is dangerous and needs emergency repairs. We will provide them for 24 hours. As if he had received a response, Xiang Yuanchao slowly exhaled, and as soon as he hung up the phone, he immediately dialed another number. Secretary Zhang, notify all magic advisors that an emergency meeting will be held in 1 hour. Everyone must be present. Chun Sheng's face changed drastically after hearing this series of words. He had imagined that Xiang Yuanchao would have a big reaction after learning the information about the elves, but he didn't expect his reaction to be so big. Seeing Xiang Yuanchao put down his phone and no longer have the intention to make another call, Chun Sheng hurried forward. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that the other party's face was extremely ugly, so Chun Sheng could not help but say tactfully, Uncle Xiang, I don't think the store manager has any ill intentions. If we make such a big move, will it have a counter effect and irritate the other party? Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuanchao turned around and looked at Chun Sheng. Chun Sheng could not read any emotion in his eyes, so he lowered his head, not daring to look him in the face. The two families have known each other for so many years, but this is the first time that Chun Sheng has seen this expression on his uncle's face. He couldn't help but regret that he shouldn't have been so anxious to come to Xiang Yuanchao. He should have gone to that store first to buy more Pokemon. In the current situation, it seems that this Pokemon project is going to go bankrupt before it even starts. Xiang Yuanchao stared at Chun Sheng for a long time. Seeing that he stopped talking, he sighed slowly and said, Xiaosheng, the matter of Pokemon is far from as simple as you think. I need to report the situation to the sea first, and then make a decision. Xiang Yuanchao spoke slowly, but every word was clear and powerful. He looked at the fire cat on the ground and said slowly, But before that, we have to find out the opponent's cards for the time being. You can leave the Pokeball and this cat with me first. I have a meeting later and need to requisition these first. As he spoke, he looked at the illustrated book in his hand again and couldn't help laughing. Oh, and this? I will transfer 4 million to you later, just as a rental fee. Xiang Yuanchao's words fell into Chun Sheng's ears. Although it was a lease, how could he not understand the meaning? It's just waiting for me to take the initiative to give it to you. If it was something else, I would give it to you immediately, but this is an elf. How do I send this? Chun Sheng showed a difficult expression on his face. After hesitating for a while, he said with some hesitation, Uncle Xiang, I can give you the illustrated guide, but I'm afraid I can't give you Litten and the Pokeball. The boss said that the intelligence of the Pokemons is almost the same as that of humans. Doing so may cause the Pokemons to defect, or even rebel and kill their master. Having said that, seeing Xiang Yuanchao's face darken, Chun Sheng became more anxious. He couldn't help but look at the fire cat, only to see that the fire cat had slowly stood up at some point, with its waist bent, as if ready to stand up at any time. The look it gave Xiang Yuanchao was particularly vigilant, and even the look it gave him was somewhat deep. Chun Sheng was stuck in the middle, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He could not help but point at the fire cat and said to Xiang Yuanchao, Look at Litten's expression. Actually, you can go to the store and buy a Pokemon yourself. Litten is a Pokemon that I am destined to have. It is my partner. I will not give it up. Chapter 36, Retail Price, 50,000 yuan. Yang Tuo had no idea about the shock among the upper echelons of the Demon City. Perhaps even if he knew, he would not take it too seriously. At this time, he only wanted to make money. While looking forward to his second Pokemon, he also worked hard to fight for the third legendary lottery right. Handing the tablet illustration to Wang Baiqi, Yang Tuo smiled and reminded, Mr. Wang, I think it is necessary to remind you again. Each customer can draw once a day for free, and then there will be a fee for each subsequent draw. The first draw fee is 1,000 yuan, the second is 10,000 yuan, and then 100,000 yuan, 1 million yuan, and 10 million yuan. Are you sure you want to draw a spirit again? Faced with Yang Tuo's reminder, Wang Baiqi remained silent. He took the illustration casually and nodded slightly. Thank you, but I have to go to the United States tonight and may not be able to come back in the next half month, so I'm afraid I can't wait until tomorrow. He smiled and lightly tapped the go on the screen. He casually glanced at Zhu Junsha, who was curiously interacting with Kira, and joked, I don't want to come back and see that they all have a bunch of elves. If they come to challenge me again, won't I be at a disadvantage? I'd better buy more now, so I can feel at ease. When these words were spoken, everyone smiled knowingly. Joey has no plans to continue drawing for now, and Lu Jiaqing has already spent this month's pocket money. If he wants to buy another elf, he has to wait until next month at least. The two of them naturally knew that Wang Baiqi was just joking. But Zhu Junsha's eyes lit up. She held Yukira's little hand and turned to speak. Brother Wang, don't worry. Even if others don't challenge you, I will definitely challenge you. I heard from the boss that Yukira's growth rate is very slow, so you better be careful. When the time comes, I will train a bunch of elves to restrain you. let you feel the despair of late success. Then I have to smoke more now? Sister Junsha, please don't scare me. If you scare me, I will lose tens of thousands. Everyone couldn't help but smile. As the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. After experiencing a battle, the few people could be considered to have a simple acquaintance. Especially Zhu Junsha, because she was shocked by Yukira's strength. She has been calling him Brother Wang all the time since she came out of the small world in the compartment, which made Joey roll his eyes. The two even added each other as WeChat friends, which seemed like they had met too late. If Joey hadn't known about the other's family assets, he would have really thought that this woman was a gold digger. Boss, what is this elf? Why is it a bug? And why does it look so much like a candied Haas? After some joking, the picture on the tablet had already frozen. Wang Baichi took a quick glance at it and suddenly felt extremely curious. What appeared on the picture at this moment was a small bug with a yellowish-brown body. However, this insect seems to be a little special. It has a sharp horn on its head, and its body is made up of fleshy balls, which looks extremely strange. Oh, this is a horned bug, a Pokemon that is a combination of bug and poison. In the Pokemon world, it is very popular among civilian trainers. Yang Tuo took a quick glance and replied with a smile. Civilian trainer? Wang Baichi frowned slightly, and his eyes casually swept over the people around him. The few people knew each other roughly, and they all knew the cost of buying Pokemon. Riolu is 6 million, Blue is 4 million, and Bayobayoting is 2 million, but I heard that they were bought at a discounted price, so the original price is still unknown. Wang Baichi guessed that this should be a civilian trainer, right? Although I don't like bugs very much, one more attribute seems to mean one more attack surface. Yukira has 6 weaknesses. If there is one more bug-type Pokemon, it seems that the threat of grass-type can be ignored. It is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Training one more bug-type and poison-type Pokemon doesn't seem to be a bad choice. At least it will give you one more option when dealing with other trainers in the future. After a moment's silence, Wang Baichi asked, Boss, does this elf have any special features? How much does it cost? Hearing this question, Yang Tuo, who had originally had a calm expression, was slightly stunned. You, a person who raises Yukira, want to raise unicorn worms? He thought for a moment and replied. Compared to other types of Pokemon, bug-type Pokemon are inherently weaker. However, they are the exact opposite of the late bloomers of quasi-gods. Precisely because of their inherent weakness, their growth rate is terrifying compared to other Pokemon. I have talked to you before about this. In order to carry and use stronger energy, many elves will change their body shape and appearance during their growth process. We call this evolution. Evolution is the most obvious portrayal of a Pokemon's qualitative change. Except for a very small number of Pokemon, most Pokemon will undergo 1 or 2 transformations. As for insect-type Pokemon, their inherent weakness means that it usually only takes them a few weeks to evolve from their initial form to their strongest form. Those with poorer qualifications may even only take a few days to completely transform into their strongest state. Just imagine, when other elves are still in their infancy, you already have the strongest form. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. The horned beetle is the most common bug-type Pokemon and is a typical example. Although it is weak in the early stages, it can take advantage of its growth rate to quickly reach final evolution in a very short period of time, enough to overpower other Pokemon of the same generation. However, once other Pokemon gradually reach the 2nd or 3rd stage, this advantage will no longer exist. If you can find a Mega Evolution Stone for him, I would recommend that you train one. Because it is a Mega Evolved form of the unicorn, its racial talents are almost all focused on speed and strength, making it a well-deserved fast attacker in the team, and a Pokemon with a very good cost-effectiveness. Yang Tuo talked a lot of weird things, leaving everyone confused. Although everyone didn't understand many things, they still understood the general meaning. This Pokemon develops extremely fast, but it seems that both its upper limit and starting point are a bit low. But what the hell is this super evolution? We don't even have a single evolved Pokemon yet. How come there's a super evolved one? Lu Jiaqing, who was often addicted to various online games, was the first to come to his senses and couldn't help asking, Wait, boss, what is super evolution? Shouldn't normal be evolution? Everyone nodded when they heard this and turned to look at Yang Tuo. Hearing this, Yang Tuo smiled slightly and said, Evolution is a transformation of the elves, a symbol of growth, and it is irreversible. Mega Evolution, on the other hand, is a Pokemon that has evolved to its final form and uses the bond with its trainer and the help of a medium to temporarily further strengthen and sublimate its body during battle. This kind of sublimation has a certain time limit. If the time is exceeded, the super evolution will terminate and the elf will return to its original form. This is super evolution, and the medium is the super evolution stone and keystone. Of course, it's still a long way off now. You'll understand later. Yang Tuo looked at Wang Baichi in a suit, and a slight smile appeared on his face. There will definitely be a lot of super evolution stones when the elves arrive in large numbers in the later stages. It would be difficult for ordinary people to obtain it, but for the rich second generation who can spend 100 million to buy a pet, it should not be difficult. However, you cannot try to mega evolve immediately with just the mega evolution stone. The mega evolution of elves requires the support of bonds. If the bond is not strong, the Pokemon may go out of control at best, or even directly lead to the death of both the trainer and the Pokemon at worst. For a rich young man like this who doesn't have to worry about future resources, it is still necessary to cultivate elf bonds in advance. Everyone was still confused, and Wang Baichi also only half understood what was said. But although he didn't understand other things, he understood one principle. You get what you pay for. After trying to understand for a long time and failing to fully comprehend, he decisively asked, "Boss, how much is this unicorn worm?" Forehead. Yang Tuo's face showed a little bit of unnaturalness. After hesitating for a while, he slowly pulled out a palm and said, "The retail price is 50,000 yuan. Wang Baichi." Chapter 37. Wang Baichi's Exploitation. What? You said a lot, but it's only the price of 50 boxes of energy cubes? Zhu Junsha was smiling coquettishly, and Wang Baichi couldn't help but have 3 black lines sliding down his face. He had expected the price of this Pokemon to be very affordable, but he never thought it would be so affordable. It seemed that the tie across from him was more valuable than this Pokemon. Yang Tuo couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. Is Beedrill weak? It seems quite weak, but this is reality, not a game. Is Sakiki's Beedrill weak? Directly challenge Deoxys and defeat Ryuji with his reverse attributes. Seeing that everyone had strange expressions, Yang Tuo couldn't help but explain. Ms. Junsha, I think I need to correct your point of view. Elves are magical beings and cannot be measured by money. Its low selling price is only because the evaluation values of various parameters of this type of elves are relatively low, such as rarity, training difficulty, etc. Many parameters can directly affect the retail price. I have introduced the legendary Pokemon to you before. Such a thing happened in the elf world. According to legend, the legendary Pokemon that controls the power of air currents has the powerful ability to resurrect the dead. An outstanding trainer defeated it head-on with a Pokemon called Messenger Bird. The price of the Messenger Bird in our store is 2 million. In addition, in the elf world, there is a Pokemon trainer named Sakiki. His Beedrill is a top-level existence that can face top legendary Pokemon head-on without losing out. So, what I want to tell you is that every elf is a magical being, and as long as your bond is strong enough, your efforts will always be rewarded. Don't treat them differently just because they're a relatively weak race. After all, nothing is impossible, right? After listening to Yang Tuo's words, everyone fell silent. After all, it just happened that 4 million blue beats 6 million Riolu. But Yukira, who is worth 100 million, that rock-falling move is really full of oppression. Wang Baichi pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. The price was so low that he really couldn't believe how weak this elf was in its initial state. Since elves are magical, why should I choose such a low starting point if I have money? This should at least be about the same price as Bao Bao Ding. He doesn't like bugs in the first place. What if he finds out that Beetlejuice is the weakest among all the Pokemon he has? Why would he go to all the trouble to train it when he knows that its upper limit is not high? The IQ of Pokemon is not low. At least from what Wang Baichi has seen so far, their IQ is no less than that of humans. They just can't speak. They also have their own joys and sorrows. Therefore, adhering to the principle of not wanting to cause accidental harm, Wang Baichi looked at the Pokemon portrait on the screen, said sorry in his heart, and lightly clicked Geo. Seeing that Wang Baichi still did not choose to buy the unicorn worm after he said so much, Yang Tuo could only smile helplessly, but did not say anything. After all, do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. Besides, Yang Tuo was used to receiving transfers of several million yuan, so he didn't care about the mere 50,000 yuan. It's good to draw elves. If he draws a few more times, he will have enough to sell several unicorn worms. Besides, Yang Tuodian live broadcast room. 666. It sounds awesome. The magic weapon for losers to counterattack. Oh my god. Oh my god. I always thought that I had no chance to have Pokemon, but I never thought that there would be Pokemon that I could afford. Brothers, don't say anything. I have already booked a hotel in Shanghai. Let me show you my plan first. Looking at the crazy rising barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, Yang Tuo's mouth curled up slightly. It seems like a good advertisement. You can't get fat in one breath. Although we are focusing on the high-end market, how can we not harvest some of the petty bourgeois market? Wang Baichi naturally didn't know about Yang Tuo's little tricks. After just a few breaths, the light and shadow on the illustration froze again, and another string of candied haws appeared in Wang Baichi's eyes. Is this also from the insect type? Wang Baichi looked at the elves in the illustration and couldn't help but ask curiously. Ah, Upon hearing this, Yang Tuo couldn't help but look up. On the screen, there was a Pokemon that was also made up of spheres and had a single horn on its head. However, unlike the earthy yellow color of the unicorn, the color of this Pokemon is closer to silver gray. Oh, this is Onyx, a rock and ground type Pokemon. Yang Tuoyin smiled and said, "This Pokemon." Yang Tuo had just said half of his words when he saw Wang Baichi raising his hand. So he stopped talking and looked at Wang Baichi curiously. "How much is this Pokemon?" Wang Baichi looked at the photo on the screen carefully and felt that the price of this little insect should not be too high. After all, it looks so similar to the unicorn beetle. They're just like twin brothers. "For this Pokemon, I'll give you 4 million. Yang Tuo stated the standard retail price given by the system without any hesitation. Its various strengths are actually quite good. If it can evolve in the future, its attributes will become Steel plus Ground, and then its attributes will not overlap with Euchirus. Steel plus Ground. Looking at the Pokemon on the screen that didn't look very handsome, Wang Baichi couldn't help but feel moved. For some reason, he always felt that this Pokemon's body was more like made of stone. Moreover, its initial attributes are Ground plus Rock, which means that the energy blocks created by Kira are also applicable to it. When cultivating it, there is no need to prepare other energy blocks, and the elf materials prepared by yourself in the United States will not be too complicated. After hesitating for a moment, he looked up and asked, "Can you bring it out and let me see it? I want to use the illustrated guide to see its specific information." After hearing Wang Baichi's request, Yang Tuo showed a little difficulty. It's not that you can't bring it out, but the size of this Pokemon is a little bit unsuitable for bringing into the store. "Why? No way." Wang Baichi couldn't help but frown when he saw the confusion on Yang Tuo's face. "It seems that before, I could look at the elves first and then decide whether to buy them or not. Why do I feel like this boss is targeting me? It shouldn't be. Aren't you a big customer?" Wang Baichi was puzzled. That's not the case. This Pokemon is a little special. Let me go and bring it out first." As he spoke, Yang Tuo, who already had a plan in mind, slowly walked towards the compartment. When everyone heard him say this, they all cast their eyes curiously towards the Pokemon in the illustrated book. When Lu Jiaqing saw the pattern on the screen, he couldn't help but mutter, "A snake with a single horn, or a stone snake?" As he thought about it, he felt that he was unreliable. Lu Jiaqing shook his head and threw away those messy thoughts. Seeing that Yang Tuo had completely walked into the compartment and closed the door, he couldn't help but mutter, "We all know what's on the other side of this door. Why is it so mysterious?" He muttered, and seeing Wang Baichi's calm face, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Brother, what are you doing in the United States? Is there something wrong there again?" Wang Baichi nodded slightly after hearing this and sighed. "Alas, I never thought that I, a three-wheeled motorcycle seller, could enjoy the same treatment as Longway Group." "Three-wheeled vehicle? Longway? What's going on?" Joey, who had been listening quietly on the side, asked in confusion. "It's actually not a big deal. When I traveled to the United States before, I found that there were many farms there, but the transportation vehicles for transporting goods were all gasoline-powered pickup trucks, so I pulled a batch of three-wheeled vehicles and sold them there." Wang Baichi glanced at the mobile phone camera on the counter and smiled slightly. The normal price of a three-wheeled vehicle in China is 2,000 to 4,000 yuan. Because it uses electricity, the cost is very low, and the load capacity is also good. It is very popular there and can be sold for 5,000 to 12,000 green coins. The price has increased more than 10 times. At this point, he shrugged slightly and said helplessly, "I only sold about 400,000 units, but I ended up becoming the second target of sanctions after Longway mobile phones. They said that the cost of making a three-wheeled vehicle is at least 50,000 green coins, and that I was maliciously dumping, suppressing the domestic vehicle market, and seriously threatening the national security of the United States, so they raised the tariff 5-fold. Zhu Junsha and Joey were both stunned. 3 bounce. The cost is 50,000 green coins? Are you kidding me? Without waiting for the two to come to their senses, Wang Baichi said, "It doesn't really matter. I've discovered that apart from Southeast Asia, it seems that there is a market for three-wheeled vehicles all over the world, and the one in the United States is no exception. This time, I went there mainly to deal with the store I bought before, and to see if there are any other industries that are suitable for making money. After all, you can't always hang your head on the same tree. My goodness, are you addicted to taking advantage of others?" Joey and the other two were stunned. Chapter 38, One Little Friend at a Time. Zhu Junsha and Xiao Yi have never left Dragon Country since they were young, so they are naturally extremely curious about the outside world. Lu Jiaqing is even more curious. He is still in college and will have to wait until next year to finish his junior year. Several people were quite curious as they listened to Wang Baichi talking about the interesting things that happened during his foreign travels. Crunch! While they were chatting and laughing, the wooden door of the compartment opened again, and Yang Tuo walked out with a smile on his face. Taking the phone from the counter, Yang Tuo said to the 4 people, "Mr. Wang, Onyx has come out, but it's a bit big, so I'm afraid you'll have to come in and see it in person. Eh, a bit big. Wang Baichi was completely confused, not understanding what Yang Tuo was keeping in suspense. For a moment, his curiosity was also aroused. Is this Pokemon that I drew so big that it can't get out of the compartment? This door is more than 1 meter wide. How big must it be? Without Yang Tuo's guidance, Wang Baichi walked towards the compartment with ease. Everyone followed his steps and walked behind him. Only Yang Tuo stood at the end with a strange smile on his face, and his mobile phone camera was aimed at the backs of several people. Boss, don't you want to come and take a look? Joey was walking at the end and noticed that Yang Tuo had no intention of catching up, so he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Huh? Just as Yang Tuo was about to reply, he heard a low shout from the front of the team. Joey looked forward in confusion. Wang Baichi, who had been extremely calm just now had a look of panic on his face and staggered back several steps. Judging from the situation, if Lu Jiaqing, who was following behind him, had not supported him in time, he would have made a fool of himself on the spot. What's wrong, bro? Lu Jiaqing asked with a questioning look on his face. Before he had the time to look over, he was pushed to the back by his cousin. Seeing Wang Baichi's reaction, he became even more curious. What could scare my cousin like this? Boss, why didn't you warn me? I was almost scared to death. Wang Baichi felt his limp calves and looked at Yang Tuo, who was holding his phone in the store lobby and trying not to laugh. A hint of resentment appeared in his eyes. Mr. Wang, I reminded you that it's a little big. Yang Tuo held up his mobile phone to record this scene and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. After seeing the resentment on Wang Baichi's face, he could not help but straighten his face, coughed twice, and said seriously, Don't worry, Mr. Wang. Rock Snake is actually very gentle. It mainly feeds on stones and doesn't eat meat. I've already told it about you. You can try to go in and say hello to it. Hey, you should come in with me? I'm still a little timid. If you give me this, I won't be able to handle it. Seeing that, Wang Baichi insisted. Adhering to the principle that the customer is God, Yang Tuo took the lead and walked into the compartment first. Everyone entered one by one, but what surprised them was that they did not find anything wrong in the compartment world. Everything was calm, and there was no sign of abnormality. Wang Baichi looked around with trepidation, but he still couldn't find the person who had just frightened him. He asked in surprise, Strange, where's that big lantern? When Yang Tuo saw that the small world was empty, he was a little suspicious for a moment. He closed his eyes slightly, and every inch of the entire small world suddenly appeared in his mind. Sensing the location of Onyx, Yang Tuo's lips curled up slightly. He turned around and pointed his phone at everyone. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded. Then they saw behind Wang Baichi and the other three, a huge stone monster, curled up like a long snake, looking at everyone curiously. The body of this giant rock snake is made up of oval-shaped boulders. The largest one is the head, which is more than 2 meters long. There is a rock horn on the top of its head, which is half a meter long. We don't know its entire height yet, but just looking at its upper body standing upright, it must be at least 2 or 3 meters tall, my friends. This is only less than 1/3 of Onyx's body. Fuck. Damn. This figure looks like a kid in every bite. Oh my god. Moms and dads, turn your heads. There's a Superman behind you. Oh no. It's a super snake. Seeing the crazy comments in the live broadcast room, Yang Tuo's mouth corners almost cracked to his ears. Such a big snake only costs 4 million. Family, who could say no? Why don't you come to me and hand over your small change? Wang Baichi, who had been looking around, was immediately startled when he saw Yang Tuo suddenly turn around and hold up his cell phone. When he saw the increasingly ferocious and weird smile on Yang Tuo's lips, he secretly thought that something was wrong. He turned his head suddenly and met the pair of big lantern eyes that had just scared him. His face turned pale and his whole body began to tremble. That's it. This is the guy. Just when I was about to enter the door, a big face suddenly came over from the opposite side of the door, blocking the entire door in an instant. An eyeball as big as a wash basin appeared on the big stone face, and it almost scared him to death. After all, Wang Baichi had seen it once before, so he had some psychological expectations in his mind, but even so, he was still horrified. If such a big thing is released, what is the difference between it and releasing a large tank? Wang Baichi's sudden turn with such force naturally attracted the attention of the other three, especially Wang Baichi's reaction after turning around. Something was wrong. Something is very wrong. You have to know that Wang Baichi is a ruthless person who didn't even blink an eye when he spent 100 million. This really shouldn't be his reaction when he saw a Pokemon that cost only 4 million. That Pokemon is a bit ugly, but it doesn't matter, etc. Why is Wang Baichi's head held up so high? The three of them turned around suspiciously, and the first thing they saw was a bare door. This was the entrance and exit, so no one thought it was strange. But behind this bare door frame, a pile of rocks appeared at some point in time. Strange, this stone. Zhu Junsha couldn't help but murmur. She remembered that when she just left, there should be nothing behind the door frame. The pile of rocks is 2 meters high, and the middle part is the strangest. One stone is stacked on top of another stone, and the stones get bigger as they go higher. Aren't they afraid of collapse? She looked up along the stone, and finally saw an oval human face with huge horns on top, which was 2 or 3 meters in size. Fogres. Zhu Junsha just stood there in a daze, while Joey and Lu Jiaqing were even more unbearable. They screamed and staggered to the ground in fear, especially Joey, whose face turned pale. Huh? What's going on? Yang Tuo had already expected that Wang Baiqi would not be frightened when he saw him not frightened. After all, he had just seen it once outside the door. It was normal that he would not be frightened when he saw it again. Only, what's going on with Zhu Junsha? How come she wasn't scared? Chapter 39. Why does it keep haunting me? He helped Joey up as gently as possible, and after he stood firmly, he pulled Lu Jiaqing up as well. Yang Tuo walked slowly to Zhu Junsha and waved his hand in front of her wide-open eyes. Miss Junsha? Miss Junsha. After calling out several times, Zhu Junsha, whose brain had been in a state of paralysis, finally came to her senses. But as soon as she came to her senses, she turned around suddenly and hugged Joey. The movement was so big that it almost knocked down Joey, who was pale and still unsteady on his feet. The 3 grown men looked at each other in bewilderment. Seeing this scene, they were all more or less stunned, wondering what Zhu Junsha was up to. Wow, this can't be true. Why are they all familiar? This Pokemon is so big. Zhu Junsha's crying was so miserable that it made people cry. It could be said that anyone who heard it was sad and cried. Lu Jiaqing felt in his pocket and took out a pack of tissues. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made up his mind. He walked in front of the 2 people and was about to hand it to Zhu Junsha, but was shocked to find that although the other party pouted and looked extremely aggrieved, there was not a single tear on her face. He stood there in a daze for a moment. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman cry? Seeing Lu Jiaqing approaching and looking at her in surprise, Zhu Junsha said dissatisfiedly. This. Lu Jiaqing held a pack of tissues in his hand and was speechless for a long time. Fraud. They're all liars. Although Joey's face was very pale, he felt much calmer when he saw that the giant rock snake had been coiled quietly in the same place from beginning to end, just looking at everyone curiously without making any excessive movements. She didn't know what Zhu Junsha looked like and thought she was really scared and crying, so she could only pat Zhu Junsha's back gently and comfort her softly. Okay, the boss is still here, it's okay. This elf looks quite docile. Let it go quickly or everyone will laugh at you soon. Zhu Junsha hugged Joey tightly and sobbed. Oh, my legs are numb. Let me hold you for a while. Okay. What else can I do? I can only hold. Seeing that everyone was fine, Yang Tuo smiled gently, slowly walked to Wang Baiqi and said, How is it, Mr. Wang? Are you satisfied with Onyx? After being disturbed by Zhu Junsha, Wang Baiqi regained his composure quickly. The look he gave Onyx at this moment was even more passionate than when he first saw Kira. When ordinary big countries sell arms, they charge hundreds of thousands or even millions of green coins to buy one combat tank. A stone snake this big, I guess its tail can overturn a tank. Only 4 million. How can you not be satisfied with this? This is so satisfying. Only, isn't this body too big to attract attention? Forget it, just buy it first. Wang Baiqi nodded rapidly, staring at the rock snake in front of him with a sharp gaze, reluctant to move his gaze elsewhere. He said in a lost voice, Satisfied, very satisfied, can I touch it? I'll swipe my card later. Facing a billionaire with a fortune of over 100 million yuan, how could Yang Tuo refuse such a small request? Without any hesitation, Yang Tuo stood in front of Wang Baiqi and gently waved at Onyx. Onyx, this is the trainer that you are destined to be with. Congratulations. He likes you very much. Roar. The deep voice of Onyx was like muffled thunder. It slowly turned its body, came in front of the crowd, and stretched out its head, which was bigger than a millstone, towards Wang Baiqi and Yang Tuo. Wang Baiqi was a little nervous at first and grabbed Yang Tuo's wrist. But when he saw that the giant snake's head was just approaching him and stopped 1 foot in front of him, Wang Baiqi's nervous heart relaxed a little. He tentatively extended a hand to Onyx. Seeing him reaching out his hand, Onyx immediately leaned forward and rubbed Wang Baiqi's palm with its huge head. Seeing that this big guy was so well behaved, the last bit of fear in Wang Baiqi's heart disappeared, and he was immediately ecstatic and couldn't help murmuring. Its head is so hard, like a real stone. Onyx originally fills its stomach by eating rocks. Yang Tuo chuckled and took out a red and white ball from his pocket, handed it to Wang Baiqi and said, You have to treat it well. This child's appetite is just as big as Yukira's, and he eats stones instead of dirt. Well, these are not a problem. I will buy mine later and let them have enough. Wang Baiqi nodded in response seriously. Hearing the other party's heroic remarks, Yang Tuo could only give him a thumbs up in admiration. Money ability. It's really amazing. Admire admiration. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Wang Baichi skillfully pressed the pokeball lightly and threw it at Onyx. The Onyx did not resist at all. As a red light flashed, its entire body turned into a red glow and drilled into the small sphere. Ding! The pokeball closed gently, fell to the ground, and swayed gently twice. As the light faded, it gradually returned to calm. Amazing! It's incredible! Wang Baichi carefully picked up the pokeball in his hand and murmured in a low voice. Through the bright red, translucent barrier of the pokeball, you can clearly see that Onyx is swimming around inside the pokeball, seemingly getting familiar with the environment. This is simply amazing. Such a big Onyx can be easily stored in this small pokeball. Boss, can this pokeball hold other items? Wang Baichi looked at the pokeball in his hand, and after a moment of distraction, a gleam of light lit up in his eyes, and he couldn't help but ask Yang Tuo. Actually, a customer has asked this question before. The pokeball is specially made for Pokemons and cannot carry other items, Mr. Wang. Yang Tuo laughed and shook his head slowly. Oh, that's a pity. After hearing Yang Tuo's reply, Wang Baichi's eyes flashed with a hint of pity, but then the blazing flames were rekindled. Boss, let's go. I want to see which other Pokemon are destined to be with me. After the matter was settled, they quickly returned to the store. Wang Baichi immediately took out his bank card and swiped 15,110,101 go. Not only did he pay for Onyx, he also paid for 5 draws a day. This wave of actions made Yang Tuo breathe faster. He hurriedly picked up the kettle and poured hot water for the guests present one by one. Several people were frightened by the size of Onyx. As soon as they came out, they found a chair and sat down to take a rest. The location where Wang Baichi drew the L's was moved from the counter to the tea table, making this weird pet shop look more like a restaurant. Holding the newly served tea in her hands, Zhu Junsha looked at Yang Tuo's grinning face and couldn't help but complain. Boss, you are too realistic, aren't you? How long have we been here? You only serve tea when you meet a big customer. You are so stingy, and it's pure boiled water. Yang Tuo was not annoyed when he heard this and replied with a smile. It's a small business we just opened, and we didn't prepare a variety of drinks. I can't take good care of you. I can't take good care of you. I'll arrange it later. You still run a small business? Zhu Junsha rolled her eyes and ignored Yang Tuo's sophistry. She turned her head and moved closer to Wang Baichi, asking curiously, Brother Wang, how is it going? Have you finished drawing? We need to speed up. I want to draw Onyx too. Okay, almost there. Wang Baichi was sweating profusely, his eyes fixed on the screen of the illustration. When the light faded away and he saw the familiar yellow bug again, the veins on his temples bulged. He showed the illustrated book to Yang Tuo and said, Boss, what's going on? Is this the same elf? I've already whipped it twice since I came out of the cubicle. Why is it pestering me? Chapter 40. Theoretically, you can draw a legend. Looking at the familiar Bugsburger in the illustrated book, Wang Baichi was Yemo. From the free draw to the paid draw 4 times, he has already drawn this bug-type Pokemon 3 times? Is the connection between me and this Pokemon really that great? You know, the price of this elf is only 50,000. There is only one paid lottery draw left, and Wang Baichi has begun to wonder whether he should buy it first. After all, the next lottery draw fee is 10 million, and it has already been paid. If this little guy comes out to cause trouble again, it will be equivalent to him losing 10 million in vain. This doesn't make sense. You know, after killing the unicorn beetle before, Onyx was directly released, but this time, 2 unicorn beetles were released directly. There is absolutely no logic. Oh, that's not necessarily true. After hearing Wang Baichi's complaint, Yang Tuo hesitated for a moment and slowly said, You can think of the tablet in our store as a signal tower. Every time you press a button, it will send your life signal to the Pokemon world. The specific content is roughly, seeking partners. This is a kind signal from the origin of life. The illustration will spread this signal to all elves with excellent qualifications. In the elf world, any Pokemon that can sense your life fluctuations, as long as it has a good impression of you and is willing to be your partner, will respond to the call of this signal and give a certain response. The Pokemon shown on the illustrated guide are the Pokemon that respond to your call first. Because of this, these Pokemon will not be too disgusted with you when they are brought to you. You bought them for a small amount of money, but they chose to come to a completely unfamiliar world and become your partners because of your request. This is abandoning one's life and trusting them without reservation, so you must treat them well. Yang Tuo spoke word by word with a very sincere attitude. The system told him all this, so he told everyone that this was destined by fate. He really hopes that this group of people will live up to the trust of Pokemon. It is also because of this that once the Pokemon are abandoned by humans, it is very difficult to conquer them again like Ash in the anime. Physical trauma can be treated with medication, but if there is a crack in the heart, it is extremely difficult to heal. After hearing what Yang Tuo said, everyone's hearts were more or less touched. Did they choose to entrust their lives to each other, just for a signal? This trust is extremely heavy. When Wang Baiqi heard this, the expression on his face kept changing. He was very grateful for the unicorn's trust, but he didn't want the unicorn. Even if you were a bug type, you should at least get something more expensive. So, the 3 unicorns drawn could be the same one, or they could be different. Wang Baiqi's throat kept rolling. He thought for a long time, and finally pressed the button. Go! Wang Baiqi knows his own character. He already has Yukira and Onyx. Even if he buys this unicorn, he will favor it more in the early stage because of its rapid growth. But once it grows to a limit and can no longer grow, Wang Baiqi couldn't guarantee whether he would continue to focus his attention on it. A person's love is limited and cannot be shared like a machine. Elves have their own emotions. If, as the boss said, they have come to a strange world, then I am their only hope. I will have many Pokemons, but they only have one trainer. This is not fair. You must never buy unicorn worms. Since the ending is likely to be tragic, you can't let it happen. At first, Wang Baiqi was thinking about buying more different and decent Pokemon. But now he has dismissed this idea. In the future, he will only buy Pokemon that are not much different from Onyx and Killer. This way, all Pokemon will be on the same starting line, and their upper limits and growth rates should be similar. When handling the relationships between the various Pokemon, I can also be relatively balanced. If you let others down, you will feel guilty. Some people may sneer at this, but Wang Baiqi can't do it. A gentleman has things he does and things he does not do. He knows what he can do, and he does it, and knows what he cannot do, and he does not do it. This is the way of a gentleman on what to do and what not to do. Everyone has his own way, and this is Wang Baiqi's way. Wang Baiqi looked deeply into the atlas. As figures continued to pass by on the screen, more and more bloodshot appeared in his eyes. The flight tickets and itinerary have been booked long ago, and he will fly to the beautiful country in the evening. This is his last lottery draw today, and also his last lottery draw in the past few weeks. He just hopes that it will be a great one. The atmosphere in the store suddenly became strangely heavy. Lu Jiaqing and the other 2 held their breath and stared at the illustration in Wang Baiqi's hand. If the cost of this lottery was increased by another 2 million, it would be enough to buy the Pokemon of the 3 people at original price. Naturally, it would attract everyone's attention. Looking at the shadows that kept passing by, and thinking back to what Yang Tuo had said before, Zhu Junsha suddenly had an idea. She froze for a moment, and then she exclaimed in excitement. Boss, you just said all Pokemon. Does this all include legendary Pokemon? When everyone heard this, they were shocked again. Seeing that the others were staring at Zhu Junsha, Lu Jiaqing couldn't help but frown and said, What are you thinking about? The boss said that legendary Pokemon are hard to come by in the elf world. They hold the power of rules. How could they appear here? But the boss said it's all Pokemon. There's no reason why legendary Pokemon can't receive our signal. Zhu Junsha argued, and then she turned her eyes to Yang Tuo hopefully. Boss, don't you agree? One stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. Now even Wang Baiqi couldn't help but turn his gaze to Yang Tuo, his eyes full of hope. If even Yukira, a quasi-god, is so strong, how strong must a legendary Pokemon that holds power be? Is this really a spirit they can possess? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Yang Tuo's expression was slightly hesitant, and this expression further deepened Zhu Junsha's speculation. She said excitedly, Boss, it's possible, right? We can draw a legendary Pokemon. Having said that, she couldn't help but look at a corner of the store. At this time, the pink and white fantasy was concentrating on watching the TV in the store. The show was the famous martial arts anime Red Cat and Blue Rabbit's 7 Heroes in Longhua. This is a legendary Pokemon. That skill bar is about to explode. After a long silence, Yang Tuo finally nodded slowly under the gaze of everyone and said, In theory, it is possible. As long as it is a Pokemon of the same species, it can sense your life signals, which naturally includes legendary Pokemon. It's just that the number of legendary Pokemon is less than that of quasi-gods, and their personalities are more arrogant, and few of them are willing to follow humans. If you draw a quasi-legendary Pokemon, it is equivalent to winning the first prize in the national lottery. Then, the probability of drawing a legendary Pokemon is like trying to win the first prize in the world lottery, which is almost impossible. As long as I can draw it, there's hope. I'm going to come to the store every day to draw Pokemon. 5 times a day. I must draw a legendary one. Zhu Junsha jumped up from her seat with a thud, clenching her fists, her heart pounding. No, 5 times a day? How can you waste money like that? You're not drawing elves. You're wasting money. Lu Jiaqing was stunned watching from the side. He had 6 million in pocket money a month, but he didn't dare to spend it like this. Is this girl's family so wealthy? When Zhu Junsha heard his words, she glanced at him proudly and said proudly, Brother Wang can spend 100 million without blinking an eye. So what's wrong with me drawing elves 5 times a day? Don't let poverty limit your imagination, brother. As she spoke, Zhu Junsha chuckled, stretched out a thumb, rubbed it vigorously on her upturned nose, and said proudly, "The interest on the deposit in this family's bank account is enough for you to buy a Riolu every day." You. Lu Jiaqing was stunned. As a rich second generation, he really didn't expect that one day he would be looked down upon by others. But soon, he reacted and said, "That's not right. Including the free draw, can't we draw 6 times a day?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Junsha looked at Lu Jiaqing again, as if she was looking at a mentally retarded person. "My money is the savings of my ancestors, not something that came from the wind. 10 million at a time. Who can come here every day?" "Okay, I thought you didn't take money seriously. What's there to be proud of?" Lu Jiaqing secretly complained in his heart. At this time, Wang Baiqi, who had been listening to the conversation, frowned slightly after learning about the wealthy family of this girl, and couldn't help but ask, "Master? Junsha, do you live in Huangming Villa?" Chapter 41. Too cheap. King Xiang's red dragon fell on Qinxiao, and the newly built pearl shone in the east. These are the 7 oldest families in Shanghai. Their family influence dates back even before the construction of the Oriental Pearl Tower. The Qiao family are doctors, the Wang and Chen families are in business, the Xiang family is in politics, and the Zhu and Luo families have always followed the Long family, a branch of the imperial capital, and joined the army. This is the fundamental reason why the 7 great families in Magic City have survived to this day. The Qiao family has been practicing medicine for generations. Their ancestor was an imperial physician in the Old Dragon Kingdom. Due to the succession of imperial power in the palace, they came to the Old Demon City along with a royal bloodline of the Old Dynasty and settled down there. The royal family of the Old Dynasty had the surname Zhu, and the genealogy of that branch was Yunwen followed the ancestral instructions, Qinwu de Junsheng, Shundao Yifengji, Shiliangshen Yongsheng. For unknown reasons, the population of this family has been extremely declining. Since the fall of the Old Demon City, over the past 700 years, no family head has lived past the age of 50. The seniority of the previous head of the Zhu family was exactly De. The most unfortunate thing was that the head of the family of this generation died in the army when he was only in his 20s, leaving behind only a young daughter. The Zhu family's property is also managed by the Long family, and their orphans are given great attention. They have been raised by the Magic City military since childhood and rarely show up except for occasionally visiting the Qiao family. From this, Zhu Junsha's identity can be seen. When Zhu Junsha, who had just looked so proud, heard the word Huangming Villa, her expression immediately changed. She became extremely cautious and looked at Wang Baiqi suspiciously. Wang Baiqi saw her reaction so strongly, and he became more certain in his heart. He couldn't help but smile and said, "What a coincidence, my last name is Wang. Huading Wang." Hearing these words, Zhu Junsha's slightly frown relaxed instantly, but then her mouth opened wide. "Is this motive so small?" "Yeah? You all know each other?" Yang Tuo was slightly surprised when he heard this, but at the same time, he was secretly shocked. Is one day's interest enough to buy a Riolu? It seems that this Miss Junsha is quite fat. Joey, who had been watching all this silently, nodded slightly and said to Yang Tuo, "Well, boss, our families are old friends, but in our generation, we don't visit each other as often." As she said that, she turned to look at Wang Baiqi. Seeing that he was looking at her in confusion, Joey smiled and stretched out her hand. "Brother Wang, I'm Joey from Zhu Villa." "Oh!" Wang Baiqi suddenly realized what was going on, and quickly reached out his hand and shook it gently with Joey, saying, "The Qiao family's name is well known, and I have long heard of it." It seemed that this exciting lottery session was about to turn into a large-scale family reunion scene. Lu Jiaqing, the only outsider in the room who had not been able to get a word in, could not help but gently pull on Wang Baiqi's clothes and said, "Brother, the elf is out." After his interruption, everyone's attention returned to the illustration in Wang Baiqi's hand. At this moment, a small white animal with round holes all over its body was quietly displayed on the screen. At first glance, it looks like a hollowed-out bone, but upon closer inspection, one finds that the appearance of this little animal is more like a turtle. "Boss, what is this?" After Wang Baiqi saw that the L's on the screen were not bugs, he felt a little relieved and immediately handed the illustration to Yang Tuo. "This elf is not simple just by looking at its appearance. Maybe it is a quasi-god. This Pokemon looks creepy. Could it be a ghost type?" Joy, who was at the outermost edge, also spoke. As a doctor, she was a little repulsed by this Pokemon that looked like a skeleton. She always felt that this Pokemon had some evil nature. "Oh, this isn't a ghost-type Pokemon. It's called Cocodora, and it's a Steel-type and Rock-type Pokemon." As a very popular elf, Yang Tuo recognized the origin of this elf with just a quick glance. He chuckled and said, "This little guy is no ordinary guy. The white substance on his body is not bone. Instead, it is a body of steel that he has forged through himself and the environment." Steel man?" Everyone looked confused. Wang Baiqi touched his trouser pocket, where Onyx's Pokeball was. Compared to the others, he was more experienced and calm. He looked at Izukira and asked, "Boss, so this Pokemon's body is like Onyx's, and its body is made entirely of steel?" "Yes, it's about the same as Onyx." Yang Tuo smiled and nodded, thought for a moment, and added, "And it's similar to Onyx and Yukira. Unlike Yukira, who likes to eat soil, and Onyx, who likes to eat stones, this little guy likes to eat steel." Like eating steel? The four of them were shocked and gathered around Yang Tuo, looking at the elf in the illustrated book again. "Boss, this little guy eats iron? It doesn't even have a mouth. How can it eat?" Zhu Junsha carefully looked at the head of Kokodora in the illustration and raised questions. Actually, the white parts we see in the picture are actually the steel shell it makes, including the face. Its mouth is hidden under the white steel mask. Yang Tuo explained patiently, then turned to Wang Baichi and said with a smile, "Mr. Wang, it seems that you really need to buy a mine if you want to buy this Pokemon. Then your 3 Pokemon are all big eaters. I'm afraid they can't be filled with energy cubes alone." Really? There was a burning sensation in Wang Baichi's eyes. It doesn't matter whether there is a mine or not. At worst, he can just transform himself into a coal boss. The main thing is that it's edible. Be willing to give. You have to give first before you can gain. Being able to eat is a blessing. If you eat so much and still can't fight, wouldn't that make you a glutton? In Wang Baichi's view, high investment costs mean high returns. The greater the investment, the higher the return. Otherwise, how could this elf survive? It's already extinct. It doesn't matter if the risk is high. My brother has plenty of money. Well, how much is this? Dora? Wang Baichi looked at Yang Tuo expectantly and felt his palms sweating. A little nervous. It's all iron, so it must be 100 million, right? It's Kokodora. Kodora is its evolved form. Yang Tuo corrected with a smile. As for the price, because of the rarity of the species, the price of this elf is 5 million, Mr. Wang. Only 5 million. Wang Baichi looked a little disappointed when he heard this. He thought that a Pokemon that could even eat steel must be worth 100 or 200 million. You know, Yukira is a dirt-eating Pokemon, yet it's sold for 100 million. This Pokemon can only eat iron. Is this a mistake? When Yang Tuo heard Wang Baichi's question, he was slightly stunned and a little confused about the attitude of this real god of wealth. This is too cheap? Should I add a little bit to the retail price of the system? Chapter 42. Good stuff. Kokodora. Iron Guy Pokemon. Attributes: steel, rock. Gender: male. Personality: arrogant. Features: heavy metal. Moves: impact hardened metal claw. A troublesome Pokemon. In order to build a body of steel, it digs iron or from the mountains to eat, but sometimes it also eats bridges or railroad tracks. If it uses its steel body to hit it with all its might, it can even smash a dump truck into pieces. It will eat up the damaged dump truck in big mouthfuls. Looking at the strange little beast that was more than half a meter tall at Yang Tuo's feet, and listening to the horrifying description in the picture book, the mouths of Joey and the other two were slightly open, as if they were competing to see who could fit an egg completely in his mouth. Such a small thing can actually smash a dump truck. Unlike the other 3 who were stunned, Wang Baichi's expression was filled with excitement. Compared to the terrifying rock snake, the shape of this little steel beast is relatively friendly. At least he doesn't look scary at all. Wang Baichi touched Kokodora's head and stroked the smooth and hard metal shell, and his heart was extremely inflated. Although the skills are a bit lacking, this introduction gives people a great sense of security. Hesitate? Does not exist. Wang Baichi handed over his bank card without saying a word, and after paying a string of meaningless numbers, he gained ownership of the lovely Kokodora. After watching Wang Baichi casually use a Pokeball to capture another terrifying monster, Zhu Junsha felt jealous. Wow, I want to draw it too. I want to draw the Pokemon that eats gold. Zhu Junsha cried out in pain, but there was still thunder but no rain. Joey couldn't help but cover his forehead. Lu Jiaqing was speechless, and Wang Baichi held the Pokeball in his hand and gave Zhu Junsha a generous and polite smile. Yang Tuo was slightly stunned by her howl, and then he couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Are there Pokemon in Pokemon that eat gold? As expected, there should be none, but there are quite a few that eat gems. Of course, Yang Tuo did not tell Zhu Junsha this cruel fact. After all, people always have to have hope. Wouldn't it be better to let her discover it slowly later? Yang Tuo wished she could draw more and buy more Pokemon. After all, according to the rich sister's own account, Yang Tuo felt that even if he sold her 100 Pokemon, he wouldn't have to worry about her not being able to afford them. Riolu is a unit of measurement. So, Miss Junsha, do you want to have a smoke? Draw you have to draw. I'll do it 4 more times too. Ding Fu Bao received 1,111,000 yuan. Sincerely, sincerely. Good luck to you, Miss Junsha. Listening to the message notification coming from the mobile phone, Yang Tuo felt that his cheeks were almost frozen from smiling. Oh my god! I have never seen so much money in my life. These dreamy numbers appeared so many times in one day. It was so exciting that I couldn't stop. Boss, how about this Pokemon? Seeing that the picture had been frozen, Zhu Junsha handed the atlas to Yang Tuo with expectant eyes. Yang Tuo glanced at it and saw that it was a purple little mouse. He smiled and replied, Ms. Junsa, this is also a very good Pokemon. It's called Rattata, and it's a normal type Pokemon. As a normal type Pokemon, it has very few weaknesses, and there's only one attribute that can restrain it. Upon hearing this, Zhu Junsha's eyes lit up immediately, and she couldn't help but ask expectantly, Really? So, how much does it cost? Sincere offer of 100,000 yuan. You. Zhu Junsha's expression froze. Looking at Yang Tuo's still kind smile, she couldn't help but muttered softly, There's something wrong. His fingers entered the payment password without hesitation, exactly the same as when he just entered it. As the screen was fixed again, Zhu Junsha's face darkened, and without blinking, she directly clicked go again. Huh? Junsha, why don't you even ask? Joey, who was watching her best friend's actions closely, couldn't help but wonder. A unicorn beetle. The boss has already introduced it to Brother Wang. Zhu Junsha's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it, and she stared at the constantly moving screen without blinking. Oh, come on. Wang's Cocodora only comes out after drawing the unicorn beetle twice. Joey said somewhat awkwardly. Zhu Junsha thought so too. As she saw the black shadow on the screen moving slower and slower, her eyes became brighter. Finally, a green soybean worm appeared on the screen. Boss! Looking at this bug that looked even more ordinary than a unicorn beetle, Zhu Junsha frowned and turned the illustrated book to Yang Tuo. Oh, this is Caterpillar, a very cost-effective Pokemon among the bug-type Pokemon. Yang Tuo stopped talking halfway through his words. Because when Zhu Junsha heard the words value for money, she clicked go, again without hesitation. Ms. Junsha, because you only paid the handling fee 4 times, this is the last time? Seeing Zhu Junsha's depressed face, Yang Tuo couldn't help but remind her. In fact, bug-type Pokemon are also pretty good. At least they have a good price-performance ratio. And the Pokemon just now is good at all kinds of powders and is a very good controller. Zhu Junsha stared at the illustrated screen and interrupted without raising her head. Boss, do you think it's really appropriate for a delicate lady like me to have bugs as pets? This? Yang Tuo was speechless for a moment. Not long after, when the screen froze, Zhu Junsha's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the new Pokemon portraits displayed in the encyclopedia. Looks like there's some good stuff coming out. Ms. Junsha, please be careful with your wording. Yang Tuo could not help but say. There are still many L's in the store. You are having a bad influence. Hearing this, Zhu Junsha couldn't help but retract her gaze and looked around. As expected, Kira and Rila looked at her with a strange expression. Ming Huan, who was originally concentrating on watching the cartoon in the corner, also turned his head frequently and looked at her. As for Zhu Junsha's Blue and Joey's Baby Ding, they were put into the Pokeballs early in the morning. Because Baby Din was a little exhausted, Joey thought that taking back the Pokeball would allow it to rest more comfortably. And Brew. Zhu Junsha wanted to interact with Yukira, but was afraid that her Pokemon might not look good, so she put it away. Zhu Junsha nodded awkwardly to the elves with some apology, and then happily handed the illustration to Yang Tuo. She asked happily, Boss, how about this one? It has a crown. A crown? Yang Tuo's expression paused. In the elf world, those who have crowns seem to, thinking in his mind, Yang Tuo lowered his head and looked at the illustration. Looking back at it on the screen was a large, bright red carp with a relatively dazed look in its eyes. However, unlike ordinary carp, although the face of this carp is a bit ugly, there is a shining golden crown in the middle of its forehead. This elf, it is a classic textbook in the elf world. Chapter 43, Late Bloomer Under the Quasi-God. Typical textbook. Hearing Yang Tuo's words, the few people who were originally attracted by Zhu Junsha's words good stuff immediately pricked up their ears. Zhu Junsha was even more delighted and immediately asked impatiently, Isn't it very strong? It's amazing. Yang Tuo was stunned when he heard this, then nodded and said with a smile, It's not that strong, but it's really magical. After hearing this, Zhu Junsha was immediately confused and subconsciously wanted to press the go button again. However, when I thought about the cost of the next lottery, I couldn't raise my little hand to make money. She only paid over 1 million, not 10 million, so strictly speaking, she was not eligible to continue drawing. Based on Yang Tuo's behavior of collecting money first and serving tea later, Zhu Junsha had no doubt that once she ordered, no matter whether it was a true legend or not, he would definitely pester her to collect the money. Seeing Zhu Junsha's hand rise and fall, Yang Tuo naturally didn't know how many things Zhu Junsha was thinking about at this moment, but still laughed. Ms. Junsha, don't be anxious. If you click the button accidentally, you may regret it. Hearing this, Zhu Junsha showed an expression of as expected, with contempt written all over her face, and muttered, "Stingy." Naturally, Yang Tuo heard these words. Yang Tuo was stunned at first, not quite understanding what this meant, but when he remembered the price of the fifth lottery, he couldn't help but smile. "Ms. Junsha, you should be thankful that you didn't buy the fifth paid lottery draw. Have you ever heard of the carp leaping over the dragon gate? A carp leaping over the dragon gate?" Lu Jiaqing, who was watching from the side, muttered to himself. Then his eyes widened, and before the others could come to their senses, he said in a lost voice, "No way! Can this carp turn into a dragon?" Hearing what he said, the other people couldn't help but shudder, especially Zhu Junsha, who had looked unhappy just now. Her face was now blank. Which dragon countryman doesn't know the story of the carp leaping over the dragon gate? This is a household legend. Hearing this, Yang Tuo shook his head slightly, then nodded. This operation made everyone a little confused, and Zhu Junsha couldn't wait to ask. Boss, why do we say that a carp jumps over the dragon gate? Can it really turn into a dragon?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tuo looked at Zhu Junsha with an inexplicable smile on his face. Zhu Junsha felt a little shy when he looked at her, and a blush appeared on her face. She said angrily, "Stingy guy, boss, are you going to tell me or not?" Seeing that the rich young woman was about to lose her temper, Yang Tuo couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, saying, "This Pokemon's name is Magikarp. It was once known as one of the weakest Pokemon in the Pokemon world. Because it was so weak, it evolved to have strong survival and reproduction abilities. In rivers, lakes, and large rivers, wherever there's water, they can be seen almost everywhere, and they're almost flooding." Ah! Hearing this introduction, Lu Jiaqing couldn't help but be amazed. This amount. This doesn't look like it can turn into a dragon. But Yang Tuo continued. However, spirits are magical, and Magikarp is a reflection of this. Every Magikarp longs to fly and to be powerful. They practice jumping day after day because many Magikarp could not learn anything except jumping, and they only knew how to train their strength in this way. In their bloodline inheritance memory, as long as they can jump high without falling and fly in the sky, they can shed their weak bodies and transform into powerful flying dragons. So, Zhu Junsha's big eyes were full of hope, and she looked at Yang Tuo with anticipation. So it can really become a dragon. At least its name and appearance are very much like a dragon. Yang Tuo smiled and said what Zhu Junsha wanted to say, but didn't dare to say. However, it is very difficult for Magikarp to evolve. Among 1,000 or 10,000 Magikarp, not even one will evolve into a dragon, because it is too difficult. There are only 3 skills in life. Leap, a common skill for all races, commonly known as the water-splashing leap, is extremely powerful, but is of no use at all, and actually just jumps in place. Crash, a skill that can only be learned at level 15 in the game. Who knows how long it would take Magikarp to learn in real life. Crazy. The lower the health, the higher the power, the lowest is 20, the highest is 200. It is an absolute good skill for turning the tide against the odds. But you have to be level 25 to learn Crazy. As we all know, Magikarp evolves from level 20. As a water-type Pokemon, he can't even learn how to use a water gun. The worst thing is that Magikarp cannot acquire genetic skills. As for the move learning device, you can only learn 2. Bounce and Water Cannon. Madwa, I have 2 move learning devices. Who should I give them to? Should I give them to Magikarp? Family members, who understands Magikarp's despair. This is a devastating start. None of the Magikarp that can evolve into Gyarados have poor qualifications. To be able to stand out from such a nightmare difficulty. Isn't this a martial arts genius that only appears once in a century? Thinking this in his heart, Yang Tuo said slowly, "Where there is a will, there is a way." With a desperate struggle, the Qinchuan River finally belonged to Chu. Heaven will not let down those who work hard. With slept on firewood and tasted gall, the Yu army of 3,000 was able to conquer Wu. As long as Magikarp evolves, its status will soar, directly from the bottom of the spirit world, to the forefront of the battle force. Oh my god, I'm trying to change my fate. I'm really that strong. Lu Jiaqing couldn't help but look at the big carp in the picture book again. Although his eyes were a little dull, he inexplicably felt that its whole body was glowing. This is an inspiring fish. But if it's really difficult to produce one Magikarp even with millions of them, then wouldn't this one also be difficult to evolve? Wang Baiqi, who is the top of today's list, frowned as he looked at the fathead fish in the illustration. In theory, yes, but as luck would have it, the Pokemon sold in this store are all the most gifted of their species. Yang Tuo smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth, and said to Zhu Junsha, "Ms. Junsha, I can assure you that this Magikarp will definitely evolve in the future. It just may take a little longer. If you can buy it, you will definitely not lose money. It will be a steady profit." After hearing Yang Tuo's assurance, Zhu Junsha felt a little moved and asked, So what's its price?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tuo stretched out a hand and said frankly, because it is too difficult for Magikarp to evolve, considering the agonizing weight and the nightmare-level difficulty of raising it. I'm offering you 500,000. Ah, it's so cheap. Boss, you're not lying to me, are you? Zhu Junsha took out her bank card doubtfully. She was tempted at first, but she couldn't help but feel suspicious that such a powerful Pokemon that was preserved was only sold for 500,000. Ms. Junsha, don't worry. Our shop is based on honesty. The reason why the price is so low is actually because the initial strength of this elf is too low, and it can be called flooded. It is not rare at all. To be honest, this Magikarp is the best SR Pokemon of choice for civilians in our store, and its future strength will not be inferior to that of a 5 million Pokemon. But the difficulty of training and the time required to accumulate the foundation for growth are a bit long. It is equivalent to a late bloomer under the quasi-god. Chapter 44. Maybe I'm overthinking. Well, I barely believe you. After a brief hesitation, Zhu Junsha's two big, beautiful eyes smiled into crescents. She got a Pokemon worth nearly 5 million for free at 500,000. Isn't that a huge profit? As for Yang Tuo's so-called difficulty in training nightmares, she simply ignored it. What's wrong with being difficult to train? Isn't it said that the Pokemon sold in the store must be high quality? I'll just buy it and put it in the pond. There's no rush anyway. Maybe I can draw a legendary Pokemon tomorrow. Zhu Junsha happily swiped the card. Seeing that Yang Tuo was still standing in front of the counter, she couldn't help but urge him. Boss, go get me a Magikarp. I can't wait to see my SR Pokemon. As she spoke, she glanced at the picture of Magikarp in the illustration book and muttered with some dissatisfaction. Boss, you need to practice your photography skills. Look at what you have done to the Pokemon. They look like cross-eyed Pokemon. Hearing this, Yang Tuo shrugged helplessly. Not to mention that the picture in the illustration was not taken by him. This Magikarp looks like this, right? However, there was no need to explain this matter to Zhu Junsha. He smiled slightly and said, Okay, Miss Junsha, please wait. 5 minutes. Joey gently tapped the fat carp in the bucket with his finger and found that the carp's eyes seemed to be naturally dull. Although it could move, no matter where it looked, its face looked dull. She wanted to say something, but when she thought of the previous experience with the Litten, she closed her mouth silently and stepped back. This fish. So frustrating. Lu Jiaqing had taken out the illustrated book early on. When he saw Joey retreating, he quickly stepped forward and pointed the illustrated book at the Magikarp in the bucket. Magikarp, fish Pokemon. Attribute, water. Gender male. Personality, timid. Characteristics, timid. Move leap. It has almost no strength and speed. It is the weakest and most pitiful Pokemon in the world. It can live in any water, no matter how dirty it is. It is a very tough Pokemon and is very good at jumping. Lu Jiaqing saw the information about Magikarp in the illustration book and couldn't help but muttered. What? Just one skill? What do you know? This is called a late bloomer. Although Zhu Junsha was a little stunned at first, she had come to her senses by now. After hearing Lu Jiaqing's muttering, she puffed her cheeks and retorted. Magikarp, try using the leap. Let me see your strength. Lulu. The Carp King stared at Zhu Junsha with a pair of dead fish eyes and called out twice stupidly, but did not take any action. It's really a stupid fish. Seeing this, Lu Jiaqing lost all interest, shook his head, and ignored this late bloomer Carp King, which made Zhu Junsha so angry that she almost jumped up. Yang Tuo, who was standing by, couldn't help but laugh and said, This Magikarp is timid. Perhaps it is because of its timidity that it cannot let go. Personality can be slowly changed through the acquired environment. Don't worry about it. It will get better in the future. That's it. Zhu Junsha couldn't help but glance at Lu Jiaqing. The illustrated book said that the Magikarp was timid. How could it be that he was stupid? I think your whole family is stupid. After taking the Pokeball handed to her by Yang Tuo, Zhu Junsha did not rush to capture the Magikarp. Instead, she gently reached out and touched the Magikarp's forehead and the crown on its head. Magikarp moved its body instinctively, but due to the narrow space in the bucket, it was unable to dodge and could only let her touch it. But it seems quite comfortable. The Magikarp dodged a little at first, but soon got used to the comfort of being touched. Its wide-open eyes turned around, and its pupils quietly focused upwards, secretly looking at Zhu Junsha. It turns out to be a fish fin, not a real crown. Feeling the soft touch of the Magikarp's crown, Zhu Junsha was a little disappointed, but she didn't take it to heart. After learning that Magikarp was timid, she changed her previous carefree attitude and said softly and gently, Don't be afraid. Little one, I have a huge pond at home. I'll find you a more comfortable nest later. She shook the Pokeball in her hand and said with a smile, I will be your trainer from now on. I will make you a dragon as soon as possible. I will make you the best dragon in the world. Lulu. When Magikarp heard Zhu Junsha say the word dragon, a different light flashed in his eyes. Its dull eyes turned to Yang Tuo. Although Yang Tuo's expression was a little strange, he still nodded slightly at it. Thump! Loyalu loyalu! The Magikarp jumped up instantly, and with its powerful tail, it knocked the entire bucket to the ground. I'll go! Yang Tuo was unable to dodge, and was splashed with water from the Magikarp's tail. Just as he raised his head to settle the score with the Magikarp, he saw a graceful fiery red parabola sliding down before his eyes. Bang! Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the Carp King threw himself directly into Zhu Junsh's arms. Wow, this fish has great jumping ability. Wang Baichi looked at the bucket that had fallen to the ground, and then looked at the Magikarp in Zhu Junsh's arms. The bucket was roughly estimated to be more than 40 centimeters high, and the water level was only half full. If the tail is not counted, this Magikarp is as big as a rugby ball with a diameter of 20 centimeters. Zhu Junsha is not short among girls. She is estimated to be about 1.7 meters tall. It is shocking that this big fat carp can jump so high. Call! Yang Tuo looked at the puddle of water on his crotch, clenched his fists again and again, and finally smiled and said to Zhu Junsha, Ms. Junsha, I feel like this Magikarp isn't really suitable for you. How about I return the money to you? I still have some doubts about the braised carp, so I need to discuss it with Magikarp. No. Zhu Junsha was a little confused at first after hearing the first half of Yang Tuo's words, but after hearing about the braised carp, she looked at Yang Tuo's pants and then shook her head like a rattle. She quickly took out the Pokeball and pressed the round button directly at Magikarp. Magikarp, come in, chatter. The Carp King opened his eyes wide and looked at Yang Tuo in confusion. Before he could react to what was happening, his body was directly enveloped by the red light released by the Pokeball. The next moment, Zhu Junsha felt a lightness in her arms. The Pokeball in her hand struggled slightly twice, and then became quiet. Seeing that Magikarp was successfully put into the Pokeball, Zhu Junsha couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then looked at Yang Tuo with an extremely unfriendly look. He actually wanted a refund for the elf he bought for 500,000 yuan. Hey, boss, why do you say one thing and do another? You clearly told us that elves are intelligent creatures, but you actually want to eat Magikarp. Her little face was puffed up, looking just like a pink bun. Hearing this, Yang Tuo smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Alas, Magikarp is basically made up of bones, with almost no meat at all. So Ms. Junsha, don't worry, it has no edible value. I was just joking. Zhu Junsha was skeptical. Real? Really, that little guy got my pants wet. Is it okay for me to scare it? Yang Tuo pointed at his crotch helplessly. The place was wet, making him extremely uncomfortable. Everyone, if you want to draw more elves, you have to do it as soon as possible. I need to change my pants quickly, otherwise if a new customer comes, it will have a bad impact. Several people couldn't help laughing when they saw the large water stain on Yang Tuo's crotch. Zhu Junsha laughed unscrupulously and turned around and said, The last time was too expensive, so I won't smoke it again. What about you? Joey was covering his mouth and laughing. After hearing Zhu Junsha's question, he hesitated for a moment and slowly shook his head. She whispered, I don't really like elves fighting, and I have to research various prescriptions, so I don't have much energy. I'm already very satisfied with having a baby ding as a partner. I won't consider buying it for now. I'll talk about it later. Well, okay. Zhu Junsha was also aware of Joey's situation, and seeing that she had no interest, she stopped pestering her. Wang Baichi, who was standing by, also turned his gaze to his cousin and said softly, Jiaqing, what about you? If you still want to buy, you can continue to smoke while your cousin is here. Lu Jiaqing looked at his cousin. His face was quite interested, but when he thought about his pocket money, he shook his head slightly and said, Brother, I only have 6 million in pocket money a month, and I have to pay you back next month. Riola's energy cubes also need money, and the pressure of 2 Pokemon is a bit too much. I better take a break for 2 months. 2 months of delay? Wang Baichi frowned slightly. In this way, the number of his brother's elves was inherently less than that of Zhu Junsha on the opposite side. However, this is an adult's own consideration after all, and from the perspective of a cousin, Wang Baichi does not think there is anything wrong with it. After taking a look at Yukira beside him, Wang Baichi nodded calmly and smiled at Yang Tuo. Boss, we won't bother you anymore. We'll come back to draw elves next time. Well, welcome to visit next time. Yang Tuo also smiled and nodded. We're leaving too. We'll come back tomorrow. Zhu Junsha also said goodbye to Yang Tuo. Well, okay. See you tomorrow. Yang Tuo still smiled and nodded in response. After adding Yang Tuo's WeChat friends one after another and purchasing the energy blocks needed for their respective elves, the 4 left one after another. Wang Baichi, who was walking at the end, accidentally saw the business license on the wall when he was about to push open the store door. Although the legal operator is Yang Tuo, the name of the store is Mingbao Pet Shop, which is extremely inconsistent with the house number outside the store. He couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Boss, does your store Have a business license? Ah! Yang Tuo had just walked to the door of the cubicle and was about to change his pants when he heard Wang Baiqi's surprise. He was stunned and then chuckled. Oh, that belonged to the previous shop owner. I bought his shop and plan to apply for a business license in a couple of days. This? Wang Baiqi hesitated for a moment and said, You elf. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get a business license. Huh, it's okay. I will go talk to the mayor of Demon City first. But before that, I have to sell more elves. At that time, we can explain to them the changes these elves can bring to society. Otherwise, it would be hard to convince people with just empty words. Oh, in 2 days? Wang Baiqi looked at the camera not far from the store door, thought about it, and took Yukira back into his pokeball. He smiled and waved at Yang Tuo. Let's go, boss. Well, take care. I won't see you off. As soon as he went out, Joey and Zhu Junsha had already got into their own cars, and they were waving and smiling goodbye to him in the car. Wang Baiqi also smiled and waved his hand, indicating that they could get together and have a meal when they had time in the future. Lu Jiaqing came here by taxi. When he saw his cousin's helicopter parked not far away, he was too lazy to take a taxi again. He got on the helicopter early and waited with the pilot for boarding. Wang Baiqi looked around carefully again. Although this street was not as crowded as the one next door, it was still very prosperous. There are cameras at several intersections and corners. Wang Baiqi frowned slightly and couldn't help but think of what Yang Tuo had said before. He felt a little uneasy in his heart, but he couldn't figure out where the uneasiness came from. He had to walk towards the helicopter with an expressionless face. Just as I got on the plane and was about to ask the driver to take Lu Jiaqing home first, I saw several pickup trucks with the logo of the Urban Management Unit slowly driving from the side of the road. The cabins of these pickup trucks are filled with green isolation barrier walls. 3 were parked to the east of the Pokemon pet shop, and 3 were parked to the west. As soon as the car stopped, more than a dozen urban management officers jumped out of the car swiftly, carrying isolation barrier walls to directly isolate the shops on half of the street. While standing up the separation wall, they also shouted with a loud speaker, Please stay away from this street and evacuate. The city has detected that there is something wrong with a natural gas pipeline under this road. For your safety, please evacuate consciously. Natural gas pipeline abnormality? Does the urban management need to take care of this kind of thing? And why didn't any excavators come along? Wang Baiqi narrowed his eyes slightly and had some vague guesses in his mind. He said to the helicopter pilot, Fly directly to the airport and then send my cousin to Fenghua Hotel. Cuz I'm going home? Is there something urgent going on for you? Or should I take a taxi? The airport is too far. Lu Jiaqing was confused. Just as he was about to get off the plane, he was grabbed by Wang Baiqi. Jiaqing, this matter, maybe I'm overthinking it, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Don't go home today. Stay at Fenghua Hotel for 1 night. If nothing happens tomorrow night, go home. Wang Baiqi was fiddling with his phone as he spoke. He noticed from the corner of his eye that Lu Jiaqing seemed to be about to ask another question, so he raised his hand to silence him. He raised the phone to his ear and said in a deep voice, Cancel my original flight. It will take me about 10 minutes to get to the airport. Book me the fastest flight to the United States. Chapter 45, Official Meeting in Magic City. Well, today's live broadcast ends here. The address of the store is on the host's Douyin homepage. If you're interested in elves, you can choose to come and have a look. Meng Huan and I are looking forward to your visit. However, the prices of Pokemon are a bit expensive, and the cheapest Pokemon in the store costs 50,000 yuan. In order to avoid missing out on the elves that are destined for you because of money, a friendly reminder to all friends is to bring at least 5 million in funds. See you next time. Magic City Mayor Conference Hall. As Yang Tuo waved goodbye, the projection screen on the big screen dimmed instantly and turned into darkness. A friendly reminder was given in the middle of the screen. The anchor has gone off the air. Click on the screen to scroll down and follow more of the anchor's exciting live broadcast moments. The entire conference hall fell into dead silence. The officials who can enter this conference room are at least the directors of various offices. Demon City is a municipality directly under the central government, which means that these directors are basically department-level cadres. With so many senior officials gathered together for a meeting, they naturally had no time to click on the screen to scroll down. Their faces looked different. Some were shocked, some were astonished, and most of them looked gloomy. Chen Sheng stood behind Xiang Yuanchao, looking at the dark projection screen beside him, feeling extremely bitter. How long has it been since I left that store? Pokemon worth 100 million have come out. As expected, I shouldn't have been so anxious to come and find Uncle Xiang. What a huge business opportunity one have lost. That person is Wang Baiqi. How could he not recognize him? Xiang Yuanchao's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. There was a mobile phone on the table in front of him. The phone seemed to be playing a video when someone clicked the pause button, and the picture froze on a picture of a small green animal holding up a huge rock. On his left, the middle-aged man in police uniform cleared his throat and said slowly, Secretary Xiang, this live video was recorded by someone and has become very popular online, with over 300,000 views. Although many netizens say it must have been synthesized by AI, but he pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "According to our technical staff's analysis, the video is not a synthetic special effect, and there is no trace of artificial processing. It seems to be real." There was no expression on Xiang Yuanchao's face, and he turned his gaze behind him. Just at the beginning of this meeting, he had Chunsheng demonstrate the pokeball and showed the magic of Litten. The director then said that they had monitored similar videos on the internet. It's the scene where the little dinosaur fights the big bulldog. After a careful investigation of the source, we found this live broadcast room. Xiang Yuanchao was almost amused. The video was only forwarded 300,000 times, but the key point is that there were more than 1 million fans watching the live broadcast. Who knows how many people are editing screen recording videos right now? This matter has a huge impact. Absolutely can't be suppressed. He leaned back in his office chair, somewhat dejectedly, and rubbed his temples vigorously. He had already arranged for the urban management department to go out and evacuate the people in advance. Fortunately, except for the customer named Lu, he recognized all the other people in the live broadcast room. They were all his nephews. Don't worry about not finding anyone. This incident has become too big. There are many professional technicians among the masses. They can find what we can find. If we make too much noise, it will definitely attract the attention of the sea. Xiang Yuanchao knocked on the table with his backhand, indicating that the next speech would be the top priority. The urban management department has issued a notice saying that there is something wrong with the gas pipeline in that area and that emergency repairs are needed. People should have been evacuated by now. The armed police force must be fully armed, and the engineering department should find a few large trucks to assist the armed police comrades in entering the site and occupying the depth points without disturbing the residents. Secretary, will this cause the other party to misunderstand? As soon as Xiang Yuanchao finished speaking, another middle-aged man frowned and asked suspiciously. After all, according to what the young man said in the live broadcast room, he is planning to contact our government, so there shouldn't be too much danger. Besides, the L's in his hands. If the other party mistakenly thinks we are hostile, I'm afraid. He stopped talking halfway through his sentence, but his meaning was obvious. If there were L's like Yukira, of which there were many in this store, then even the public security department of the Magic City would probably not be able to do anything to them. There's a busy city nearby. If a fight breaks out, it would easily cause casualties among the people, which would be a serious matter. After listening to this man's speech, Xiang Yuanchao did not show the slightest bit of surprise on his face. He shook his head slightly and said, "So, I will go to this store in person with my ID to talk to the other party. If I fail to come out in more than 3 hours, remember, Deputy Secretary Lu will immediately take over my command and report the situation to Hailey as soon as possible to apply for assistance from the Magic City military region." At this point, everyone present changed color. No one expected that Secretary Xiang would actually take action in person. Isn't this too dangerous? The middle-aged man who had just spoken spoke again, his brows twisted into the shape of a Chan character, and the nameplate in front of his desk read, "Deputy Secretary, Lu Sheng." Xiang Yuanchao heard this and shook his head slightly, saying, "Only you and I can represent the Magic City or even Dragon Country under certain circumstances. Such a big change has happened in Shanghai. It is my dereliction of duty as the secretary and mayor. I cannot escape the blame, both publicly and privately. If I come out in 3 hours, things will be easier. If it doesn't come out, don't hesitate." Deputy Secretary Lu hesitated for a moment and finally nodded slightly to show that he understood. On the other side of Secretary Xiang, the director who had spoken before saw this and said in a deep voice, "To be on the safe side, our Ministry of Public Security will also send 2 plainclothes comrades to enter the store in advance and stay there in the name of buying elves. Secretary Xiang, please rest assured that I will never let your life be in danger." Xiang Yuanchao heard this and nodded slightly, saying, "In that case, thank you very much. However, please be careful not to overreact. If possible, try not to cause a quarrel, so as not to hurt the civilians." The middle-aged director did not answer when he heard this, but just nodded slightly. Seeing that things were almost arranged, Xiang Yuanchao said, "This operation is of great importance. Please hold your tongue and strictly abide by the confidentiality agreement so as not to cause panic among the people. As for those customers who have already purchased Pokemon, the Ministry of Public Security would like to ask them to take a little trouble and find out the details in advance and inform them. No matter what happens, we must not cause panic among the people or social unrest." The middle-aged director nodded again to show that he understood. After finishing speaking, Xiang Yuanchao slowly stood up and said softly, "Let's adjourn. Chapter 46. Will you be my elf?" Pokemon Pet Shop. Yang Tuo changed his pants at the speed of light, and after confirming that no one was visiting for the time being, he decisively changed the welcome sign to come back later. Drawing elves doesn't waste much time. and there is no need to lock the door intentionally. Besides, with Muchan around, I believe nothing will be lost in the store. Just after the live broadcast, a group of fans asked him what time his store closes, and Yang Tuo replied that it was 8 o'clock in the evening. It is just past 4 o'clock now. Although the sun has already set, the bustling crowds in Shanghai remain unabated. It would be a bit unreasonable to make the guests go for nothing just because the door is locked in advance. After simply finishing all this, Yang Tuo rushed into the compartment, holding the tablet illustration. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted loudly, "System, I want to draw a legend." Unlike the last time, this time when entering the compartment, the scene is not a narrow room, but a secret little world. Although the L's were extracted twice on the same day, only a few hours had passed in between, but Yang Tuo's state of mind had completely changed. This time his target is clear: Gundam. At present, he has obtained the right for the arrival of the micro-elf, and he is just waiting to draw the second legendary this time. He will then prepare to contact the official directly to discuss the arrival of the elf. Judging from the current level of technology in this parallel world, if there is no suitable legendary beast to keep the place in check, there is no guarantee that Pokemon will not be captured and studied on a large scale. Follow the routines of watching respective novels and web dramas in previous lives. Shouldn't we give them a Gundam to maintain order? This is a first-level god. Naturally, the narrow room could not accommodate it, so Yang Tuo was full of confidence and went straight to the secret realm, waiting for his Gundam. It is detected that you currently have the right to extract a legendary elf *1. Would you like to use it? The ethereal electronic sound of the system responded in Yang Tuo's mind almost instantly. Yang Tuo agreed without hesitation. Use! Brush! A sound of breaking air was heard, and the tablet illustrated book that Yang Tuo had been holding slipped out of his hand instantly and floated in front of Yang Tuo. The golden screen emitted a faint stream of light, and hazy figures kept passing by on the illustrations. A big Geo appeared in the middle of the screen. Yang Tuo did not hesitate at all and just kept clicking, watching the outlines on the screen quickly move forward. His mood was no less exciting than that of the customers who were drawing lots in the store. Gundam! Gundam! There better be a different color one! Yang Tuo's face was excited, and his eyes were shining brightly under the reflection of the atlas. Golden shadows kept flashing in his pupils. However, as the frequency of the figures moving in the atlas became slower and slower, Yang Tuo's expression suddenly froze. I think I saw the silhouette of Zygarde passing by. Fake! It must be fake. You can't give me the max level 3 idiots, right? It doesn't matter if there's no Zygarde. Any one of the 3 idiots will do. Yang Tuo felt uneasy as he hadn't seen Zygarde for a long time. The screen was turning slower and slower, but Yang Tuo not only could not see Zygarde anymore, even Rayquaza did not appear. What a bummer. It doesn't matter if the Hoenn 3 idiots don't exist, or the Sinnoh twin dragons, or the 3 dragons of Tao will also work. Watching the familiar silhouettes turning by, Yang Tuo's heart almost sank to the bottom. Rayquaza, Zygarde, Ho-Oh, Lugia, except for the 2 idiots in Sinnoh who have not appeared yet, it seems that all the other stronger first-level gods have turned over. This is not going to be a level 1 god. You know, to accomplish the next mission, we need a turnover of 10 billion. If we didn't get the first-level god, Yang Tuo would really want to faint in the toilet crying. Without a first-level god to keep the place in check, what if an elf descends and brings down a daddy? System, stop messing with it. While Yang Tuo was hesitating, the system screen moved past Kapu Mu Mu's figure with difficulty, and finally stopped at the outline of a slender 4-legged creature. Yang Tuo couldn't help but shudder when he saw this. A 4-legged beast with 4 Kapu? Oh my god! The golden lion! But it seems that the big lion is not so thin. Before he could think about it, the outline on the illustration flashed with a golden light, revealing its original color. It was a slender mythical beast with a black and blue body and 8 forked, colorful horns. The joyful electronic sound also showed color as the illustrations appeared, echoing in Yang Tuo's mind. Congratulations on extracting the legendary Pokemon, Xerneas. Would you like to extract it? Ah! Yang Tuo's brain was a little stuck, and he was a little hesitant when looking at the figure in the picture book. This mythical beast is definitely good. After all, it is the god of life. But what if that stupid bird came down in the future and sensed the presence of Xerneas? Wouldn't it be furious immediately? Moreover, if this happens, wouldn't I be inherently shorter than Gundam if I met him in the future? But a fairy-level god seems pretty good, although I don't know if it can defeat the double-restrained Pluto dragon. It does seem pretty cool to use it as a mount. After a slight surprise, the system prompt asked again whether to extract. Yang Tuo said firmly in a low voice, "Extract! Brush!" The flat-screen illustrated book, which had been glowing, suddenly shone brightly, making Yang Tuo feel dizzy for a moment. Sudden exposure to this strong light, Yang Tuo subconsciously stretched out a hand to block his vision. However, with just a palm blocking, the brilliant light instantly shrank. When Yang Tuo withdrew his arm and looked around again, he saw the flat, illustrated book lying alone on the ground, and a purple and white pokeball with an imprinted on it appeared next to the illustrated book. Behind the two of them stood a dark blue deer with slender horns. Unlike the 7-colored horns shown in the previous illustration, Xerneas at this moment is clearly in a relaxed state. The 8 horns on the top of the head are all light blue, and the gems at the base of the horns are all transparent azure. While Yang Tuo was looking at Xerneas, Xerneas was also looking at Yang Tuo. The two sides looked at each other, and when Yang Tuo's gaze shifted from Xerneas' horns to his face, the two of them looked at each other, and facing Yang Tuo's burning gaze, Xerneas' eyes with X marked on them suddenly shrank. Immediately, this extremely beautiful and slender beast, which represented life, slowly bent its 4 hooves and fell to the ground. The noble head lowered slightly, and a gentle and soft mature female voice slowly sounded in Yang Tuo's heart. "Grown-ups? Oh my god! A first-level god calls me sir?" Yang Tuo's heart was filled with shock, and he exclaimed that the system was awesome. This is the Fairy King, the god of life, Xerneas. It seems that it is not impossible to use Xerneas as a mount, but I don't know if it will get angry with me, an adult. It was their first meeting, and after hesitating for a moment, Yang Tuo still did not make any excessive demands. He suppressed his excitement, walked forward slowly, picked up the Master Ball, and reached out to touch Xerneas' head. Although those gems were azure blue, they were not as cold as Yang Tuo had imagined. Instead, they were slightly warm. "Hurry up, Xerneas." "Yes." As the telepathy sounded again, Xerneas slowly stood up. This noble deer of life was more than 3 meters tall. After standing up, Yang Tuo had to look up to meet Xerneas' gaze. When Xerneas discovered that Yang Tuo was looking up at it, his body trembled slightly, and he bent his body slightly and buried his head deeply. Yang Tuo didn't care about it. At this moment, his brain was filled with excitement. Looking at this beautiful beast, Yang Tuo took several deep breaths, adjusted his emotions, and then stretched out the Master Ball in his hand with some trembling. "Xerneas, will you be my spirit?" Chapter 47. The Goblin King Surrenders. "Become your elf?" Xerneas' telepathy was filled with doubts. It raised its head slightly and saw Yang Tuo stretching out his right hand towards it. In his palm, there was a very familiar item quietly placed, the Pokeball. "Yes." Seeing Xerneas' puzzled look, Yang Tuo nodded seriously in response. "Although this is an elf that I drew using the system, in theory it should be as favorable to me as the elves drawn by the guests. But the other party is one of the top divine beasts after all. Although Yang Tuo's attitude is not humble, it is relatively sincere. I am promoting Pokemon to this new world, and I want to turn this universe into another paradise where Pokemon and humans live in harmony." Yang Tuo said word by word. "As the first true legendary beast summoned by me besides Mew, Xerneas, are you willing to assist me in promoting Pokemon together?" Xerneas was silent for a moment after hearing this. It glanced at the Pokeball in Yang Tuo's hand, and the 8 antlers on its head gradually emitted dazzling colorful light, and its originally azure back also began to light up with star-like colorful light. The gentle fairy aura that belongs only to the god of life penetrated the wooden doors of the compartments and slowly spread out in all directions with the store as the center. In just a moment, it enveloped the entire Demon City. It was late autumn now. Countless flowers, plants, and trees in Demon City that were about to wither felt the breath of life from Xerneas. Their gradually withered and yellowed leaves turned green again, emitting lush vitality. Feeling that the entire city was filled with humans, but there were only a few elves, Xerneas slowly retracted his aura. It slowly bent its limbs to the ground again, and the pleasant telepathy sounded again. "Great Lord of Creation, Xerneas is willing to follow you and offer a small firefly for the reproduction of elves." "Ah!" Yang Tuo was slightly surprised to hear the change in Xerneas' name, but when he thought of the system's ability to summon various Pokemon, he understood. I guess Xerneas sensed the aura of the system and mistook himself for an alpaca. Yang Tuo had already speculated about the origin of his system, being able to summon elves at will. If this isn't the work of an alpaca, then who else could it be? Thinking this in his heart, Yang Tuo smiled, lightly pressed the round button in the middle of the Master Ball, and whispered, "Xerneas, then, I will trouble you a lot in the future. I will follow your orders." Brush! With the press of a finger, the Master Ball flew into the air, and countless white lights shot out from it, enveloping Xerneas' body. After a few breaths, the white light returned, and the Master Ball swayed slightly in the air before falling back into Yang Tuo's hands. It returned to calm again, and there was no trace of Xerneas at the spot anymore. After playing with the Master Ball in his hand for a while, Yang Tuo couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. The Fairy King bows down. This is the first divine beast that I own in the strict sense. Although his supervisory ability is certainly not as good as Gundam's, But when he thinks that his own power of advent is only miniature, it is more than enough to control the situation. Furthermore, since Xerneas is the god of life, his influence on plants is extremely huge. It will also be of great help to Yang Tuo in planting fruit trees in the future. If you lose something in one place, you may gain something in another. Then, the next step is to find a way to establish contact with the government. I'm a little tired today, so I'll go visit the boss of this demon city tomorrow. He carefully pressed the button on the pokeball, a red light shot out, and a tall figure appeared in front of Yang Tuo again. It was Xerneas, whom he had just captured. Xerneas, can you shrink your size? With your height. Yang Tuo looked up at Xerneas, whose height was comparable to that of a two-story building, and felt troubled. This small world is empty, with nothing but fruit trees. We can't leave Xerneas in the secret realm, right? But its size is really too big. Land in Demon City is very expensive, and there is no place big enough to accommodate such a huge monster. Is this okay? When Xerneas saw Yang Tuo, he looked embarrassed. His deep blue eyes looked at the small wooden door behind him. 7 colored lights gathered on his body, and his figure began to shrink rapidly. He just turned around, and his figure was reduced to half its size. He became half a head shorter than Yang Tuo. This is the best. After all, it's a city outside. If it's too high, it would be a bit shocking. This world still knows very little about Pokemon, and it's easy to cause panic. Yang Tuo smiled and scratched the back of his head, then moved his body to make way for the wooden door behind him and said, "Come on, Xerneas. Nice to meet you. I'll treat you to a meal." I was the first to step out of the wooden door. The scene in front of me changed rapidly. I looked around and found myself back in the store. Meow. A pink light flashed before his eyes, and Yang Tuo felt a slight weight on his shoulder. When he turned his head again, Menghuan had appeared on his shoulder. Menghuan, we have a new friend. Come say hello. Yang Tuo smiled, stroked Menghuan's little head, walked directly behind the counter, and took out several boxes of energy cubes from the cabinet under the counter. Menghuan, who had sensed the breath of Xerneas early on, stayed on Yang Tuo's shoulder and listened to Yang Tuo's instructions. He just turned his head slightly and waved his little hand to the azure deer that walked out of the compartment later. Meow. Xerneas, long time no see. The cute version of Xerneas walked out of the cubicle, closed his eyes slightly, and felt this new world. After further understanding of this world, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes and nodded slightly to the dream. Long time no see, Dreamy. Hey, are you from the same world? What a coincidence. Yang Tuo smiled slightly when he saw this, and gently opened the 2 boxes of energy cubes, placed them on a tea table, and smiled at the 2 elves. It's time for dinner. Come on, I'll welcome you. Southern suburbs of Shanghai. Zhu Junsha was driving her own Beetle, with Joey sitting on the passenger seat, while Blue was lying on his back on the back seat, sleeping soundly. As the small bubbles on its nose grew larger and smaller, streaks of light pink energy gradually lit up from its body, and its size grew slightly larger. Well, Zhu Junsha saw this scene through the rearview mirror. Her eyes were distracted, and she almost rear-ended the vehicle in front. Hey, silly pig, we're about to collide. Fortunately, Joey's exclamation urgently drew Zhu Junsha's attention back. She swerved the steering wheel, turned on the right turn signal, and after a flurry of activity, causing a chorus of honking on the road, she finally, boom, successfully ran out of the road and crashed into a big tree on the side of the road. Silly pig, can you drive? Joey covered his forehead and felt stars in front of his eyes. He felt unwell all over. Oh my God. Zhu Junsha also covered her forehead and shook her head gently. But she was holding the steering wheel, so the vibration was obviously stronger, and she was unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Fortunately, I braked in time, otherwise it would not just be the car that would be damaged today. Bruce. Blue, who was originally sleeping peacefully in the back row, was also rubbing his head in confusion, with a hint of grievance in his cry. It was the most miserable because it didn't wear a seatbelt and had the experience of bowling in the car. But after all, he was an elf, and his physique was much better than that of humans. After bumping back and forth 2 or 3 times in the back seat, he just felt a slight pain in his head. No, I just saw Bruce. Junsha rubbed her head and turned to look back. I was about to say that I saw a pink glow on Blue, but when I turned my head, I was stunned. But she saw Blue was also rubbing his head and looking at her with a puzzled look. Its body does seem to be a bit bigger than before, but where is the pink light on its body? Am I dazzled? Zhu Junsha was a little confused. Bruce, what did you just do? Joey asked while rubbing his fair neck. The seatbelt was a little tight just now, and I almost cried. Before she finished speaking, the shoulder bag that fell on the passenger pedal moved slightly, which immediately caught her attention. Can it be hit even if it's in a pokeball? Joey couldn't help but be curious, so he picked up the bag, gently unzipped it, and took out a white ball the size of a fist. This was her commemorative ball. At this moment, the commemorative ball was shaking gently, emitting a faint pink fluorescence. Yes. That's the light I saw just now. That's why I was distracted. Zhu Junsha pointed at the pink light and tried hard to defend herself. Tisk. Joey rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. This woman never tells the truth. No one would believe her. With a light tap, a red light shot out and a pink bun the size of a ball appeared on Joey's leg. It's Baby Ding. As soon as Dinky appeared, the pink fluorescence of the pokeball disappeared. But there was no fluorescence on Dinky's body. At this moment, its condition is much better than before when it was contained in the ball. As soon as it appeared, it waved its little hands happily and kept calling out. Tis T. This little guy. Wasn't he exhausted before? Zhu Junsha was confused and didn't know what was going on. Joey was also a little surprised, but after finding that there was nothing abnormal with Baby Ding, a bright smile appeared on his face. She said, "Never mind. As long as Baby Ding is okay. Dong dong." Joey's laughter had not lasted 2 seconds when 2 knocks were heard on the car window. The 2 girls looked confused. Zhu Junsha rolled down the window in confusion, only to see a traffic policeman holding a strange stick and looking into the car with a frown. After taking a quick look at the situation in the car, he put the alcohol test stick next to Zhu Junsha's mouth and said, "Ma'am, are you conscious? Please blow into my mouth." Chapter 48. Sakura disturbs the wife. It's getting dark, Magic City, Jiu Villa. Silly pig, it's all your fault. This is the first time in my life that I've ridden a police car home. Luckily, Brother Chinsheng isn't at home. Otherwise, he would definitely laugh at me again. Joey, in his pajamas, was blowing his wet hair while complaining to Zhu Junsha. "Oh my god. Just now when the police car was sending me home, the servants from more than a dozen houses next door all crowded at the door to watch. I am so ashamed." The most socially depressing thing was that Zhu Junsha actually held her back and wouldn't let her in. She stood at the door and bargained with the policeman who sent them back about the gas money. I have never been so embarrassed in my life. Joey burst into tears. Zhu Junsha, who had already finished washing up, was holding Joey's laptop, curled up on the soft sofa in the bedroom, typing away. Hearing Joey's complaints, she rolled her eyes and didn't even bother to turn her head. She continued typing while muttering, "I'm telling you, he's just using the fact that we're on the same police force to mess with me. It's just that he got in a police car and burned some gas. He just wants my contact information. I will not let him have his way. I insist on scanning the code to pay." Joey looked at this crazy woman who was shaking her head with excitement strangely. Seeing that even though she looked smug, the keyboard tapping sound in her hands did not stop at all, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you doing? Why are you typing out of nowhere?" "Working overtime. I'm writing a report. I searched a lot of information online and found a lot of Pokemon, but none of them match Pokemon. This must be a new species. And today, with Kira's handwriting, my god, I think it would be better for me to write a report as soon as possible and send it to our director." Joey looked at Zhu Junsha more and more strangely. The store manager has already said that elves are from another world, and has even implicitly admitted that he is an alien. Why are you still searching on the internet? Speechless. Joey yawned and ignored Zhu Junsha. At this time, Blue was sleeping next to Junsha. Baby Ding was also lying on the other side of Junsha's body with his mouth slightly open. He had fallen asleep at some point. Seeing that the little guy had fallen asleep and his little hand was still reluctant to drop the half-energy block, Joey couldn't help but smile. Baby Ding is so cute. Then I'll take these 2 little guys back to bed first. Don't stay up too late by yourself. Joey gently picked up Baby Ding. The sleeping Baby Ding felt someone touching him, and his confused big eyes opened half a slit. When she saw that it was Joey who was hugging her, she couldn't help but rubbed Joey's chest affectionately, then changed to a comfortable angle and continued to sleep. Okay. I only have a little bit left to finish. You go to sleep with him first, I'll come later." Zhu Junsha didn't even turn her head, her 5 fingers flying, typing continuously at an accelerated speed. After carefully placing Baby Ding on the bed in the bedroom, Joey was about to do the same to Blue. When he looked at the 3 Pokeballs on the table, he was stunned and said in surprise, Didn't you release the Magikarp? It looks like it should be put in the water." "Oh, isn't there a pond in the front yard? I put it in as soon as I got home." "Don't worry." Zhu Junsha is still concentrating on typing. "I think I should buy a bigger fish tank for Magikarp and put it in the bedroom. It must be lonely because it's the only Pokemon in the fish pond." "I don't think so. When I first came back, I saw it jumping around in the water, but it stopped after eating the energy cube. Maybe it's tired and is sleeping now." "Really? Fish sleep too?" Joey was confused. Unlike Baby Ding, who is as heavy as a balloon, Blue is not light. Zhu Junsha grew up in a military school, so it was natural for her to hold Blue in her arms. But now it was Joey's turn as he was powerless, so he was at a loss. She tried several times to pick up Blue, but failed. Fortunately, Blue was a light sleeper, and he just rubbed Joey lightly before sliding down from the sofa and slowly walking towards the bedroom. Sorry, Blue." Joey looked at the little staggering figure, and a look of apology appeared on his face. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Joey was about to return to the bedroom to go to bed, a crisp doorbell rang suddenly, startling the two people in the room. It's already 7:30. Did Chun Sheng always come to see you at this time before? Zhu Junsha looked at the time in the lower right corner of the computer and looked at Joey with an increasingly playful gaze. You, what did you say? Joey's face instantly turned red, and he picked up a pillow and threw it at Zhu Junsha, saying angrily, If you keep gossiping, I'll kick you out. Hey, it's my fault. I should have been under the car. Not in the car, he. Stop being so sarcastic. Brother Chun Sheng never knocks on the door so late. Another pillow attack, but the damage was not good, and the enemy was still unscrupulous. Oh, Brother Chun Sheng never knocks on the door so late. Zhu Junsha was typing away while imitating Joey in a sarcastic manner. The next moment, she felt her head hit by the soft pillow again, and then a huge force suddenly hit her and threw her directly onto the sofa. I'll let you talk nonsense. I'll let you talk nonsense. Joey rode directly on Zhu Junsha's body, constantly hooking his fingers and tickling Zhu Junsha's armpits frantically. Ding-ling! Ding-ling! The crisp doorbell rang again, saving Zhu Junsha. Wrong. Stop scratching. Chun Sheng must be waiting outside, anxiously. Humph! It must have been the police car that came this afternoon. It's all your fault. Joey glared at Zhu Junsha fiercely, then looked in the mirror. After making sure that there was nothing that needed touch-up, she straightened her slightly fluttering hair and slowly walked out of the room. The evening breeze in late autumn is particularly cold, especially for a manor like the Chiao family's, which is located in the mountains along the coastal area. There were no lush trees or vegetation to protect them from the cold, and the draft kept blowing through, making Joey so cold that he couldn't help but tighten his clothes. She felt a little regretful, wondering why she didn't wear a coat, and went out in slippers. Passing by the bare lotus pond, the carp king was lying quietly in the water without moving, with only its wide-open mouth exposed outside the water. In the moonlight, it looked like a big radish growing in the water. It turns out that fish really do sleep. Joey took a closer look and confirmed that the Magikarp had not turned over, so he felt relieved and felt extremely amused for a moment. Ding-ling! Ding-ling! The doorbell rang again hurriedly, and the person outside seemed to be impatient. Here it comes. Joey held back his sleepiness and trotted all the way to the gate. He removed the bolt with great effort, grasped the handrail on the sliding door, and pulled the iron gate open. Maybe it's time to hire some servants. Feeling the cold iron handrail, Joey muttered to himself. There were no lights on outside, so it was expected that there would be no one else there except Chun Sheng, who lived nearby. Brother Chun Sheng. He had only said half of his words when Joey saw who was in front of him, and his face instantly fell. The person outside the door was not Chun Sheng, but three middle-aged men in suits who stood like wooden stakes. Why are you guys here again? I already said I won't sell it. Joey frowned, and immediately grabbed the handrail that he had just let go of, preparing to close the door again. Ms. Chiao, we at Sakura Island are willing to pay 5 million to purchase your family's ancient Jiu technique, Ms. Chiao. We come here with sincerity. The middle-aged man in the lead grabbed the iron sliding door and spoke loudly in poor Longwa dialect. This sudden quarrel may not have been heard in the mansion inside the manor, but it woke up the Magikarp in the pond. Lulu! Magikarp poked his head out in confusion and looked at the people not far from the pond. A hint of doubt flashed across his dull eyes. What are these humans doing instead of sleeping at night? I told you, I won't sell it no matter how much money you give me. Let go, or I'll call the police. I have surveillance cameras here. Seeing the middle-aged man trying to stop him, Joey was furious and couldn't help but let go of his hand. He pointed to the surveillance camera hidden on the treetop nearby and said, You have seriously disturbed my life. What you did is considered breaking into a private house at night. Miss Chiao, we have no ill intentions. As far as we know, Mrs. Chiao has passed away. You currently do not have the ability to carry forward the art of blessing. Do you want to see it lost in vain? The middle-aged man said seriously. Seeing that the other party actually mentioned his grandmother and cursed that his family's unique skills would be lost, Joey was furious for a moment. He pointed to the mountain path in the distance and said coldly, Get out! Get out right now! Otherwise, I'm really going to call the police. Seeing Joey's firm attitude, the middle-aged man was not panicked at all. He still held the iron door firmly with one hand and said solemnly, I understand your concerns. Unexplained large transfers will attract the attention of Dragon Country officials. Look, after the middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned his head behind him. Seeing this, the two men in suits behind him turned around quickly. It was only then that Joey noticed that there was a large truck behind the three men. However, the car was parked on the side of the road, not at the door, and the headlights were not turned on. Therefore, under the cover of darkness, she did not see it at first. Miss Chiao, if 5 million is not enough, then let's make 50 million. If 50 million is not enough, then let's make 500 million. We, Sakura Island, come here with sincerity. Bang! The back of the truck was opened, and a man in a suit suddenly lit a flashlight in his hand and shone it towards the compartment, revealing a number of large boxes over 1 meter high. Another man jumped into the car, found a marked wooden box, and gently opened it. Bundles of Longwood banknotes poured out. 500 million in cash. No need to worry about those annoying Dragon Country police. The middle-aged man's broken Chinese was filled with smiles, and he seemed confident. Joey looked coldly at the three foreigners in front of her, her face almost covered with frost. She said word by word, "Take your money and leave my farm. Get out." Seeing that Joey was unmoved, the middle-aged man's face turned gloomy, but it was dim at night, and both sides could only hear each other's emotions from the voice, and could not see each other's expressions at all. He said coldly, "Miss Chiao, there is an old saying in the Dragon Country. He who knows the current situation is a hero. We have visited you 3 times with sincerity. You should not refuse a toast and drink a penalty drink." Seeing the other party being so rude, Joey didn't plan to continue talking nonsense with him. She took out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. But after searching for a while, he suddenly remembered that his cell phone was placed on the dressing table in the bathroom by her when she was taking a shower. She tried to use a little force with her hands, but the other party was holding the iron gate tightly and would not let her close it. In the past, Grandma liked to live a healthy and frugal life and did not like noise, so the Chow family did not hire servants. Almost all the vegetation in the farm was taken care of by Joey and Grandma themselves. However, at this time, Joey suffered the loss of having no servants. Jiu Villa and Wulong Villa are separated by only a wall. But the wall of Jiu Villa is hundreds of meters long. The wind was already strong on the mountain, and the forest outside the village was dense and deep. There was only a small forest path between the gates of the 2 villages. Joey thought that even if he shouted loudly now, the people in Wulong Villa next door might not be able to hear him. This was the first time Joey felt so upset. "Why don't you hire a maid?" She glared at the middle-aged man opposite her fiercely and said coldly, "You're not going to leave, are you? I'm calling the police right now. If you dare to come in, you'll be trespassing." After saying that, Joey turned around and walked quickly towards a mansion. However, after he had taken a few steps, he heard footsteps behind him, as if someone was catching up with him. These damn Japanese people. He actually dared to break into a private house. Joey's face instantly sank to the bottom, and he turned around and prepared to severely reprimand the other party. "As long as I speak louder, Zhu Junsha in the house will definitely hear it. I don't have a chance to get my phone, but it doesn't matter. As long as Zhu Junsha comes out with her phone, I can still call the police." "Oh, I almost forgot. Silly pig is actually a policeman." There was anger on her face. She turned around and was about to scold when she felt a black screen in front of her eyes and a figure suddenly pounced on her. Joey was horrified and struggled, but in just a moment, her arms were easily locked firmly by the black shadow's arm. "You guys, Joey's eyes widened and he was about to scream, but the man covered his mouth and nose with a wet cotton cloth. The cotton cloth had no odor, but during the struggle, the liquid on the wet cloth inevitably seeped into Joey's lips and tasted slightly sweet. His mind went blank, and his limbs became increasingly weak. In just a few seconds, Joey stopped struggling. Snort! Outside the village gate, the middle-aged Sakura Island man still stood there, snorted coldly, and said lightly, "Okay, that girl is fine, leave, take her back." Huh. The figure who was tightly restraining Joey saw that Joey had completely lost his resistance, so he couldn't help but loosen the palms covering his mouth and nose, and bowed his head solemnly to the middle-aged man outside the door. Wow! Under the night, a clear sound of water sounded, and the bodies of the 3 people were shocked. Looking towards the source of the sound, it turned out to be a carp in the pond. Under the light of the moonlight, it kept jumping out of the water and flopping up and down. "Call!" The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Walk! Chapter 49. Let's go find them. Thump! Thump! Shuyovila? Zhu Junsha's 5 fingers flew as she typed with great concentration. As his fingertips moved slightly, characters appeared quickly on the manuscript. Not long after, a very long report on Pokemon was typed out. Zhu Junsha stretched comfortably, took a sip of hot milk, clicked on the WayX login page on the computer, and prepared to send the newly made manuscript to her director. To log into WayX on the computer, one needs to scan the code on the mobile phone. She picked up her phone, casually glanced at the time on the screen, then switched to the WayX page and prepared to scan the code to log in. As soon as she switched to the WayX page, Zhu Junsha was stunned and carefully looked at the time in the upper right corner of the phone. 8:30. "I've been coding for an hour?" Zhu Junsha couldn't help but gasp. She glanced at the document on the computer and shook her head slightly, looking very proud. This family head is really amazing. It only took him 1 hour to type out an 800-word incident report. Just as he was about to scan the QR code to log in, he lifted up the phone, but put it down again. Zhu Junsha looked through the living room window towards the gate of the villa with a suspicious look on her face, and couldn't help but mutter in her heart. "I remember. I just started writing when he went out. Why hasn't she come back yet? The empty mansion. Now she is the only one left. The air is exceptionally quiet at this moment, with a certain dead silence. Thump, thump. The sound of splashing water could be heard faintly from outside the door, causing Zhu Junsha to frown slightly. I don't know what the carp king in this pond ate wrongly. After just being quiet for a while, it started jumping into the water again. Are you hungry? I fed it an energy cube when I came back. Well, it seems that life really lies in exercise. If you exercise too much, you will naturally feel hungry. Zhu Junsha thought about it and took out a box of energy cubes belonging to Magikarp from the cabinet next to her. Since you are a late bloomer, you cannot save on nutrition in the early stages. Zhu Junsha picked one up at random and just walked to the door of the house. Before she opened the door, a loud knocking sound came from outside. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden sound frightened Zhu Junsha so much that her body suddenly jumped. What's wrong? Zhu Junsha called out to the door, but there was no response from Joey outside. Instead, there was a faint gurgling sound. What? Zhu Junsha frowned, raised her hand, and slowly opened the wooden door of the mansion. Phew! A sharp draft rushed in from outside the house, making her shiver. I'll go. She tightened her nightgown and looked around vigilantly. The front yard of Jiu Villa is half a pond and half a medicinal garden, with only a small path over 100 meters long in the middle leading directly to the gate of the villa. Lonely street lamps stood in 2s and 3s around the path, emitting their own meager light, making the entire manor seem even more desolate. Well, there was no one around, and just as Zhu Junsha was about to go back to the house to find a stick to defend herself, a slight sound came from under her feet. Lululul. Ah! Zhu Junsha looked down in surprise, only to find a big red carp with dead eyes lying in front of her. The carp was covered in dust, and its body was almost completely dry. There was a big bump on its forehead, as if it had been hit by something. Oh my god! Magikarp, are you okay? You can't be that hungry, right? Zhu Junsha was startled by the Magikarp's appearance. She quickly picked it up from the ground, ran to the pond, and carefully placed it in the water. Lululul. As soon as the Magikarp entered the water, it spit out bubbles like crazy and swallowed mud in big gulps. It shook its body in the water, leaving large patches of mud, but before it could catch its breath, it quickly poked its head out of the water, flapping and jumping in the water, its tail constantly sweeping towards the gate. Lulu! 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 The Magikarp called out anxiously, but it could only make a gurgling sound. Even though it tried its best to point its tail towards the door, in Zhu Junsha's eyes, it was just flapping its wings like crazy. Magikarp, you can't be that hungry. Zhu Junsha helplessly scooped up a handful of clean water and washed the dirt off her hands. The lake water is clear and cold. After washing, the breeze makes me feel cool all over, and I feel like I'm taking off. She couldn't help but shiver, blew a breath on her hands, picked up the energy cube, handed it to the Carp King in the water, and said, Here, eat quickly. You look so hungry. Is the water cold? How about I put you in the fish tank? It's warmer in the house. Lulu! Lulu! Magikarp was about to collapse. You silly girl. Why can't you understand what I'm saying? In a rage, the Carp King jumped high and hit Zhu Junsha's hand directly with its tail whip. Hey! Zhu Junsha only felt someone slapped her hand hard on the back and caught off guard. The energy block was knocked away and fell into the water. You! She was about to get angry, but she found that something was wrong with Magikarp. Lulu! Lulu! The Carp King half emerged from the water and called out to Zhu Junsha. Seeing Zhu Junsha staring at it thoughtfully, it turned around like a dragon, swam along the edge of the pond, and swam quickly towards the gate. After swimming only twice, it turned around again and shouted, Lulu! Lulu! You want to take me to the gate? Zhu Junsha looked at Magikarp's movements suspiciously, then looked at the darkness at the gate, and her heart skipped a beat. Damn it! I felt so cold even in my pajamas, and she must have been frozen to death after being out for such a long time. Thinking of how Joey dressed up before going out, Zhu Junsha broke out in cold sweat. WTF? This girl has been out for more than half an hour. Why is she hiding in the bushes with Chunsheng late at night? It's late autumn. Could it be that he went to visit someone? But Joey was wearing pajamas when he left. The upper-class families attach great importance to appearance. The head of the Chen family may not be at home, but Chunsheng's mother must be at home. Joey should not be so casual. Lulu! Lulu! The more Zhu Junsha thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. The Carp King in the pond saw her standing there and was reluctant to follow her. It couldn't help but call out to her anxiously, and finally jumped up, splashing a large amount of water. All right, stop rushing me. I'll be right there. The anxious behavior of the Carp King made Zhu Junsha panic. Yes, he hasn't come back for so long. She should have come out to take a look a long time ago. She trotted all the way to the gate of the villa, took out her cell phone from her pocket, flipped to Joey's WeChat, and made a video call. Dance with me, Lolita, white sand on the beach. Lyrical music came from the phone, but Zhu Junxiao was not in the mood to appreciate it. She followed Magikarp on the road, almost losing her slippers, and anxiously urged in her heart. Oh my yi, please answer the phone. I'm so worried. Jiu Villa, bedroom of the mansion. Melodious music sounded at the bedside, waking up the two sleeping Pokemon next door. At first Blue and Baby Ding didn't pay much attention to it, but the phone rang for a full minute, then stopped for a short while, and then rang again, but no one in the house came to answer it. Baby Ding rubbed his sleepy eyes, couldn't help but yawn, and looked at Blue beside him in confusion. Chio-Chio? Chio-Chio, where's the trainer? I think there's a phone call. Bruce on the side also looked confused and replied. Brew. I don't know. How about I go and give him the phone? Chio-Chio. Well, let's go and call them back to bed. I think they fell asleep outside. Bruce, it should be. Blue nodded, slightly in agreement. He swiftly climbed out of bed, stood on tiptoe, and picked up Baby Ding. Picking up the phone on the bedside table, the two small figures walked out of the bedroom side by side. Seeing that the living room was empty and silent, Baby Ding couldn't help but take small steps and ran quickly to the sofa. But when he ran to the sofa, the excitement on his face slowly faded and was replaced by a look of confusion. There is no human figure on the sofa, so where's the person? It couldn't help but turn its head and look at Blue behind it. Blue also walked to the sofa and saw that there was no one in the living room. The phone in his hand stopped ringing. After frowning and thinking for a while, Blue raised his nose, sniffed carefully, turned his gaze to the living room door, and said, Bulu. They seem to have all gone out. Let's go find them. Choo-choo. Good. Chapter 50. The pets you sell are amazing, my friend. Pokemon Pet Shop. It seemed like a week's luck was used up in just one afternoon. Yang Tuo waited in the store for a long time, but did not see any new customers coming. Not far from the entrance, a green isolation wall was inexplicably built. Yang Tuo also went out to check and found that it was not just a shop that was surrounded by the wall, but it seemed that an entire row of businesses were isolated. After careful inquiries, he found out that there was something wrong with the underground gas pipeline, and it needed urgent repair. He was so scared that he quickly dropped the cigarette in his hand and rushed back to the shop. Madwa, I am so surprised. Fortunately, I have a shop. I'm absolutely safe in the shop. I was bored and thinking about how I should communicate and negotiate with the officials of this country in the next 2 days. Before I knew it, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Well, it's time to close the door and take a break. Although the isolation wall outside the door has been built, the excavator that arrived early has not started work yet. I guess there won't be any customers coming these 2 days. I'll wait and see tomorrow. If there are still no customers, I'll go and negotiate with the authorities first. Yang Tuo thought so. Ding-ling. Just as I was about to go forward and lock the shop door, a pleasant sound of wind chimes was heard, and the shop door was opened. Welcome. Yang Tuo skillfully put on a professional smile. 3 men entered the store. The middle one was about 50 years old, wearing a suit, and was followed by 2 sturdy young men on his left and right. The 2 people on the left and right were both wearing ordinary casual clothes, and they didn't seem to have any connection with the middle-aged man, but when they walked, they always followed the middle-aged man, as if they were in a superior-subordinate relationship. Although Yang Tuo was confused, he still had a smile on his face and asked, Excuse me, do you need to buy a pet? Xiang Yuanxiao nodded slightly and glanced around the store without saying a word. All the arrangements were exactly the same as in the live broadcast room and what Qinsheng had said. But when his eyes moved to a corner of the store, his gaze paused slightly. But at the corner a cartoon was playing. In addition to the pink and white kitten named Dream, who was watching it attentively, there was also a strange elk. This deer is so strange. I have never seen one before. It should be an elf. Feeling Xiang Yuanxiao's gaze, Xerneas turned his head slightly, and when he saw Xiang Yuanxiao's line of sight, a humane smile appeared on his face. A gentle female voice sounded in Xiang Yuanxiao's heart. Hello, human. I am Xerneas. You. Xiang Yuanxiao's pupils suddenly shrank. Hearing from others that Pokemon can communicate with humans and experiencing this strange process personally were completely different feelings in his heart. Xiang Yuanxiao felt that his 3 views were almost shattered. Call! After taking a deep breath, Xiang Yuanxiao nodded slightly and said softly, Hello! Xerneas. He turned to look at Yang Tuo, frowning, and after a moment, he said in a deep voice, Boss, take the 3 elf illustrated books first. Hearing this, Yang Tuo's expression paused slightly, and then he smiled in surprise. Sir, are you also from the live broadcast room? Xiang Yuanxiao nodded slightly. Seeing that the other party did not say anything, Yang Tuo was a little surprised, but he did not think much about it. Instead, he took out 3 illustrated books from under the counter, placed them in front of the 3 people one by one, and said with a smile, 1,500 yuan. Xiang Yuanxiao nodded slightly, and a young man next to him took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code on the counter, and transferred 1,500 yuan to Yang Tuo. Pushing the two illustrated books aside, Xiang Yuanchao skillfully opened one and turned to scan Minghuan first. Seeing the familiar panel information, Xiang Yuanchao directly closed the panel before the mechanical electronic volume sounded. He scanned the illustrated book again towards the blue deer-like creature, and Xerneas' detailed information appeared on the illustrated book panel. Xerneas, life Pokemon, attribute, fairy, no gender, personality, gentle, features, fairy aura. It is said that when the horns on its head glow with 7 colors, it can share eternal life. It slept in the form of a tree for 1,000 years, and then resurrected. A legendary Pokemon. Moves, impact, gravity, light wall, laser beam. Another legendary Pokemon. Looking at the densely packed moves on the panel, Xiang Yuanchao felt his heart suffocating. Although this legendary move is not as many as Dream, there are at least dozens of them. And this eternal life, what does it mean to be able to share it? Oxygen tube in the elf? When Xiang Yuanchao thought of the huge rolling stones summoned by Kira in the video, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. This is just the power of a quasi-legendary. What if these two legendary Pokemon take action? He couldn't help but look outside the hall. Although there were not many people on the surface, in fact, this street had already been surrounded by silence. But if we don't use the army, what if a conflict breaks out? Can these thousands of people deal with monsters like Pokemon? Xiang Yuanchao was worried. Gentlemen, while he was deep in thought, Yang Tuo's voice came from his ear, disrupting his thoughts. Xiang Yuanchao turned his head and saw Yang Tuo smiling and saying, "Sir, judging from the way you use the illustrated book, it seems that you have used it before. Would you like to draw a Pokemon? It's already 8 o'clock, and our store is about to close." Xiang Yuanchao looked deeply at the young man in front of him. Whether from appearance, skin color, or accent, this person is undoubtedly from Long Country. But why didn't I find any information related to him when I searched the files in the afternoon? It looked like it appeared completely out of thin air, and there was no trace of it in the database. This person is most likely an alien. Now this appearance is just a disguise. After a moment of hesitation, Xiang Yuanchao said in a deep voice, "I'm Xiang Yuanchao, and I'm glad to meet you, a guest from outer space." As he spoke, he slowly stretched out a hand and handed it to Yang Tuo. Yang Tuo was a little surprised when he saw this, but when he thought about all the tacit consent he had given in the live broadcast room this afternoon, he was no longer surprised by the reaction of the uncle in front of him. He walked out of the counter quickly, shook hands with Xiang Yuanchao, and said with a smile, "Mr. Xiang, this is a beautiful planet, and I'm glad to meet you. So do you want to draw a fairy?" As he spoke, he took the flat, illustrated book on the counter and handed it to Xiang Yuanchao, with a questioning look on his face. This? Xiang Yuanchao's expression was slightly surprised. He didn't quite understand the other party's reaction. "Didn't you say you would take the initiative to find me? I came here on my own initiative, and you're trying to sell me L's? There's no rush for this." After looking at the illustrated book handed over by Yang Tuo, Xiang Yuanchao slowly waved his hand. He looked at the two Pokemon watching TV in the corner and said with emotion, "My friend, I have lived for most of my life, but this is the first time I have seen such a magical pet." Huh, I've already talked about this in the live broadcast room before. Maybe you came a little late and didn't understand clearly. Seeing this, Yang Tuo slightly retracted the tablet in his hand and said with a faint smile, "The world is huge, and the universe is huge too. Who can guarantee that humans are the only intelligent creatures? Besides, the progress of civilization is always accompanied by exploration." He chuckled and shook his head. "Let's not talk about the distant ones. Just on Earth, who can guarantee that all the creatures have been explored by humans? Don't you agree, Mr. Xiang? Just treat them as newly discovered life forms. Besides, they're pretty gentle, aren't they?" That's true." Seeing Yang Tuo shaking his head and laughing, Xiang Yuanchao couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The two looked at each other. Under Yang Tuo's smiling gaze, Xiang Yuanchao's smile quickly faded. His face became extremely serious, and he said solemnly, "The invasion of any species will have an impact on native organisms, and the existence of life requires resources. To take something without telling is called stealing, and to take something without telling is called theft. Dragon Country is a peace-loving and hospitable country. We welcome all kinds of friends to visit our country and our planet, but this does not mean that we will be weak and bullied." He saw Yang Tuo's expression change from smile to astonishment in an instant, and then he looked at him with a frown, his face full of confusion. Xiang Yuanchao narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at Yang Tuo, and said, "My friend, the pets you sell here are truly amazing. This is the Magic City. For the safety of the people, even guns and knives are regulated in the Dragon Kingdom. Your behavior has already seriously threatened the social security of the Magic City. My friend." Chapter 51. Looking forward to your good news. After hearing this last sentence, the doubts on Yang Tuo's face gradually disappeared. Looking towards the corner, I saw Mew and Xerneas watching a cartoon with great interest. The corner of Yang Tuo's mouth curled up slightly. Mew is more playful and hasn't noticed the situation here yet, but Xerneas is much more mature and has been turning his head to look over here frequently. From the tone, it seems to be official. That's good, so I don't have to make the trip myself. Hee, the god of life is here with me. If you had come yesterday, I might have panicked, but today... Thinking of this, Yang Tuo smiled slightly, waved his hand towards a nearby tea table, and said, Mr. Xiang, please. It just so happens that these are all misunderstandings. I was just about to take the initiative to contact you, but unfortunately, I have no way to contact you. I am completely confused. Xiang Yuanxiao saw that Yang Tuo still had a calm expression, and the tension in his heart finally eased a little. He didn't believe a word Yang Tuo said. During the live broadcast, the alien had already said that he would talk to the authorities after some time. Just kidding, this is the technological age. You come up with such a heavyweight thing and sell it to the people, and make it known to everyone. If nothing is done, Xiang Yuanxiao estimates that he will have to eat steamed buns every day after a while. It's impossible to be cowardly. No matter how rebellious you, an alien, are, I will send out a message of Dongfeng Express, mission accomplished, and you will have to leave. Xiang Yuanxiao believed he had the confidence to do so. Only, this is the Magic City after all. The cost of doing so is too high. Longwood cannot afford it, and Xiang Yuanxiao cannot afford it even more. He followed Yang Tuo's instructions, walked to the tea table, found a chair, and sat down slowly. The other two young men looked at each other, then stood on the left and right sides of Xiang Yuanxiao, standing with their hands behind their backs, staring at Yang Tuo. When the two turned around, Yang Tuo secretly glanced at them with the corner of his eye and found that there were bulges on the backs of the two people, as if they were carrying weapons. I don't know. What position does Mr. Xiang hold in the court? Yang Tuo was neither humble nor arrogant. He found 3 cups from behind the counter, picked up the kettle, poured a cup for the 3 people, and asked with a smile. Well, as soon as these words were spoken, Yang Tuo clearly noticed that Xiang Yuanxiao's expression was a little strange, and even the expressions of the 2 bodyguards next to him seemed unnatural. Xiang Yuanxiao was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, I am temporarily serving as the mayor of Demon City. Ah, then I guess we need to talk. When Yang Tuo heard that the other party was the mayor, a sincere smile appeared on his face. He pulled a chair and sat opposite Xiang Yuanxiao and said, Mayor Xiang, since you could find this place, you must have watched my live broadcast. What do you think of Pokemon? Hearing this question, Xiang Yuanxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his face showing no emotion. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Xerneas and Mew at the corner, then nodded slowly and said, It's amazing, but also dangerous. Hearing this, Yang Tuo smiled slightly, nodded, and then shook his head. He said, Mayor Xiang, the power of Pokemon is unquestionable, but in fact, most elves are very simple and kind. As long as you don't deliberately provoke them and treat them with sincerity, they will become the most solid partners of humans. You were right before. All living things need resources to survive, but I don't think that the addition of elves will make the world's resources scarce. On the contrary, the world's resources will become more abundant. Xiang Yuanxiao's eyes were almost narrowed into a slit, and he still looked at Yang Tuo expressionlessly, waiting for his next words. You know, this afternoon, this mysterious young man personally released an elf that was said to be able to eat a mountain. Seeing that Xiang Yuanxiao did not respond, Yang Tuo said calmly, Pokemon are magical elves that can control the rules of the world, and they can bring a lot of help to humans. Just like the Yukira that Mr. Wang bought this afternoon, you must have heard that it can eat a mountain, but it can summon rocks as big as hills and even soil with just a wave of its hand. With water-type Pokemon, firefighters will no longer be restricted by water sources, and the risk factor will drop sharply. Grass-type Pokemon have the strongest affinity and perception for plants. They can even survive on sunlight alone without eating anything. At the same time, they can accelerate the growth of crops and temporarily change the weather to make the crops more prosperous. There are many similar things. At this point, Yang Tuo looked towards Xerneas and couldn't help but smile at Xiang Yuanxiao. As far as I know, although Dragon Country is vast, saline alkali land accounts for 1/7 of the country and 1/9 to 1/10 of the world. What if the elves can turn all of them into fertile soil that can grow plants? Not only that, as far as I know, Longwa has been trying to slow down the desertification of the land. Although the effect is good, the speed is very slow. What if I can make them all green overnight? This barrage of breaking news almost made Xiang Yuanxiao's brain go blank. You know, the population of Dragon Country accounts for 1/4 of the world's population. In fact, the land of Dragon Country is not practical enough. If everything this young man said can be realized, then wrong. The reason why Dragon Country is so stable now is because of the control of riot tools. If creatures with so much powerful power are obtained by ordinary people, then Dragon Country is very likely to become a country like the second beautiful country. People's lives may be threatened at any time, and the riots and fighting will not stop. Xiang Yuanchao could no longer maintain his previous calmness. He sorted out his disordered breath and shook his head slowly, saying, "What you said is very tempting, but there is an old saying in Dragon Country, nothing comes for free. These will have serious consequences. As a country with a large population, the people of Dragon Country desire peace the most. As the only ancient civilized country left on Earth, we trust our own hands more than the elves you mentioned." As he spoke, he looked at Yang Tuo, his eyes deep and vast, and said in a deep voice, "Friend, stop it. If you still want to be a friend of Dragon Country, maybe you can cooperate with our official. The elves are too powerful. They will bring chaos to us. I will not let them spread in the lower levels of Dragon Country." After hearing Xiang Yuanchao's words, the smile on Yang Tuo's face slowly disappeared, but he did not become indifferent. He thought about it for a moment and the feasibility of cooperating only with state officials, but in the end he slowly shook his head. The task assigned to him by the system is to promote elves. Are the elves that are only officially owned the ones that are promoted? That's a monopoly. That would prevent the elves from ever fully integrating into this world, and they would only become tools of the government. Yang Tuo pondered for a moment, then shook his head slowly and said, "The reason why I chose to open a store in Dragon Country is because I saw the people of Dragon Countries yearning for peace. If it were in other countries, I'm afraid my Pokemon would be bought crazily. At that point, Pokemon will become their weapons rather than their partners. To be honest, I can send elves into this world on a large scale at any time. By then, the city will be full of elves, and they will not have enough food and a suitable environment. What do you think will happen?" Xiang Yuanchao's pupil shrank when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, "Are you threatening me? It's not a threat." Yang Tuo shook his head slowly and said, "I like this planet. It's beautiful, and I want it to be better. I want to bring all the Pokemon to this world so that they can live in harmony with the people of this world and survive together. I'm just explaining the facts. I know you have powerful strategic weapons, but you can try. Even if the Demon City is blown up, this store will still stand here, and not a single grain of sand will splash into the door." "You!" Xiang Yuanchao stood up from his seat, and the two young men beside him nervously protected him behind their backs, each putting a hand behind their backs, fearing that Yang Tuo would suddenly attack and hurt someone. "Well," Yang Tuo also stood up slowly, looked at Xiang Yuanchao with a serious expression and said, "Secretary Xiang, don't worry, I'm also a peace-loving person. If you insist on not wanting me to do this, I can only move my store to other countries. But will that be beneficial to Longhua? I came here with sincerity, and what I said before is part of my sincerity. Regarding the issue of elves causing riots, I have already written an optimal training manual for elves in advance, which I can just hand over to you officials to ensure that your elves are better trained. At the same time, there is no need to be so sensitive. If you want to fully train an elf to be powerful, the resources required are enormous. I believe that in the future, the elves of many people will play more of a family role, not as scary as you think. There are very few people who can become true trainers. In the future, the elves-related props can also be sold by you, but in order to prevent monopoly, my store will still sell these props at a fixed price. I have no ill will towards you. Believe me, the appearance of elves will only make the world better. Moreover, the battle between elves will also be a more gentle way to mediate conflicts between countries." Xiang Yuanchao's expression eased slightly when he heard this. If it was true as the young man said, then perhaps this was not a bad thing. At this time, the power of the system has begun to subtly change the consciousness of people all over the world, which has also made Xiang Yuanchao less resistant to the elves. "So, where are you from? You can't be the only one who knows about our existence, but we don't even know where you are?" Xiang Yuanchao asked slowly. "Is this important? If you must force an answer, you can understand that I come from a parallel world. My hometown is also a blue planet, and even my language is Chinese, the same as yours." Yang Tuo smiled slightly and said, "All the technology and knowledge of the elf world that I can spread to you can be provided to you for free. Even in terms of some disasters related to the elves, I can provide corresponding help as long as you need it. But I have one condition." "What conditions?" Xiang Yuanchao asked back subconsciously. Yang Tuo stared at Xiang Yuanchao and said word by word, "It is strictly forbidden to maliciously harm or study elves. Help me to the best of your ability to spread elves to the world, so that humans and elves can live in harmony and live a beautiful life together." This request is indeed not excessive and is also in line with humanitarian principles. Xiang Yuanchao nodded without thinking, but after a moment's hesitation, he said slowly, "This request is not difficult, but it is a big matter, and I need to report it to the higher-ups for instructions." "Huh, I look forward to your good news." An aside, just now a friend said in a book review that this chapter was a bit depressing. The reading experience was not very good. Is this the majority or the minority? Can you please tell me in this paragraph? I will judge whether there are many readers who feel this way, and consider whether to change this chapter. Chapter 52, Lost Signal Source. Hello, this is Yao Yao Ling. How can I help you? Holding the phone in her hand, Zhu Junsha heard a very familiar voice on the other end and immediately stopped caring about the messy procedures. He switched the phone to speaker mode and spoke in a flurry of words. Xiaozhang, is that you? I'm Zhu Junsha. Quickly check the surveillance footage of Wulong Mountain for me. The eldest daughter of the Chao family has been kidnapped. The time should be between 7:30 and now, and the tool used was a truck. Oh, wait, not Sister Junsha. Why don't you just call directly? Why are you calling Shakespeare? You think I don't want to? Zhu Junsa rubbed Dingwa's head soothingly. The little guy ran out of the manor with Blue. Now he learned that his trainer had been kidnapped, and he seemed a little worried. I called all those guys, but no one answered. Even Director Lu hung up on me within seconds. She said angrily, I'm not saying anything. There's a kidnapping going on here. Have you checked the surveillance footage? Ah! The staff on the other end of the phone was obviously a little flustered, and he said in a panic, Sister Junsha, this is not in accordance with the rules. There is a recording, and... Stop! The male voice on the other end of the phone seemed to be stuttering. Before he could finish his words, Zhu Junsha interrupted him impatiently. Xiaozhang, you just graduated. I can teach you some things later. Now hurry up and check the surveillance for me. If it doesn't work, who is on duty today? Give him the phone. Let him check it for me. Sister Junsha, today, only a few of us auxiliary police officers are on duty in the police station. The other regular personnel have followed Director Lu out to take action. Ah! Zhu Junsha was confused. What action? Why didn't I receive any message? However, the matter was urgent, and she was in no mood to dwell on it. But before she could ask again, the voice of Xiaozhang came from the other end of the line. Sister Junsha? Sister Junsha? Why are you silent? June! The call ended with a busy tone. I hung up on me? Zhu Junsha stamped her feet in anger. Just as she was about to call Yaoling again, a friend request notification appeared on her phone screen. Verification information is, I am Zhang Xingyi. What? Zhu Junsha frowned and quickly clicked to accept. Just after adding a friend, before Zhu Junsha could send a voice message to scold, a series of picture messages popped up. The protagonist in these pictures is a heavy truck covered with tarpaulin. It appeared on the uphill road of Wulong Mountain at around 7 o'clock and went down the mountain around 8 o'clock. Now it is 8:30. The car stopped at a silicone products factory, apparently unloading goods. Sister Junsha, this is a Japanese company. Recently, their cars seem to appear frequently in Wulong Mountain. I checked through Sky Eye and found that they just arrived at the factory and are now moving boxes of things into the factory. Okay, it's very promising. I'll protect you from now on. Hurry up and file a case. Give me a detailed report and I'll fight it when I get back. Wait for Director Lu and the others to come back and tell them to come and support me immediately. Sister, you don't comply with the rules? What are the rules? We have to be flexible. Send someone to pick us up right away. Oh no. Keep a close watch on this factory. Send those auxiliary personnel over there. I'll be there shortly. After saying this, Zhu Junsha put the phone directly into her pocket. Zhu Junsha tightened her robe and looked at the slippers on her feet. She was confused. Her car was pulled to the traffic police station, and Jiu Villa had no cars. It was really fucked up. Choo-choo. Baby Ding stood beside Zhu Junsa with a worried look on his face. He looked at the huge wheel marks on the ground, and seeing that Zhu Junsa was taking no action to find her trainer, he tugged slightly at Junsa's trouser leg. Well? Zhu Junsha lowered her head in confusion, only to see Bao Bao Ding pointing hesitantly into the distance. It vaguely remembered that the fierce black cat lived there, and its trainer seemed to have a good relationship with its own trainer. Wulong Villa? Zhu Junsha looked at the gate of Wulong Villa in the distance. Her eyes hesitated for a moment, then turned firm. 10 minutes later, Wulong Villa. Uncle Fu, the situation is urgent. I won't say much, thank you. Zhu Junsha quickly changed into the gardener boots brought by the old housekeeper and got into a mine black Cadillac. Master Zhu, you don't have to be polite. The 7 major families are the same blood. I believe that the master and the young master will not hesitate after knowing this. The old butler Fu Bo, who was dressed in a formal suit, bowed slightly, put one hand on his chest and waved the other hand gently. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The electric telescopic door opened automatically, and the central door of the brightly lit Wulong Villa opened wide. Zhu Junsha stepped on the accelerator, and the black sports car shot out like a bullet, reflecting a bright light in the night. The car was speeding like lightning, and a large amount of dust was raised, instantly covering the old butler. Following closely behind were dozens of luxury cars of various colors. Under the gaze of the old butler in the dust, they quickly drove away from the villa, like a long dragon going down the mountain road. Even after the convoy had gone completely far away and the dust had completely settled, the old butler still stood there like a wooden stake. His face flushed a little, and he didn't care about the dust on his body. Instead, he waved his hand casually, signaling the maids who were watching to return to their seats. He walked slowly to the glass cabinet in front of the door and locked the bolt from the inside. This was where the security guard stood in the manor before, but now it was empty. Cough, 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 cough. The light at the door suddenly turned off, and a violent coughing sound was faintly heard from the display, case-like platform. This group of young men, cough, have no sense of prudence at all. If you fail to rescue Miss Chiao, I will definitely deduct your salary. Demon City Public Security Bureau, monitoring duty desk. Several auxiliary police officers were like ants on hot pan, so anxious that they didn't know what to do. A young auxiliary police officer, who was trembling while holding his cell phone, looked at Wei X, who had not responded yet, with cold sweat on his forehead. What should we do? Sister Junsha asked us to go and provide support. The police cars have all been moved. Should we take a taxi? The key is this is against the rules. Another auxiliary police officer was also running around anxiously. Call. Auxiliary police officer Zhang Xingyi put away his trembling phone, took a deep breath, sorted out his thoughts, and said, "Have you contacted the director?" "I don't know." No one answered the phone. An auxiliary police officer raised his cell phone and turned on the speaker. A familiar female voice sounded from the megaphone. "Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily out of service." I am also. Several auxiliary police officers holding phones showed their phones one after another, and without exception, the field police officers they called were all out of service area. What kind of mission is this? How can it leave the service area? Xiao Zhang was completely panicked and didn't know what to do. If what Zhu Junsha said was true, then there were kidnappers in this company, and they are Japanese pirates and kidnappers. After a moment of panic, Zhang Xingyi gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, human life is at stake. It's too easy for Sister Junsha to get into trouble if she goes there alone. Let's take a taxi." Hearing this, the other guy next to him immediately quit and said, "Fuck, brother, we are stationed at the police station. What if I receive other emergency calls? And how many times has Sister Junsha violated the rules? I haven't been promoted for 2 years. Why should we get involved with her?" The young auxiliary constable objected. "We are just field staff paid about 2,000 yuan. Why are you getting involved in these matters? Can't you wait for the director to come back? And you are considered missing only after 24 hours of disappearance. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you fucking sick? Do you think you deserve the clothes you're wearing when you say that?" Hearing the second half of his companion's words, Zhang Xingyi immediately became furious. He stood up and angrily shouted, "Don't you know which special circumstances are not subject to the 24-hour time limit? The 24 hours are used to eliminate misunderstandings. Although Sister Junsha always breaks the rules, she never jokes about the case." Zhang Xingyi pulled the chair away, took out his rubber baton from under the cabinet, put it on his waist and said, "Whether you guys are going or not, I will definitely go. Those who are willing to go can go together, and those who are not willing can just stay here and wait for the director and his men to come back." After saying that, he didn't even look back and strode towards the exit. Just as he was about to leave the monitoring room, a colleague stopped him from behind. Zhang Xingyi's expression eased slightly. As soon as he turned around, he saw the other party handing him a law enforcement recorder. He said with some embarrassment on his face, "Be safe. Take this." Pokemon Pet Shop. After briefly discussing the functions and abilities of the elves, Xiang Yuanchao and Yang Tuo communicated for nearly an hour before saying goodbye and leaving. Because of the separation wall and advance evacuation, there was no one to be seen in the row of shops on this side of the road. After walking slowly for more than 10 meters, Xiang Yuanchao stopped and stood still. He glanced in the direction of Yang Tuo's shop, and after confirming that the lights were turned off, he slowly turned around. After looking around and not seeing anyone he was supposed to see, Xiang Yuanchao frowned slightly and gently extended a finger with his right hand towards his ear hole. "There, a miniature communicator is hidden. What's going on? Lao Lu, didn't you say that there would be police officers coming in? Where are the armed police? What if the other party turns hostile?" There was still dead silence in my ears. The person on the other side seemed to be asleep and did not respond at all. Xiang Yuanchao frowned. He looked around and found that not only could he not contact Director Liu, but he also couldn't see any of the armed police officers who were disguised as members of the construction team. "Secretary Xiang, over there." The young bodyguard next to him had quick eyes and noticed at a glance that there seemed to be a figure swaying on the side of the excavator, and he pointed it out quickly. "Well?" The three of them walked over quickly and saw a young man holding a tablet computer, shivering. Xiang Yuanchao glanced at the other person's computer screen and found that it was the technician responsible for maintaining the communicator. However, he didn't know why. Except for his own communicator, all others were offline. "Comrade," Xiang Yuanchao carefully patted the other person's shoulder. Suddenly someone patted him lightly. The young technician was frightened and trembled. He looked up, and when he saw it was Xiang Yuanchao, he felt relieved, as if he had found a backbone. He was still shaking uncontrollably, swallowed his saliva, and stammered. Xiang, Secretary Xiang. Seeing his reaction, Xiang Yuanchao's brows were almost twisted into a Chan shape, and he asked, "Don't panic. Where are the others?" Them. The technician's eyes showed a bit of fear. He slowly stood up from his huddled body and pointed at the dim sign of Pokemon Pet Shop and said, "As soon as you entered, the signal source disappeared. Later, Director Liu and other armed police comrades rushed in because they were afraid that you were in danger. Now no one has come out." What? Xiang Yuanchao's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Yang Tuo's store in shock. He was inside, but he didn't see anyone. Brush! Before the young technician's trembling fingers fell, the eyes of the monster sculpture, standing on 2 feet among the 2 granite sculptures standing in front of the store, suddenly lit up with a bright red light. The void in front of the store suddenly distorted visibly. Boom, boom, boom. As the 3 men looked on in astonishment, soldiers dressed in construction team uniforms and armed with guns were thrown out one after another like pinball cannons. Hundreds of people were thrown together at once, like a huge pretzel. This. Xiang Yuanchao's face could no longer remain calm, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Along with his worldview and beliefs, his ridiculous ambitions, which had been hidden deep in his heart, were also shattered. Chapter 53. I want to make amends for my crime. Motive Fusang Green Partner Company, Ltd. Joey slowly woke up from his sleep, and all he saw was darkness. The surroundings were crowded with something, and she didn't know what it was filled with, but it made her unable to move. She felt as if she had been put into a storage box full of miscellaneous items. The objects around her were very soft, and when they touched her body during the shaking, it felt like skin, full of elasticity. A few strands of hair-like things brushed against her face, making her feel itchy and extremely uncomfortable. She wanted to rub her eyes and move these inexplicable things away, but she found that her hands and feet were tied, and she could not move at all. I wanted to call out, but I found that my mouth seemed to be completely blocked by something, and I couldn't open my mouth at all. What is going on? Her confused brain froze for a few seconds before she remembered what had just happened, and a huge rage instantly ignited in her heart. These damn Japanese people! How dare you kidnap in Dragon Country? Joey struggled hard to find a foothold to move, but there were too many things pressing on him. It might be possible to change his posture slightly, but it was impossible to move at all. This box seemed to have been locked from the outside. Although there was still some spare space inside, it could not be opened from the inside. Joey struggled for only a while before he felt that he had no strength left in his body. His breathing became a little rapid, but he did not feel suffocated. He guessed that the Japanese had left a breathing hole. She was breathing heavily, trying to recover her strength, but faint laughter could be heard outside the box, as if someone was communicating. Joey was slightly stunned, carefully held his breath, tried to calm his heartbeat, pricked up his ears, and listened carefully to the noise outside. Lord Don Xiaolaxi, are we being too reckless by doing this? At the door of the warehouse, Oda Ichiro was bending over respectfully, accompanying a middle-aged man in a suit. This is the leader sent from Sakura Island some time ago. He is mainly responsible for negotiating cooperation on Chinese medicine with the Qiao family in Magic City. But he never expected that this leader would be so generous as to arrest the only remaining eldest daughter of the Qiao family right away. This is the Dragon Country. There are sky-eye cameras everywhere. If something goes wrong, the spy information point that Sakura Island has worked so hard to establish will be exposed. The cost of establishing this information point is enormous, and having worked here for 7 years, he feels worried. Compared to Oda Ichiro's worry, Don Xiaolaxi on the side seemed to be indifferent. He patted Oda Ichiro's shoulder gently and said proudly, "Don't worry. When I went to Jiu Villa for the first 2 times, I observed that there was only 1 camera at the door. I haven't found any other locations yet. I secretly sent someone to cut off the line. The people of Long are so stupid. Such a big manor, but there is not even a servant. Don't worry, as long as you get the prescription, this mere company won't matter at all. The great Sakura Empire will remember your contribution." Although Don Xiaolaxi said it lightly, Oda Ichiro's worries were not alleviated at all. Seeing this parachuted-in boss so confident, the inexplicable uneasiness in his heart became even more serious. After hesitating for a while, he still said hesitantly, "But you arrested the eldest daughter of the Qiao family. In Longhua, the success rate of crimes is very low, and the risk factor is dozens of times higher than our Sakura Island. There are cameras everywhere, and we have to go through strict customs inspection and can't take it away at all." Bang! Before Oda Ichiro could finish his words, Don Xiaolaxi slapped him directly in the face, knocking him to the ground. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Oda Ichiro didn't dare to continue speaking. He got up from the ground tremblingly and still stood respectfully beside Dong Xiaolaxi, with an extremely respectful and humble attitude. You have only been in a foreign country for 10 years and have forgotten most of your native language. You are not worthy of telling lies in front of me. Dong Xiaolaxi shook his palms and glared at Oda Ichiro, feeling a little pain in his palms. How could this loser be so thick-skinned? No matter how strict their customs are, can they compete with our Sakura Island customs? There are 20 boxes in this container, and each box contains more than a dozen silicone dolls. We will put them on the ship when the time comes. There are hundreds of containers on the ship, tens of thousands of dolls. How could they possibly find this little girl? Dong Xiaolaxi became more and more excited as he spoke. Looking at the container in front of him, his eyes were full of passion. He said, "As soon as the sun rises, we'll leave. You only know that the Jiu technique of Jiu Villa is a treasure, but who knows how many traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions they have that we don't know. Chinese medicine is a high-end medicine in our Sakura Island. As long as we control this flower girl, we will control Jiu Villa." But Lady Dong Xiaolaxi, she is very stubborn. What if she doesn't cooperate? Oda Ichiro still did not give up persuading him. He no longer dared to mention the customs, and instead wanted to remind this arrogant leader who had parachuted in. The eldest daughter of the Chow family is a tough nut to crack, so she wants to convince her boss fundamentally. Hard bones? No matter how hard the bones are, a Shiba Inu can still break them. Laxi looked at the container in front of him with fascination, a slightly sinister smile on his face. He turned his head and glared at Oda Ichiro fiercely, saying coldly, "When people are desperate, their mental defenses will gradually collapse. Just brainwash her. If that doesn't work, let her give birth to a child with Sakura Island's blood. If one doesn't work, then two. If two doesn't work, then more. Sooner or later, she will give in. By then, all the Chow family's things will be bang." Dong Xiaolaxi had just said half of his words when the iron door of the warehouse was suddenly pushed open. The two were startled by the sudden loud noise and turned to look. Suddenly, a staff member rushed into the warehouse. He staggered, gasped for breath, and stammered in poor Dragon Country dialect. "There are so many luxury cars outside the factory. There is a woman from Longwo wearing pajamas." "A woman in pajamas? A luxury car? What the hell are you farting about while dragging your pants?" Dong Xiaolaxi took a step forward and slapped him to the ground, cursing. "Baga, can you please get to the point? What happened?" The employee who came over to deliver the message was obviously a little dazed by the slap. He covered his cheek and looked at Dong Xiaolaxi in confusion. Seeing Dong Xiaolaxi rolling up his sleeves again, as if to fight again, he quickly raised his hand to block, but the words he said were no longer stuttering. She took out a Dragon Country police ID. She said there was a major kidnapper in our factory and requested a search of our factory. Investigator from Dragon Country? Hearing the news, the two people in the warehouse were stunned, and then a playful smile appeared on Laxi's face. "Yoshi, it's another flower girl. Let's pack them together." He suddenly turned his head and glared at Oda Ichiro fiercely and said, "Hey, you idiot. Go turn off all the surveillance cameras in the factory. I want to see what this female investigator looks like." As he spoke, Dong Xiaolaxi rubbed his hands and slowly walked towards the company's gate, leaving behind Ichiro Oda with a stunned look on his face and the company employee lying on the ground. The Japanese employee on the ground was stunned. Seeing Dong Xiaolaxi walking away, he quickly got up from the ground, staggered to Oda Ichiro, and asked nervously, Mr. President, what did the boss at the headquarters say? Are there really kidnappers here?" Ichiro Oda did not answer him, but stood there in a daze as if he had been struck by lightning. In the magic city of Dragon Kingdom, kidnapping someone from the Chow family was already an extremely terrifying thing. That brainless boss who was parachuted in while taking a shit, while standing, actually wanted to attack the police. Boss! 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 After being called by the employee several times in a row, Ichiro Oda's body trembled violently, and he came to his senses. He collapsed to the ground instantly, as if he had lost all his strength. Under the continuous questioning of his subordinates, he pointed to the container on the truck and said tremblingly, Quick, come with me to unload the goods. This is crazy. Come with me to unload this box of dolls. I want to redeem myself. I want red beans." There will be another chapter later. This event ends today. Chapter 54? Baka? I'll fuck your grandma. I overestimated my typing speed and underestimated the length of this chapter. Please wait. Zhu Junsha turned on her hazard lights and honked her horn almost all the way as she arrived at this foreign company in Shanghai, Fuso Green Partner Company, Limited, with her luxury fleet. Although she was not wearing a police uniform and had no teammates to assist her during this law enforcement, Blue and Baby Ding at her feet gave her far more confidence and courage than her teammates did. As soon as she arrived at the door of the company, Zhu Junsha encountered obstacles from the company's employees. After she took out her trainee police certificate, The other party spoke poor Longwa dialect, but told her that they could not understand the Longwa language and asked Junsha to speak Sakura language. Damn, do you think I'm an idiot? After 3 consecutive warnings, Zhu Junsha directly ordered Blue to use the Flame Fong, which directly blasted the stainless steel automatic telescopic door into pieces. This scene not only scared the people of Sakura Island, but even the Chin family bodyguards who came with Junsha were frightened. Even Junsha, who was well prepared, was so frightened when she saw this scene that she stood there in a daze. Is Flame Fong so awesome? Why didn't I notice it during the previous battle? Now, none of the 5 or 6 Sakura Island guards at the door dared to stop him. Even so, Junsha was still worried. So she asked the servants of the Chun family to help her control this group of people and strictly forbid them to take the opportunity to report the news. The dozen or so Chun family bodyguards were sent by the old butler to help looked at each other, then at the 2 strange creatures beside Junsha, and nodded in unison like chicks pecking at rice. He didn't even say a word of caution. Just kidding, compared with Junsha, it seems that our group has to pay attention to safety. Aren't these 2 little guys much more useful than pistols? For some reason, as a manufacturing factory located in Longwa, this company does not have a night shift. The whole factory was pitch black, and I had no idea where to look. Boodle boodle. Just when he was worrying about how to find Joey, Blue, who had been following Junsha, raised his nose slightly, sniffed lightly, then pulled Junsha's trouser leg, and raised his hand to point the direction. Thanks to you, Bruce. Junsha bent down slightly, rubbed Blue's head, then picked up the slow-moving baby ding and rushed forward. After Junsha touched Blue's head, he became more and more excited. He barked twice, then took 2 short steps, rushed in front of Junsha, and went straight to the warehouse where Joey was held. Walking through the long workshop, the corners and lathes were filled with half-made silicone dolls, which looked so much like human limbs that Junsha frowned. The workshop was empty. Junsha didn't know where the light switch was, so she couldn't turn on the lights. She could only turn on the flashlight on her mobile phone to use for lighting. She slowed down her pace a little and steadied her disordered breathing. The empty workshop made her feel that her heartbeat was particularly clear. Seeing a faint light ahead, Junsha turned her head and asked Blue, "Bruce, is it in front?" Boodle boodle. Blue raised his head slightly, sniffed, and nodded repeatedly, indicating that it was right in front of him. Junsha also nodded and was about to continue walking forward, but Blue at her feet grabbed her trouser leg. Whoosh whoosh. Junsha looked at Blue in confusion, only to see that Blue was holding his nose high, sniffing something carefully. The next moment, its face, which had originally looked extremely listless, suddenly became serious, and its thick sword-like eyebrows stood upside down, making Blue's face become even more ferocious. Blue let out a soft roar, then immediately got into position with his 2 short legs, clenched his little fists, slowly opened his big mouth, clenched his teeth, and emitted a series of low, canine warning growls from his throat. Somewhat, Junsha woke up as if from a dream. She immediately stood firmly on her horse's feet and alertly sensed the movements around her. Chio-chio, chio-chio. Baby Ding also had a look of anger on his face. He jumped directly from Junsha's arms and shouted fiercely into the air. Bang! A crisp sound was heard, and the lights in the dark workshop suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire workshop as if it were daytime. The sudden light caught Junsha off guard. The dazzle of the moment made her subconsciously raise her elbows to cover her eyes. Immediately, she heard the sound of several running footsteps. Oh no! Junsha felt something was wrong. He quickly withdrew his elbow from the area in front of him, and suddenly the view in front of him became clear. He saw a burly man in a suit, holding a wooden baseball bat and hitting him hard. She subconsciously took a half step to the left, then dodged sharply to the right, and the wooden stick passed by her nose dangerously with fierce force. Bang! The wooden stick hit the ground hard. Ah! A scream came from her ear, causing Junsha, who was about to fight back, to look away. She looked in the direction of the sound and found that to her right, a man had appeared from nowhere, also holding a baseball bat in his hand. However, this man was unlucky. Just as he rushed forward, he was knocked back by Blue's iron head. He staggered backwards and fell to the ground, holding his stomach like a cooked shrimp. Chio-chio. Just when she saw it clearly, there was another soft cry from Baby Ding on the left. Junsha turned around quickly, only to find that Baby Ding was waving his little hands and jumping up and down on the spot, seemingly in great pain. Not far in front of him, a burly man in a suit was staggering backwards in shock, looking at Baby Ding in front of him, and his baseball bat almost slipped out of his hand. Go to hell? Being distracted during a fight is not a good habit. The man in a suit who was attacking Junsha head-on saw that his first attack missed, and that the other party did not fight back but was in the mood to look around. So he immediately swung the stick in his hand upward and chopped it diagonally, drawing a large arc, and wanted to hit Junsha from bottom to top. Zhu Junsha quickly leaned back to avoid the blow and kicked out, hitting the man in the chest. After all, the kick was thrown hastily and did not have much force. While the man was kicked back, Zhu Junsha herself inevitably fell to the ground. When the man in the suit saw Zhu Junsha fall to the ground, he quickly stopped staggering backwards, and without waiting for his body to steady himself, he swung the stick in his hand and attacked Zhu Junsha again. At the critical moment, a bright red figure flashed by. Bang! Ah! There was another scream, and the man in the suit flew out backwards, following the footsteps of his previous companions, and fell to the ground and curled up into a ball. As for Blue, he didn't even retreat, but landed steadily on the ground, looking fiercely at the last stunned man in a suit. I need to repair it. Wait a minute. The only remaining man in a suit looked at his two companions who had fallen to the ground and were unable to get up for a long time. He backed away tremblingly, shaking his head and waving his hands. Zhu Junsha frowned slightly, slowly got up from the ground, looked at Blue, nodded slightly, and said, "Well done, Bruce." Bruce's expression was still fierce, but deep in his eyes, there was a glimmer of joy. Zhu Junsha glanced coldly at the only remaining man in a suit, then calmly opened her mobile phone and clicked on the video recording function. He took out his ID again and was about to speak when he suddenly heard a burst of clapping sounds. Snap, snap. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw a man in a suit, but this man was a little older, probably in his 40s or 50s. The Dragon Country's investigators are truly amazing. Dong Xiaolaxi stroked his hand and walked slowly towards him with a smile. Although he spoke with approval, his eyes were full of frivolity. When the only remaining man in a suit saw him coming, he hurried over with a wooden stick in his hand, and when he arrived in front of Dong Xiaolaxi, he bowed his head respectfully. When Dong Xiaolaxi saw him, a hint of disgust flashed across his eyes, and he could not help but say coldly, "A bunch of rubbish. They can't even handle a woman." Huh. The man in the suit nodded heavily. That's enough. Seeing that the other party was not stopping, Zhu Junsha could no longer suppress her anger. She turned the camera to Dong Xiaolaxi, showed her police ID, and shouted coldly, "Your actions have seriously violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom and constituted a serious assault on police officers. This is my first warning to you. Put down your weapons, hold your head and squat, and release the hostages. Otherwise, I will arrest you according to the law." Arrested by law? Me? Laxi's smile became more playful, and he continued to walk slowly forward, jokingly saying in his poor dragon language, "I'm sorry, Miss Sakura. I don't understand what you were saying, and you can't arrest me." Seeing that he was still walking forward slowly step by step, Zhu Junsha's eyes became colder, and she stopped talking nonsense with him and said again, "I'm warning you for the second time." Oh! Seeing that Zhu Junsha was still so persistent, Dong Xiaolaxi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He kept walking, the smile on his face became brighter, and he slowly put his hand into his arms. The third time, upon seeing this, Zhu Junsha immediately issued another warning, but before she could finish her words, her pupils suddenly contracted and her eyes widened. In front of him, Dong Xiaolaxi slowly pulled out a pistol from his arms and pulled to safety in front of Zhu Junsha. The two parties were about 20 meters apart, and it was impossible to seize the gun at this distance. Pointing the black muzzle of the gun at Zhu Junsha and looking at her shocked expression, Laxi felt particularly relieved. He said proudly, "So, Miss Hua, it's my turn now. This is the first time I'm warning you. Put down the broken notebook and cell phone in your hand." Zhu Junsha had an unsightly expression, her head slightly lowered, her eyes looking upward, her gaze fixed on the gun in Dong Xiaolaxi's hand. Like a mosquito flapping its wings, a very low sound entered Bruce's ears. "Bruce, with your speed, can you dodge his bullets and grab his gun?" Bruce was stunned when he heard this, and then he did not look at Zhu Junsha. He hesitated for a moment, lowered his head slowly, and whispered, Brew. It should be possible. I can try." Dong Xiaolaxi, who was far away, saw that Zhu Junsha had no reaction and behaved strangely, so he slowed down his pace and said coldly, "Investigator, I warn you for the second time. Don't take chances. I really don't want the bullet to penetrate your knee. I said 3, 2, 1, scatter and run. This man has never seen you guys shoot, so he must be aiming at me. I can attract at least one shot, and the rest is up to you, Bruce." Zhu Junsha kept her eyes fixed on Dong Xiaolaxi, but ignored his words and continued in a low voice. 3, 2, search, 1, bang. Well, without any warning, Zhu Junsha suddenly raised her head and shouted, then ran towards Dong Xiaolaxi, who was also startled and pulled the trigger directly. Unfortunately, the shot came unexpectedly, and Zhu Junsha did not rush straight towards him, but ran towards his left hand, so the shot naturally missed. A man in a suit who was knocked to the ground behind Zhu Junsha was frightened. The bullet directly made a hole in the ground not far in front of him, and he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. "Baka!" When Dong Xiaolaxi saw that Zhu Junsha dared to resist even though he had pulled out his gun, he immediately fired 3 shots at Zhu Junsha. But the distance is a bit far. Moreover, Zhu Junsha did not choose to approach him immediately, but ran around him in a semicircle. He is not a professional agent, so naturally he can't hit the target accurately. Not only did he fail to hit Zhu Junsha after firing 3 shots in a row, but his body unconsciously turned towards Zhu Junsha, exposing his right wing to blue. The bright red figure ran quickly and pounced towards Dong Xiaolaxi. While running, its upper and lower fangs were exposed, and there was a chill in its mouth. "My lord, be careful." Although Lacey couldn't see Blue, the man in the suit behind him saw Blue's movements clearly. He immediately shouted loudly to remind them. "Well?" Upon hearing this, Dong Xiaolaxi turned his eyes in confusion, only to see a pair of bloody mouths with a chilling look rushing towards him. He immediately turned around and fired a shot at Blue, who was so close. Bang! Ah! Bruce! The coldness came before the teeth came. In just a moment, Dong Xiaolaxi pulled the trigger, and the muzzle of the gun was almost against Blue's stomach. With a loud bang, a tongue of scorching fire spurted out from the black muzzle of the gun. Because the distance was too close, the impact of the bullet directly blew Blue backwards. 1 meter? But even so, the power of the elves' moves cannot be controlled by common sense. When Blue flew backwards, his teeth were still very dangerous, and they cut through Dong Xiaolacai's sleeve, leaving a scratch on Dong Xiaolacai's arm. It was precisely because of this scratch that the biting coldness spread like a bloodthirsty leech from the gap to Dong Xiaolacai's entire right arm in an instant. Dong Xiaolaxi felt his hand go numb, and his whole body shivered. Then the recoil of the pistol suddenly collapsed, and his entire right arm turned into bloody ice chips right in front of his wide-open gaze. It spilled out from his sleeves and slid to the ground. The pain was felt only later, and it arrived at this moment, causing Dong Xiaolaxi to fall directly to the ground, tightly covering his empty sleeves and wailing miserably on the ground. The man in a suit who was not far away was so frightened by this scene that he collapsed to the ground. He looked at the bloody ice on the ground with horror, and kept backing away with his hands on the ground. "This is a monster! This is a monster! The people of Dragon Country raise monsters." This scene was naturally watched by Zhu Junsha, although she was surprised by the power of the frozen teeth. What made her even more panicked was that Blue fell out. It was it. Ignoring Dong Xiaolaxi, who was rolling around in pain, Zhu Junsha ran to Blue, picked him up with a panicked look, and checked his condition. "Blue, what happened to you? You must not die. You are an elf." Blue. When Blue saw Zhu Junsha like this, his originally ferocious face actually revealed a smile that was so innocent that it was heartbreaking. Ahem. After 2 humane dry coughs, Blue looked at his beloved red skirt with difficulty. There was a small hole burned in the abdomen, and in the middle of the hole, there was a deformed bullet. This. Zhu Junsha was stunned. It was almost like he was facing a gun, and yet his defense was not broken. Seeing the painful expression on Blue's face, she hurriedly tried to remove the bullet, but as soon as she touched the bullet, Zhu Junsha and Blue screamed at the same time. Zhu Junsha was burned by the temperature of the bullet, while Blue felt pure pain. This bullet actually broke through the defense because it was stuck in Blue's belly. The reason why Blue survived this attack was that the moment the bullet touched him, the energy in Blue's body sensed the threat to his life and actively gathered together to make the final defense. People in the elf world call this the blessing of Arceus, while Yang Tuo calls it the last self-protection mechanism of the dying elves. It's a pity that Blue is still a child. If the force was a little stronger, it's possible that his skin wouldn't be broken. But even so, Blue had almost exhausted all the energy in his body. Not to mention freezing his teeth. He might not even be able to use an impact at this moment. Okay, I won't move, Blue, hold on. Zhu Junsha fumbled around for the Pokeball because Yang Tuo had told them in the store. The Pokeball is not only convenient for storing and carrying Pokemon, but also for Pokemon that are dying or seriously injured. It can preserve their life energy for as long as possible, allowing them to survive longer and ensure that they receive timely treatment later. But she searched all her pockets. How could she find the Pokeball? Blue's Pokeball was left by her at Zhiyu Villa. Choo-choo. Just as she was panicking, a petite figure came running towards her in small steps. Zhu Junsha followed the sound and took it from me, only to see that it was Baby Ding who staggered in front of her, holding Blue's hands tightly with his 2 little hands. Choo-choo. The emerald green energy flowed from Bao Bao Ding's hands into Blue's body continuously. Bruce's expression relaxed slightly, and the bullet in his chest began to vibrate slightly. Looking closely, it was actually being pushed out continuously. It was as if there was a magical force inside Blue that was constantly pushing it out. Magical and unusual. Baby Ding? That's right, Baby Ding. Zhu Junsha's face showed ecstasy, but then she heard a faint rustling sound behind her. Zhu Junsha turned her head suddenly, only to see Dong Xiaolaxi crawling towards the pistol that had fallen to the ground with a ferocious look on his face, and the rustling sound was the friction sound of the broken ice chips under him, scratching the ground. His eyes were red, and he kept mumbling as he crawled. Baga baga kill you, looking at the miserable state of Blue in front of her, and remembering that Joey's condition was still unknown, whether he was dead or alive. A fire of ignorance started to burn in Zhu Junxia's heart. Baka, I'll bastard your grandma. With a roar of rage, Zhu Junxia pounced on Dong Xiaolaxi and took the lead in picking up the pistol on the ground. Anger clouded her mind, and she raised her foot and kicked hard at the one arm of Dong Xiaolaxi that was stretched forward. Bang! Ah! There was a dull sound of bone cracking, accompanied by a shrill howl, and Laxi's body suddenly straightened up and he fainted on the spot. Although he fainted, the furious Zhu Junxia didn't want to let him go. If there was no brew today, the consequences would be unimaginable. He kicked her one after another, and it was unknown how long he kept kicking her until she staggered and fell to the ground. He still pounced on Dong Xiaolaxi and started fighting with his fists raised. But at this moment, a big, warm, and powerful hand firmly grasped her wrist. Zhu Junxia was startled, and her brain cleared up instantly. She pulled back her arm abruptly, leaned forward, and slid to the ground, frowning slightly. She clenched the pistol with both hands and pointed it at the person who came. After seeing the man's appearance and attire clearly, Zhu Junxia was slightly stunned, and the warmth that was about to flow out of her eyes was instantly retracted. Xiao Zhang, why are you here? Are you alone? Zhang Xingyi raised his hands to his ears somewhat awkwardly and stammered somewhat at a loss. Yes, it's me, Sister Junxia. You can't hit me anymore. If you hit me again, you will die. Behind him, dozens of people were looking at this bloody scene in horror, including Chun family bodyguards and Sakura employees. Chapter 55, Trainer Pokémon Kultivation Manual. Ah! Xiang Zikin yawned loudly, looked listless, and with his hair as messy as a chicken coop, he walked out of the bedroom in a daze and staggered towards the bathroom. When he passed by the living room, a hint of surprise flashed in his lifeless eyes. My father, with big dark circles under his eyes and a serious expression, was sitting on the sofa in the living room, staring at the morning news without blinking. It seems like around 2 or 3 o'clock yesterday morning, when I was secretly playing games all night. My dad wasn't back yet. I thought he would not come back, so how come he was still in the living room watching TV at just after 7 in the morning? Being his secretary and mayor means I don't need to sleep? How strange. Xiang Zikin squeezed out the toothpaste expressionlessly. He did not take it to heart. He just silently calculated which professor's lecture today would be more suitable for sleeping. Brush, brush, brush. He held up the electric toothbrush weakly, letting it wash away the foul air in his mouth all night. The news broadcast on the living room TV inevitably reached his ears. Dear viewers, hello, this is Shanghai Morning News. Just last night, a shocking kidnapping incident involving a foreign spy at gunpoint occurred in our city. The spy was so rampant that even after 3 warnings from the police, he remained stubborn and refused to release the hostages. He even pulled the trigger at our righteous law enforcement officers. Let's take a look at the detailed process and the scene at that time. What the hell? Spying? Kidnapping? And attacking the police with a gun? Hearing these extremely rare sensitive words, Xiang Zikin's eyes widened. He quickly held the toothbrush in his mouth, poked his head out of the bathroom, and stared at the TV on the wall in the living room. The picture quality is unexpectedly clear, and it doesn't look like it was taken by an ordinary camera. It is also vertical, very much like a mobile phone camera. Directly in front of the camera is a man in a black suit, behaving very arrogantly, but his face is blurred and his appearance cannot be seen. Your behavior is already serious. The voice coming from behind the camera was that of a sister with a nice voice, who seemed to be a policewoman. However, what made Xiang Zikin very curious was that no other police officers were seen in the camera, but there were 3 or 4 spies in suits lying on the ground. The situation took a turn for the worse. When Xiang Zikin saw that the spy opposite him actually took out a pistol, his heart couldn't help but rise to his feet. The palm of his hand holding the electric toothbrush also broke out in sweat. He quickly took some saliva, rinsed his mouth, threw down his toothbrush, and ran swiftly in front of his father, staring at the news screen without blinking. Bruce! The recording machine was always held in the hands of the female police officer. After filming a rosy red puppy rushing towards the spy and snatching the gun from the spy at the cost of being shot by the pistol, the camera fell to the ground with a scream from the female police officer, and the picture fell into darkness. I'll go! Xiang Zikin was stunned. His heart was already in turmoil. It was not because of the arrogance of the Sakura Island spy, but because of the puppy that appeared at the end. What did he see? White steam actually came out of the dog's mouth. It just pulled the spy's sleeve, and the spy's arm seemed to disappear in an instant, and a pile of blood-red ice chips fell down directly. The movements were all instantaneous, and I don't know if it was caused by the recoil of the pistol. What kind of dog is this? Is this magic? Just when Xiang Zikin's brain was crashing, the news camera had already been rebroadcast to the host. The host gently raised his right hand and gestured backwards. Immediately, the photo of the puppy appeared on the display screen behind him. The ferocious face looked very much like a bulldog, except that the skin was bright red all over, and it stood on 2 feet. It can be seen that the female police officer likes it very much. She even prepared a floral dress with a red base for it. At first glance, it looks like a dyed child, which is particularly cute. The host said, "This incident is extremely bad. According to police investigation, this company, named Motive Fuso Green Partner Company Limited, is the main base for foreign spies. Taking advantage of the convenience of import and export, they often memorize our country's important secrets in advance and return them to their own country with cargo." The pistol in this incident was also specially disassembled into several batches of raw materials, and then reassembled to successfully evade customs inspection. Because the incident happened suddenly, our city's police were unable to spare any personnel due to other operations. Only a trainee police officer and auxiliary arms personnel arrived at the company and arrested several desperate spies. The operation did not cause any casualties on our side. With the help of Pokemon Blue, we successfully arrested 17 suspicious persons on Sakura Island. The exact number of spies still needs to be reviewed. I believe that everyone has noticed the details in the video just now. I believe that everyone should have the same doubts as I do about the red puppy in this video. What kind of dog is this? It's so powerful. Dear viewers, please take a look. This is a picture of Pokemon Blue. Doesn't he look cute and fierce? The host showed a faint smile on his face, and then turned his face to the display screen behind him. Then Blue's photo flashed, and a video was played. The protagonist of the video is the red puppy, but it seems a little tired and listless. However, it is still energetic with joy in its eyes. Xiang Zikin clearly noticed that there was a thumb-sized hole on the puppy's skirt on its chest. It looked like a burn and was probably caused by the bullet. At this time, it had a police hat of a medium size on its head and a medal on its chest. Following the familiar female police officer's command of Flame Fong, Blue instantly took a step with his short legs and rushed towards the target dummy in the training ground like a whirlwind. It had a huge mouth with sharp fangs surrounded by flames. With just one bite, it knocked the rubber dummy to the ground, leaving large areas of charred burn marks on its shoulders. Xiang Zikin's mouth opened into an O shape, and he couldn't close it for a long time. Because next, Blue also demonstrated impact, freezing teeth, and lightning teeth. Oh my goodness! Is this really a living thing? This is really not a robot dog? It's not a robot dog. I also feel like it's not a robot. The video shown by the host ended with Blue jumping into the arms of a beautiful policewoman. It's a pity that the policewoman in this picture is shown from behind, so we don't know what she looks like. However, through the audio and subtitles in these 2 videos, Xiang Zikin judged that this must be a calm, gentle, and beautiful policewoman. Nature is magical, and it is precisely because of the magic of nature that there are magical creatures such as elves. In fact, there are far more types of elves than just these. Beneath this slightly scary appearance, there is actually a heart that is simpler and kinder than human nature. Taking into account that elves, as partners of humans, will make people's lives richer and better in all aspects in the future, Secretary Xiang and other municipal party committee leaders jointly recommended it, and the leadership of the imperial capital agreed. In the future, each police station in Magic City will be equipped with a law enforcement team composed of Pokemon trainers. The country is currently compiling laws regarding Pokemon, and I believe they will be promoted and released soon. The official website of relevant information is under construction, so please stay tuned. The host's speech ended here, and the screen switched to the video page again, but the picture quality this time was obviously not as good as the previous vertical screen shooting. In the picture, a middle-aged man in a suit with 5 bright red fingerprints on one side of his cheek was squatting in a corner with his hands on his head, shouting, "I'm not in the same group with them. I was coerced. I've done something great. I want red beans." On one side of the picture, 2 young women in pajamas are hugging each other. One is crying loudly, while the other is comforting her softly. A slightly tired Blue was standing aside, looking around vigilantly, with a somewhat listless pink bun beside him. Pia! The TV screen turned black in an instant, and the chaotic sounds also stopped abruptly. Why is it turned off? Dad, I want to keep watching. That dog. The elf. Xiang Zikin looked around excitedly, turned around, and saw his father holding the remote control in his hand. He didn't understand why his father turned off the TV. What is the dream of that dog and elf? What an outrageous thing. Why should it be closed? Isn't he interested? Xiang Yuanchao had a pair of dark circles under his eyes and looked seriously at his ferocious son. Alas, that's not a dog. Its name is Blue, and it's a Pokemon. He sighed slightly, slowly took out the bank card he had prepared long ago from his arms and said, "What's the point of looking at these? I'll send you an address, and you can go and see which Pokemon is destined to be with you." By the way, don't worry about the money, and don't bring back Pokemon that are less than 5 million. As he spoke, he turned around and took out a stack of photocopies from the briefcase on the sofa. One side of these photocopies had been considerately stapled together to prevent them from scattering. There are several large characters printed vertically on the cover. Trainer Pokemon Training Manual. This is confidential. Don't take it out of the house, and don't show it to others. I want the 6 Ls you hold to be worth no less than 5 million. This will be very useful to you in the future. Chapter 56. Boss, what kind of elf is this? Fuck, are these devils so arrogant? They're even more arrogant than she is pretty. A million people rode in blood to report to the Dragon Kingdom. Red flags are all over the world. Let's ride on the Fusang tree and enjoy the cherry blossoms. If I really want to kill him, I'll buy a pack of Huazi. If one pack isn't enough, I'll buy one. By the way, have we lost the point? Don't you think this news is more like introducing this dog named Blue? By the way, what are elves? Are they Western dwarves or orcs? Oh my god. Holy shit. Everyone search Pokemon on Douyin. This is so fantastical. There are dinosaurs that can summon rocks. The above person is an idiot. What era is this? What dinosaurs? What's summoning rocks? Have you read too many novels? Xiang Zikan sat in the back seat of his luxury car, carefully reading the online comments on this morning's Shanghai news. I found that in addition to most people seriously protesting against the Sakura Island spies, there were also many people talking about the magic of Pokemon. Following the tips given by many netizens, he opened his Douyin app and started typing the keyword Pokemon. Soon, dozens of videos with similar covers appeared directly on the mobile phone screen. Although the covers are similar, the plots are long or short. Some can be 3 or 4 hours long, while others are only a dozen minutes long. The monsters on those covers are mostly green-skinned little dinosaurs holding a wooden stick. The titles are more ridiculous than each other. Even Godzilla versus the dog-headed aliens has come out. Xiang Zikan screened for a long time, and after some hesitation, he chose to click on a newly edited video that was only a dozen minutes long, titled, Mixed Cut of Wonderful Moments of Pokemon Battles. The reason for choosing this title is that it mentions Pokemon, so the blogger must have read the news. Secondly, it is for the wonderful moments in the title. As for the third reason, it was simple. Xiang Zikan saw Blue's photo on the cover. It was standing on the left and right sides of the cover with another familiar little green dinosaur, and right in the middle was a flaming VS. The cover is very eye-catching, but after reading the specific content, Xiang Zikan was completely stunned. He knew everyone in the video except the store manager. Lu Jiaqing was his classmate, and he was very familiar with the other students. Whenever he saw them, he would call them brother or sister. Ouch! In other words, the policewoman in the news this morning was Sister Junsha. I was wondering why the voice sounded so familiar, but isn't she always a bit nervous? Could it be that I have some misunderstandings about Sister Junsha? Xiang Zikan shook his head slightly and put all these distracting thoughts behind him. After seeing Yukira's terrifying ability, Xiang Zikan drooled, and his eyes were full of stars. I'm going to love it. After the video was finished, Xiang Zikan not only decisively clicked the little red heart, but also carefully clicked the collection button. Just as I was about to start watching it again, the car slowly stopped by the roadside, and the driver said, Master, here we are. Oh. Hearing the driver's reminder, Xiang Zikan quickly put away his mobile phone. Looking out the window, I found a strange shop with a stone sculpture at the door not far from the road. On the shop's door sign, there were a few large characters written in a flamboyant style. Pokemon Pet Shop. This is it. You can go back now. I don't have classes today. I'm just wandering around here. I'll call you if I need anything. He got out of the car swiftly, touched the bank card in his pocket, and found that it was still safely in his pocket. Xiang Zikan waved casually to the driver. The driver in the car looked a little helpless when he heard this. He remembered the young master's schedule, and it seemed that he had classes today. Seems like quite a few. However, this was not the first time that our young master had done such a thing, and the secretary did not send him to Magic City University simply for study. After a slight hesitation, he started the car again and drove away from the busy street. After looking curiously at the 2 domineering monster statues at the door, Xiang Zikan slowly pushed open the door of this store titled Pokemon. The antique charm makes this store look even more unique. Unlike other stores where there are a bunch of smiling beauties in Cheongsams welcoming customers upon entrance, the owner of this store does not seem to have any intention of hiring too many employees. Xiang Zikan looked throughout the store and saw only a young man a few years older than himself, sitting behind the counter, looking at the 2 customers in front of him with a helpless expression. Mom, I want this green caterpillar. I've drawn it 3 times, and it's always this one. This must be fake. The boss said it might turn into a dragon. Gu Tian held the flat, illustrated book in his arms and refused to let go. Yesterday, he came to the store and wanted to buy an elf by himself, but he didn't expect the boss to say that he was too young and was unwilling to sell it to him. Today, he finally persuaded his mother to accompany him to this store. But it's very embarrassing. I drew once for free and twice with payment, but I haven't seen the elf yet. I just swiped 11,000 and spent it. There is no way. His mother is most afraid of these bugs. Even though the boss just told a legend about a worm turning into a dragon, his mother still didn't agree with him buying the green caterpillar. No, Gu Tian, I came here with you because I saw the news. I don't mind you having a pet, but it can't be an insect. This scene made Yang Tuo, who was behind the counter, look helpless. This Gu Tian was the teenager whom he persuaded to quit yesterday. The mother and son called him early in the morning to wake him up. After drawing the caterpillar 3 times in a row, they kept arguing here for a full half an hour. Oh my God. Why is this happening? You know he didn't sleep well last night. Late yesterday night, Miss Junsha bombarded him with phone calls asking him to open the door, saying that Bruce was shot and almost died and needed treatment with a therapeutic device. Yang Tuo was so frightened that he half woke up. He hurried downstairs to open the door. After a careful inspection, he found that Blue had only a few scratches on his skin. It was nothing serious. It was a false alarm. Looking at the listless look of Baby Ding in Miss Joy's arms, it was estimated that he was almost completely healed by Baby Ding's successive healing waves. Yang Tuo carefully inquired about the reason why Pokemon was injured and learned that he was shot because of the kidnapping case, so he felt relieved. At that time, the 2 girls saw that it was almost 12 o'clock, and they thought about waiting in the store and buying a few elves after 12 o'clock. After hearing this, Yang Tuo refused without thinking. What the hell? There was still half an hour until midnight. If everyone drew 5 or 6 times by then, would he still be able to sleep? He simply asked the 2 of them to come back tomorrow morning on the grounds that they would not sell elves at midnight. However, in order to prevent the elves from running to Yang Tuo as soon as they were injured, he was considerate enough to take out all the elf potions in the store. The prices are clearly marked. The most basic healing medicine is 200 per bottle, while medicines for removing abnormal conditions such as burns, frostbite, and antidotes are all 500 per bottle. Other high-end medicines are not for sale for the time being. After 10 bottles of each medicine arrived, Zhu Junsha took Joey and left reluctantly, mumbling something. All this busy work made Yang Tuo lose his sleepiness. I'm watching the short videos on Douyin, and I feel more and more energetic. Yang Tuo didn't know what time he fell asleep again. He just felt that he was woken up by the disturbing phone ringing as soon as he lay down. When I looked out the window again, it was already dawn. Only then did he hurriedly and sleepily open the door to start business. Boss, boss! Just as his soul was wandering in the sky, Gu Tian stretched out a small hand and gently shook Yang Tuo, pulling him back from the edge of the dream. Yang Tuo shook his head slightly and smiled a bit dully in a trance and said to Gu Tian in front of him, "What's wrong, brother? My mom told me to draw again. She'll let me buy the next elf no matter what it is. Can you give me the credit card machine?" Ugh. Yang Tuo looked blankly at the beautiful young woman next to Gu Tian. Seeing her helpless expression, he couldn't help but smile softly, took out the card reader he had put away, and gently placed it in front of Gu Tian. The woman smiled and said, "Sister, don't worry. Although the caterpillar is just a bug, it is also an elf. It has the same intelligence as humans and can understand what we say. And as a bug-type Pokemon, it will grow very quickly, and by then it won't be a bug that will accompany your family, but a beautiful butterfly." The young woman in front of him heard this, smiled bitterly, and shook her head slightly. "I know that too. This kid watched a lot of live broadcasts yesterday, and even dragged me to watch with him. I didn't really want to buy it for him at the time, because these elves looked too dangerous. It was not until I watched the news this morning that I realized that Pokemon are actually very kind. Even the Fierce Blue is a good helper to the police. That's why I couldn't resist him and accompanied him to buy a Pokemon. Oops. I've been afraid of insects since I was a child. I feel uncomfortable when I see them." Hearing this, Yang Tuo smiled helplessly. People always find things uncomfortable when looking at them. Just like Yang Tuo, he can't stand the sound of nails scratching iron. In fact, there are quite a few people who like to keep reptiles. It can only be said that different people have different preferences, and no one should blame anyone else. This is their own expediency and freedom. Here, 100,000 has been swiped, boss. Take a look. While they were chatting and laughing, Gu Tian on the side had already swiped his bank card. This is exactly why Yang Tuo put away the card machine before. He discovered that this little guy's family was quite generous. A teenager actually had his own bank card. And according to Gu Tian, the money in this bank card is his New Year's money and pocket money since he was a child. Pocket money plus New Year's money. This is 110,000 yuan. Is it really appropriate to put a bank card with such a large amount of money in the hands of a child? Yang Tuo casually glanced at the consumption receipt spit out by the card machine, nodded with a smile, and signaled Gu Tian to continue trying to draw the elf. Seeing that it seemed that the Pokemon was about to be drawn, Xiang Zikin, who was full of curiosity, stopped watching, carefully approached the counter, stood on tiptoe, and scanned the picture book screen. Before he came, Xiang Yuanshao had already told him the general process and method of extracting elves. The elf shown in the illustration at this time is a green worm that looks very much like a beanworm. It doesn't look very powerful, so it's no wonder that the child's parents disagree. Seeing another young man coming out from behind the customer, Yang Tuo was slightly stunned. He thought that he was the one who came into the store when he was sleepy before. He was careless and didn't know how long he had been in. He smiled apologetically at Xiang Zikin, nodded, and said, "Welcome. Sorry, if you were drawing a Pokemon, you may have to wait for a while until this brother finishes drawing." "Yeah, that's fine. I just want to see what the Pokemon that this brother is destined to be with looks like." Xiang Zikin smiled and nodded, indicating that he had no objection. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian turned his head and saw Xiang Zikin looking curious, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Isn't it just watching the process? What's the big deal? It's a good opportunity to make friends, and maybe you can try out an elf battle later." Gu Tian took a fancy to the beautiful little caterpillar in the illustration. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "Green caterpillar, I believe you will become a dragon. If we are really destined to be together, please come out again. I will definitely take you home today. Brush." As Gu Tian pressed his finger, the picture of the caterpillar on the tablet illustration was instantly replaced by dark outlines. One after another, the black shadows rolled and replaced back and forth. Soon, white light enveloped the entire screen. A human-shaped rabbit with a pure white body, fiery red ears on the upper half, and a band-aid on its nose appeared in the middle of the screen. Seeing that it was finally not a bug, Gu Tian's mother couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while Gu Tian was slightly disappointed. Did he really let the caterpillar down? "That's right, 3 times is the limit. I have already failed it 3 times. After a short silence, Gu Tian looked up at Yang Tuo, who had a look of surprise on his face, and asked in a low voice, "Boss, what kind of elf is this?" Chapter 57. This child will definitely not achieve much in the future. This Pokemon is called Flame Rabbit. It is a Pokemon with a very high upper limit and is very close to humans. Moreover, it grows very fast, making it very suitable for a rookie trainer like you. Yang Tuo looked at Gu Tian, who was mumbling in front of him, and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Gu Tian lowered his head to look at the illustrated book on the counter. He was silent for a while, then raised his head again and asked, "So, can it turn into a dragon?" "Ah." Yang Tuo was a little surprised when he heard this, but when he thought of the scene where his little brother was entangled with a green caterpillar before, he shook his head and smiled. "Little brother, the green caterpillar turning into a dragon is just a legend, and no one has ever confirmed an actual instance of this claim, because many caterpillars eventually transform into beautiful butterflies. Moreover, the dragon attribute is just a relatively strong attribute among the elves, and it also has many weaknesses. Don't force it too much. Just follow your fate and your feelings." Yang Tuo did not directly answer Gu Tian's question, but the implication was self-evident. He pointed his finger at the flame rabbit in the illustration and said with a smile, "Elves and humans are bound together. As long as you get along well and grow together, I believe that this rabbit will be no less powerful than most dragons in the future." "That?" Gu Tian hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. He took out his bank card again and handed it to Yang Tuo. "Then take this rabbit. Boss, swipe your card and bring it out. I want to draw another one." "Ah?" This operation confused Yang Tuo. "Brother, I didn't even mention the price." He looked at the bank card handed over by Gu Tian suspiciously, then looked at the lady next to Gu Tian, but did not take it immediately. Instead, he set up the card machine and said, "Brother, this flame rabbit is not cheap. Because of its upper limit strength, growth rate, and even the closeness between its species and humans, it is relatively high, so the price is 5 million. As he spoke, he looked at Gu Tian, then at Gu Tian's mother, and signaled to him that the New Year's money in the card might not be enough. "It doesn't matter. The higher the price, the better the potential of the rabbit." "I understand, boss. I was watching the live broadcast yesterday." Gu Tian still handed over the bank card with a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't understand what Yang Tuo said at all. "Ah, so you are a fan. I will give you a bottle of healing medicine later." With an awkward smile, Yang Tuo took Gu Tian's bank card hesitantly, inserted it into the card swipe machine, and then handed the entire card swipe machine to Gu Tian. As Gu Tian's fingers moved repeatedly, the card swiping machine paused slightly, and a piece of consumption voucher was printed out with a swish. "What the hell? This really came out? Is this family so generous?" Yang Tuo was confused. He felt that there was something wrong with the people in this parallel world. He is really poor. Even if he knew how magical the elves are, he still wouldn't buy them. The rich are all kinds of ridiculously rich. Can you believe that a kid of 12 or 13 years old swiped more than 5 million yuan from his card? "Boss, what's wrong?" Seeing that the young boss was still standing there in a daze after paying, Gu Tian's mother showed a trace of suspicion on her face and tilted her head and asked. According to the procedures in the live broadcast yesterday, shouldn't you go and pick up this elf? Yang Tua, who was a little distracted, nodded confusedly after being reminded by Gu Tian's mother, then left the counter and walked towards the cubicle. Mom, can I draw again? I want to buy that green caterpillar. Seeing the wooden door of the compartment slowly closing, Gu Tian couldn't help but turn his head and ask his mother, his eyes full of pleading. He still couldn't forget the green caterpillar that he had met 3 times, but was abandoned. Gu Tian, why don't we raise rabbits? Mom is really afraid of insects. Gu Tian's mother couldn't help but hold her forehead and shook her head. Why does my son have such weird taste? Why does he have to raise insects when there are so many other things to raise? Isn't the rabbit in this illustration cute? It's even more beautiful than the green caterpillar. Uzza, based on what I know now, I have to remind you that caterpillar strength must be very low, because it is a low-level Pokemon that can be found almost everywhere in the Pokemon world. Xiang Zikin, who had been watching from the side, saw this and couldn't help but persuade him softly. He took a general look at the advantages and disadvantages of each type of elves in the elf training manual his father gave him. Among the insects used as typical teaching materials are the green caterpillar and the unicorn beetle. According to the analysis in the manual, these 2 types of Pokemon grow very fast and have low training costs, making them very popular among civilian trainers. However, this little brother named Gu Tian casually spent 5 million. With such financial resources, Xiang Zikin thought that raising caterpillars was a waste of resources. Gu Tian, who had originally been thinking about negotiating with his mother, couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard Xiang Zikin say this. He turned his head and said to Xiang Zikin seriously, "Brother, the elves are our partners. That's what the sister and boss on the news said. Why should we use strength to distinguish the value of the elves? The boss also said that elves are magical creatures. As long as the bond is strong enough, nothing is impossible." Seeing Gu Tian's serious expression, Xiang Zikin opened his mouth slightly, then closed it again. This kid, I'm still too naive. Since the elves are so magical, why doesn't this store have a unified price? Still too young. If you want to buy an elf, you have to listen to your dad and buy the expensive one. In the future, Pokemon will surely be available to all people. If you don't seize the opportunity now and cultivate strong Pokemon as soon as possible, why bother competing with a bug? He thought about it and decided not to say more to Gu Tian. He felt that the child was at an age of innocence, and he would not understand even if he explained. The 3 people's wait did not last long. Soon, Yang Tua slowly walked out of the compartment holding a cute rabbit. Flame Rabbit is here. Yang Tua smiled and walked in front of the group, gently placed Flame Rabbit on the ground, pointed at Gu Tian, who was in the middle of the group, and said, "Flame Rabbit, this is the trainer you resonate with. Go over and say hello." Brick! Flame Rabbit held one of its little hands in its mouth and looked at the 3 people in front of it with some confusion. To be precise, it was actually looking at Gu Tian, the youngest person in the middle. Oh! Gu Tian was a little stunned when he saw that this rabbit, which was tall enough to reach his waist thanks to its ears, could not only stand on the ground, but also made such a strange cry. But when he remembered that this was his first Pokemon, he happily squatted down, folded his hands on his knees, and tried his best to make his face level with Enma's little head. Gu Tian smiled and said, "Flame Rabbit, do you want to be my partner? I'm your future trainer." Mud and Brick? Mud and Brick. Upon hearing this, Flame Rabbit, with its little hand in its mouth, was still a little hesitant. However, when it saw Gu Tian's clear and innocent eyes, its ruby-like eyes lit up, and it immediately opened its hands and excitedly pounced on Gu Tian. Oops! Noodles, noodles, noodles! Gu Tian was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by Flame Rabbit. I didn't expect this little rabbit to be so strong. However, seeing that Flame Rabbit excitedly rubbed Gu Tian's face with her cheek, everyone was not panicked, and they all showed sincere smiles, especially Gu Tian, the person involved, whose eyes were full of excitement that could not be concealed. When Gu Tian's mother saw this scene, she felt slightly relieved and thought to herself, Fortunately, this rabbit is so clingy, Gu Tian won't have to raise insects anymore, right?" Yang Tua also smiled and took out a Pokeball from his pocket and gently handed it to Gu Tian. "It seems that Emma likes you very much. This is a Pokeball given to you. Hurry up and put it away. Only when it is in the Pokeball can it be considered your Pokemon." Yeah. Gu Tian held Flame Rabbit in his arms and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. It was not because Flame Rabbit was heavy, but because he was unwilling to let go. Fortunately, the floor of the store was relatively clean and there was not much dust. He nodded vigorously, took the Pokeball handed to him by Yang Tua, and said excitedly, "Boss, I also want a Pokemon encyclopedia. I want to see detailed information about Emma Rabbit. I want to become the best Pokemon trainer." "Okay, I'll give it to you." Yang Tua couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he saw this. It was indeed easy to divert children's attention. He handed the atlas to Gu Tian, but this time he didn't swipe the card. Gu Tian's mother smiled and scanned the QR code on the table with her mobile phone and transferred 1,500 yuan to Yang Tuo. Seeing Gu Tian so happy, she was also very happy. This rabbit is really cute. Boss, I watched the live broadcast yesterday. I remember that if you bought an elf, you would give me a box of energy cubes, right? Give me another box. I'll spend 1,500. Well, okay, I've received it. Yang Tuo smiled and nodded, took out 2 boxes of energy cubes from under the counter, and put them on the table. In addition, he put a bottle of healing medicine next to the wooden box. This is a healing medicine. If Flame Rabbit is accidentally injured, you can use this spray to spray the wound, and the injury will be relieved quickly. Of course, we humans can also use it, but the effect will be somewhat worse, and it won't be as magical as the elves. Oh, really? Thank you. Gu Tian's mother smiled and picked up the healing spray to take a look. When she found that there were only 3 simple words, healing medicine, on it without even a detailed introduction, she couldn't help but wonder. Why isn't there even an instruction manual? Does this have an expiration date? There is no expiration date, and the method of use is also simple. Just spray it wherever you feel uncomfortable. It is an external application. Yang Tuo replied with a smile. As they chatted, a familiar mechanical electronic sound came from the illustrated book in Gu Tian's hand. Xiang Zikin and Gu Tian's mother couldn't help but lean towards Gu Tian to look at the information on the illustrated book. Yang Tuo also calmed down and listened quietly to the detailed information of Flame Rabbit. Flame Rabbit, Rabbit Pokemon. Attribute Fire. Gender Male. Personality Cheerful. Features Free. As its body temperature rises due to continuous running, the energy of fire will circulate in its body, prompting it to unleash its true strength. Moves Collision, Shouting. 2 skills. Xiang Zikin, who was watching quietly at the side, held his chin and listened patiently to the contents of the picture book. According to his prophetic information, this rabbit elf did not inherit any powerful skills. Well, it can only be considered an ordinary quality Pokemon. This child will definitely not achieve much in the future. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and said to Yang Tuo, Boss, give me an illustrated guide as well. Okay. Seeing that Xiang Zikin had scanned the code first, Yang Tuo naturally would not refuse. He directly took out an illustrated book from under the counter and handed it to Xiang Zikin. After collecting Flame Rabbit's information into his own illustrations, Xiang Zikin thought about it, then looked at Gu Tian again and said hesitantly, Brother, are you still smoking? If not, I'll start. Gu Tian, who had just released Enma from the Pokeball, was slightly stunned when he heard this. He looked at the jubilant Enma beside him, then looked at the tablet on the counter, and the joy on his face gradually turned into pity. He turned his head to look at his mother, but facing his pitiful expression, Gu Tian's mother said to him softly, with an embarrassed look, Gu Tian, you still have to go to school now, so the elf must be taken care of by your aunt at home, but your aunt is afraid of insects just like your mother. Or, how about waiting until you have your holidays before buying the caterpillar? When the time comes, it will be up to you to take care of it, and watch it transform from a bug into a beautiful butterfly. Okay. After hearing what his mother said, Gu Tian's little face was a little bitter, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with what his mother said. After all, if you buy a caterpillar, it becomes your own elf, and it is wrong to cause trouble to others because of yourself. After thinking for a while, Gu Tian's expression became a little better. He nodded with difficulty and said, Yes, Mom, my caterpillar will definitely break out of its cocoon and become a dragon. As long as I take good care of it, it will definitely become a dragon. Chapter 58. I guess it's one of them. Ignoring Gu Tian, who was standing beside him, Xiang Zikin held the tablet illustration in his hand, his eyes burning with passion. An elf that can spit fire, discharge electricity, and breathe out cold air. Hey, which Pokemon is destined to be with me? With a slightly trembling finger, he tapped the only button on the tablet, Go. As familiar outlines kept passing by, a small bird that looked very much like a hen appeared in the center of the screen. What is this? Xiang Zikin looked at the picture in the illustration with some suspicion, and felt that this chicken was not as special as Flame Rabbit. After all, Flame Rabbit stood upright, while this chicken looked like it was raised in the countryside. Yang Tuo glanced at the image on the screen and smiled knowingly. Oh, this is a normal flying-type Pidgeot. Its strength is pretty good. After its final evolution, it can even carry people. It has a very docile personality and is a very suitable Pokemon for beginners to have as their first companion. Can you take people flying? Oh. Xiang Zikin's face was filled with ecstasy, and his eyes were sparkling. He quickly leaned over the counter and asked excitedly, So how much is this wave? 5 million? When Yang Tuo heard this question, he was slightly startled. The suggested retail price given by the system was not the highest price. In fact, it could be further increased. But if we do that, in the end, only rich people will be able to afford the elves in our store. Monopoly is not conducive to the promotion of elves. He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head slowly and said, although Popovich's future ceiling is not bad, he is a family bird after all, and there are quite a few of them, so the store is selling him for 3 million. 3 million? Hearing this price, the heat in Xiang Zikin's eyes faded a little. Thinking of his father's instructions, his thoughts were a little hesitant. He thought about it again and asked carefully, Boss, you're taking people flying? This is only 3 million? Huh. Yang Tuo was confused and had a hard time figuring out what these customers were thinking. The previous one wanted the bugs like crazy, and this one actually disliked the cheap ones. What do you mean by only 3 million? This is enough to buy 2 houses in my hometown. This one has gone up in price, so should the lower price Pokemon also go up in price? Should the price of more expensive Pokemon be increased? How do you let civilians play this? Although he didn't understand Xiang Zikin's thinking, Yang Tuo still shook his head slowly and said, Young man, many flying-type Pokemon can carry people when they grow to a certain size. Compared to this, Bobo's advantage is that it is very docile and friendly, and it is not difficult to train and grows fast. Yang Tuo had just said half of his words when Xiang Zikin decisively clicked Geo, again after hearing that the training difficulty was not high and the growth speed was not slow. What the hell? I almost got cheated by this unscrupulous businessman. Isn't this just a flying green caterpillar? It's so suitable for newcomers. Isn't this the standard configuration for ordinary people? I, Xiang Zikin, will be the world's best trainer in the new era of Pokemons. How can I associate with ordinary people? Sir, redrawing will cost money. When Yang Tuo saw Xiang Zikin's actions, he was slightly stunned, but he still told him considerately that he would have to pay later. Well, I know the boss. Please help me to max out the number of draws today. I will pay it all at once. Without even raising his head, Xiang Zikin casually took out the bank card given by his father from his pocket and placed it in front of Yang Tuo, staring at the tablet screen without blinking. Oh. He inserted the bank card into the card machine with some doubt and entered the amount of 11,110,000. Then he pushed the card machine in front of Xiang Zikin and said, 5 charges, totaling 11,111,000 yuan. Please check. If there is no problem, you can pay directly. Okay. Xiang Zikin saw a black shadow on the screen of the illustration. Although the rotation speed slowed down, it didn't seem to stop. Therefore, he raised his hand and pulled the card reader over. After a series of taps, a consumption voucher was slowly swiped out. Turning around, the black shadow on the illustration just stopped moving. As the white light came on, the picture gradually stabilized, and a small figure appeared in the middle of the illustration. It was the elf that Gu Tian had been thinking about, the green caterpillar. Xiang Zikin frowned slightly. Without asking Yang Tuo's action, he raised his hand and nodded go. Again. Brother, what kind of elf did you just draw? Before I could even see it clearly, you swiped it away? Gu Tian, who was standing aside, was holding Flame Rabbit, looking confused. His mother had already left with 2 boxes of energy cubes. Since their home was nearby, she was not worried that Gu Tian would get lost. At the same time, in order to prevent Gu Tian from succumbing to the temptation and taking a bug home, his bank card was also taken away. Oh, nothing. Just a weaker Pokemon. Xiang Zikin looked at Gu Tian, who was half a head shorter than him, hesitated for a moment, but still did not say it was the caterpillar, in order to avoid making this seemingly innocent little brother feel upset. Turning his head to look at the illustrated screen again, he saw that what appeared this time was actually a bug with a single horn on its head. Xiang Zikin's brows furrowed even tighter. He looked at Yang Tuo with some dissatisfaction and said, Boss, why are the chances of these bug-type Pokemon appearing so high? I just heard from this little brother that he also drew 3 caterpillars in a row. Isn't this pure money swindling? Ah! Gu Tian was confused and came forward to look at the illustration in front of Xiang Zikin. He couldn't help but said, Brother, this is fate. Every Pokemon is drawn by us because of fate, just like Flame Rabbit. As soon as it appeared, I felt particularly close to it. As he spoke, Gu Tian gently rubbed Yintuer's face with his cheek and asked happily, And Bunny, are you the same? Nutty Muddy. After hearing this, Inagari nodded repeatedly, and her eyes turned into 2 crescent moons, expressing her particular agreement with what Gu Tian said. It's like this, sir. Everyone's fate is big or small. Every time you click the Go button, the Pokemon in the Pokemon world that are destined to you can feel the fluctuations of your life. Yang Tuo listened to Xiang Zikin's complaints and could not help but shook his head slowly. It is entirely possible that there will be multiple elves of the same race that can sense your call. In this case, whoever first responds to your invitation and is willing to come to this world as your partner will appear on this screen. So sir, please don't complain about always drawing a certain elf because in fact, it is very likely that the elf you drew is not the same one. These words were said to Xiang Zikin as well as Gu Tian. Otherwise, Yang Tuo really suspected that he would buy a bunch of green caterpillars out of guilt. According to previous inferences, This kid's family probably has quite a lot of assets. If he buys any elf he draws, what will he do if there is no room at home one day? Compared to selling Caterpillar, Young Tua actually hopes to sell some high-priced Pokemon, because in this way, he can get his own new legendary Pokemon as soon as possible. However, considering Xiang Zikin's current attitude, Young Tua still said softly, "Sir, because of a vague thought, I decided to go to a completely unfamiliar world and become the companion of another stranger. It was just a momentary good impression in my heart. It is not easy to make such a major decision. So, no matter which elf you choose to buy in the end, please treat them well, because they gave up everything and chose you." After listening to Yang Tuo's words, Xiang Zikin felt slightly touched. Abandon everything because of a vague idea? This is so scary. But this should at least be a decent Pokemon. But it's both a caterpillar and a beetle. How can I, the future leader of trainers, play it? I am the man who will defeat Brother Baichi and make him raise the white flag in the future. Call! Exhaling deeply, Xiang Zikin slowly stretched out a trembling finger and finally pressed it resolutely on Joe. Seeing the tablet screen being covered by the shadow again, Xiang Zikin's heart was beating fast, and he kept muttering something, which gradually changed from a whisper to a hoarse roar. God bless. God bless. God Jehovah. Jade Emperor. Queen Mother. Buddha. Guanyin. Please give me strength. Let's get someone who can fight. Brush. The light and shadow froze again, and a swallow with a flat beak and big eyes appeared on the screen. Yeah? Why is it another bird? Xiang Zikin was dumbfounded when he saw the ordinary swallow in the picture book. I was almost ready to burn incense for my grandfather. Why did all these weird things come out? Yang Tua glanced at the elves in the atlas, pondered for a moment, and said softly, "This is Ogre, a normal flying-type Pokemon. Its final evolution can also carry people and fly. And like Pidgeot, it is easy to raise and docile, making it very suitable for new trainers. The final strength is not low at all. Both the name and the appearance are very domineering." Xiang Zikin felt that his beliefs were severely insulted when he heard the words easy to raise, docile, and suitable for newcomers. Why is that? Why on earth is this happening? His pupils gradually became bloodshot. He stretched out his finger to press it, but he hesitated for fear that the next time he drew the lottery, there would be another bud. After struggling for a long time, his father's majestic and expectant voice echoed in his mind. "I want the 6 elves you hold, and any one of them cannot be less than 5 million. This will be of great use to you in the future." Xiang Zikin clenched his teeth. At this moment, he was somewhat envious of Gu Tian beside him. Because they don't know too much information, they can always be full of hope and take away the Pokemon they like. But I am different. I, Xiang Zikin, will be the strongest trainer in the future. There is no need for a big bird on the road to becoming a trainer. Follow me, you can't fly? Xiang Zikin suddenly roared, raised his hand high, and dropped it heavily. Go! This roar frightened Yang Tua and Gu Tian who were standing by. Yang Tua looked at the young man in front of him with a ferocious face, wondering what kind of medicine he had taken wrong. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the teapot from under him, took out a disposable paper cup, poured 2 cups of water, and handed them to the two. How about drink some water first? Thank you, boss. Xiang Zikin took the cup with trembling hands, drank the warm water in it in one gulp, and felt much better. Do you want some more? Seeing that his chest was rising and falling slightly and his face was flushed, Yang Ta couldn't help but ask in a caring manner. No! Xiang Zikin shook his head slightly to express his refusal. When the white light appeared on the tablet screen again, his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh shit! This guy looks like he's worth no less than 100 million. At this moment, there stood a western flying dragon on the screen. The entire body is azure blue, covered with red sharp thorns, and even the ferocious dragon head is scarlet. The most important thing is that the dragon has a pair of large blue wings behind it. Oh my god! Which angel sister has appeared? No matter how much Akira looks like a dinosaur, can he be as similar to me? I'm about to take off. Xiang Zikin excitedly turned the illustrated book to Yang Tua and asked impatiently, Boss, what's the name of this flying dragon? How many billions is it worth? When Yang Tua first saw Xiang Zikin like this, he subconsciously wanted to go to the compartment and pull Xerneas out for fear that he would accidentally faint. However, when he pushed the tablet picture book over and saw the elves on it, Yang Tuo's expression froze. I think I understand why he is so excited, but should I tell him something cruel? After thinking about it again and again, and considering the condition of the young man in front of him, Yang Tua chose to conceal it with good intentions. He looked a little strange and said, Sir, you're lucky this time. This is a genuine dragon Pokemon. It is very famous among dragon Pokemon. Really? Boss, can you tell me what the characteristics of this elf are? When Xiang Zikin saw that Yang Tua confirmed his guess, he was immediately overjoyed. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian, who was standing by, also widened his eyes and looked over curiously. Yang Ta gently placed the tablet illustration on the table and pushed it towards the two of them so that they could remember the appearance of this Pokemon. He thought for a moment and said, "This Pokemon, it's called Crimson Face Dragon. It has no evolved form and is born in its strongest physical form. This means that, at least in its infancy, few Pokemon of the same stage can be as strong as it. Of course, this may not be the case once other Pokemon reach their final form. But please rest assured, based on the name of this dragon clan, even if other Pokemon have reached their final form, its strength will not be much different. Of course, among all the final forms of dragons, its strength may be relatively low. So, it's one of the weakest dragons?" After hearing what Yang Tua said, Xiang Zikin's face was still full of ecstasy, but his brows were slightly frowned. Well, Yang Tua thought about it carefully, and it seemed that in the entire dragon clan, there was no one with a lower racial value than the red-faced dragon. After a moment of hesitation, he said awkwardly, "Ah, I guess it's one of them. But don't worry, the strength of the dragon type is unquestionable. Even if it's a little bit weaker in the dragon type, it's still a very good elf in the entire elf system." Upon hearing this, Xiang Zikin nodded slightly and agreed with Yang Tuo's explanation. This kind of first-choice elf is really cool. No matter how bad it is still a dragon. So Xiang Zikin excitedly pushed the card reader with the card still inserted in front of him towards Yang Tuo and said impatiently, "So how much is the red-faced dragon? I want this dragon." Yang Tuo looked at the card machine pushed in front of him, checked the price list that appeared in his mind, and said softly, 100 million is a bit too much, but considering that its strength in the early and middle stages is extremely high, even in the late stages it is not weak, and dragon-type Pokemon are generally rare, and can form an egg group with other dragon-type Pokemon, 7 million is a good deal. Chapter 59. If hard work is useful, how can there be quasi-gods? 7 million? Hearing this number, Xiang Zikin frowned slightly. It shouldn't be. With such a domineering appearance, this must be a dragon. This price is not as good as Kira? Xiang Zikin was too lazy to think about things he couldn't figure out. Maybe it's the owner of this store who saw that I'm the #1 trainer in the future and is deliberately giving myself a chance to show my respect? Thinking of this, Xiang Zikin smiled sincerely. Seeing that the young man in front of him was laughing more and more outrageously, Yang Tuo kindly reminded him. "So, sir, do you want this Pokemon? I have to remind you in advance that the wings of this Pokemon, well, are just for decoration, it can't actually fly." "What? Can't fly?" Xiang Zikin was stunned when he heard the news. He couldn't help but look at the pair of large wings of the red-faced dragon in the illustration, and said suspiciously, It can't fly, so why does it have a pair of big wings?" This question stumped Yang Tuo. After a little thought, Yang Tuo answered, "In ancient times, the red-faced dragon was very likely able to fly, but because it lived in the cave for too long, it is very likely that it adapted to the living environment on the ground, so its wings have degenerated and it has lost the ability to fly. However, since the wings are still there, they must have a unique function, such as better absorbing sunlight to maintain body temperature." "I see." Xiang Zikin heard this and thought for a while, as if, it doesn't matter if you can't fly, as long as you are good enough. After figuring this out, Xiang Zikin waved his hand in a domineering manner. "Swipe the card." After Xiang Zikin swiped his card and paid, Yang Tuo smiled faintly and said softly, "Please wait, I'll be back soon." "Yeah, ugh." Xiang Zikin nodded slightly when he heard this. Seeing Yang Tuo gradually walking away, he picked up the illustrated book on the counter again. Looking at the majestic red-faced dragon on it, an anti smile appeared on his face. "Ah, red-faced dragon. Ah, red-faced dragon. You will be my strong initial partner. Let us reach the peak together." He drew a dragon right at the start, and the huge joy immediately diluted Xiang Zikin's previous unhappiness. He suddenly felt relaxed and happy, and almost floated up. "Brother, you are so lucky. This Pokemon looks really powerful." Gu Tian, who was standing next to him, looked at the photos on the tablet, and an expression of envy appeared on his face. "Wow, dragon, it looks so awesome." Hearing someone praising his red-faced dragon, Xiang Zikin felt very happy. He turned his head to look at Gu Tian beside him and couldn't help grinning. "That's it. Brother, your name is Gu Tian, right? My name is Xiang Zikin, and I'm the man who will be the strongest trainer in the future. Do you want to be my little brother? I'll protect you from now on." In novels, scripts, and TV series, which protagonist doesn't have a few followers? As the strongest man in the future, it is natural for me to have loyal brothers around me. As one of the first trainers to get Pokemon, Xiang Zikin had an innate advantage in time. The first person he thought of was his classmate Lu Jiaqing. However, this guy kept talking about how great Brother Baichu was all day long. Xiang Zikin felt that he might not be able to stop him. But it doesn't matter. The kid Gu Tian next to me looks very innocent, and is very suitable to be my younger brother. I have a trainer's training manual, and I can give it some pointers when the time comes. Although this rabbit has not inherited powerful skills, it has a basic value of 5 million, so I guess its upper limit won't be lower. It should be more than enough for him to be his younger brother, just barely qualified. Ah! Gu Tian was slightly stunned when he heard this. He looked at Xiang Zikin with his clear eyes, blinked slightly, then looked at the rabbit in his arms, scratched his head and smiled foolishly. But brother, I want to be the most powerful trainer in the future. You! Xiang Zikin looked up and down at Gu Tian and the flame rabbit in his arms, gently shook his head and said, Xiao Tian, it's a good thing to have a dream. No one can stop you from having a dream, because you only need to try a little bit and you will give up. He casually took out his phone and pulled out the Douyin video he had saved. He pointed at Yakira and Blue on the screen and said seriously, which of these two elves do you think a little white rabbit like you can beat? Ah! Gu Tian looked at the video on Xiang Zikin's phone. He recognized the two Pokemons that were fighting. They were Kira and Blue. It was because after returning home yesterday, he kept watching Yang Tuo's live broadcast room and saw the elves of these brothers and sisters fighting each other, that today he persuaded his mother to come with him to buy elves. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the flame rabbit in his arms. Yin Tuer, who had been quietly staying in Gu Tian's arms, kept her eyes fixed on the battle in the video after Xiang Zikin took out his mobile phone. Those two gem-like eyes were filled with longing. Yin Tuer's reaction gave Gu Tian some confidence. He recalled what Yang Tuo said in the live broadcast room yesterday, and turned his eyes to Xiang Zikin firmly, saying, Brother, although Enma Rabbit and I are not as strong as those brothers and sisters now, we will work hard. He turned his gaze to the flame rabbit in his arms. Flame Rabbit seemed to feel the heat of his gaze, and also moved her eyes away from the screen and looked at Gu Tian. After a brief contact, the man and the elf's eyes instantly understood the passion in each other's hearts. Flame Rabbit clenched her fists tightly and shouted loudly, Noodles, noodles, noodles! Emma Rabbit, I know what you mean. If we train hard together, we will definitely become the strongest partners. Gu Tian gently placed Flame Rabbit on the ground, clenched his fists, and encouraged himself. He turned around and said to Xiang Zikin seriously, Brother, the boss said that Pokemon are all magical. As long as our bond with the Pokemon is strong enough and we work together, even legendary Pokemon can be defeated by their trainers. We may be far behind the strongest at the moment, but as long as we keep training and working hard, one day we will become heroes that everyone envies. He clenched his fists, became more and more excited as he spoke, and couldn't help but turn his head to the Flame Rabbit beside him and said, Flame Rabbit, aren't you right? Noodles, noodles, noodles! Fennekin imitated Gu Tian's movements and threw an uppercut, then made an encouraging gesture and nodded seriously. Alas, if hard work is useful, why would there be legends and quasi-gods? Seeing Gu Tian being so immature, Xiang Zikin couldn't help but hold his head and shook his head. In his opinion, he was just talking to a cow. After thinking for a while, Xiang Zikin held his chin and said to Gu Tian, Come on, I'm counting on you. Then let's see who could be number one in the future. Do you want to have a Pokemon battle later? This red-faced dragon of mine was specially prepared for Kira. Now there are only two of us in the store, so it's a good opportunity for us to learn from each other and gain some practical experience. As a man who wants to be the best trainer, you shouldn't be afraid, right? As he spoke, Xiang Zikin raised his eyebrows at Gu Tian. Appropriate battles can promote the trainer's tacit understanding and the formation of bonds with his Pokemon. If you want to become the strongest trainer, you can't just talk about it. Wang Baiqi and his companions had already had a chance to practice yesterday, so Xiang Zikin naturally didn't want to fall behind. Currently, there are only two people in the store, himself and Gu Tian. Since the other party is unwilling to be his younger brother, Xiang Zikin doesn't mind letting this simple child know what the innate gap between elves is. When Xiang Zikin heard the other party's initiative to challenge him, he subconsciously wanted to agree, but when he saw the ferocious dragon on the flat illustration in his peripheral vision, he couldn't help swallowing and felt a little uneasy. Can Flame Rabbit defeat this dragon? I feel like I'm asking for a beating. Gu Tian couldn't help but turn his gaze to the Flame Rabbit on the ground. Flame Rabbit raised its little head and looked at him cutely. Seeing that its trainer seemed a little unsteady, it immediately did a horse stance and threw an uppercut. Noodles, noodles, noodles! What are you afraid of? Just fight and it's over. How can you become stronger if you don't even dare to fight? Seeing that Enma Rabbit was so eager to fight, Gu Tian's heart began to heat up. The reason I stay here, besides being curious about Pokemon, isn't it because I want to experience the battle between Pokemons? Seeing Gu Tian hesitate, Xiang Zikin couldn't help but smile and said teasingly, What? Are you scared? No, I'm not afraid. Seeing that the other party had actually exposed his initial timidity, Gu Tian quickly raised his head to refute, indicating that he was not afraid. His face flushed red, and he looked at the Flame Rabbit on the ground and said firmly, Okay, brother, Let me be your first opponent. I will become stronger with every battle. Okay. Although it seems that we will be competitors in the future, I am very optimistic about your recklessness. Xiang Zikin patted Gu Tian on the shoulder and said with a smile, well, I feel that in the early stage, with such a reckless opponent like you, I should not neglect my training just because of the strength of the elves, otherwise I will be embarrassed. Tis brother, Emma Rabbit and I are very strong. Don't underestimate me. Since he had decided to fight, Gu Tian directly took out his Pokemon album and carefully read the detailed information of his partner, Enma. The brother who brought Riolu yesterday was beaten badly because he didn't know his partner well. Although I am not very confident about defeating this dragon, I have to fight it to a 50-50 chance and then lose. I can't follow the same path as the brother I saw yesterday. Seeing that Gu Tian was actually sharpening his sword before the battle, Xiang Zikin couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. What's so good about it? There are 2 moves in total. One is a collision, the other is a shout. How else can you study it? Just as they were laughing, the wooden door of the compartment slowly opened, and the boss Yang Ta poked his head out and smiled at the 2 of them. The red-faced dragon is here, but it's a little big, sir. You may have to come in and see it yourself. Chapter 60. Pokemon that looks down on newcomers. 2 young boys, one big and one small, followed Yang Tua into the small world of the compartment. When they first entered this magical space, before they could even express their amazement, they saw a ferocious dinosaur that was much taller than a person. Oh my god, it's so big! Xiang Zikin raised his head slightly, looking at the giant dinosaur that was nearly 2 meters tall, his eyes becoming increasingly fiery. Awesome! Awesome! What quasi-legend? Well, by Kira, in front of me, the big red-faced dragon. You are all my younger brothers. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch the red-faced dragon, but as soon as he raised his arm, the sharp-eyed Yang Tua pressed it down. Boss! Xiang Zikin was a little confused. What did this mean? I paid for it myself, but you still won't let me touch you? Seeing the doubt on his face, Yang Tua couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. I'm afraid that you might hurt yourself if you move too much. The skin of this red-faced dragon is very rough. If you're not careful and use a little too much force, you'll get hurt. Roar! The red-faced dragon, who had been staring at the 2 of them since they appeared, also hummed softly at this time, and 2 streams of white air came out of his nose, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Although Yang Tua had not introduced it yet, the familiar life fluctuation still made it know who its future trainer would be. It felt a little regretful and felt that it was a bit hasty. Although the older child in front of it was much more mature than those in the elf world, he still looked a little reckless and immature. Red-faced dragon feels that such a person seems. You are not worthy of being my trainer. I am a great dragon. Ah, is that so? Upon hearing this, Xiang Zikin quickly took out his illustrated book and nervously scanned the relevant information about the red-faced dragon. Gu Tian's movements behind him were obviously much faster, perhaps because he wanted to understand his opponent in advance. When Gu Tian saw this big guy, he was only slightly distracted and raised his elf illustration. With a light sweep towards the red-faced dragon, the unique mechanical electronic sound of the elf illustration slowly came out from Gu Tian's hand. Red-faced dragon. Cave Pokemon. Attribute, dragon. Gender male. Personality, arrogant. Features, rough skin. It runs back and forth in narrow caves, catching prey with its sharp claws. The skin on its face is harder than rock. Moves, grab, stare, bit, surprise attack, sneak attack, poison tail. So many skills? Gu Tian looked at the introduction in the picture book, looked at the red-faced dragon that was taller than him, and then looked at the flame rabbit beside him, whose ears only reached his thighs. He swallowed slightly, his throat feeling a little dry. Why did this guy feel more powerful than Yukira? Oh my god, amazing! This is the Pokemon I've been dreaming about. Xiang Zikin was so angry that he turned his fiery gaze towards Yang Tua. Boss, where's my Pokeball? I want Chimera to be my starting partner. Seeing the irrepressible excitement in the other person's eyes, Yang Tua was naturally extremely happy. But just as he took out the Pokeball, and before he handed it to Xiang Zikin, the red-faced dragon behind him snorted with some disdain. Roar! The red-faced dragon looked at Xiang Zikin with contempt and whispered to Yang Tua. Roar, roar! Well, seeing this extraordinary reaction, the 3 of them were a little confused. Xiang Zikin felt something was wrong for no reason. He turned to look at Yang Tua and asked, What's wrong, boss? Well, after understanding what the red-faced dragon meant, Yang Tuo's expression became a little strange. He hesitated for a moment and said to Xiang Zikin, The red-faced dragon said that it regretted and now it doesn't want to be your elf. Boom! A bolt of thunder exploded from the blue sky, and a heavy rain poured down, chilling Xiang Zikin's fiery heart. Seeing his stunned expression, Yang Tua could not help but say, This, after all, it depends on the will of both parties. Sir, please rest assured that I will return the 7 million to you intact. Let's cancel this transaction because it's the elves who refuse to form a partnership. I can make the decision and let you draw the illustrated book one more time. After all, if the Pokemon resists, you can't capture it in the Pokeball, and keeping it around is also a hidden danger. You should understand, right? But why is this happening? Xiang Zikin couldn't accept it. He had spent 5 full draws to finally get this red-faced dragon. Why was the trade just canceled? Xiang Zikin felt like he was being tricked. Roar, roar! Seeing Xiang Zikin's violent reaction, the red-faced dragon didn't want to go too far as Yang Tuo was watching beside him. So he hummed softly and shook his head. It said that you were too immature, and from what you said, you have no experience as a trainer. It doesn't believe that you are suitable to be its trainer. Yang Tuo acted as a translator and simply conveyed the red-faced dragon's meaning to Xiang Zikin. Xiang Zikin was speechless. This was indeed his first time as a trainer. Seriously speaking, he was not a trainer yet. But so what? I want to be the strongest trainer. Pokemon with a low starting point will only hold me back. Besides, there are no trainers in this world who aren't novice. He stuttered for a moment, then quickly explained. Dinobot, Pokemon have only just appeared in our world. The boss can attest to that. You won't find any experienced trainers here. Upon hearing this, the red-faced dragon showed a little doubt on his face. After seeing Yang Tuo nod slightly, he looked at Xiang Zikin again, still with contempt on his face. So what? Is this the reason why you are not worthy of the noble me? Seeing that he still failed to convince the red-faced dragon, Xiang Zikin clenched his fists slightly, and his heart was filled with extreme panic. The probability of drawing a bug from that Pokédex was too high. Becoming a trainer one day later was equivalent to losing 1 day of development time, which was totally unacceptable to him. Red-faced dragon. Xiang Zikin breathed a sigh of relief, trying to calm himself down, and said softly, I have my advantages, my family, my wealth. Although it is nothing in this world, it is considered the top in the Magic City and in this country, and I am different from them. I know the most appropriate way for trainers to train Pokemon, and I also understand how to maximize the potential of various Pokemon. Similarly, the reason why I still don't have a Pokemon is firstly because Pokemon's only appeared in this world, and secondly because I want to become the most powerful trainer. I believe that only the Pokemon with the greatest potential are worthy of being my Pokemon. I am extremely strict with my partners and would rather have nothing than have something of poor quality. I will lead my strongest partner and become the top trainer in this world. Red-faced dragon, you have to believe me. Compared to others, I have the best resources and the best methods. What I lack is only the best partners and opportunities. Be my partner. Together we will become the strongest. His tone was relatively sincere, and after he finished speaking, he looked at the red-faced dragon with sharp eyes. After hearing what he said, the contempt on the red-faced dragon's face disappeared for the most part, but he still shook his head slowly and hummed a few times to Yang Tuo. After listening to what both sides said, Yang Tuo showed a bit of helplessness on his face. It could be seen that this young man who is younger than me is very ambitious, but compared to Xiang Zikin's lengthy speech, Chimianlong's reply consisted of only a few words. This is all your business. It has nothing to do with me. No matter how much you talk, you are still a rookie. I don't believe you. You are bullshitting. The answer from the red-faced dragon was a bit heartbreaking. After thinking about it, Yang Tuo decided not to tell Xiang Zikin. He shook his head slightly, made a gesture of invitation to the wooden door behind them, and said, I'm sorry, Sir Red-Faced Dragon. I can't be convinced by you. Seeing that Yang Tuo was about to drive people away, Xiang Zikin immediately became anxious. His brain was working rapidly, thinking about what other advantages he could bring up. His limited thinking made it impossible for him to find a reason to redeem the relationship in such a short period of time. In desperation, he suddenly remembered the introduction to Pokeballs in the Pokemon Trainer Training Manual. An idea suddenly occurred to him, and he immediately shouted to the red-faced dragon. 1 month. 1 month first. Seeing that Xiang Zikin was still working hard and the red-faced dragon did not show any impatience, Yang Tuo stopped his actions and waited patiently for the final result. According to the description in the trainer's manual, if the Pokemon resists severely, it is entirely possible for it to burst the Pokeball and break free on its own. The bloodshot in Xiang Zikin's eyes, which had just faded a little, began to fill up again. He said word by word, Give me a month. I'll let you see my value and ability. If I fail to meet your requirements after a month, I can send you back. Or, you can also come to the boss on your own and give up on me. How about it? After saying these words, Xiang Zikin's chest heaved violently, and he gasped for breath. This was the last solution he could think of. If he still could not get the approval of the red-faced dragon, he would probably have to go back and draw the elf again. Red-faced dragon, what do you feel? Seeing that he had finished speaking, Yang Tuo turned his head to look at the red-faced dragon. Upon hearing this, the red-faced dragon pondered for a moment, thought about it, nodded slowly, hummed twice to Yang Tuo, and looked at Xiang Zikin again. Although his gaze was already a little explicit, it was more scrutinizing. Well, some people want free food, accommodation, and training. What's there to refuse? If by then, this human child is indeed too bad and fails to meet this dragon's qualification standards, then it cannot be this dragon's fault. Seeing the red-faced dragon nod slightly, hope rekindled in Xiang Zikin's eyes, and he turned his gaze to Yang Tuo again. Yang Tuo had already retracted his outstretched hand, and the expression on his face changed from helplessness to a smile. Yang Tuo walked up slowly, put a pokeball in Xiang Zikin's hand, and chuckled. "Congratulations, sir," the red-faced dragon agreed. Ah! After hearing Yang Tuo's confirmation, Xiang Zikin looked at the pokeball in his hand, unable to suppress the joy on his face. He carefully turned the pokeball around and placed his hand gently on the circular button in the middle. He looked at the red-faced dragon seriously and saw that there was a lot of arrogance on its human face. It was looking at him with its chin up. He couldn't help but whispered, "Don't worry, red-faced dragon. I will prove to you that I am worthy of you." As he spoke, he pressed the middle button hard, followed the instructions in the manual, threw the pokeball directly at the red-faced dragon, and said loudly, "Become my partner, red-faced dragon." Ah! The red-faced dragon raised its ferocious head and let out a loud dragon roar, as if responding to Xiang Zikin. With a flash of red light, the huge red-faced dragon disappeared from the spot, and the pokeball fell directly to the ground, flashing a faint red light. One time, two, three, ding! With a crisp sound, the red light dissipated, and the pokeball returned to calm. Xiang Zikin hurried forward, bent down to pick up the pokeball, and through the transparent red barrier, he saw the shrunken red-faced dragon, with its chin raised high, looking at him scrutinizingly. "Pa pa pa!" A crisp slapping sounded, and Yang Tuo walked forward with a faint smile and said, "Congratulations, sir. Remember your promise and don't let the red-faced dragon down." Chapter 61. Xiang Zikin compromises with reality. Phew, I'm so scared. Xiang Zikin carefully put his pokeball into his pocket and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. At that moment, he really felt like the sky was collapsing. So, even if there is a destiny, the elves will refuse to become partners with humans? Gu Tian looked at the flame rabbit beside him and asked Yang Tuo in confusion. "Yes." Yang Tuo smiled lightly and nodded slightly. The higher the lower limit, the stronger the race. If this type of elf encounters a docile or good-tempered person, it is easy for them to form a bond with humans and become partners. But they're a minority after all. Elves are just like humans, with their own joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, as well as 7 emotions and 6 desires. The racial advantages will make many Pokemon that are naturally strong become arrogant. If there is no ability and strength that is enough to conquer them, these Pokemon will never choose to partner with such a trainer, even if it means dying in battle. Because they will feel that this kind of trainer is not worthy of them, will only become a burden to them, and will only limit their ability to become stronger. So, hearing this, Gu Tian looked down at his Flame Rabbit and saw that Flame Rabbit was looking at him with wide eyes. Gu Tian squatted down and gently rubbed Flame Rabbit's head and said softly, "Inuji, don't worry. I won't betray your trust, and I will never become a burden to you." "Oh, Niwa Niwa. I won't be a burden." Emma Rabbit also clenched his fists and shouted, "Niwa Niwa." Seeing this scene, Yang Tuo couldn't help but smile and nodded. If this child could keep this mentality, he would surely achieve great things in the future. In the anime, Xiaoji's shouts of "hold on" and "stand up" were jokingly called rejuvenation roar by many netizens. But if you just think about it carefully, if there is not enough bond and strong enough will, how can a Pokemon, when seriously injured, suddenly gain strength and get up again just because of a word from the trainer? The power of thought is far greater than that of steel. This is the bond between Pokemon and their trainers. I won't be bad either." Xiang Zikin turned around and saw the interaction between the two little ones. He couldn't help but mutter something as if he didn't care, but deep in his eyes, there was a hint of envy. If the red-faced dragon could have such a good relationship with me, well, boss, I should have one more draw, right? I want to continue drawing a main force. Xiang Zikin put his hands in his pockets and turned to look at Yang Tuo. Yeah, let's go back." Yang Tuo nodded slightly and led the way away. Gu Tian looked at the two people who turned and left, then turned to look at the jungle in the distance. He just happened to see a deer there. Is this forest full of Pokemon? He was distracted for a moment and found that the two had returned to the shop. Gu Tian quickly collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. He picked up Flame Rabbit and ran back to the shop. 2 minutes later, bang! Xiang Zikin slapped the counter with his hand. The huge pain made his face flush instantly. Considering that there was a child next to him whom he wanted to subdue, he endured the pain and said with difficulty, "I'm not saying. Why is it like this? Why is there another weird elf like this?" At this moment, on the counter, A flat panel illustrated book was quietly placed on the table. A silly little crab was sitting quietly in the middle of the screen, staring at Xiang Zikin. This crab is so cute. I feel like, brother, are you a little too sensitive? Gu Tian carefully looked at the elf on the screen and felt that although this elf looked like a crab, it was extremely cute with big, silly eyes, which was very adorable. Seeing this, Yang Tuo glanced at the screen of the illustrated guide, smiled softly, and said, "This is the water-type Pokemon crab. It just looks ordinary, but it's actually quite strong. Their race is famous for its powerful physical attack and defense. It is worth mentioning that the giant crab is a rare Pokemon that can comprehend a skill called Extreme Falling Claw or Head-Breaking Claw. Piercing forceps or guillotines? They sound awesome." Gu Tian opened his mouth into an O shape. I feel like this skill sounds very domineering just by the name. Xiang Zikin, who had just looked furious, couldn't help but show curiosity when he heard these words and asked hesitantly, "Is this move against the will of heaven?" "It's incredible. If it doesn't hit, it's fine. But if it does, it will kill instantly." Yang tuore mained noncho mitao. Are you kidding? Why do you think it's called guillotine pliers? But Yang Tuo changed the subject, thought for a moment, and then slowly said, "This move requires it to grow to a certain level before it can be naturally comprehended. Moreover, because this move has great lethality, the chance of successfully performing it is also very low." "Huh? How low?" Xiang Zikin asked without blinking. As the name suggests, this is a close-range attack. It is a strike that concentrates all of one's strength to the maximum extent possible. Yang Tuo smiled slightly and said, "If both sides are equal in strength, there is a 30% chance of hitting. The more combat experience you have, the greater the chance. However, if the opponent's combat experience far exceeds yours, this move will basically not succeed." Gu Tian looked at the big crab on the screen and couldn't help muttering, "If that's the case, if the two sides are evenly matched, using this move could very well turn the tide." Hearing this, Yang Tuo nodded slightly and said, "But the risk factor is also very high. If you fail to finish off the opponent, you will be more vulnerable to the opponent's attack, and it may even cause the entire battle to collapse. It is more suitable to be used when you are in a desperate situation. Now that you mention it, it feels a bit like a lottery. Either you get killed, or you kill the other person." Xiang Zikin muttered to himself that his prejudice against giant crabs was not as strong as it was at the beginning. He glanced at the flame rabbit in Gu Tian's arms, thought about it, and asked Yang Tuo, "This hairy crab now? This giant crab? How much is it?" When Yang Tuo heard Xiang Zikin asking about the price, he smiled and said, "Not expensive for million." Hearing the price, Xiang Zikin frowned slightly. When he thought of the embarrassing situation of the red-faced dragon before, his heart began to beat fast. This was the last lottery draw of the day. If he didn't buy it, he would have to wait until tomorrow. "I just took the initiative to challenge Gu Tian. If I don't fight, it seems a bit embarrassing." Fight! If he used the red-faced dragon, he was afraid that the red-faced dragon would see that its opponent was such a small rabbit, which would further reduce its favorability towards him. After some hesitation, I thought about my father's instructions and the tragic experience of the red-faced dragon, and I seem to have made a misunderstanding. The more expensive the Pokemon, the better. But it seems that if you want to capture these arrogant top Pokemon, you need to have some achievements. Thinking of this, and thinking about the guillotine pliers that Yang Tuo had mentioned before, Xiang Zikin gritted his teeth. "I bought it." Chapter 62, Crab vs. Rabbit Part 1. The lust buried the sand like a border, and the fighting spirit surges into the sky and is hidden in the colorful clouds. After a simple summoning and taming, Xiang Zikin got his second companion elf, the giant crab. In the small compartment world, two Pokemon, whose average height was less than half a meter, stood in a battlefield as big as a basketball court. If Yang Tuo wanted to change the topography of the small world, it would only take a thought. The previous battlefield was specially set up by Yang Tuo to facilitate various large-scale Pokemon battles. However, after the last two battles, the effect has already been seen. For the current rookie trainers, the battle venue really does not need to be that large. After this order was issued, both sides had been chatting slowly for who knows how many days, and the attacking side had not yet reached the defending side. It was truly unsatisfactory, and there was no passion for fighting at all. Of course, in the eyes of these newcomers who have never experienced the battle between elves, it is still quite exciting, but in Yang Tuo's eyes, it feels a bit bad. Therefore, Yang Tuo deliberately reduced the size of the battle venue to make the fight more exciting. But it was a pity that Yang Tuo was the only spectator on the scene. After obtaining permission from both parties, Yang Tuo turned on the video recording function on his mobile phone, ready to record the third battle in the history of elves, and then do some editing before posting it on his Douyin account. While Yang Tuo was busy, Gu Tian quickly opened his own illustrations and began to cram up on various battle information. There was no other way. After all, there was a typical negative example before. He wanted to be the strongest trainer and could not repeat the same path as the brother yesterday. After seeing how serious Gu Tian was, Xiang Zikin calmly opened his own illustration book. After all, if he lost to a kid who was at least 4 or 5 years younger than him, it would be a huge loss of face. Big Claw Crab, Clearwater Crab Pokemon. Attribute, water. Gender male. Personality, afraid of loneliness. Features, hard helmet shell. Its claws are its powerful weapons, but they occasionally fall off during attacks, and new ones grow back quickly after they fall off. Moves, staring, water gun, hardening, high-speed movement, throwing. Seeing that he had already adjusted the angle and position, but the two were still frantically looking at his illustrations, Yang Tuo couldn't help but raise the speaker high and cough softly. Ahem, I'll ask you two one last time. Are you ready? Ready. Hearing Yang Tuo's question, Gu Tian hurriedly put away his illustrations and nodded repeatedly. Relax, it's okay, it's just a sparring battle. As a trainer, you will experience many battles in the future. Yang Tuo said comfortingly. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian hurriedly nodded again, his clenched hands trembling slightly. Seeing this, Yang Tuo looked at him for a while, stopped talking, and just smiled and shook his head. He specifically looked at Xiang Zikin again, only to see him nod calmly and make an okay gesture. Are you kidding? Why should I be afraid of water and fire types? Yang Tuo looked at Gu Tian, who was trembling slightly, and Xiang Zikin, who was calm and composed, and confirmed that they were both ready. He whispered, because the venue is small, please do not leave the trainer command area without permission to avoid accidents. Don't worry, there is an energy formation in the venue. No matter what kind of damage the Pokemon suffers, it will not threaten their lives. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian looked at the area where he and Xiang Zikin were standing. A dividing line was drawn between the trainers and the Pokemons with lime powder, which seemed to be a dividing mark for some kind of area. Okay, got it. Xiang Zikin also noticed the white line in front of him and nodded slightly to show that he understood. He had read all of this in the trainer's manual. So, here is Gu Tian, and at this point, Yang Tuo looked at Xiang Zikin. Xiang Zikin saw Yang Tuo's gaze and grinned loudly into the camera of his mobile phone. My name is Xiang Zikin, and I want to be the #1 trainer in the future. Yeah, okay. Seeing this, Yang Tuo deliberately adjusted the angle of the phone for the aspiring trainer, picked up the speaker, and said loudly. Then, next is the battle between Gu Tian and Xiang Zikin. The rules of this battle are 1 vs 1. When one elf loses its combat ability and the other wins, I declare that the battle begins. Entourage! Crash! Crash! Almost at the moment when Yang Tuo announced the start of the battle, Gu Tian immediately gave orders in a panic. There's nothing we can do. The opponent is a water Pokemon, and it has so many skills. Water controls fire. This is a traditional attribute suppression that you don't even need to guess. Mud and bricks. Upon hearing Gu Tian's order, Yanchuer immediately let out a loud roar and rushed towards the giant crab like an arrow. As it ran at a very fast speed, the red fire energy in its body rushed out like a windproof lighter. But what was strange was that the red energy turned into transparent white in just a moment of bursting out. Immediately afterwards, the color of the energy bursting out of its body gradually changed. It was no longer the previous fiery red, but turned into a pale white like mist. Panicked. Seeing Gu Tian so impatiently issuing the attack order, Xiang Zikin's mouth curled up slightly. What do you think of me, Xiang Zikin? If Xiang Zikin had not been born, the Pokemon world would have been in darkness forever. When Pokemon uses skills of this type, there is a nature bonus, and if combined with restraint, it will deal double damage. 40 times 1.5 times 2. Wow! I guess this little rabbit can be taken away directly by the giant crab with a water gun. It's so cruel, so cruel. In this kind of crushing situation, what's the point of fighting? I want to be familiar with the battle and the strength of Pokemon. Seeing that Flame Rabbit had rushed to the center of the battlefield in an instant, Xiang Zikin no longer hesitated and immediately ordered. Big Claw Crab, throw it down. Fuck! Upon hearing Xiang Zikin's order, the giant crab, which had a dazed look on its face, turned its eyes slightly towards Flame Rabbit. Because it couldn't walk upright and Flame Rabbit was about to attack it, the crab simply exerted force on its limbs and jumped up with its entire body. As it leaped up, the large claws on its right arm were instantly covered by a strong white light. A terrifying aura emanated from the white light, and a highly concentrated energy made the entire arm of the giant crab glow with white light. As expected, it's a high-level move with a power of 80. Awesome! The huge glowing pliers made Xiang Zikin's eyes flash with brilliance. Compared with the bright light on the giant crab's claws, the transparent air waves on Flame Rabbit's body are like fireflies before the bright moon. Seeing this huge difference in moves, Xiang Zikin became even more delighted. It seems that even if I don't use water-based moves, this rabbit still can't escape the fate of being killed in 1 second. This scene naturally also fell into Gu Tian's eyes. Looking at this gap that was so obvious that it couldn't be more obvious, Gu Tian's eyes showed a bit of worry, and he couldn't help but whispered softly, "Flame rabbit." The next moment, Finnegan raised her pink fist, stretched out her legs, and kicked. Her whole body flew into the air and smashed hard at the giant crab. Although Crabine jumped up first, its speed was not as fast as that of Flame Rabbit, and for a moment, Flame Rabbit took the lead. Seeing that the advantage of the high ground was gone and its body was slowly falling, the giant crab simply lowered its giant claws and pried it upwards fiercely. "Fuck! Mud and bricks!" The two Pokemon roared with all their might, as if they were cheering themselves up. The fist and the pliers meet, and the needle points to the weed on. Bang! There was no gorgeous picture, nor was there any explosive roar. It was just like a pinball hitting a solid wall. The two sides separated as soon as they touched each other, and retreated to both sides like a cannonball. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The huge force of the collision directly hit the giant crab, leaving a long groove on the ground. When its body was almost touching the white line of the training command area, it just stopped its retreating momentum. The situation of Flame Rabbit was even more exaggerated. It was the one that took the initiative to attack, but under the bombardment, it flew backwards in the air and somersaulted countless times. It seemed like it was about to be blasted out of the field. Swish! A transparent barrier suddenly lit up, directly covering the entire battlefield. And after Finnegan tumbled dozens of times in a row, he crashed directly onto the barrier, and then, with a pop, he fell to the ground. Flame Rabbit! Seeing Flame Rabbit flying back, Gu Tian immediately exclaimed and subconsciously rushed forward. Fortunately, the battle had just begun, and Yang Tuo's attention had been closely focused on the situation on the battlefield. Seeing Gu Tian about to rush into the field, his eyes immediately focused, and a red energy barrier, exactly the same as before, suddenly appeared and directly covered Gu Tian. The battle is not over yet. Trainers, please keep a safe distance to avoid being accidentally injured by Pokemon's moves. But Gu Tian looked at the Flame Rabbit who fell to the ground in the field, with unstoppable worry in his eyes. Xiang Zicken, who was standing on the other side of the venue, saw this scene and a smile just appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he forced it down. Masters, be low-key and have a good pattern. But his composure only lasted for a moment before his eyes froze slightly. On the other side of the battlefield, a cute little rabbit stood up shakily. If it were just that, it would be fine. The key point is that the rabbit shook its head vigorously in a daze. And then, as if nothing had happened, it shook its hands slightly and shouted twice with high fighting spirit. "Nude and mud!" Well, Xiang Zicken was completely confused. What the hell is this? He looked carefully at the illustrated book in his hand. The power of Crab's throw was 80, while the power of Flame Rabbit's impact was only 40. When these two moves collided, it would be fine if the rabbit was not knocked out directly, but why did it seem like nothing happened? What is going on? Chapter 63, Giant Claw Crab vs. Flame Rabbit, Part 2. Flame Rabbit? Seeing that Flame Rabbit staggered to his feet from the ground and was fine after just shaking his head, Gu Tian's face showed ecstasy. He quickly lay on the red energy barrier and shouted to the Flame Rabbit not far away. "Entourage! How are you? Are you okay?" After all, it was just bounced away and fell from such a high place. Although it seemed that there was no problem, Gu Tian felt that Flame Rabbit's condition was not as good as it looked. "Nude and mud!" Flame Rabbit turned his head to look at Gu Tian and shook it slightly to indicate that he was fine. But when he turned around and looked at the giant crab again, his brows slightly frowned. This crab is so powerful. It rubbed its lower back and felt a little painful. I felt like I was at a disadvantage and shouldn't have jumped up like that crab. Gu Tian, who had always been concerned about Flame Rabbit, keenly noticed Flame Rabbit's movements and could not help but call out softly. "Flame Rabbit, that crab is so powerful. Can you not defeat it head-on?" "Brick!" When Emma Rabbit heard this, she was slightly stunned, and then subconsciously shook her head frantically. "Are you kidding? How could I not be able to defeat it head-on? I'm just a little bit weaker than it." Seeing that Flame Rabbit was shaking its head like a rattle, Gu Tian frowned slightly. He thought about what had just happened and looked at Emma Rabbit with more worry. He half knelt on the ground and spoke sincerely to Flame Rabbit across the protective barrier of the trainer command area. "Phone Rabbit, although I think you are no worse than that crab, if we keep fighting like this and get beaten back every time, it will definitely be a disadvantage." As he spoke, Gu Tian pointed to the gradually fading protective shield above the training ground and said seriously, "Look, there's an invisible wall blocking us. If we get hit against the wall every time, it's like we're being hit by the wall every time. It's really disadvantageous. Let's do this." Gu Tian's voice was getting smaller and smaller. In order to hear more clearly, Flame Rabbit could not help but look at the giant crab opposite vigilantly, while walking backwards with one ear attached to the isolation energy shield. Listening to her trainer's plan, Emma's eyes grew brighter, and she listened intently, nodding frantically in agreement. On the other side, Xiang Zikin had been waiting for the opponent to continue attacking, but when he saw that the opponent not only did not continue to attack, but instead started chatting, his face suddenly darkened. What are you doing? We are in a battle. Seeing that Gu Tian was still whispering with Flame Rabbit and didn't take the battle seriously at all, Xiang Zikin immediately stopped planning to give in to the other party. Anyway, the power of wrestling has been tested, and it is time to end this fight. As expected, this child is not suitable for fighting at all. I should choose someone older. Thinking this in his heart, Xiang Zikin immediately gave the order. It's time to end this farce. Big Claw Crab, use the water gun to finish it off. Fuck. When the giant crab heard this, a cold light flashed in its eyes. It first turned its angle, walked a few steps horizontally into the field, aimed at the direction, and immediately stretched out its big claws. As the orange pliers opened and closed, a water arrow as long as a pencil and as thick as a baby's arm shot out. It was like firing a pistol, and there was actually recoil, causing the giant crab to move slightly. Fortunately, the recoil was not very strong. Although Gu Tian was discussing tactics, his attention never left the giant crab. Seeing this water arrow coming, Gu Tian hurriedly shouted, Flame Rabbit! Hurry mud and bricks! The diameter of the venue is only 50 meters. In this case, the speed of the water gun completely exceeds Gu Tian's speaking speed. Before he could finish his words, Emma Rabbit had already dodged, and the water gun shot straight at him, scaring him. Fortunately, the water gun didn't look that powerful. It hit the energy barrier in front of him and splashed water. Gu Tian, who thought he had seen the power of the water gun, stroked his chest and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Judging from the power, it should not cause much damage to Enma. However, since it is an attack, it still has a power of at least 40, so it is best to avoid it if possible. He immediately shouted, Entourage, proceed as planned. Nude and mud. Flame Rabbit nodded firmly at Gu Tian, then once again fixed his gaze on the giant crab, slightly bending his feet as if gathering strength, and pushed the soft soil on the ground back a little. Plan? There are only 2 moves. What other plans can there be? Xiang Zikin heard Gu Tian shouting, and his head was full of question marks. Then, he continued to order the crab with a serious face. In the face of absolute strength, all plans are ridiculous. Giant crab, keep shooting water. I wonder how many times it can dodge. Fuck. The crab's dull eyes glanced at Xiang Zikin briefly, then turned to Enma Rabbit again. Because it is lying sideways, only one of its 2 large pincers can be facing Flame Rabbit, but that doesn't matter. As the crab's claws continued to rise and fall, thin water arrows shot out again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gun's bullets and arrows version is now online. Flame Rabbit, get out of the way. Seeing this, Gu Tian screamed immediately. Nude and mud. Flame Rabbit solemnly looked at the water guns that were fired at it without panicking at all. It exerted force with its hind legs, and the strength that had been accumulated for a long time instantly burst out through its calves. The body is like a rowing boat, and the movements are like flowing water. Flame Rabbit stretched out its short legs and ran around the battle zone, perfectly interpreting the phrase, moving as cunningly as a rabbit. Nick. Although Fennekin was running nonstop, it didn't seem to stop at all. It kept moving as the water guns brushed against its footsteps. When it saw that the crab's shells missed it, its roar became louder and louder. Crab is a crab, and the battlefield is a square layout similar to a basketball court. It is still okay when Flame Rabbit is in front of it. But as Flame Rabbit continued to run, its position gradually ran to the side of the battlefield. Due to the limitation of vision, Crab had to jump slightly on the spot and adjust its direction. Due to this delay, the target was still moving, so the hit rate was naturally much lower. Besides, it was still in its infancy, and the water gun's attack range was limited. The farther away it was, the smaller the power. It even happened many times that its water gun was about to hit Flame Rabbit, but Flame Rabbit just raised its fist and smashed the water gun apart. Of course, it was inevitable that Fennekin was hit and staggered a little, but it was obvious that the damage was limited. Strange, even if the distance makes the water gun less powerful, it shouldn't be the case that we haven't been able to kill a fire rabbit with so many guns. Xiang Zikin stood in the command area, watching the situation on the field. His brows were almost twisted into the shape of the Chinese character Chan. After several attacks, it was unclear whether the running Flame Rabbit was tired, but the crab, which had been adjusting its body shape and continuously covering with fire, could be seen to be slightly out of breath. Even the frequency with which it fired its water gun was getting slower and slower, although it managed to hit Emma Rabbit a few times. But it seemed to be due to the hasty preparation and the attack distance. Each time, it just made Emma Rabbit scream louder, but it didn't cause any serious damage at all. This is so unscientific. Is the attribute restraint table I saw fake? Seeing another water gun of the crab being smashed by the impact of the Flame Rabbit, he could no longer bear it and immediately shouted to Gu Tian opposite. Hey, Gu Tian, are you gonna fight or not? If not, just end it. Why are you making it like Temple Run? Gu Tian on the other side was also slightly stunned when he heard this. He had been paying attention to the conditions of Flame Rabbit and Crab, but had forgotten about Xiang Zikin. Seeing that Xiang Zikin was already impatient, Gu Tian scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, No, no, brother, Emma Rabbit is always attacking. Always attacking? You call this an attack? You're being attacked? Okay. Xiang Zikin was about to retort, but the scene in front of him made his heart skip a beat. Then he saw the giant crab in front of him subconsciously raised its giant claws again. But this time no water splashed out when the claws opened and closed. What the hell? What's going on? The water gun is out of water? Big Claw Crab, how do you feel? Do you want to take a break? Wait until it gets closer before you fight it. Upon hearing this, the big crab turned slightly and looked at Xiang Zikin. He nodded slightly, and the sound coming out of his mouth was also full of fatigue. Fuck. Before, the big clawed crab had always been lying sideways, or facing north towards Xiang Zikin, and Xiang Zikin had not paid much attention to its state. But this time, the big clawed crab turned around, and Xiang Zikin was shocked by its state. Then you can see several extremely hidden transparent flowing lines on the front of the giant crab's body. These lines are extremely dim and transparent. If you don't look carefully, you can't see them at all. At this moment, these streams of light are attaching to the body surface of the giant crab in an extremely strange way, and the overall trend is downward, rolling down continuously. What is this situation? How do you make it look like a three-dimensional waterfall? Is this due to excessive use of the water gun? It was at this moment that seeing the giant crab turn its back and stop attacking, Fennekin, who had been trying his best to escape, also slowly stopped. He was breathing heavily and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Its condition was not very good at the moment. Because of the attack from the water gun, there were many abrasions on its body, the most serious of which was its right fist. Because it had no place to hide many times, it chose to attack with water arrows by impact according to the trainer's previous instructions. Gu Tian watched Fennekin gasping for breath from the sidelines, feeling distressed, but at the same time, he also understood. We can't delay any longer. If we delay any further, the moving target will probably become a stationary target. Seeing that the giant crab had stopped firing water guns for a long time, he knew that the giant crab must be tired, so he immediately gave the order. Phone Rabbit, it's almost there. Go up. Hit it. Nude and mud. Finally, hearing the slogan of attack, Fennekin swallowed his saliva and looked at the crab again, with a raging fire burning in his eyes. Okay, after taking so many beatings, Lord Rabbit can finally fight back. The next moment, a thin beige energy burst out from around Flame Rabbit, quickly covering its entire body. After everything was ready, Flame Rabbit roared and directly launched the second charge in this battle. Impact! On the other side, Xiang Zikin had been wondering what this inexplicably appearing, downward transparent streamline energy was. When he heard Gu Tian shout, his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you finally not going to be a turtle? Big crab, beat me up and serve me. Fuck! The giant crab also let out a low cry, and the energy in its body instantly continued, flowing into its right fist. However, when this energy passed through the giant crab's shoulder blade, it was strangely drawn downward by the energy lines and flowed back a lot. The giant crab sensed this abnormality and felt something was wrong. Seeing that Flame Rabbit was getting closer, Crab had no time to care about anything else and had to continue to increase its energy supply. However, the more energy that is transmitted, the more energy is drawn away by the line. Although it still returns to the body, the speed at which the energy gathers is greatly reduced. At the same time, it could not even mobilize 40% of the 100% of energy that it could easily mobilize in the past to its right arm, which made it extremely anxious. Will Flame Rabbit give it so much time to accumulate so much energy? The answer is no. In the blink of an eye, Emma Rabbit was in front of him, and Crab had to swing its claws, which had only stored half of their energy. Weakened version. Smash. Bang. Boom. At the moment when the tender fist and the giant claw collided, Flame Rabbit took several steps back, then stopped steadily, stood in a horse stance with a vigilant look on his face, and looked at the giant claw crab. The giant crab was in a miserable state as it was blasted by the rabbit and flew close to the ground. Just when it was about to hit the field, a transparent energy barrier suddenly appeared and blocked it. This severe collision made him dizzy again. Xiang Zikin was standing behind him, his eyes almost popping out of his head. What is going on? This? How come it's my giant crab that's flying? It wasn't like this last time. Big Claw Crab, stand up. Use the water gun. At such a close distance, one shot will definitely knock it down. Looking at the flame rabbits so close at hand, Xiang Zikin became extremely anxious and kept shouting, hoping that the giant claw crab could stand up quickly. Gu Tian was standing far away, and his blood was boiling as he watched. Really? My rabbit has 2 moves. Neither of them is useless. My rabbit is awesome. Huh. The giant crab staggered and stood up with difficulty after being screamed at by its trainer at close range. It subconsciously stretched out its huge pincers and wanted to aim at Flame Rabbit, but everything in front of it was blurry and its body was shaking, so it couldn't see clearly what was in front of it. In the midst of the chaos, he seemed to hear his trainer shouting, "Get out of the way!" and "Get out of the way!" But what are you hiding from? The head of the giant crab is its body. It also wants to shake its head to make itself more awake, but it can't even stand steadily, so how can it dare to shake it? If you fall down, it will be difficult to stand up. It gasped violently, and small, dense bubbles began to come out of its mouth. The sight finally cleared up a little, and 3 staggering flame rabbits were seen standing in front of it with evil smiles on their faces, shouting in unison. Mud and brick! Bang! 3 fists knocked down at the same time, and the world of the giant crab became quiet. The crab has lost its ability to fight. I declare that Enma Rabbit wins this battle. Chapter 64. Self-awareness. Value rather than intensity. As the results of Yang Tuo's battle were announced, the energy shield that had been covering the trainer's command area slowly dissipated. Gu Tian immediately rushed into the battlefield, took the equally delighted Flame Rabbit into his arms, raised his hand high, and cheered. "Yeah, we won! Enma Rabbit, you're just awesome! Nude in mud!" Flame Rabbit was also calling out happily, rubbing Gu Tian's cheek affectionately with her forehead. Such an intimate action accidentally touched the scratch on its forehead. It grimaced in pain, but even so, the joy in Flame Rabbit's eyes was reluctant to fade away, and she was still gently stroking Gu Tian's cheek, expressing her happiness. Enma Rabbit, come on, I'll take you to the hospital for treatment." Gu Tian was not overwhelmed by the joy of victory. He noticed the change in Enma Rabbit's expression at the first moment, and quickly picked him up and ran to the Pokemon healing device next to the battlefield. After giving some brief instructions, he put Enma back into the Pokeball and carefully placed it in the groove of the Pokemon therapy device. Because he had watched Yang Tuo's live broadcast before, Gu Tian was familiar with the general operations. He just needed to press the star button on the platform. Flame Rabbit male, status. Seriously injured, multiple bruises and abrasions found, currently receiving treatment. Estimated treatment time, 5 minutes. Is he seriously injured? Fortunately, it's okay. Seeing that there were no other data prompts, Gu Tian breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. He turned around and saw that the other elf healing device was still empty, and he turned to look at the battlefield in confusion. Zhiji and Xiang Zikin still stood there, head down, fists clenched. I don't know what he was thinking about. In front of it, the giant clawed crab was lying quietly on the ground with its eyes rolling around, and its Pokeball was not taken back immediately. Gu Tian frowned slightly and shouted loudly. "Brother, don't you want to treat the giant crab? It seems to be seriously injured." Yang Tuo had already put away his phone and was still standing there, also looking at Xiang Zikin quietly. From the moment this young man entered the door, his reaction was similarly surprised compared to other ordinary guests, but his attitude was completely different. He seemed to have some basic understanding of Pokemon statistics, classifications, etc. Moreover, judging from the content of his previous conversation with Red-Faced Dragon, this young man knew and read the Pokemon Trainer Training Manual that he had compiled. When you think about the surname again, its origin is self-evident. Knowing more is sometimes not a good thing. Judging from the current situation, Xiang Zikin only pays attention to the value of Pokemon and cares about their upper and lower limits, but has never considered his own strength and whether he can control those Pokemon. Wanting to become stronger is a good thing, but if you don't have a good understanding of yourself, then you are arrogant and unrealistic. This is a very scary thing, not to mention that being powerful is out of reach. Even if you are lucky enough to gain powerful power one day, you will be dominated by it in an instant. There are many examples of this in the elf world, such as Water Sycamore and Red Flame Pine. Seeing that he had been keeping his head down, wondering what he was thinking about, Yang Tuo walked up to him and said softly, "The giant crab is injured and fainted. You should take it to the hospital for treatment in time, sir." "I don't accept it. His victory was unfair. He was running away the whole time. If it weren't for the fact that the giant crab couldn't use its water gun and had an abnormal condition, he wouldn't have one at all." Xiang Zikin suddenly raised his head, his facial expression somewhat out of control. It was hard for him to accept that he lost his first battle as a Pokemon trainer to a child much younger than him. "Mr. Xiang, do you really understand Pokemon? It seems to me that you don't even know how to lose." Hearing Xiang Zikin's complaints, Yang Tuo frowned slightly. He interrupted. In the information column of the Elf Encyclopedia, the characteristics of the elves are clearly written, as well as the power, attributes, effects, and maximum number of uses of various moves. Elves are not machines, and the energy in their bodies required to support corresponding moves is limited, and they cannot release energy crazily without limit. The Pokemons that our store grants to all trainers are actually not very old, about the same age as humans who have just been weaned and can eat independently. Pokemon at this stage don't have much energy, and their control over various moves is not very high, so this is the best time for trainers to cultivate a bond with them. At this point, Yang Tuo paused, feeling that he had strayed off topic, and shook his head slightly as he explained. Just now, the giant crab suddenly couldn't use the water gun because it had used up all the energy in its body that was enough to condense the water gun, in that so-called abnormal state. Sir, while running, Flame Rabbit is always releasing skills. Release skills? Hearing this, Xiang Zikin's uncertain expression froze for a moment. Just now, Flame Rabbit had been dodging the water gun, and it seemed that she hadn't used any skills. Could it be? He quickly took out his illustrated guide and called up the detailed information of Enma Rabbit. After a closer look, he found that there was another skill below the impact move that he had overlooked, the cry. Scream. By continuously making cute screams, you can distract the opponent and make him, her careless, thus reducing the opponent's appropriate attack power. So, those transparent streams are? Xiang Zikin was stunned. He never expected that the skill that he had just glanced at and subconsciously ignored before was actually the fuse for his failure in this battle. Yang tuo no deadlichtly without chomentin. Both Pokemon are now just baby beasts. They don't have perfect control over their skills, and their energy is not very pure, so they can't carry out long-range precision attacks. When you find that it is extremely difficult to hit Flame Rabbit with a water gun, but still choose to let Crabine fire the water gun. Compared to how little brother Gutian let Flame Rabbit dodge while using Call, in fact, at that time, the outcome of this battle was already obvious. As expected of a 5 million Pokemon, none of its moves are just for show. Unlike the crab, it's too weak compared to the rabbit. I used a water gun to shoot a fire Pokemon, and after hitting it so many times, it was still alive and kicking. Xiang Zikin looked at Gutian, who was looking at them from a distance. He heard the other parties shout, but did not choose to respond. Instead, he looked at the giant crab on the ground with self-mockery, and then looked at his pocket, where the Pokeball of red-faced dragon was contained. He said indignantly, "If it's a red-faced dragon, it will definitely kill the rabbit in one move." Hearing these two sentences, Yang Tuo raised his eyebrows slightly. Isn't what I said clear enough? Or is it too euphemistic? Brother, there is something wrong with your strategy. Why do we have to keep using the water gun on the giant crab when we've already realized we can't hit it? If you use high-speed movement and hardening, how can Emma beat you? He couldn't help but frown and said seriously, Mr. Xiang, the price of an elf is not entirely determined by its strength. Rarity, difficulty of cultivation, and the affinity of the species to humans all affect the price. Price is not a representation of strength. Moreover, at present, the number and strength of crab's moves are far superior to those of Flame Rabbit, such as high-speed movement and hardening. These are the corresponding skills you can choose to perform after the opponent has distanced himself and used the shout. Many times, these transformation skills are more important to the elves than powerful moves. If you are not satisfied with the crab, please return its Pokeball to me, and I will take it for treatment first. Considering that you haven't left the store yet, I can refund you the full amount of your spending later. Xiang Zikin's face turned pale. After hearing Yang Tuo's words, his face kept changing between pale and blue, as if he was struggling fiercely. He whispered with difficulty, I am sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't put the blame on the giant crab. I'll take it to the doctor right now. Seeing that Xiang Zikin did not choose to return the goods, but instead took out the Pokeball from his pocket with a depressed look and took back the giant crab on the ground, Yang Tuo's expression eased slightly. He watched Xiang Zikin stagger towards the vacant elf therapy device, his back extremely distraught, and could not help but call him softly. Mr. Xiang? Hearing Yang Tuo calling him, Xiang Zikin's body shook violently. He turned around with some difficulty and looked at Yang Tuo nervously. Seeing his nervous expression, Yang Tuo walked up slowly, patted his shoulder gently, and said slowly, Elves are magical. A high starting point does not mean a high limit. Power that can be controlled is power. Power that cannot be controlled is a disaster. The reason why the red-faced dragon resists you is because he feels that you do not have the power to control him. Instead of helping his growth, you will become a hindrance. Elves all believe in strength above all else. I think you should study elf battles carefully, learn more about elves, and train the giant crab well. The red-faced dragon only has a higher base. With its growth rate and actual combat experience, it may not be a match for the giant claw crab in the future. As long as you let the red-faced dragon see the growth of the giant crab, and finally command the giant crab to defeat the red-faced dragon, then its sense of an identification with you will definitely exceed your imagination. The red-faced dragon may not be a match for the giant claw crab. Xiang Zikin's expression was dull, and he felt that his worldview had collapsed. So, the strength of an elf really cannot be measured by price? Were my father and I wrong? Seeing his stunned expression, Yang Tuo smiled slightly, patted his shoulder, and walked towards the exit. After taking 2 steps, Yang Tuo stopped, turned his back to Xiang Zikin, and said softly, Treat the crab well, it also has emotions. You may have many Pokemon in the future, but it only has you as its trainer. If it knew you were just starting out, it would be very sad, and you should have just seen how powerful the elves are. When there is a rift in the relationship, anything can happen. Being defeated by a baby beast of the same age due to its adverse attributes, it must have felt very uncomfortable, and even worried and frightened, afraid of being abandoned. They are still young, helpless in this strange world, and it is much easier and more solid to establish a bond in childhood than later. Chapter 65, Transformation. Seeing that the two were patiently waiting for their elves to recover, young Tuo had nothing to do. In order to prevent the situation where customers came and couldn't find the boss, young Tuo greeted the two and went back to the store alone. In the small world, only Xiang Zikin and Gu Tian were left. Brother, I think your crab skills are so cool. And it has so many skills, unlike my flame rabbit, which only has 2 skills. Brother, the boss said during the live broadcast that as Pokemon grow, their skills will also increase. Your crab is a water Pokemon that can shoot water guns. Do you think my fire rabbit will be able to spit fire in the future? Hey brother, why are you ignoring me? Don't be sad. After all, there are always winners and losers in a battle. Gu Tian, who won the battle, was still immersed in the excitement and stimulation of the previous battle. After he found that Xiang Zikin seemed to be in a low mood, he had been trying to find ways to chat with Xiang Zikin, as if he hoped to divert the other party's attention through chatting and make him no longer depressed. However, to Xiang Zikin, these words were like pouring salt into his wounds. It was not enough to pour salt on him. The wound had to be opened and the salt stuffed directly into it. Fortunately, Xiang Zikin was a man of some sense and did not do anything out of line. God knows how excited he is right now. Although the boss's last words just now sounded gentle, as if he was giving advice to the younger generation, Xiang Zikin had no doubt that if he had chosen to give up the giant crab at that time, he might have lost the red-faced dragon as well. It's an intuition. He felt that at that moment, young Tuo really wanted to take back all his elves. Am I really wrong? He ignored Gu Tian's muttering, but took out his own atlas and carefully checked all the known information. Because he yearned to be powerful, Xiang Zikin didn't even bother to look at those moves marked with a power of 0. Now looking at it carefully, it is just as young Tuo said. He had a great start, but fought a disastrous battle. No wonder the red-faced dragon looked down on me. It turned out that I was the one who understood elves the least. He couldn't help but glance at the screen and found that it would take 2 minutes for the giant crab to fully recover, while Gu Tian on the other side had been flirting with Flame Rabbit in front of him for a long time. This little brother didn't know as much as he did, so he carefully checked all the information about the elves, and that's why he discovered the trick of the call. Is this what they call the early bird catches the worm? Brother, don't be sad. In a battle, there are winners and losers. What's important is whether we have learned something. Gu Tian felt Xiang Zikin's gaze and couldn't help scratching the back of his head, saying weakly. In fact, he also felt that his presence here seemed to be a bit of an eyesore. But if I leave, wouldn't Xiang Zikin be the only one left in this small world? This place is empty. It's scary to think about staying here alone. He didn't know what to say to Xiang Zikin. After all, they had only known each other for the first day and didn't know each other at all, let alone have any common topics. Xiang Zikin nodded slightly after hearing this. After a moment of hesitation, he said softly, Gu Tian, I have indeed learned a lot of things which have been of great help to me. I feel that if I hadn't fought this battle, I would have taken many detours. Gu Tian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and he couldn't help but scratch the back of his head in embarrassment. Have you taught this guy anything? He answered hurriedly. Brother, you're too polite. I should be the one to thank you. Thank you for letting me understand Intyra's moves. I feel like Intyra and I have such a good rapport. Oh, and by the way, the giant claw is so powerful. It can shoot out so much water. After hearing this, Xiang Zikin couldn't help but get a few black lines on his forehead. This guy. Why do I always feel like someone is mocking me in a sarcastic way? Ding dong. While the two were talking, a light, crisp sound came from the elf healing device behind Xiang Zikin. Xiang Zikin turned around and found that the data on the treatment device had disappeared and turned into a line of words. The crab has recovered. I wish you and your elves a pleasant journey and more victories in growth and battle. Xiang Zikin gently picked up the pokeball, touched it with his fingertips, a red light shot out, and the giant crab appeared in front of him. The giant crab, who had just appeared, was slightly stunned when he saw Gu Tian and Yin Tuer standing in front of him. When he turned around and saw Xiang Zikin behind him, a little frustration appeared on his face, and he felt very guilty. Xiang Zikin did not say anything. Instead, under the gaze of the man and 2 elves, he slowly half-knelt on the ground and carefully examined the entire body of the giant crab. After confirming that there were no scars left, Xiang Zikin slowly reached out and touched the giant crab's head. Very hard and smooth. The giant crab felt a little overwhelmed. It had just become partners with this human, but it didn't expect to lose the first battle. This made it feel extremely nervous and guilty. It is obvious that he is the strongest new generation in his race, and even the leader says that he is the most talented younger generation in the tribe. But why can't I beat a rabbit with fire attribute? This failure made the crab waver in his own strength and talent. The water element was defeated by the fire element. Was he really the most talented giant crab among his race? My trainer must be very disappointed in me. He won't abandon me, right? The giant crab looked depressed and extremely terrified. It was extremely afraid about its future. Fortunately, Xiang Zikin did not blame the crab as the crab had expected. Instead, he squatted down and carefully examined its body. This action made the crab feel at ease, but at the same time, his sense of guilt became even stronger. So the giant crab spoke carefully in a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Big Claw Crab, you're already great. The previous match was my fault. It was my command that was seriously flawed and held you back. Xiang Zikin stroked the giant crab's head and said seriously. After hearing these words, the crab, who had been feeling a little depressed, was startled for a moment, and then looked at Xiang Zikin in shock and astonishment, as if he was very surprised that his trainer said such words. The two sides looked at each other, and seeing the change in the crab's expression, Xiang Zikin showed a bit of bitterness on his face. He said in a complicated way, "This battle could have been won easily. It was my command that prevented you from making the most of your strengths. Can you forgive me? I will definitely study the battle carefully in the future, and will not hold you back anymore." Fuck. The giant crab was a little dazed at first, but after realizing what was happening, it nodded frantically, and then shook its head frantically. Its two big pincers pointed at itself desperately, then swung left and right, as if it wanted to express something. Xiang Zikin is not Yang Tua, so naturally, he cannot understand the language of the elves. However, from the body movements, he could roughly guess what the giant crab wanted to express. With a slight smile, Xiang Zikin continued to touch the giant crab to calm the excitement in his heart. He slowly stood up and looked at Gu Tian very seriously. At this time, there was no more contempt in his eyes. Gu Tian, do you want to fight again? I don't think I will necessarily lose this time. Fight again? Gu Tian looked at Xiang Zikin opposite him with a confused look on his face, and looked at Fennekin, who was also confused with some hesitation. When the two looked at each other for a moment, their eyes were full of confidence. Okay, brother, let's fight again. My flame rabbit is very strong. I will never lose to the crab. Chapter 67. Another battle between the crab and the rabbit. As soon as Yang Tuo returned to the counter and sat down, Gu Tian, who came out excitedly, called him back to the small world. Looking at Gu Tian, who was full of expectation, and Xiang Zikin, who looked a little embarrassed, Yang Tuo felt a little helpless. He felt that he should find a clerk. Even though the store didn't have much business, it wasn't a big deal to run back and forth all the time. When both sides stood in their original positions again, Yang Tuo's eyes moved, and the ground rolled up and merged on its own. The battlefield that had been ravaged by the ravages instantly returned to its original state. Seeing such an outrageous scene in front of him, Gu Tian excitedly shouted magic, but Xiang Zikin's pupil shrank slightly, and his gaze turned to Yang Tuo. Seeing the harmless expression, the awe in his eyes became more intense. I feel like this store manager is more powerful than Pokemon. In a single thought, change the structure of the environment and control the opening and closing of the earth. Are all the humans in that so-called elf world so terrifying? Without thinking too much, as Yang Tuo said match start, the two immediately issued instructions to their elves. Flame Rabbit, Impact, Big Claw Crab, throw it down. The start of the battle was exactly the same as the last time, except that this time, Crab also chose to charge directly at Flame Rabbit. Because Crabbian speed is not as fast as that of Flame Rabbit, the two sides had a direct collision in the center of the field on Crab's side. Unlike last time, this time neither side chose to jump, but instead chose to fight on the ground in a simple and rough manner. Mud and bricks. Fuck. At the moment of collision, the two elves looked at each other with eyes burning with fighting intent. Flame Rabbit vowed to let the opponent know that if he could beat it the first time, he could beat it the second time. But the giant crab was determined to wash away the previous shame and beat up the dead rabbit. There was a dull sound of ping-pong, which seemed to be mixed with some explosions in the air. The two elves retreated in response, and the result of the confrontation was still the same as the last time, with the giant crab having the upper hand. The huge impact force caused the giant crab to draw a groove several meters long on the ground, but that was all. The giant crab steadied itself slightly, pulled its legs out of the ditch, and moved to the side. It stared at the flame rabbit opposite it, the flame of revenge burning in its eyes. Compared to the giant crab, the groove drawn by Flame Rabbit is twice as long as that of the giant crab. Fortunately, it is not in the air this time, and the ground serves as resistance. It quickly stops its backward momentum and does not hit the protective shield like last time, causing secondary damage. Although they were already at a disadvantage in the duel, Gutian and Enma Rabbit had already anticipated this outcome and did not feel frustrated at all. After all, the reason for the initial attack was to activate the Freeman characteristic of Flame Rabbit. As long as the attribute change is successful, Flame Rabbit will not have to worry about the water gun of Crabgrass. The special attack of the giant crab is not high, as long as there is no restraint relationship and the distance is widened. Facing the exhausted water gun, even if Finnegan can't dodge it, she has the confidence to directly use collision to fight back against the water gun and minimize the damage she suffers. Seeing that the attributes had been successfully transformed, Gutian immediately issued another command. Entourage, retreat, run around the edge of the field, and use shout. Mud and bricks. Flame Rabbit did not hesitate at all. After stabilizing its body, it immediately spread its short legs, turned around, and ran back, shouting as it ran. Nude and mud. I just studied the illustration for 7 or 8 minutes. Naturally, the characteristics of Enma Rabbit's Freeman could not escape Xiang Zikin's eyes. In fact, the best way to deal with this characteristic is to kill it with a water gun before it can perform any moves. However, considering the result of the previous battle, this method was directly rejected by Xiang Zikin. To be on the safe side, it is safer to just go for a head-on attack. After all, based on the experience from the previous battle, the attack capability of the crab is much stronger than that of the fire rabbit. After seeing that after a round of confrontation, the little brother Gutian on the opposite side used the same routine again, Xiang Zikin's mouth slightly raised an arc. Are you going to use the same trick on me a second time? Seeing that the opponent's strategy was still the same as last time, Xiang Zikin immediately shouted out his own response this time. Big Claw Crab, don't worry about it. Move at high speed. Huh. After hearing the trainer's different instructions, the crab, which seemed a little panicked at this familiar scene, felt a little relieved. Ignoring the dark downward stripes that inexplicably appeared on its body, the giant crab mobilized the energy in its body and channeled it all toward its limbs and knife legs. These 4-blade legs began to shake up and down continuously at an extremely high frequency. As the movements became faster and faster, a pale, white fluorescence lightly attached to their 4 feet. The giant crab only felt that its body was becoming lighter and lighter, while at the same time, its torso was a little tight. Did it increase the speed? Seeing that Xiang Zikin did not use the water gun like last time, Gutian was slightly surprised, but he did not think much about it and shouted again. Shout! Flame Rabbit, stop and rest for a while, and be ready to dodge the opponent's moves at any time. Mud and bricks! Upon hearing this, Finnegan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. He stopped where he was and looked vigilantly at the giant crab opposite him, still using his only 2 tricks, calling out. Humph! Big Claw Crab, keep moving at high speed. Xiang Zikin narrowed his eyes slightly, not caring about the other parties shouting at all, and continued to give orders. But after this order was given, his eyes began to focus on the body of the giant crab. He wanted to see how many times the giant crab's high-speed movement could be used. The giant crab hummed softly, and its knife-like legs, which had just stopped, began to move again at a high frequency. This time it felt its body becoming lighter, but its lower body became tighter, and there was a slight sense of pain. This made the giant crab feel a little uneasy. It felt that its legs had reached their limit. If it continued to accelerate, it might not be able to support the load brought by this huge increase. The giant crab's eyes are on the top of its head, and it has no neck, so it naturally cannot see what its legs have become. However, as its trainer, Xiang Zikin can see it clearly from behind. At this time, the white light on the 4 knife-like legs of the giant crab became brighter and even thinner, looking extremely maneuverable and flexible. However, while it was full of strength, tiny cracks actually appeared on the 4 leg armors of the giant crab. As it reached its limit, Xiang Zikin narrowed his eyes slightly, his brain working rapidly at this moment. Seeing that the Enma Rabbit on the opposite side was still using the call, he immediately gave up the idea of taking the initiative to attack. Although I don't know how much of an impact this scream has on the performance of the giant crab, but with so many negative buffs, I'm sure that if they fight again, the giant crab will hardly have the advantages before. Big Claw Crab hard? The giant crab, which had been ready to go, did not hesitate at all when it heard the order. Its pincers trembled slightly, and pale white light and shadows directly covered its entire body. A thin film attached to the most vulnerable pincers, and the luster of the shell became brighter and brighter. That's 3 calls, that should be enough. Gutian on the opposite side felt a little uneasy when he saw that the giant crab had not taken any action. He opened the illustration to look at the giant crab's skills and moves. There were only 2 offensive moves, water gun and wrestling. He had also seen the effects of high-speed movement and hardening moves. As a trainer of a flame rabbit that only had 2 skills, he was extremely envious of the richness of Crabgrass's moves. Seeing Xiang Zichen letting the giant crab use the hardening skill, Gu Tian's heart sank suddenly. I have worked so hard to reduce so much attack power. If I let you use it a few more times to make it harder, wouldn't it be equivalent to reducing the attack power of my flame rabbit in disguise? No, can't wait any longer. After realizing this, Gu Tian immediately shouted to Flame Rabbit. Flame Rabbit, use the shout. At the same time, get close to the crab and prepare to hit it. Nude in mud. Flame Rabbit nodded immediately, kicked off its legs, and ran quickly towards the giant crab. While running, it kept shouting loudly, and strange energy vibrated out along with sound waves. Strange lines appeared again on the chest of the giant crab. These lines were extremely hidden and were always attached to the shell on the chest of the giant crab. Although they are not harmful, as long as the giant crab wants to use its energy to launch a physical attack, these flow patterns will slide down rapidly, hindering and interfering with the crab's use of energy, which is extremely uncomfortable. Crab, use! Yeah. Is anyone there? Can we come in? Xiang Zichen saw the flame rabbit rushing towards him and was about to give an order when he heard a sudden clear female voice, which made him startled. His gaze turned to the door behind Gu Tian. On the opposite side of the door, there were a few vague figures looking into this compartmentalized world. A big claw crab, get out of the way! During this distraction, Emma Rabbit's attack had already reached the giant crab. Xiang Zichen had wasted an opportunity to harden in vain. He was extremely annoyed and had to make hasty remedies to force the giant crab to evade. The trainer will be distracted, but the crab that fights in person will not. Originally, it had already mobilized the energy around its body, ready to fight back at any time according to Xiang Zichen's orders. After hearing Xiang Zichen asking him to move away, although he was somewhat puzzled by his hesitation, he did not think much about it. He flashed and appeared a few meters away in an instant. Flame Rabbit threw a punch, but missed. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. What's going on? Why do you have to come at this time when there are so many other places to come? Looking at the figures rustling in from the wooden door, Xiang Zichen felt a little annoyed. He just glanced at them and ignored them, and immediately shouted, Crap! Be careful to dodge, keep a distance from Emma Rabbit, and try not to have physical contact. If you feel confident, use the water gun. Gu Tian also turned around to look, and when he heard Xiang Zichen shout, he hurriedly turned back. He looked over and found that Flame Rabbit and Crab were about 10 meters apart and had already switched positions. He quickly shouted, Entourage! Don't let it get away. Hit it. Fight it head on. Naturally, Yang To also heard the noise coming from the door. He also turned his head to look and found that 4 or 5 people came in from the compartment door. He waved his hand lightly, and a light blue soundproof light curtain immediately covered the entire battlefield and command area. He walked slowly towards the group of people, and after finding that there were no familiar customers, he smiled slightly and said, Please keep quiet, so as not to disturb the 2 trainers who are fighting each other. Chapter 68. Many people died outside. Okay, sorry. The girl who led the way into the cubicle world was stunned when she heard this, and then she bowed towards Yang Tua awkwardly. Yang Tua smiled when he saw this, and whispered to the 3 girls who came in, Come in first and watch the elf battle. After these 2 guests finish their competition, we can go back and draw elves. It's okay, we're not in a hurry. The leading girl nodded nervously, her eyes looking towards the battlefield shrouded by a light blue energy shield. Seeing that the other 2 companions were all standing there in a daze, he quickly ran to the wooden door, stretched his head out of the door, and called out carefully. Hey, come quickly, the manager is here. Someone is fighting. Please keep your voice down, don't disturb the fighting people. Seeing her cautious look, Yang Tua couldn't help but laugh and shook his head, then walked back to the center of the venue and continued watching. This was the second collision between water and fire. As the blue isolation light curtain covered his ears, there was no more noise, and Xiang Zichen simply stopped caring about it. After working so hard for so long, revenge only comes now. The hunt begins. Xiang Zichen murmured a few words softly and then shouted, Big claw crab, water gun, fire at full power. If you're not sure, get closer, but keep a safe distance. When the giant crab heard this, his heart instantly became hot. Fuck. It hummed softly twice, and its 4-blade legs moved up and down rapidly, changing 5 or 6 positions in the blink of an eye. A pale white light curtain covered the entire body of Enma Rabbit, just like a windproof lighter. This time it had given up on using its fists to strike, and instead increased its body speed to the peak, using its body as a weapon. As long as you hit the giant crab, it will definitely cause damage. But maybe the crab was not as fast as the rabbit in the beginning, but now, it was facing a giant crab that had used high-speed movement twice. Every time when it is about to hit the giant crab always manages to escape quickly. Fennekin kept hitting the ground for a long time, but apart from leaving several half-meter small pits on the ground, He didn't even touch a hair of the giant crab. Oh! It seems that the giant crab has no hair. Not only that, every time the giant crab dodged, it would always send out a water arrow from a distance, hitting the flame rabbit's body and making it stagger. And it was only a moment. If it keeps getting beaten, won't flame rabbit be exhausted to death? Phone rabbit. You have to be careful. Gu Tian was sweating profusely on the other side, but flame rabbit only had 2 moves, and no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't think of a way to break them. What should I do? What should I do? Gu Tian covered his head with his hands and watched the one-sided crushing in pain. The attack style of the giant crab is like a cat playing with a mouse. Whenever it faces an attack from the flame rabbit, it will dodge to a nearby location. A water arrow is fired at will. At such a close distance, it's not right to chase, and it's not right not to chase. But every time Emma pounced on it again, the crab would always manage to slip away, run to a nearby side, and hit Emma with a backhand, causing Emma to stagger. Wow, this crab is huge. Wow, it can even spray water from its claws. Wow, this rabbit is so pitiful. The rabbit is so cute. Why do you hit it? How cruel, bullying a child like this. The new guests were watching and exclaiming, while also whispering to each other. Some were sighing at how delicious the giant crab was. Some of them were standing up for Enma. Hearing the whispers around him, Yang Tuo frowned slightly. So many people? He couldn't help but turn around slightly, and then he froze in place. But outside the basketball court-sized competition area, there were a lot of people standing. A rough estimate is that there are more than 20. A wipe. This world is so mysterious. In such a long period of time, only 3 people entered the store. I just returned to the store, and there was no one there. It's suddenly crowded here. Why are so many people here? Boss, we are all students from Shanghai No. 1 University. We watched your live broadcast yesterday, and we're amazed at your use of special effects. Who knew that we saw a news report about elves this morning? So, all of us in our class came. Okay. Yang Tu nodded blankly, and when he came to his senses, he felt a little disappointed. Well, what a pity. If I weren't a student. As they sighed, the battle on the battlefield had already entered a white-hot stage. Gu Tian inadvertently discovered that the giant crab seemed to have been guiding Flame Rabbit, letting Flame Rabbit chase it to a more open and flat place. He didn't react at first, but after seeing the messy ground behind Enma Rabbit, he had some vague guesses in his mind. Entourage, run to the pits you made earlier. The crab moves sideways. It's not convenient for it to move in that place. Gu Tian screamed hoarsely. Found it? Too late. Crab, throw it. Beat it out for me. After hearing the other party's command, Xiang Zikin raised the corners of his mouth slightly and immediately issued his own orders. The giant crab with speed bonus moves like the wind. After experiencing several attacks, Flame Rabbit was already exhausted, and its body's reaction speed was much slower than before. It just turned around after hearing Gu Tian's command, but before it could run, it saw a gust of orange breeze blowing and a heavy clamp instantly came into view. Inagari's eyes widened, and before she could react, she felt a heavy blow to the chest and was knocked back several steps. The several screams were still useful after all. If it had been used with the same power as at the beginning, I'm afraid that Enma would have its circles in her eyes on the spot. Flame Rabbit. Seeing his Pokemon taking such a heavy blow, Gu Tianxia instinctively rushed into the field, but the light red transparent protective shield lit up again, trapping him in the trainer's command area. Boss. Why are you locking up that little brother? His elf is injured. The girl standing next to Yang Tuo and watching the fight showed a bit of pity on her face, thinking that what Yang Tuo was doing was quite like fighting crickets. It's just that the cricket still has 2 crickets in his hand. Yang Tuo heard the reluctance and dissatisfaction in the girl's words, and couldn't help but shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm not trying to lock him up, I'm trying to protect him. The human body can't compare to the elves. Look at the hole on the field. If he goes in and gets hurt by mistake, there's no need to call an ambulance. Just call the police and contact the crematorium. As for the elves, if the elves in the battle zone are in danger of life, the battle formation will naturally protect them. With the double insurance of the elf healing device and the battle formation, the elves will not have any life safety issues. Is that so? Several students around Yang Tuo seemed to be thinking about something and nodded one after another, indicating that they understood. Only one girl, with a look of pity on her face, argued alone. Boss, is this really okay? If this isn't a beast fight, then what is it? This is unfair to them. They are the ones who get beaten. Yang Tuo turned his head and glanced at the girl, shrugged his shoulders, turned his head towards the battle area, and no longer looked at her. Yang Tuo said lightly. Regarding this question, I remember that I said during the live broadcast yesterday that you can go back and take a look again. No one will force the elves to fight. Only when the elves themselves agree will they enter here. There are many Pokemon that don't like battling, but there are also many Pokemon that like battling. After all, in their opinion, only by becoming stronger can they better protect their companions and families. The best way to test whether you are strong enough is actual combat. Only through constant training and exchange can you know your shortcomings and whether you have grown. Only by forgetting the battle of life and death can one break through one's own limits. Don't worry, there are formations and healing devices in the battle zone, so there is no need to worry about the Pokemon's life being in danger. In addition, after a while, there may be many wild Pokemon in the wild. Although most Pokemon are kind, there are also carnivorous Pokemon among them. The world of Pokemon believes that the strong are respected, and carnivorous Pokemon and some powerful Pokemon have a strong sense of territory. Once wild Pokemon appear, if you are still so naive, then please bring at least 3 Pokemon with you. Otherwise, I think you and your Pokemon might be in danger. You. The girl's face turned pale and blue. Seeing that Yang Tuo never looked at her, she turned around and left. Hey Xiaoyu, where are you going? Several girls who were on good terms with her, seeing the girl named Xiaoyu leaving, hurried forward to ask and stop her. Unfortunately, the girl was quite stubborn and left without any hesitation. Standing next to Yang Tuo, the girl who led the way and looked at Xiaoyu a few times. Although she was a little hesitant, she did not step forward to stop him. She keenly noticed another important piece of news in Yang Tuo's words. Wild Pokemon are about to appear. She looked at Yang Tuo, who was staring at the battlefield, and confirmed hesitantly. Boss, you said, wild Pokemon are about to appear? Hearing this, Yang Tuo turned to look at her, nodded without comment, and said, yes, they are about to come out. There should be a report on the news by then. If you don't have a Pokemon with you or a trainer accompanying you, I don't recommend that you go there to disturb them. Everything should be based on your own safety. After all, only the strong will survive. If you encounter a kind Pokemon, it's fine. But if you encounter a carnivorous Pokemon, they won't talk to humans about cruelty or not. After saying this, Yang Tuo turned his head slightly, looked at the pretty girl, said no more, and waited quietly for the end of the battle. In the Pokemon world, once you are 10 years old, you are qualified to become a trainer. Many children with dreams, after receiving their own initial Pokemon, will choose to embark on their own journey as a trainer and go out on brave adventures. As for adventure, how can you take it without risk? There are many adventurous kids. Well, many died outside. Chapter 69. The battle ends. Flame Rabbit. Because of the existence of the isolation shield, the 2 people in the venue were not disturbed by the conversation from the outside world. Seeing that Flame Rabbit was knocked back by a blow from the giant crab, Gu Tian desperately pounded the protective shield in front of him, but it didn't cause any ripples at all. The fear and worry on his face could not be suppressed at all. Mud tile. Flame Rabbit struggled to get up from the ground. Naturally, it heard the voice of its trainer. It didn't want to lose, but my body hurts so much. Seeing that although Enma Rabbit's body was shaking, it could still stand in the same place and had not lost its fighting ability, the crab would naturally not waste the opportunity. Xiang Zikin had already said that he would use the water gun and just keep a distance. The large pincers were slightly lifted upwards, and a water arrow was shot out immediately, aiming directly at Finnegan. Flame Rabbit, mud and brick. Gu Tian's childish cry was shrill and hoarse. Flame Rabbit looked at the water arrow that was shooting straight at him, and the unyielding spirit in his body stirred up a sense of inexplicable restlessness. Seeing that the water arrow was getting bigger and bigger in his pupils, a light red energy wave quickly ignited on Enma Rabbit's body, and its attributes also returned to fire at this moment. Mud and bricks! It roared, and a thumb-sized flame shot out of its mouth and rushed straight towards the water arrow that was close at hand. Well, when Xiang Zikin saw this scene, he was completely stunned. What kind of skill is this? He had just watched it carefully countless times, and there was no fire-breathing move among Enma Rabbit's moves. The ferocious look on Gu Tian's face paused, and he looked at the tiny flame in a daze. The outside of the venue was already exploded. Although I've seen fire coming out of Blue's mouth in online videos, I also saw the giant crab shooting water arrows just now. But seeing a rabbit spewing sparks in public with their own eyes shocked them deeply. Oh my god! It's breathing fire! Oh my god! This rabbit is amazing! What's its name? Flame Rabbit Ears. Call him Flame Rabbit Ears. Isn't that what the little brother called him just now? Oh, I should have thought of that earlier. There's a word flame in its name, so it makes sense that it can breathe fire, right? Makes sense. Makes sense. The crowd was excited and interested, ready to watch a battle between water and fire. In full view of everyone, the flames directly faced the water arrows and collided with each other. Thick water vapor, accompanied by a puff sound, quickly rose from the point where the two collided. Faintly, a water arrow with a severely shrunken size shot out and hit Flame Rabbit right between the eyebrows. Flame Rabbit's eyes widened instantly, and she fell straight to the ground. The group of college students who had just been excited fell silent in an instant. The whole place was silent, and only Gu Tian's shrill cry came from the place. Flame Rabbit! Seeing the light red energy shield in front of him suddenly dissipate, Gu Tian instantly rushed towards the battlefield like a madman. Because I moved too fast, I accidentally stepped on the bumpy ground several times and fell to the ground. But he didn't care about the dust and pain on his body. He ran to Emma Rabbit in a few steps and picked up Emma Rabbit. Seeing that Flame Rabbit's eyes were rolling in circles, Gu Tian was already in tears. Seeing that Finnegan fell to the ground and never stood up again, Crab did not choose to continue attacking. Instead, it quickly moved its 4 short legs and rushed in front of Xiang Zicken. It waved its claws and pincers continuously, sharing its joy of victory with its trainer in its own way. You hit the target with one shot, well done. Xiang Zicken smiled and rubbed the giant crab's head, then lowered his head and continued to look at the picture in his hand. The screen showed Emma Rabbit's detailed information, and under the move column, there was an additional spark after the scream move. Spark, power 40, fires a small flame at the opponent to attack, sometimes causing burns to the opponent. Is this what they call an on-the-spot breakthrough in TV dramas? Xiang Zicken turned his head to look at the giant crab in front of him and scanned the illustrated book at it. But the information obtained did not change. It was still the same moves as before. Didn't I get any new skills? Xiang Zicken looked at the information in the picture book with a little disappointment on his face. But then he smiled again and looked at the confused crab in front of him with satisfaction in his eyes. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. With the 2 skills of high-speed movement,